What up everybody, Demon back, and welcome to the first episode of a series, a long-running series that I will be starting as of today, and running for multiple months, until the end of the year, pretty much, or at least until the end of the school year, because that's typically how long it takes me to do my marathons anyways. So, welcome to the first episode of my Godzilla-Thon. Each episode I will be doing an in-depth breakdown / review of whatever Godzilla movie we are on that specific week, whether it be Gojira as in today's episode or Shin Gojira as in the last episode. So each week I will upload a review for a Godzilla movie, starting with Gojira and then just working my way through the series. What I'm going to be doing in these reviews is I'm going to be breaking these movies down like this. I'm going to start out and I'm going to give an in-depth plot description of the movie. Then, I'm going to break down the characters. After that, I'll give a little bit of background on the movie. For Gojira specifically, today's episode, we're going to spend a long time on the backstory of the movie, because it is very important. Then moving on from that, we'll get into some of the other things like the special effects, the music, and then the allegory, if the movie has any. Like I said, very in-depth. And the reason why is just because I feel like, at a certain point, if you're a Godzilla YouTuber, you eventually have to do a Godzilla review for each movie. And what better way to do it than just in-depth get all of my thoughts out there, that way I never have to revisit it again. Not that it'd be a terrible thing to revisit it again, it's just so that I can get an in-depth comprehension out to you guys. That way you know, personally, why I think certain Godzilla movies work, don't work, why I love Godzilla in general, and all that stuff. I guess before we begin, I want to mention the fact that I think the original Gojira is the best Godzilla movie ever made. The best kaiju movie ever made. I think it is probably, I'd go as far as to say, the best giant monster movie ever made. Possibly even the best movie ever made. And I know those are each significantly bigger steps. The best Godzilla movie ever made, I don't think anyone will deny you that. Whether or not you like one more than this one, in my case, I specifically like some, or at least one more than I like this movie, and we'll talk about that in a later review. Or if you like other giant monster movies more, I don't think you could argue that this is at the very least the most well-made, well-put-together, well-crafted, just all-around great monster movie. Whether it be the story, the music, the acting, any of it. None of it falls flat. There's certain movies that you might love, or you might hate. You could make your argument for why King Kong would be the greatest monster movie or greatest movie ever made, but I don't think it works as well as this movie. I think this movie is timeless. I think this is just one of the best movies, probably the best movie ever made. And now, is it my favorite? Absolutely not. That's for another review. So, we'll get into why later, once we get through all of this stuff and I start talking about why each individual aspect works or doesn't work. But at this point, I just wanted to get that out there, that Gojira is probably the best movie ever made. It has great allegory, great themes, it's a very deep movie. It's a good movie. Great special effects, great action sequences, compelling story, compelling characters. It's just, there's no denying it's an amazing movie. Now, moving on to the plot description. This will be, I'll do an in-depth plot description for each episode. That way, if people haven't seen the movie in a while, or just have never seen the movie in general, they don't feel like they're missing out. So, that is why I'm going to be doing this. Alright, now, Gojira. It starts off. We have a ship. There's lots of sailors on it. We find out later that this is a fishing ship. All of a sudden, a giant white light erupts out of the ocean. The ship is set on fire, sank. All of the sailors die. Now, this sets out panic at the South Seas Salvage Company. People are wondering what's going on. Multiple more ship crashes start happening, or rather ship disappearances. Then a survivor washes up on this island called Odo Island. It is a small fishing village where they have this legend of this thing called Gojira. Now, Gojira is this god that lives out in the ocean. It is so horrible that back in the day, the elders of Odo Island used to take a young girl, put her on a raft, send her out into the ocean, and give her to Godzilla. That way he would not come on land and wreak havoc. This way he would be fed and happy. Now, of course, as times change, so do customs. This didn't happen anymore. But the legend is still there. The mythos surrounding this creature is still living through the elders of Odo Island. A reporter gets wind of this information and heads out to this island. His name is Hagiwara. He is a young Japanese reporter who is looking for a big scoop. After arriving on the island, he discovers the legend of Godzilla, or Gojira. And then, during the night, a big typhoon hits, sweeps straight through the land. Buildings are destroyed, people are killed. One of the only survivor of a ship crash due to this white light, this mysterious light in the ocean, is also killed during the attack, or during the typhoon. Now, this man is the brother of Shinkichi, a young boy who is, at this point in the movie, orphaned, left alone. He's later taken into the Yamane family, but we'll get into that later. Excuse me. Now, during this attack, Shinkichi's brother notices something outside of his window. Something horrible. Something so terrible that he couldn't even flee the house. As this house is getting destroyed, we catch a glimpse of something large, some giant leg moving across in the background as the house is destroyed. That is our first glimpse of the creature. Now, all of the survivors of this typhoon, or rather this attack, have been brought back and questioned in front of the scientific bureau to find out what's going on. Yamane, one of Japan's top scientists and paleontologists, is there. He hears of this legend of Gojira on Odo Island, and due to the fact that Hagiwara, a civilized man from Japan who went to the island, also claims that something living had to have done this damage, Yamane decides he'll send out an investigation team. So, Yamane goes back to Odo Island with Hagiwara, Emiko, and Ogata. Ogata and Emiko being the daughter and her boyfriend, the daughter of Yamane and her secretive boyfriend. As they're taking off on the ship, we catch a sight of a scientist that is later revealed to be Dr. Serizawa. This is Emiko's, this is the person Emiko is supposed to be marrying, because back in the day, there were customs where there were arranged marriages, and this is the person who she was arranged to be married to. And although she does not love him in the term of a romantic interest, she loves him and respects him as a brother. This is made very clear in the commentaries and the behind the scenes and kind of the story of Godzilla. Commentaries of Gojira. Now, she is in love with this young. He's really not accomplished in his life. He is just a sailor. We find out later that he's a diver. He works for the South Sea Salvage Company, and his name is Ogata. He has done nothing impressive in his life, whereas Serizawa is a respected scientist and a war vet. He's missing an eye. So this dynamic here is very interesting, how Emiko, although the person she's arranged to be married to is a very respectable man, she can't help but follow her heart. She can't help but fall in love with Ogata. And that makes her a very sympathetic character, because she's stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Does she let go of the customs? Does she disappoint her father and the person who she's known all her life and been arranged to marry? Or does she follow her heart and go with Ogata? It's a very interesting love triangle here, and it plays a critical role in the ending of the movie. Now, as Yamane and his team get to Odo Island, they discover a footprint. This is just a massive footprint that is just swelling with radiation. The wells are contaminated, and all of the people who step in the well probably taken about a cancerous dose of radiation, although the movie doesn't exploit this. It doesn't try and make you fear the radiation. That wasn't the point of the movie. The movie wasn't an anti-radiation thing. It wasn't to exploit the fears of the people back in the day. It was simply an anti-war movie. So they did not draw attention to the fact, and even in Godzilla vs. Destroya, we find out that Emiko did not die. She actually survived, so she does not get cancer. At least that we know of. So that's the good thing. The movie doesn't try to exploit your fears, even though in reality that's what would happen. So, Gojira's footprint are discovered. They're discovered all across the land, but only one is investigated, and they find something inside of it. Something called a trilobite, which is just an ancient crustacean-type creature, and it has been expected to gone extinct a long, long time ago. But the fact that it's here now starts to raise questions. It is at this point when a bell starts ringing, and people start running up the hill to fight the monster, because they know Gojira is in their town, in their village. So they start running up this hill with their weapons, getting ready to fight it. Yamane and his team go up with cameras, ready to snap pictures, and then all of a sudden, Gojira comes over the mountain, he roars, Yamane snaps a picture of him, so does Hagiwara, and it's just one of the best scenes probably in Godzilla history. Probably one of the most iconic scenes where you see Gojira roaring over this mountain and just everyone runs. Everyone who had the courage to chase up that mountain with weapons, they did not expect that. They did not expect a 120-foot monster to be standing there roaring at them. That is just not something they anticipated. So when it happens, everyone turns around, runs away. Emiko falls down. She's not killed. She's luckily gets away with Ogata. And like I said, Yamane and Hagiwara both snap pictures of the monster. Now, Yamane goes back and he reveals Gojira to the world. He reveals it in this scientific thing. It's like a big conference, and he explains that there is this giant monster that's living in their world. It survived a nuclear bomb, and it should be studied, right? Well, the public seems to disagree, or at least the people in the room. And this is one of the interesting things. This is where Honda starts to criticize democracy, because there's a great debate that breaks out here about where the people are arguing. There's one side led by a woman who's arguing we need to release the information that Gojira was created, or at least awoken, by the bomb, by the hydrogen bomb. And at the time, you have to think historically who was testing bombs at that very moment. America. America was the key people involved in waking up this monster, killing tons of Japanese later. And so, at this point, a big debate breaks out over whether people think that everyone's in agreement that Gojira's his being there should be released to the world. Everyone agrees that, yeah, we need to tell the public that there's a giant monster. But the thing that people disagree about is whether to make his origins available to the public or not. This is very interesting, because then you see Yamane just sinks his head. Yamane representing probably Honda in this moment, just thinking, this is not why I brought this up. This is just not what I intended. That we should not be focusing on if his origin should be revealed. We need to focus on how to stop this, how to study this. Because Yamane doesn't want to kill Gojira. He wants to study him. Why did he survive the hydrogen bomb? That is something that is very important to him, because it could possibly save the lives of the world. And these people are just arguing about something so petty that he just can't help but think, this is not why I brought this to your attention. And there's a great scene when he just lowers his head when the argument's going on. Now, the military decides, alright, we gotta stop this thing, we gotta kill this thing. So, sailboats head out, and they detect for the radiation under the water. When they find it, they set off depth charges. These depth charges are huge bombs that go off under the ocean, and Gojira is presumed dead. Now, there's this scene when Yamane kind of goes back to his house and slumps down. He's very upset because he thinks that the monster is dead. This is a great scientific discovery, the biggest in the world, lost. At the same time, this is one of the most important things in the world lost, because now they can't study it. Now they can't find out, why did this thing survive the hydrogen bomb? How can we save lives using it? It's gone. There's a scene, it's a great scene. He sits in the darkness, Emiko walks in on him, and she tries to offer some condolence, and he wants to be left alone. Very sad. Meanwhile, the public is celebrating. Everyone's happy, and there's this scene where people on a cruise are there. They're celebrating. These people were seen earlier in the movie when they make a direct reference to Nagasaki, referencing Godzilla, saying that, oh, he's just like the bombs, and they're making jokes about it. And then they're partying on this boat, and it's great to see because it gives us a face for the public. It helps humanize these people because we've seen them interacting with each other. We've seen them in this world. Now we see their fate. Gojira rises up out of the water, and for those of you who are wondering at this point, I call him Gojira because I'm doing the Japanese review, the review of the Japanese movie. He rises up out of the water, roars, and now he's headed towards Tokyo. Everyone freaks out, but he doesn't actually make landfall. He kind of disappears back in the water, and that was just basically us saying, "Oh, he's back." That's the public saying, "Oh, he's back. He's not dead after all." Now, we cut to Dr. Serizawa's lab, and Emiko comes over to his house because she actually comes in order to break the news to Serizawa that her and Ogata are going to get engaged and that their wedding is off. It's a very commendable thing for her to do because, like I said earlier, she's taking a risk here. She is really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and she chose to follow her heart, which is the right thing to do, although it goes against the custom of the time. So Serizawa silences her before she can tell him, and he says he needs to show her something. So he takes her into his laboratory, and it's just this very, like, Dr. Frankenstein-esque lab. It's an amazing set. It's beautiful. She sees this fish tank, and he explains to her that he's been studying with oxygen and the effects and kind of the things that they can do with it. And then he sets off something in the water so terrible that Emiko has to look away. She screams, and we don't know what happens. She runs out of the room crying. Serizawa comes out. He consults her, and then she leaves. It's at this point she goes back to her house. Her and Ogata are sitting there. And Ogata expects her to have just broken the news to Serizawa, and she's just devastated. And he doesn't know why at this point. And before they can even before they can catch up with each other on what just happened, all of a sudden, alarms start going off. Gojira is in Tokyo Bay. He is coming on land. This is Godzilla's first attack. So, Gojira comes up on land. He destroys a bridge, some buildings, and then he's kind of somewhat chased off by jets. So, it's at this point when we see just this thing just show up on land and destroy a huge area in the Tokyo Bay area. He destroys this. It's a bridge that's very iconic for Godzilla, the series, and it's this great sequence when he's just there. The music is just amazing at this point. And then he leaves back into the sea, leaving everyone in horror. Now we get some downtime. People wondering what they're going to do to stop this monster. We build some high-tension wires around the city. Originally, there were supposed to be some more realistic, elaborate things, but they couldn't do it for time constraints. So, they build some high-tension wires, and they prepare for Godzira's return. Now, something that you could immediately draw a parallel to is Godzira's first attack in Tokyo Bay could be very closely compared to the very first atomic bombing. Although the first atomic bombing did more devastation, Godzilla is really the walking embodiment of the atomic bomb, according to Honda. That's how he always viewed it. It wasn't an allegory for the atomic bomb. It was the atomic bomb. So that's one thing to note, is that there's 2 attacks in this movie, just like there were 2 A-bombs dropped on Japan. So now the high tension wires are built, and Godzilla shows up out of the water, heads to the high tension wires, and it's at this point you think, they got him. He starts getting electrocuted, he roars in pain, and then all of a sudden, white light erupts from his back. The dorsal fins start shaking and lighting up, and then he releases atomic energy, just concentrated dose of atomic energy all over the high tension wires. It melts them, and now he is in the city. They weren't able to stop him. This is Godzilla's classic atomic breath, the first time it's ever used. And it's very good the way they waited to show it until now. So now the Tokyo assault begins. One of the most iconic scenes probably in film history. This is also one of my favorite destruction scenes in Godzilla history. No time has Godzilla ever destroyed a city as thoroughly as he destroys Tokyo in this movie. Everyone makes the joke, oh, Godzilla always destroys Tokyo. Not the case. He doesn't always destroy Tokyo, and at the very least, he never destroys it, like I said, as thoroughly as he does in this movie. He destroys everything. The Hitageki Theater, which was a big theater owned by Toho, so it must have been a very big shock for the people inside the theater at the time when this was being watched, when they got to see the building that they were in be destroyed right in front of them. There's a very iconic shot when he steps on a train and then eats part of it, or he bites part of it and then spits it out on the ground. He goes up, he's annoyed by a clock tower, he destroys it due to the fact that it starts ringing in his ears. There's this bird cage that he destroys buildings near. He takes a chomp out of a giant radio tower, killing everyone inside. It is just one of the best destruction scenes we have ever seen, and it's beautifully shot. The way they did it, they overcranked the camera and had the actors inside the suit move as fast as they could. Actor Haruo Nakajima had the privilege of playing Gojira in this movie, although at the time he wouldn't have thought so, because at the time it was not a flattering role. But as years went on, it became one of his favorite roles, as stated. That one and Ghidorah from War of the Gargantuas. So, Gojira destroys the entire city, and then we get an aftermath scene. Everything destroyed. The city is leveled. It's a dust-filled, just completely empty, dead zone. Very, very reminiscent if you've seen pictures of Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the very first atom bombs were dropped on them. Very reminiscent of that. And like I said earlier, the way Honda, the director, viewed this is Gojira was not the allegory for the atomic bomb. He didn't represent the bomb. He was the bomb. So, and I know, I mean, that saying might take on a different meaning as later movies. Godzilla's the bomb, but in this movie, it's meant to be very serious. So, the destruction is done. Death everywhere. During the destruction, there's a mother holding her children, and she says, "Soon we'll be with your father in heaven." This is not meant for kids. This movie is not meant for little kids. You have to be of a certain age to understand, comprehend, and appreciate what this movie is conveying. It's a very sad scene, and this is clearly, she's referencing the Japanese role in World War II. Soon you'll be with your father in heaven. The kids are about probably 6 or 7 at the time. This was about 9 years after the World War II ended. This was exactly 9 years after World War II ended. So these kids would have not really, well, I guess they would have had to have been if their father died in the war. But one thing they were trying to draw parallel to is that lots of families lost people in the war, and now these people are going to die even after the war. So, surprisingly, not everyone in the family dies. We see the mother passed away at a later scene in the movie, and we don't see one of the kids, but we see the other kid, and she is crying. And it's a very heartbreaking scene because as Emiko is walking through nursing these people back to life, hoping that they don't die, someone walks up to the little girl with the Geiger counter and holds it out, and it spikes. The little girl definitely has radiation sickness, cancer, and she is going to die. There is no getting around it. We don't see it on screen, but it is implied. That's one thing that this movie does that rarely any other Godzilla property has ever done. It's very reminiscent, or there's a scene very reminiscent of it in the great novelization of Godzilla 2014. There's the miners from the very beginning. There's a great scene when Serizawa investigates that area, and he finds lots of miners held up in this small little area, dying of radiation sickness, and that is a clear throwback to this scene. This is one of the most heavy, dark scenes of any Godzilla movie ever, just because of what it implies. Child death, death of the thousands, everyone in Tokyo gone, very few left. The people who can are helping. The people who are able to have to be helping these people, otherwise the death toll will just be even higher than it already is. Emiko having to deal with this firsthand, having to help these people firsthand, this is when she decides to make the sacrifice. This is when the love triangle really plays into the story. And it's a great scene. Ogata comes over and starts to ask her how she's doing, like how she's holding up or whatever. And she reveals at this point what Serizawa showed her. The thing that Serizawa, earlier in the movie, made her swear not to tell any other human being, not even until the day she dies. She has to live and die with that secret. And at this point she realizes she can't do that if the world's going to survive. So she makes the sacrifice. She takes action. She tells Ogata about what she saw in Serizawa's basement. And then we get a great flashback sequence of Serizawa releasing some pellets into a fish tank. The pellets bubble, and the music erupts, and all of a sudden the fish are vaporized, turned into bone, and then eventually nothing. This is the Oxygen Destroyer, one of the most iconic things in Godzilla lore. And it's used in this scene for the very first time. Serizawa is horrified about what he's discovered. He holds Emiko, and even he is in shock, seeing what's happened, and he's the one who created it. He's the one who discovered it. So, at this point, Emiko has betrayed his trust. Now, Ogata takes her over to Serizawa's house. Serizawa heads up from his laboratory, sees Emiko, and you see a smile grow on his face. He's excited to see her because it's clear at this moment that he actually does love her. He actually does care for her. And at this time, we know he suspected that she's going to break the news about Ogata to him. He suspects that at the point when she comes to tell him earlier, and he shows her the Oxygen Destroyer. And it's at this moment when he notices Ogata in the room, and his smile fades, because now he thinks, okay, this is going to be the moment when people, when they're going to break the news to me that they're betraying me, pretty much. That's what, essentially, they're betraying him. And he thinks this will be the moment when the news is broken to him. But instead, Ogata asks him, you need to use the Oxygen Destroyer against Gojira. Serizawa is just immediately taken back. He starts to deny it, but he can't deny it for long, so he runs off into his laboratory, Ogata and Emiko chasing him, and he locks the door and starts burning papers, burning his research, hiding the information so that no one can ever find it. Ogata busts in the door, and as Serizawa is going to destroy the only Oxygen Destroyer, Ogata busts in, and there's a fight breakout. We don't see it on screen. That's one of the great things about this movie, is it's not meant to be an action movie. We're not supposed to see a hero and a villain, because they're all heroes. So the camera pans down to the fish tank of death as we hear the fight happen in the background. When we cut back, Serizawa has won, probably because he's a war vet, and Ogata is left bleeding from his head. Emiko goes and patches up the wound on his head, and we start to see now Serizawa's conflict. He's horrified because of multiple reasons. He realizes at this moment that they know about the Oxygen Destroyer and they want him to use it, and he can't use it, about reasons we'll get into in a second. Now, at the same time, he's watching Emiko, the woman he loves, patch up her love interest, patch up Ogata, the man she loves. And it just is really sad for Serizawa because this is a moment when he loses everything. He's already lost his scientific career because he's too terrified about what he's discovered with the Oxygen Destroyer, that he is just not willing to come out and share any of it. He's not willing to do his job because he's so horrified of it. At the same time, he sees the woman he loves leaving him right in front of his eyes. Whether or not she says it doesn't matter because it's happening. Now, also, during all this, a prayer comes on the radio, or a prayer comes on the TV actually. And it's a prayer, a beautiful prayer sung by a choir of girls, and it's very haunting. It's probably one of my favorite songs from the soundtrack. The song titled Prayers for Peace. It's also inspired me enough to write a story, Prayers for Peace, a dark horror story about Godzilla, but it's a little different. It's not like it's different than the movies, and it's just for fun. But it's just this great song, and Serizawa is just destroyed at this moment. He realizes if he doesn't use the Oxygen Destroyer, everyone's going to die. But if he uses it, everyone's going to die. And here's why. Because he believes that if he reveals this weapon to the world, he will either be forced to, people will either A, force him to make Oxygen Destroyers to use as the next arms race, B, people will discover them on their own, and they'll be the super weapon that the world grows into using instead of hydrogen bombs, and C, that people will use the ones he already has against the world. And there's a great line when he says, bombs versus bombs, missiles versus missiles, and now a new super weapon to throw in the mix at all, or something along those lines. And it's just this great thing that really sums up not only his entire conflict, but the conflict of the movie, the allegory of the movie, this nuclear metaphor. And it's a great message, and Serizawa is one of the best characters in film history. He's the best character in Godzilla history without a doubt. Now, Serizawa decides that he has to use the Oxygen Destroyer, but it can't be at no cost. It can't be without a price. The price must be paid. He burns all of his research. It forces Emiko to cry because she realizes a sacrifice must be made. She doesn't realize what yet, but she knows a sacrifice must be made. Now, Serizawa and Ogata head out into Tokyo Bay on a big ship where they plan to detonate the Oxygen Destroyer in the water. As the two dive, they find Godzilla in his natural habitat. He's just under the water, very peaceful. It's different than we've ever seen him before, because usually in monster movies in general, the monster is lured out into the city and killed, where in this case, they go to the monster's habitat and kill it. Different than we've ever seen Godzilla before, because it's the first time we see him at peace. He just wants to be left alone. It's clear that he wants to die. That's something that plays in much, much later down the line in Godzilla vs Mechagodzilla, or Tokyo SOS also. But Godzilla just wants to die. He doesn't want to be Godzilla. That's one thing that people have to learn. He doesn't want to be Godzilla. And he's forced to be. And so, Serizawa, at the same time, he realizes if he uses this weapon, there's no guarantee that the world will be safe. So, as Ogata is being reeled out of the water because his job is done, he only went down because Serizawa is an amateur diver and he was only assisting him. Serizawa detonates the Oxygen Destroyer. It goes off. And as it's going off, they try to reel up Serizawa. And Serizawa's last words, goodbye, or farewell, be happy together, as he says to Emiko and Ogata, because at this point he reveals he knew the whole time that those two were in love with each other. And it's a very tragic moment. He pulls out a knife, cuts his diving line, and he's dead. Vaporized, probably, due to the fact that we also see Godzilla, Gojira, who now rises out of the water. He's roaring in pain, he falls back in, sinks to the bottom of Tokyo Bay, and then disintegrates. It's a very sad moment. The movie does not end on a happy note. And so Godzira's dead, and at that point you'd think that all the heroes would be like celebrating this victory. But instead it's a very quiet scene on a boat when everyone removes their hats in honor of the fallen doctor. Ogata and Emiko are there. Emiko is crying, and Ogata is just trying to offer some condolence, and it ends with Dr. Yamane, saying that if the world continues to use nuclear weapons, another Godzilla is bound to wake up. And that's the ending of the movie. It really is just... it's not a happy ending. And even the most recent time I watched it, just a couple days ago, for this review, I even turned off the movie thinking to myself, that is a sad ending. Serizawa, yes, he commits suicide in a very noble fashion. He does it because it saves the world, essentially. He knows it will save the world. But when he dies, he has nothing. Like I said, he has lost his job as a scientist, his respect as a scientist, because he's so terrified of the oxygen destroyer. He's lost his love interest, Emiko. He's lost an eye. He's lost everything. And when he kills himself, he even has to lose his life. So, although he is the hero of the movie in that respect as he kills the monster, he's a very tragic character. He's one of the most well-written characters of Godzilla history. He is the most well-written character of Godzilla history. And he's my favorite character of Godzilla history. And I don't know. It's just a very sad moment. And I guess that brings me into Serizawa, our first character that we're going to be talking about, because that is the plot of the movie. So Serizawa, our first character. Like I said, he's the greatest character in Godzilla history, the most well-written, the most three-dimensional, and he has very little screen time in this movie. He has probably 3 full scenes. One being when he reveals the oxygen destroyer, 2 being when they go and confront him about it, and 3 being his own death. So he is just the fact that he had a little bit more screen time than that, but those were his big moments to shine. So essentially he has 3 scenes in this movie, and he steals the entire series, really. No character that was ever written after him compares even slightly, in my opinion. Yeah. Serizawa is just... It's great, and I really wish that they could have done more with him. I'm glad they went with the route they went, because originally the man who played Ogata was supposed to play Serizawa, and Honda realized that would have been a mistake, so he switched the roles. Also, the fact that Serizawa was given more screen time than he was originally supposed to have is the really good thing, because in the original story, Serizawa was hardly ever seen. Yeah. In Kayama's first draft, Serizawa was hardly ever in it, and we'll talk about that in a second here. Now, Ogata, our second character. He is a great character. The actor is one of the most well-known, well-recognized characters or actors in Godzilla history. He has appeared from movies from this movie all the way to Final Wars. He was supposed to have a cameo in G14. They cut him out. I'm sure he will have a cameo in G16. That movie has not come out at the time of me recording this, so we'll see, hopefully, because he's one of the only living founders of the Godzilla franchise, so it'll be great to see him return, hopefully for one last role. Ogata is a good character, but they don't do a ton with him. This movie really is an ensemble cast. It doesn't focus on one character as your lead, or one character as the villain or hero, or anything like that. There's no villains in this movie. There's no real heroes of this movie either, because everyone's given their own moment to shine. Ogata's moment is when he confronts Serizawa about using the oxygen destroyer. That is his best moment in this movie. He's a great character. He's not as sympathetic as anyone else, really, that we'll talk about. other than one character who has no sympathy really. He's not sympathetic. He just is a good man. He does things because he knows it's for the betterment of the world. When he talks about wanting to kill Godzilla, he gets thrown out of Emiko's house. He gets thrown out of the family that he's trying to build a part in. All because he disagrees with Dr. Yamane, but he does it because he knows it'll save lives. He's a great character. Now, Emiko. She is probably the second most three-dimensional developed character in this movie. She's also great. She's very sympathetic in the fact that she's trapped between a rock and a hard place, the tradition, or her love for Ogata. So she's a great character in and of herself, and her moment to shine is when she tells Ogata about the Oxygen Destroyer. Yamane is probably, besides Serizawa, the best scientist we have in a Godzilla movie. Not that he does a ton, it's just that he's also a very developed character. He sees the value in Godzilla when no one else does. He sees that there is things that can save the world by using Godzilla, by finding out why he survived the hydrogen bomb and all that stuff. And no one else realizes that, and that adds a layer of tragedy to him. Shinkichi, the orphan kid, he's a very sympathetic character because his whole family, his whole home was wiped out during the typhoon in the beginning of the movie. He's adopted by the Yamane family, but that's not his family. Although he does seem to enjoy life with them, as we see brief clips of him in the movie after the beginning point. He still has a very big layer of tragedy to him in the fact that his whole family died. And his house was wiped away, all because of Godzilla. Now we have our last character, Hagiwara. He's just a reporter, nothing really special about him. Even a lot of his role was written out during the American 1956 version of this movie, Godzilla King of the Monsters, because it is kind of an unimportant role. He shows up, discovers the legend of Godzilla, and then he's not really seen much again throughout the whole movie. One more character to touch up on before we move on is Godzilla himself, or Gojira. He's not really given tons of characterization in this movie. Really, it's all left up to fan speculation. As we know in the original script, he was just kind of powered by hunger, so he didn't really have much of a personality other than he was just this big, hungry monster that would come on land and kill people in search for food. And then during the movie, the only kind of characterization he's given is like this unstoppable force of nature who is the nuclear bomb. Doesn't represent the nuclear bomb, is the nuclear bomb. And it's really up to fan speculation saying, does he have PTSD? Is that why the lights of the cameras when he's at the radio tower affect him? Is that why the original script called for him using flashlights to lure him from place to place? Is that why he gets enraged by the bell tower? All of these questions, people are just left speculating because does Godzilla have PTSD due to the bomb? Maybe, probably, but we don't know because it's not confirmed in the movie. So Godzilla's character doesn't really seem to develop in this movie. We just get a general Godzilla's a force of nature who's just this BA destroyer in this movie. That's all we get. And it would really take until Mothra vs. Godzilla and beyond, in my opinion, for us to really get a characterization for Godzilla. Even Mothra vs. Godzilla is a little bit iffy, so probably from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster on is when we get the real characterization of Showa Godzilla. But at this point, he doesn't have much of a characterization outside of just this force of destruction, force of nature kind of thing. And that's the other thing. I want to be breaking down Godzilla's character throughout movie to movie, and from every incarnation of Godzilla, from this movie until the last, I want to talk about his character in the movie and what that means for us, and so that's the other thing I'm going to be doing in this series. Now let's talk about kind of the background history of this movie, now that we've gotten that out of the way. And yeah, we are running quite a lot of time here, but that's expected. It's one of the greatest movies ever. There's so much we gotta cover in so little-ish time. And besides, this might be the only video I'm able to upload for a week. I don't know how the weeks are going to go because I haven't started school yet. So, at this point, that's just how it might go. I don't know. We'll see. The original story. Tanaka went to Kayama, who put the story together first. Tanaka is the founder of Godzilla. He's the one who created the idea of it. A lot of people give that credit to Honda, which is not true. Honda was brought in towards the very end of production, or towards the very end of pre-production. In the original story, Godzilla is mostly characterized by his hunger. He's motivated by food. He comes on land in search of food. There's a scene when Godzilla roars over the mountain in Gojira. The original cut, he was eating a cow because that's just the way he was. He was just motivated by food. Yamane was not a sympathetic good man. He was, in fact, a mad scientist. He ran around in a cloak, he lived in a gothic mansion. He even sabotages the high-tension wire mission. He tries to just save Godzilla because he's a mad scientist. He even tries to sabotage the high-tension wire. There's no love triangle in the original story. Godzilla is shown right away, and there is no build-up before the first reveal of him. He does not get attacked by the military. They kind of realize their efforts would be useless. He has huge ears, something very weird. This is just probably because of the bell tower scene, and Gorgo kind of translated that later on with the giant ears. And Godzilla attacks a lighthouse to start the movie. Very reminiscent of The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, the movie that helped inspire this one. A lot of people give the credit to King Kong, the 1933 movie that was later released in the 50s and did even better in the 50s than it did in the 30s, probably because at that point the Great Depression was gone. So, at this point, monster movies were on the rise. Besides, America was making tons of giant monster movies due to the radiation scares, like The Amazing Colossal Man, 50-Foot Woman, all that good stuff. All those cheesy B movies, Them, the Ant movie, just tons of it. And the one that came out the year before that, probably one of the most influential movies other than Godzilla and King Kong, The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, 1953. Lots of elements were taken. Really, the general story was taken from that movie. Although this one gives it more depth, makes it much better, adds the allegory, and is just all around a better movie with, I would say, better special effects. So Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. What's the story? Well, a giant monster is awoken by nuclear radiation because of a bomb. Goes on land, destroys things. Goes back to the ocean, comes back again, and in that story, he's killed on land. In this story, of course, he comes back again, kills everybody, goes back to the water, and then they kill him. That's pretty much how Godzilla is different. But the general outline, giant monster awoken by nuclear bomb, goes, attacks city. That's all stolen. Not stolen, I'd say adapted from that movie. So he destroys the lighthouse, which was also in Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. This is the first Japanese film to use storyboarding because they could not conceptualize the visual effects without it. At this point, after they had all the storyboards and all that stuff done, then they got Honda. Godzilla was supposed to show up when Emiko and Ogata are at the beach. This is at this point, we're in the second draft of the movie. So Godzilla was supposed to show up when Emiko and Ogata were at the beach. They were supposed to think his rock was a giant tail. This is the beach at Odo Island, by the way. They were supposed to think his rock was a giant tail, or his tail was a giant rock, and then all of a sudden they saw this rock just shift away behind the island. And I think that would have been a great scene to see, but I don't think it fits in this movie. I think that would be a great scene to see in a different Godzilla movie, modern day maybe, or just one of the older ones. If they could have incorporated it, it would have been cool. Maybe Shin Gojira will have a reference to it. I doubt it. Doesn't look like it. Anyways, moving on. So they were supposed to think that it was a rock. Gojira had a cow in his mouth when he attacks. His atomic breath is revealed on the hill before Yamane leads the crew to the seashore, where they check out the footprints where Godzilla walked back into the ocean. And that was the end of the original script, or the second draft of the story. Also, during the ending part, actually, there was another difference that was supposed to happen. The Serizawa and Ogata were supposed to lure Godzilla to the deepest depths of Tokyo Bay by using flashlights to bait him down there, because in the original story, bright light affected him. It agitated him. A lot of people have contributed to the fact that maybe the monster has PTSD due to the fact that it was exposed to the nuclear bomb, which would also explain why later in the movie the clock tower and the birds both agitate the monster. We already know that Godzilla has been affected by nuclear bombs due to the fact that he's deformed. We know he's deformed because of the way they came up with the original designs, and they just wanted something that looked like nuclear radiation hurt it. So, they lead him to the bottom of Tokyo Bay. This was due to the fact that, according to the original script, the Action Destroyer could only be used from the deepest depths of Tokyo Bay for one reason or another. Lots of people speculate that's just so they thought Godzilla wouldn't be able to surface in time to get away from the effects of it. The movie was supposed to end. Serizawa was still supposed to kill himself. But the movie was supposed to end with Emiko and Ogata flying over in a helicopter, flying over where Serizawa died and dropping a reef into the water. Gojira was to evaporate, and Gojira was also in the original screenplay, or not screenplay, but the original storyboards for the movie. He was supposed to vaporize people with his atomic breath, which would have been gruesome for the time. And he was going to throw the train car to the ground, and it was going to explode, and we were going to see death. And that is things that were just too much for the time, so they cut him out of the movie. As for Godzilla's effects, as for the way the visual effects were done, this was the first time suitmation was ever really used as a giant monster movie, Yeah, so it's a very impressive movie. The first time they ever did a nuclear bomb allegory in Japan, due to the fact that there was American censorships at the time, or at least years before, 2 or 3 years before there were during the occupation. This was the first time they used storyboarding, first time they used suitmation. It's just a really impressive movie if you think about it. So the way they came up with the design, they combined a T-Rex, Pteranodon, and Stegosaurus. They gave Godzilla an odd texture because of the disfigurement that would have happened to him due to the bombs. The original suit was about 6 feet tall and wasn't movable. It was over 220 pounds, and Haruo Nakajima collapsed in it, and they had to rescue him out of it. The second suit was made more human-like. The original suit was bent over more to give Godzilla more of a threatening pose, kind of like GMK had. So the second suit was made. It was made more human/dragon-like. That way, Nakajima could stand upright in it. Could only move in a straight line. He could never turn in it. So anytime we see it turn, we see a different angle of the suit, like a low angle of just the bottom half of it, which was actually the original suit. They used the original suit. They cut it in half so he could wear it like big suspender pants. That way he could walk around and do the low shot scenes without him having to suffer. Nakajima would often pass out, and they would drain buckets of sweat out of the suit. So that's the behind-the-scenes kind of pre-production history of the movie. Now, getting close to the wrapping up here, the design. The design of Godzilla is really good. It's classic. I'm glad they went with it. Originally, they were thinking it was going to be a frog, kind of salamander-like, and that would have been terrible. That would have sucked. So I'm glad we got the dinosaurian dragon that we got. And I think no one's going to argue that thanks to this movie, we got all of the rest of the Godzillas. Whether you like this design or not, at least you can say the design you like was inspired by this design. Whether that's good or bad, Shin Gojira. But there are great designs that came out of this suit. Or not this suit, but this design. There are great suits that came out of this design. So the design is good. I really like it. I just don't. I think it's one of the. I don't think it's the best Godzilla design. I don't. A lot of people will say it's the classic. You can't beat the classic. I think you can. There are certain designs that I think are better. We'll talk about them when those movies come up. The music by Akira Ifukube, however you want to pronounce it. Hands down, the best composer in the world. Hands down, probably the best music maker in the world. Just the horror, the excitement, the fear, the sadness, everything he's able to invoke in you just through the music alone is one of the most impressive things about this movie. The music really makes this movie. Without Akira Ifukube, if they had someone else, if they had Masaru Sato, if they had some random dude, it would not have worked. There's no way it could have worked to the success that it worked in this movie at the very least. This is, like I said, probably one of the best Godzilla scores in history. Probably one of the best scores in film history. Although some people say that this is the best score in film history / Godzilla history, I would argue, I think certain scores, Godzilla vs. Mothra, a couple others, are better than this one, but they're all expanding upon what Ifukube starts in this movie. So it's just great. It's classic. It's amazing. Now, so there's a huge misconception. We started to talk about it earlier. There's a huge misconception. A lot of people think that Honda created Godzilla because he was the director, and he's the one who's most notable because he added the allegory into this movie. But he did not create Godzilla. I mentioned it earlier. Godzilla was created by Tomoyuki Tanaka, and he is the producer of this movie. And I think it's really selling him short whenever people don't give him the credit. Whenever people give Honda the credit, Tanaka's the one who deserves it. Tanaka's just, he's great. And by the way, earlier when we were talking about the effects were done by Eiji Tsuburaya. Some of the best effects in film history when you really think about it from what they had, from the standpoint of that's what they had at the time, that's what they accomplished. There's only one scene that I can think of in the entire movie. Some people mentioned that at one part you see the knee buckle. I've never noticed the knee buckle ever. There's one thing that I noticed my most recent time watching this movie, which was 3 or 4 days ago. There's a scene when you see Godzilla's tail outside of a window swinging up and crashing into a building. You do actually see the string holding the tail, but no other scene at all in the movie is there any sort of fail in the special effects. Whether it be the train scene, when they had to have a moving train being pushed by real people, while at the same time, Haru Nakajima was supposed to step on the track right in front of the train at the exact time so that the pyrotechnics could explode and it wouldn't look bad because they only had one shot, one take. So, no other scene in the movie, even elaborate scenes like that, doesn't look bad. Even the typhoon in Odo Island, you'd think, okay, how are you going to recreate a natural disaster to success? They do it. They recreate a natural disaster to extreme success. It's incredible. The waves that crash up against Odo Island, just amazing. That was created because people would stand off screen with buckets. They just tip the buckets. Water would come crashing in onto the miniature, and it looks great. So Tanaka created Godzilla. Tsuburaya had the vision of what each scene would look like because he was the special effects guy. Honda had the idea of allegory. Kayama had the great writing. Remember at the very beginning of this review, if you've stuck around this far, you will probably not remember because it was about an hour ago. But at the very beginning of this review, we talked about how I thought this was probably the best movie ever made. This is why. No aspect of it falls flat. All of these things, the special effects, design of Godzilla, music, the people behind the scenes, the allegory, the acting, everything, every single aspect works. and it all works amazingly. Whether you want to watch it to study the allegory, whether you want to watch it because it's a monster movie, whether you want to watch it for the action, the horror, the sadness, whether you want to watch it for a character study, amazing characters in this movie, whatever reason you want to watch this movie, you won't be disappointed because none of it is bad. The only way you can be disappointed is if you hate movies like black and white old timey movies. That's the only real way. Or if you're just like against Godzilla for whatever reason, or just against movies like that in general. Those are the only ways you're gonna hate this movie because there's really nothing about it that doesn't work on some level. So I do think that this is probably the best movie ever made. Is it my favorite? Absolutely not. Now let's talk about the allegory. So the allegory that Honda added in. Anti-nuclear. He was very against nuclear weapons for good reason. America, 9 years before, just dropped 2 atom bombs on Japan and killed thousands. So Godzilla is representative of the nuclear weapons. Also, the Oxygen Destroyer is representative of the nuclear weapons. The Oxygen Destroyer is the new weapon. It's more than the atomic bombs could ever be. And you have to think. I mean, we don't know what the Oxygen Destroyer would do on land, but you gotta imagine it'd be devastating. I know they say it only works in water, but with slight modifications, you could weaponize that thing. So you have to think about it like that, and that's why Serizawa has to kill himself. So the Oxygen Destroyer and Godzilla both represent nuclear weapons, and the damage that they cause is just immense. And that is where the anti-nuclear allegory comes in. Also the anti-war allegory. This is not an anti-American film. Lots of people will say that this is an anti-American film. This is an anti-war film. It's not anti-American. There's no specific reference in the entire movies to America being the cause of any of this. You just have to know your historical facts for you to make that connection. The New Japan. Japan went through a lot of changes. It was westernized, and back in the day we used to say it was civilized by Western culture during the occupation. And the New Japan is represented in Emiko and Ogata's struggle. The way that those two are really breaking the tradition. And also in Odo Island, the way that the young islanders don't believe in the legend of Godzilla because that's the ways of the old-timey people. One thing that this movie does really well is it shows human damage. The reason it shows the human damage is because it really wants to convey the message that war is terrible. And it doesn't want to just be like, hey, war is bad, stop the war. It wants to show it in a subtle way. The thing about this movie is it's not a PSA. It's not just in your face against all this stuff. It's subtle. And that's the good thing. This movie puts the story first before it puts the allegory. Certain Godzilla movies later on will do it the opposite, and they fail. Now, this movie is just great, and it shows the human damage. It shows it's not Godzilla ruining the city. It's Godzilla ruining lives, and it's a great movie. It works so well. I just think that you really have to not want to like this movie to not like it. I don't get why else you would dislike this movie. There's nothing to dislike. So yeah, this movie is it's brilliant. And it wouldn't have worked if it wasn't put together with all the people that went behind it and all that stuff. It would have failed otherwise. So it's a great allegory piece. Or anti-nuclear, anti-war, the New Japan, showing the human damage, all of that stuff. There was some other stuff I had to say, but I already forgot it. So this was not scripted. I just had some general notes, and I just forgot one of the things that I was going to say. And I didn't write it down. So that has been my extended review of Gojira. And one last thing to say as we wrap up here. Out of 5, what do I give the movie? I think it's pretty clear after an hour of me going on about how great this movie is. I give it a perfect 5 out of 5. This movie is absolutely amazing. It is a perfect movie. It is just incredible. I recommend it to every single person. All you have to do is give it a try with an open mind. Don't go into it like, oh, this is a Godzilla movie, I hate Godzilla. Or like, it's a black and white movie, I can't stand old tiny black and white movies. Just go into it with an open mind and you will come out of it with some level of enjoyment. I promise. This is an amazing movie. I hope you guys enjoyed the first episode of my Godzilla-Thon. It's been an hour long, so if you guys didn't enjoy, you probably didn't stick around this far, and if you did, then good on you. Hope to see you next episode, where we will be doing a shorter review for the Raymond Burr version 1956 episode. That will be Godzilla King of the Monsters, coming out some point next week. Stay tuned for that. Probably Wednesday next week. I think I'm going to start a Wednesday schedule for these. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this very, very in-depth review of Gojira. The best monster movie, the best movie ever made. Once again, thank you guys all for watching. D-Man out. Welcome to week 2 of my Godzilla-Thon. This week we will be reviewing Godzilla King of the Monsters. This is pretty much the same movie as Gojira. There are quite a bit of differences, which is why I'm giving it its own review. But I'm not going to go as in-depth with it as I went with Gojira. Hopefully this review won't take me another hour long. It could. I honestly don't know, but I would hope it doesn't. Now, when it comes to this movie, the difference between me and most people with King of the Monsters is most people who start with King of the Monsters and then move on to Gojira, they love Gojira so much, and they never go back to King of the Monsters. The difference with me is I still love King of the Monsters so much. Yes, I do prefer the Japanese version. Yes, as of now, I've probably watched the Japanese version more times. But King of the Monsters was really, I watched as a child, I grew up with it. I didn't get into the 54 movie until quite a few years later, when I finally got the 50th anniversary DVD and actually bothered to watch the Japanese version, because originally it was a Japanese version, so I never gave it a chance. So, now, I grew up on this movie, so unlike most people, I still love this one. I still have great level of nostalgia for this movie. I still love it so much, and honestly, I consider it its own movie. Honestly, I really do like this one on its own. I really do like this movie. So most people, when they review this movie, they typically crap on it. They typically say how much worse it is than the Japanese cut. I'm going to try and not do that, because honestly, it's a totally different movie. I know I said just at the start that it's the same movie. It's the same in terms of general plot, but it's the fine details that just make it its own thing, and that's why I'm giving it its own review. Also, this will be the only other video that I can think of, other than maybe 85, I'll give its own review, of a Japanese and an English cut, but this is the only time that we will do a Japanese and an English cut on a separate week. From now on, if I review both separately, not in the same video, it'll just be in the same week. Just different days. But anyways, getting right into this movie so this review doesn't take longer than it needs to. The plot of this movie, well, it starts out with a destroyed Tokyo. Steve Martin, played by Raymond Burr, is rescued. We don't see him rescued, but we see him crushed by the rubble, and then we see him in the hospital. So this is a really good plot device that the movie uses to its advantage, is telling the movie through flashbacks. This way, our main characters, Steve Martin, our protagonist, can narrate over the events of the movie, and it wouldn't be confusing for us American audiences. It's a really good way to do this, told in a flashback point of view. So, now the flashback starts. We see Steve on a plane. He is on his way to Cairo, and he is stopping off in Japan because he's going to meet Serizawa, an old friend of his. Really interesting dynamic between Steve and Serizawa here, because the only time we ever see them interact is a phone call scene, and we never see them in person, yet we still feel a level of, oh, these two are friends. And it's just because there's some playful dialogue here. He says, Serizawa says something along the lines of, you're a better writer than a linguist, when Steve Martin tries to respond in Japanese when picking up the phone. So some playful dialogue here just shows that these two have a history, these two are friends, these two know each other. It's really good. Even though the actor playing Serizawa doesn't really have any likeness to the real Serizawa, it is kind of jarring when you compare the two, but I would assume that most viewers wouldn't pick up on that. I would assume that your average everyday moviegoer who sees this movie wouldn't notice that kind of flaw, but to someone like me and most of you Godzilla fans, it is pretty noticeable. Moving on from here, there is Steve Martin. He is pulled out of line in this airport, and he's kind of questioned about a shipwreck that went on down below his plane when he was flying, into Tokyo. So he's questioned about this. He has no idea what's going on. Then another shipwreck happens, and this starts an investigation. So Steve and this guy named Tomo, they gang up together and they investigate this mystery going on Odo Island. Here's my first major flaw with the movie, and this is entirely my fault. This is entirely the fault of I'm too familiar with the Japanese cut of this movie. When watching it, there's a scene that pops up, and listening to the Japanese dialogue and understanding enough of it to get the gist of what they're saying, it is very, very clear they're talking about Godzilla. They're talking about, Gojira. You even hear Yamane at one point say Gojira. And for people who can understand enough Japanese and who definitely can understand that word, that's not a hard word to learn for most people, for most Godzilla fans anyways. So when you hear this scene, it really does kind of take you out of the experience, but, they had to really, they did not have the kind of technology we have nowadays. They had to work with a specific set of sequences. They had to somehow, some way make it work, and they really do a good job here by splicing in American scenes and all that. Yeah, there are some mistakes here and there. There's at the very beginning, a duplicate scene of Emiko bending down near a patient. One time she bends down and nothing happens. The other time she bends down and suddenly Steve's there. So there are some flaws, but it would take someone like me, or probably you guys, who has seen the Japanese cut enough times to be able to notice these things, that we would be able to pick out this as a flaw. Most people, like I said, most general average everyday moviegoers, even just your kind of casual Godzilla fans who watch this movie, are not going to notice this. So it's not a problem unless you're just hardcore. Now, they go to Odo Island and they learn about the legend of Godzilla. Once again, here's another major problem I have with the film. This is in the dubbing job that happens, I guess you could call it dubbing, happens during the Legend of Gojira scene. When the old man is talking to the young people, he talks about Gojira, and the way they insert the word Godzilla into this scene, it just sounds like some distant, disembodied voice coming out of nowhere. It's an old man. Pretty much sounds like he has his hands cupped over his face. He's got a smoker voice. He goes, Godzilla! And then that plays twice in a row. Anytime the original old man says Gojira. So it's kind of a big noticeable thing that's going on. Even I would assume that your average everyday moviegoer would at least notice that. That is a big flaw. But once again, they did not have tons of stuff to work with here. It was a very cookie cutter film. They couldn't do crazy things with it, even though I think they accomplished a whole lot more than they thought was possible, more than I would think would be possible. They accomplished it in such a short time span. But there are some, like I said, there are some major flaws with this movie, and I'm not here to crap on this movie because, like I said, I love this film. So moving on from this, the typhoon hits at this point. Yamane's investigation starts at Odo Island. Then Godzilla shows up. We hear the ringing of the bell. This is an interesting difference that they made for the English dub, where Tomo tells Steve that it's safer on the hill. Whereas in the Japanese cut, they're all running up the hill in order to combat the creature. They have no idea that it's Godzilla. They have no idea how big he is. So they're all running up the hill with spears and weapons to fight him. And then when they get there, they see just what he is. In this version, they're running up the hill to take Sanctuary, which is kind of a little bit different. Even though they're still carrying the weapons and all that stuff. So now Godzilla's revealed, and we cut away to the press conference thing. Well, you don't cut. It's not like a G14 kind of drastic, just out of nowhere, cut away from the thing you want to see. But after Godzilla goes back into the ocean, we cut to the press conference where Yamane reveals his findings of Godzilla. Now we see that in this version, Yamane makes the mistake of saying Godzilla's 400 feet. Godzilla's not 400 feet. I hate to break it to you, because something that I've seen a lot of my YouTube videos recently is that a lot of people have the misconception that Godzilla is actually 400 feet in this cut, and that means he's like 1,000 feet in Shin Gojira, because that's the biggest Godzilla to date. That is not the case. Shin Gojira just barely clocks in over 400 feet, so that's the biggest Godzilla. This Godzilla was roughly like 120-ish to 150-ish feet. He was not as big as that cut. It's just a dubbing mistake that's been very misinterpreted over the years. Lots of people took it like it was real, like that's what we were supposed to believe in the movie, even though there's no way the buildings in Tokyo in 1954 would be 400 feet. That just isn't a thing that they could do. Also, if you listen, I think Dr. Yamane at one point says like the Jurassic period was 2,000 years ago, which that's also not true. Or he says something along those lines where it's just a crazy wrong number for how long ago the Jurassic period was. So there are some mistakes in here, even though that was a mistake of the original cut. There are some mistakes in here. Don't take that press conference word for word for those of you who watch this film. It's not accurate. Now, there's another mix-up here. I know I'm bringing up quite a bit of flaws, but these are all just the notes that I took down when watching the movie. There's another mix-up here. This one's less noticeable, but there's when Dr. Serizawa reveals the Oxygen Destroyer to Emiko, before we see the Oxygen Destroyer actually being used, when it detonates in the water, she screams. We don't see the fish tank at this scene. She runs out into the hall. She's crying. There's this weird dubbing mix-up, super odd, where they got two different people to do the voices of the characters Serizawa and Emiko. Because originally the movie's filmed, this is another kind of mistake, but like I said, they didn't have much to work with here. This is another mistake of the movie. They had three dubbing voice actors. They had an old man, a young man, and a woman. For whatever reason, this one scene, only this one scene, uses different voices, and it really does take me out of the experience, but most people aren't going to recognize that. I watched this movie with my dad when I was taking notes on it for this review. He didn't notice that, it was just me, so there's some things in there like that, but for whatever reason, I don't know why that happened, but it did. So from here, the depth charge attack happens on Godzilla, and he's presumed dead. All of a sudden he shows back up. Tokyo assault on the Tokyo Bay takes place. This is where Steve kind of takes a back seat in the plot. A little bit later, after all the Japanese stuff, if you want to know more about that, go back and watch episode 1 of Godzilla-Thon, the Japanese cut. In this cut, Steve takes a back seat, the Japanese stuff plays out how we know it, and then Godzilla's attack on Tokyo happens. That really amazing, really well put together, it's just a beautiful attack scene happens. I love that part in this movie, I love that part in the original movie. It's probably one of my top 5 favorite Godzilla destruction scenes of all times. It really, really is cool. Now, Steve is injured in the attack. He's reporting back to American News Company, and he just happens to get caught in the crossfire. Some rubble crushes him, and Godzilla moves on. So Steve is basically taken out of the story at this point. He's injured, he's in the hospital. He does give Emiko a little bit of a push to go talk to Serizawa with Ogata about the Oxygen Destroyer being used, which, as we all know, Emiko and Ogata do. They go see Serizawa about the Oxygen Destroyer, a little bit of a fight breaks out. Then Serizawa goes and kills Godzilla and takes his life at the same time. there's some interesting differences here in this final scene, in these final scenes here. So Serizawa has a different monologue instead of bombs versus bombs, missiles versus missiles, now a new super weapon to throw in the mix. He has a different monologue at this scene. It's not as memorable. I don't like it as much. If you guys watch the King of the Monsters subtitled, or no, not subtitled, what do you call it? Commentary review of this movie that's on the DVD with Ed Godzilla, or however he says his last name, however it's pronounced, Godzilla, or something like that. If you watch that one, he does actually prefer this monologue, which is very interesting to me. I like the original one a lot. It sums up the allegory of the movie really, really well, and I don't think this one does. Also, Serizawa's sacrifice comes out of nowhere, because in the Japanese cut, he hints at it multiple times, saying, if the action destroyer is used, I will have to die. And in this cut, he never says that, so when he uses the action destroyer, he kills himself right there, out of nowhere, completely takes the American audience completely off guard, makes it so much, I want to say, more tragic that he has to die. And they don't really explain it. From what I remember, they don't really give a great reason. They never go in depth with it like they do in the Japanese cut. So it really just does leave more of an emotional impact on the viewer. Now, me personally, like I said, I prefer the Japanese cut. I prefer everything they do more than I prefer this one. Once again, not to say that I don't like this cut. I love this movie. But I do prefer the Japanese cut when he hints at it and she still makes him, because that adds even more tragedy to him. Not to the movie, not to the viewer, but to him. Because at this point, he's hinted at it so many times, and Ogata and Emiko still want him to use the action destroyer. They still want him to do this, even though he's made it very clear he's going to pay the price. And at the end of the movie, he pays the price. So I prefer the Japanese cut, but, you know, Ed Godzilla prefers some of the American things. He also, I think, prefers the coming out of nowhere, coming out of left field kind of aspect of Serizawa's sacrifice in this movie as well, just based off his commentary. I didn't ask him personally, but just based off what I gathered from the way he was talking about it. Now, interesting other little detail here, Hagiwara, the reporter from the Japanese cut, his story was entirely cut. In replacement for Steve's story, every reporting scene, every journalist scene was replaced with Steve. There is one scene of Hagiwara getting out of a helicopter and then interviewing one man, but Steve's narration makes it seem like that he's this police agent instead of a reporter. Also, there's another kind of weird mess up here where Steve's narration over Shinkichi's landing on Odo Island, he says his visit isn't long, and then it looks like Shinkichi dies. Then at the same time, I think 5 minutes later, we see Shinkichi in his house get killed by Godzilla. So we see the same person die twice in this movie. It's a weird mistake. I don't know why they had that in there, or I don't know if it's just most people interpret that wrong. I certainly did. As a little kid, I thought Shinkichi died there. When I watched the Japanese cut, I was blown away that he showed back up in the movie. And it's the same thing in the American cut. I just never realized it. I never noticed. Some filming aspects of this one, some mess-ups here. The American scenes are too crisp. If you watch it, you can tell there's 3 different things that are used to film this movie. Number 1, the American footage was filmed on a much crisper, much newer, much nicer camera than the Japanese footage. The Japanese footage, although not bad, just doesn't hold up to the American footage. There's a quality gap. At the same time, there's some military scenes, some actual real-life stock footage, like the depth charge scenes. Those were filmed on a completely different camera, like a decade earlier, and it's so noticeable. It is just, there's 3 different cameras used, and all 3 of them, if you pay attention, is just such a jarring change. It really takes me out of the experience. And that's really the encapsulation of my problems with this film. The older I get, the more I appreciate film, the more I pay attention to movies, the more I criticize movies, the more I realize the mistakes. But at the same time, the more I love the movies. Seeing these mistakes, seeing the wire holding up Godzilla's tail when he swings past the building. in some cases, like when CG is really bad, aka Reptilian, the Youngary remake, or Zilla 98 in some instances of that movie, when the CG's bad, or like when they do really bad superimposing in older movies, that really takes me out of the experience in a bad way. This one, it's kind of like, because I have such a level of nostalgia for this movie, I appreciate it more because I realize this was made by people. This was made by just people who wanted to do something very ambitious and succeeded. They really did succeed. So that's really why I like this movie. The way I do, the nostalgia, all this stuff, and even how the mistakes play into me loving this movie. Now, moving on to the characters. Number 1, Steve Martin, played by Raymond Burr. He's an amazing character. That's the real only reason to watch King of the Monsters. If you're debating, like, what should I watch, King of the Monsters or Gojira? Take Gojira. It's a much better film. If you're like, but I want a really good protagonist that I can relate to, take King of the Monsters, because, not to get not to be political here, but he is an American, and therefore Americans or English viewers are going to gravitate towards him more, they're going to relate towards him more, that kind of thing. So if you want to see, specifically if you just want to see Burr being awesome, go watch this movie. Not that he does like anything really, really cool, but he's a great actor, I really like it. Now, here's a flaw with the fact that it's a dubbed slash, no, it's not all dubbed. I can't really call it a dubbed film because they didn't dub most of it. They used narration over most of it to explain what's going on. But the dubbing really takes away from actors like Akihiro Hirata. His performance as Serizawa is taken away from Akira Takarada. His Ogata, his performance is taken away from Moko Koichi. Her performance is taken away from as Emiko. Takashi Samura, his is definitely lacking in Yamane, especially because the voice actor they have for Yamane, his voice is like much higher pitch, much more annoying to listen to, and that's the thing. When you dub a film, you lose the original performance. That's the big problem with dubbed films. This isn't just a problem with King of the Monsters, this is a problem with every Godzilla film to have ever come out, other than the exception of the American movies, or I guess I should say English cuts, and the Shin Gojira, which, from my understanding at the time of filming, is a subtitled movie because I don't think they're going to dub it. But those are the only exceptions. Other than that, if you're watching the English cuts or whatever, the cuts that were released in America, you will be lacking the original performances, which most of the time in Godzilla movies are so much better. So much better. Especially in this one. Now, the one oddball character in this one, Tomo. I like this character. It's not like he's a bad actor or anything, but he's obscure. Like, they don't use him to their advantage. He disappears at one point in the film and then never shows back up. And the actor isn't even credited on IMDb. I couldn't find his credit anywhere on IMDb. Maybe that's just me being a bad researcher. Maybe Tomo is not his real name, and either I made that up or Steve Martin did, and he says a different name for himself. I didn't find him on IMDb, that's the point. I couldn't find his name, I couldn't find anything on him, so it's weird. Now, the only other character here is Godzilla. He has the same characterization as he does in Gojira, go figure. I mean, it's not like they could have filmed any new scenes with him, so they couldn't have added anything, but it's cool to see him in this movie. It's cool to see him in any movie, honestly. It's cool to see all the Japanese footage spliced in here of the destruction scenes, all that stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Godzilla's not the same Godzilla as we all know and love. It's not like he's the sympathetic dinosaur who turned into a nuclear abomination, or the weird three-formed creature that runs on land and then turns into Godzilla, or, your just standard Godzilla. He's not that. He's just a nuclear bomb walking. He doesn't even have the classic roar. And actually, I do prefer the 54 roar to some of the later roars we get. Of course, I would prefer the Heisei roar overall, because, that's his standard roar. We'll get into that later in a much further down the road review. But I do prefer the 54 roar over a lot of the roars. And I know the Showa roar is classic. It's untouchable. This one is too. I really do like this one. Now, we are kind of coming to a pretty good close-up here. We just have the background here. So, the background of this film, alright, it's really important if you know it in order to appreciate this movie in full. So Japanese films were on the rise. They were getting pretty popular with some great classics coming out, and people thought they could make a market off that, which is why this movie came out in the way it did, was because they wanted to release this movie in America because, it's Godzilla, and it's a giant monster movie that's pretty much unlike anything they'd ever seen before, and they wanted to capitalize on that. So, because of the rising popularity of Japanese films and all this stuff, they wanted to take it, they wanted to dub it, they wanted to do all this stuff. Now, they didn't have a big budget for this movie, and they didn't have a lot of shooting time. So, people are shot like the Japanese actors. Whenever we see them face to face with an American actor, we see them from the back. We also see them from the side with things obscuring their face, because it wasn't the Japanese actors, they had to get a stand-in. They use duplicate sets, which is pretty amazing. I would have never guessed that they use duplicate sets. I would have just thought that they use like real places, real rooms, or whatever. They use a sound studio, duplicate sets. They reuse things all the time, and it really works. Like, you wouldn't be able to tell that well. I certainly didn't. Now, the way this movie was found is because Edmund Goldman found Godzilla after being a Japanese war prisoner, and he found the movie. He got Terry Moore to direct the movie. Now, Terry Moore did some touch-ups to the movie, like we talked about. He changed everything. He added American actors, Raymond Burr. The high-tension wire storyline was reworked so that he could fit it into more of a realistic take on it, like more understandable. Because in the Japanese cut, they build the high-tension wires, which that's not a thing that you could do. And they build it in such a short time, and Godzilla just conveniently shows up there. Now in the Japanese cut, now in the English cut, sorry, the high tension wires were already there. They were already in place, and that's why when Godzilla shows up, they're there. So he made some pretty good touch-ups to the movie. He made it much more relatable for an American viewer or an English viewer. He just really did a good job at, I guess you could say, westernizing the film. Now, here's an interesting thing about when Edmund Goldman found Godzilla. That's exactly what he found. He found Godzilla. He didn't find Gojira, he found Godzilla. The Japanese created the name Godzilla. Now, a lot of people would give the credit to Americans translating it from Japanese to English, or something along those lines. Now, it was the Japanese. They created the name. Also, they use the name in Shin Gojira, so it's kind of interesting. Well, they don't use it all the time, but, the American ambassador says it, or the woman, whatever she is. Now, the most famous line of this movie, I honestly had no idea was only in this movie. I would have assumed this one came from the Japanese cut, and this was what I was talking about earlier. Ogata's speech with Serizawa, and Serizawa's monologue with him about bombs versus bombs, missiles versus missiles. What he says in this cut, Ogata says, is you have your fears, which might become a reality, and you have Godzilla, which is a reality. That's like the most famous line of this movie. I assumed that one came from the Japanese guy. I had no idea that was made up for this movie until I heard the commentary. Also, another interesting thing about that is that's the line that Ed Godziszewski prefers. He said he prefers that line over the original, which I don't. I really do like Serizawa's. It's a much better encapsulation of the allegory, but this one does really strike a chord with the monster movie. You have your fears, which might become a reality. You have Godzilla, which is a reality. It's a cool line. It's probably the best line of the movie, but I still do prefer the Japanese one. Now, in terms of allegory, it's still sprinkled in there. You can still, if you're familiar, you know that it's an allegory on the fire raids of Tokyo, which killed more people than the nuclear bombs and the nuclear bombs. It's an allegory on that. It's not gone. They just cut out any direct reference to it. They still do reference Godzilla as an atomic creature, but they don't go in depth with it. So the allegory's mostly gone, but it's still somewhat here, so you can't fault the movie. It does take away a level of complexity from the movie, and I don't think they had a political agenda in place here. I just think they were doing it just to make a monster movie, not a deep-thinking, psychological film, which is what the original was. They were trying to dumb it down so that people would enjoy it. Pretty much Hollywood's standard thing. They're going to dumb down a movie so that people will enjoy it. Good job, Hollywood. And that's that's Godzilla King of the Monsters, guys. In conclusion, I really do love this movie. I really like the Japanese cut more, but I love this movie. I will put it in and watch it on like just random times, just because. Once again, I'll do that more often with the Japanese cut, more often with a movie we'll talk about in 2 weeks, but I really do like this movie. It's not like I don't like it. I have a huge level of nostalgia for it, and anytime I hear like a review where people are just crapping on it because it's not the Japanese cut, it makes me so mad, because it's not trying to be the Japanese cut. It's trying to be its own thing, and people don't give it credit for that, which is a little bit sad. So, overall, guys, I would definitely give this movie a huge 4.5 out of 5 stars. Go check it out. I know I did talk high praise on this movie, higher than you might expect for a 4.5 out of 5. But you'd think I'd give it a 5 out of 5, but that's reserved for the original and a movie we'll talk about in 2 weeks. So, thank you guys all for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. See you guys next week for the worst Godzilla movie that we'll talk about in a while. Godzilla Raids Again. See you guys there. D-Man out. Welcome, everybody, to the third week of Godzilla-Thon. This week, we're going to be taking a look at what might be my least favorite Godzilla film ever, and that movie is Godzilla Raids Again. Now, before we begin here, I just want to give 2 quick disclaimers. Number 1, this video probably won't be as long and definitely won't be as in-depth as the last few, and as the next future ones will be. And that leads us into number 2, which is, the reason for that is because I honestly really do hate this movie. I can't bear to watch it, and I had to sit down. I was going to even skip it. I was just going to, look up like a plot synopsis, watch a review of it, because I've seen the movie before. I really did not want to watch this movie, but it's a sacrifice I had to make for Godzilla-Thon, and I made it. So, I really just didn't want to deal with watching this movie 2 times in a row. And what I mean by that is I didn't want to have to watch the movie, take notes on it, and then watch the movie with audio commentary and take notes on the background of the movie. That's just, I was not going to do that. And I've done that for the past 2, and for the future ones that I have the capability of doing that for, I will continue to do that. Otherwise, I will just look up some background info on the movie. But I know enough of the background on this movie, and I did not want to deal with an in-depth, audio commentary kind of thing, because that would involve me having to sit down and watch the movie for a second time in a row, and I had to do that anyways because the English cut, the American cut, is a whole lot different. And I guess that's kind of a third disclaimer right here. This video will only be talking about the Japanese cut. I have decided that because Godzilla-Thon won't run for the time span that I wanted it to, there's just not enough Godzilla movies, I'm actually going to be chopping this one up into 2 parts. So this week, you are going to be getting Godzilla Raids Again. Next week, you're going to be getting Gigantis the Fire Monster. And I have a bit more to say on that movie because I've seen it more, I grew up with it more. But that one also won't be too long, too in-depth like the previous videos have been. Because I think my Godzilla 54 review was about an hour, and I believe my King of the Monsters review was about 30 minutes. And I just don't see this video being that long. So, let's get into the plot, shall we? After that disclaimer of, I honestly do hate this movie, and I know hate's a strong word. This is probably the only Godzilla movie I can say that I hate. That's probably, I could make an argument for why I would hate Sea Monster, and I could make an argument for why I would hate Megalon, but honestly, this is the bottom of my list. This is even down there below 98 movie. So let's get into this review. So sorry for all of you Godzilla Raids Again lovers out there. I'm not one of you. Now, the plot of this movie is actually pretty dang simple, pretty straightforward. Nothing really crazy happens in it. It's not a groundbreaking movie. Surprise, surprise. There's no depth to it. It is just a very on-the-surface kind of movie. And here is the general plot description. So, We have Takashi. He is a pilot who flies around the ocean, spots fish, calls it in. Fishing boats will come out, collect the fish. He goes, finds another school of fish, does the same thing, repeat, repeat, repeat. That's his job. He's just a fish spotter. I really don't know what the real term is, but I'm going to call him a fish spotter. So, he's a fish spotter. The girl who he reports to, her name is Hidemi. He's actually engaged to her. She is one of the also only crucial characters to this plot. And I wouldn't even say she's that crucial. And then we have Kobayashi. He is a friend of Takashi. And he's also a fish spotter. So, the movie starts out with Takashi and Kobayashi flying around the ocean, and then all of a sudden Kobayashi's plane has some problems and he winds up crashing. So Takashi looks for him a little bit, and then he finds him on an island. The interesting thing to note here, when Takashi is searching for Kobayashi, it's silent. The movie is silent. We have some special effects, which is just the plane, but there's no music. There's no dialogue. It's just silence. And that's something that this movie really, really has going against it. It is just too quiet. And we'll talk about that later when we get into the music score, but it is just unbearable amounts of silence happen in this movie for no good reason. And I guess you could say that adds sort of a real feel to it, like a realistic, you're in the world kind of feel, because, you know, when you're in the world, you don't have music playing with you constantly, because, unless you got, like, an iPod, but they didn't have those back then, but, you know, you're not going to have, like, you don't have a soundtrack playing your life. So I guess you could say this is a little bit more, I guess, real world in that aspect, but this movie, man, it just really works against it. It makes it very boring to watch. Now, Kobayashi is found on an island, and Takashi and him have some, like, playful dialogue or whatever, where he's like, "Oh, so you mean those girls saved me? I guess I better be nice to them from now on, because they spotted him, or because they called it in, and that's how he was able to be found, was, yeah." Now, on this island, after this, they wrap up Kobayashi's arm, and he's alright. He didn't get too injured from the plane crash, but his plane is dead, and so they're sitting there for a little while. But on this island, all of a sudden, you just hear two massive creatures up above them, and they look up through this cavern, and they see Godzilla and Anguirus. Yes, Anguirus, for those of you who don't know, is Godzilla's actual first enemy. The first enemy he ever fought in the year 1955. I forgot to introduce that at the beginning, sorry. But, so, Anguirus is here, and they have a little, like, brawl, I guess you could say. They kind of just slap each other around. And then Godzilla, I think, grabs Anguirus, or Anguirus, yeah, it had to be Godzilla. Grabs Anguirus, and then the two plummet into the ocean, and then they're gone for quite a while of the plot. So, we're going to kind of skip over some of this stuff, because a lot of it is filler, but I love, one of the things I can say I love about this movie is these next two little bits. Number one, when they look up, they instantly recognize Godzilla. And you would, because in 1955, 1 year after Godzilla just destroyed Tokyo, you would know what he looks like. He would be everywhere. It would be a huge thing in the whole world, not just Japan, but especially Japan. And these two people who come from Osaka, they're, you know, in Japan, they're in close proximity with Tokyo, and so they would have been affected by this as well. You know, we don't get into it, but there would be some economic struggles going on with Japan. There would all this stuff be going on because, you know, they'd have to rebuild, and you know, just it'd be just like a natural disaster happened. But, you know, we don't get too much into that because this movie is very dull, sadly. So I love the fact that they recognize Godzilla instantly, and I love it. They look up, and it's Godzilla. And, you know, then Anguirus is there, and they have no idea what he is. So they actually go to find out what's going on. So they're in this meeting, and surprise cameo by Dr. Yamane. And this is another thing that I really love. I'm so glad that they got him back. even if it is just a cameo role, because he really is the best actor in this movie. I mean, we feel the weight, we feel the emotion when he's on screen because he can bring it. He was in Godzilla. He knows how to act, and not to say that the main cast of this movie is bad actors, but I guess I could say I have a bigger, like a stronger connection to him because I have experienced, the whole Godzilla with him however many times. So he's the character I'm most invested in, even if he is only in one scene of this movie. And his scene is basically him just sitting there. He confirms that, yeah, this sounds like what you guys saw was Godzilla. He says, you're not going to be able to kill it. No oxygen destroyer this time. We're pretty much doomed. And I love that. And then he shows some stock footage from the 54 movie. No telling on how they got that footage, but they play it anyways. And then Kobayashi and Takashi actually look through like a dinosaur book, and they're trying to find what sort of monster was out there fighting Godzilla. They identify it as an Ankylosaurus. Now, the real Ankylosauruses don't look like this at all, really. But it's okay because they drop that name and they just refer to him as Ankylus. That's what they call him in the movie. The more common pronunciation that they use, kind of from, I believe, Anguirus' next time showing up would be Destroy All Monsters? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think it's Destroy All Monsters. We'll get there, whatever Godzilla-Thon he shows back up. But I believe from the next time he shows up all the way to the end, which is Final Wars, they refer to him as Anguirus. So, yeah, Ankylus is kind of what they call him in this movie. Now, it's just a pronunciation issue. So, they identify him as an Ankylosaurus. They just call him Ankylus. He was another giant monster that was back in Godzilla's times. He actually had some rivalries with Godzilla, so they claim, because the species would be instant, like, enemies or whatever for one reason or another. If you want to take a look at the 2014 movie and then try and use that logic to explain this, you could say they're both alpha predators, so of course they'd be fighting each other. It's dominance. It's like just like animals. One would be asserting dominance, and as we see later on, who wins that fight, even though you guys could already tell. So now we have this big, huge montage kind of thing where they're looking for the kaiju. They have planes flying everywhere. I believe they have boats driving around. And if you guys could tell, I am a little bit not as organized, not as, I guess you could say aware of what happens in the movie, because I'm going to be 100% honest. I, first of all, fell asleep while watching it. Second of all, I couldn't watch this in one go. I couldn't. I got so bored. Like I said, this is my least favorite Godzilla film. I got so bored watching it, I turned it off. I was even drawing pictures during this one instead of, watching it as in-depth as I should have been. I apologize for that, but you guys gotta understand I really don't like this movie. Now, so there's this big montage. They're looking for the kaiju, and then we get a lot of filler. But the filler doesn't last too long, luckily, not at this point anyways. But the filler doesn't last too long. All of a sudden, Godzilla appears, and he heads up towards Osaka. Now, they use the advice that Yamane gave them, which I love this little bit of information that Yamane gives them is, Godzilla will be affected by light. You can use light to lure him away, because it reminds him of the H-bomb that turned him into Godzilla. So it's a little bit of that tragic feel that we got from the original, even though that's not really made, very forefront in the movie. But they use this nationwide blackout kind of thing that goes on, so all the city is dark. We saw that done a lot better in War of the Gargantuas. And then they have flares. They have planes that drop flares flying overhead of Godzilla, and the flares lead Godzilla away. Now, when Godzilla is turning away, this is another little reference that I love, is when Godzilla is turning away, his tail swipes down a lighthouse. It knocks over a lighthouse, which we can look back to Kayama's original story for Gojira, and in that, it was going to be a lot like Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. If you want to know more on that, watch Godzilla-Thon Episode 1. But in that, it was going to be more like Beast of 20,000 Fathoms. He was going to come up on land, destroy a lighthouse, go on a little raid. So I love this reference because it's a double reference right here. It is a reference to Beast of 20,000 Fathoms, and I feel like it's gotta be a reference to the original, story for Godzilla, because that can't be a coincidence that when they made this movie they were like, we'll just put a lighthouse there because he's gonna knock something over. They had to be like, alright, we'll put this here because it is a throwback to the original story, which is a throwback to Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Or at least that's how I see it. But I love that little part, and then Godzilla heads off into the ocean. Now the movie takes a super weird turn. I mean, really, really weird. So when Godzilla knocks over this lighthouse, all of a sudden we get this random subplot. We're just torn from the A story, thrown into this, I don't even want to call it a B story because it goes absolutely nowhere. We're thrown into this prison bus. Now, I think the English cut, the American dub, does this a whole lot better. But in this one, because, the score was so underutilized, it's just silence. You see the prisoners sitting there, they're plotting because they're being evacuated because Godzilla's in town. And as they're driving away, they're all sitting in this car. They stage like a riot kind of thing, I guess you could say. They kill one of the guards, and then they run away. So there's this prison bus, all the guys escape, everyone's running away. Three of the dudes, the Three Stooges, I guess, because they have terrible luck, they get into this car, drive away. As they're driving, for one reason or another, I've watched this scene multiple times trying to figure out why it happened. It's not really, there's like no reason for it, it's just plot convenience. They crash straight into an oil refinery. Everything explodes. Huge fire. Godzilla's turned right back to the city. Now, because Godzilla's head back to the city, everyone's freaking out. But because they were trying to lure him away, they set off flares. The flares attracted Anguirus. I like that one too. I like how that's how he gets there. That one's a little bit more believable than three people trying to escape prison for one reason or another drive straight into an oil refinery. But I like how Anguirus shows up. And then there's the worst kaiju fight I've seen. Pretty much. And I get it. You can't really judge. It's the first kaiju fight ever. But at the same time, how come they did it so well in the original? We'll talk about that later. They did the kaiju scene so well with Godzilla in the original, and then this movie really does not do them at all well. It really does suck when the kaiju scenes are on. And I know, I'm being super harsh on this movie. It's kind of unwarranted because, this is the second Godzilla movie. I guess the first kaiju fight movie, so you could say they don't have the formula down. Whatever your excuse is, I'm hard on this movie because I don't like it. That's, honestly, it's biased, I get it, but I don't like this movie. Now, so the worst kaiju fight ever happens, okay? So Godzilla and Anguirus are duking it out, they're beating each other, they're beating the crap out of each other for no good reason. Anguirus knocking Godzilla down. There's a cool scene when Anguirus, I think he bites Godzilla in the neck, and then Godzilla uses atomic breath, and it destroys the whole city behind him. That scene's pretty cool, even though the Anguirus head puppet, waves its head really weird. But I do like that scene, it's pretty cool. Now, what's going on here is suddenly, somehow, some freaking way, the three surviving prisoners who crashed into an oil refinery and blew up somehow aren't dead. They somehow are, up and running. They run down into this subway system, and then finally fate catches up to them. I think it's Godzilla steps into the subway system and unleashes a flood on them, I believe. A flood, and they wind up dying from the water. They get killed. So that's when they die. Now the tooth and claw fight continues, and Godzilla bites Anguirus in the neck and kills him. Yeah, they killed Anguirus, or Anguirus. They kill him off in this movie. And you'd think, that's a good point to, have Godzilla return to the sea and the movie. Too bad we're not far into the movie and we have about, I think, 30 minutes to an hour of filler. Now, I know it can't be 30 minutes, it can't be an hour of filler because, an hour takes us to the end of the movie. But it feels like they kill off Anguirus in the first 40 minutes, or yeah, probably the first 40 minutes. Then I think we do get about 30 minutes of downtime before the final battle with Godzilla, and it's terrible. Now, once again, you could say, hey, it's the first kaiju fight ever. You can't be that hard on them. Other movies have happened. Other big action fight movies, big action, yeah, kaiju, whatever you want to say. Beast of 20,000 Fathoms saved that to the end. Saved this big action moment till the end. This was the big action moment for the movie, and they wasted it right away. And the comparison multiple people have made is Frankenstein vs. the Wolfman saves the fight till the end. This one saves it until like 40 minutes into the movie, and it's already over at that point. Now, luckily, because when filming this movie, I don't know why it happened. I don't know who was responsible. It could have been Subaraya, which if it was, I feel bad because, you know, he's really good at effects in the first movie and all the ones that he does to come, but they undercranked the camera. The way they made the kaiju scenes in Gojira look good was that they overcranked the camera. That way when they played it back, it looked like Godzilla was moving super slow. Now with this movie, they undercranked the camera, which is why it looks so cheap and fake. Now, here's my proposal to someone out there on the internet. Take this fight, because I'm not going to do it, I'm going to get a copyright strike maybe. Take this fight, slow it down, and then post it online. I want to see the slowed down version of this fight the way it was meant to happen. Because yeah, it was a mistake that they undercranked the camera. It was not supposed to happen that way, it just did. Now, I want to see how it was originally supposed to go. I do want to see it slowed down. I think that'd be pretty cool to see, you know, the two giants fighting instead of like two sock puppets beating each other. But that's just an idea. Now, we get a whole lot of filler. Just Kobayashi's engaged now. Everyone's getting drunk, having a great time, just happy-go-lucky moments. Everyone's joking around with each other. No one really cares that there's a dead Anguirus. No one really cares that there's just cities destroyed. No one really cares about Osaka because, you know, we have to get on with the fun time. So we really do spend, I think, like 1 or 2 minutes on them going, oh, thank God you're alive. It was such a terrible experience. And then we move straight on to, hey, I'm engaged. Let's go get drunk. And, yeah, so then there's a lot of just BS here. Moving on, skipping past all that because it's not worth talking about. Because, honestly, the characters aren't well enough developed to care about them. Now, Godzilla is spotted on an icy island. It's never made clear what island this is, but I'm going to just refer to it as the Big Iceberg, because as we see in the next movie, it truly is just a big iceberg after it melts. But, okay, so here's what happens. They spot Godzilla on this island, and then we take quite a while. There's like this military march that comes on, one of 2 songs I think used in this movie. It's a good song. We get all this stuff going on, action's ramping up, and then it kind of goes nowhere because they try and shoot Godzilla with missiles, and nothing happens. He just tanks it, you know, because he's Godzilla. Nothing happens there. Then Kobayashi dies, and then for whatever reason we cut back to filler, so Kobayashi is killed. Yeah, it's almost, you could say, a heroic sacrifice, because his plane crashes into the side of a mountain, pouring down tons of ice on Godzilla. It's an avalanche. Godzilla's nearly buried. He gets out, and then for whatever reason we're introduced to a love triangle subplot after Kobayashi's dead, the love triangle involving Kobayashi. Why they chose to do this was very clear. It was a Gojira. They're like, hey, it worked for that movie. Emiko, Serizawa, Yamane, or Ogata, not Yamane. Jeez, that'd be weird. So Emiko, Ogata, Serizawa, that was a love triangle. It worked well. Let's throw Kobayashi, Takashi, and Hidemi into one love triangle. And you know, it doesn't work because he's dead. Okay? Just why they felt the need to do that, I have no idea. But they did it anyways. So it really doesn't work. We get some downtime there, and then they keep trying all these different plans to kill Godzilla or to just prevent him from coming back, and they all start to like fail. They all seem to start working, and then they go nowhere. They set up all these bombs everywhere. It blows up. Some foot soldiers like get the crap scared out of them from Godzilla. And then they have plain people die in the crossfire because Takashi, or if I've been pronounced his name wrong the whole time, I do apologize. I wrote it straight down from the subtitles, and I didn't really listen to how they pronounced it. I'm just gonna keep calling him Takashi. So Takashi actually comes up with the plan. Hey, Kobayashi died, but it created an avalanche. What if we create avalanches by shooting missiles into the side of the mountains? Then ice will pour down on Godzilla and he'll be stuck. And, he'll freeze, maybe to death. So they blast all the icebergs or whatever, all the mountains beside him. Huge avalanche. Godzilla's buried. Then we get some quick scenes at the end of the movie here where the human scenes are left to live out, the rest of their lives, and it's a happy ending. Really doesn't work for this movie, happy ending, because the original really didn't end on a happy ending. This one really loses the grim tone, really loses everything the original had going for it. The special effects are worse, the characters are worse, the story's worse, allegory's gone, music's worse. It really does just fail in every respect, and that is why I don't like this movie. It doesn't work. Now, let's talk about some things here. The silence. Way too much of it. The movie is so boring because of the silence. That's one reason why I really do like Gigantis more, is because Gigantis the Fire Monster actually had music in it. And yeah, it had quite a bit. Even though they had narration in it, that also filled the silence gap. And thank God they did that, because they really needed to do something to make this movie entertaining, and they added narration and different music, and it helped a lot. Even though they changed up the name and Godzilla's Roar. We'll talk about that next time, but I don't prefer this movie. If I watch Godzilla Raids Again, I will always put in Gigantis, because I don't like this movie at all. Now, the music. Good for what's there. Now, they really underutilized the composer. I believe the composer is Masaru Sato. He's the one who would later on go on to do, I believe he does Godzilla vs. Gigan. I know for a fact he does Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. There's some other ones in there that he does. Now, they really did underutilize him, because the music that's in the movie is actually pretty good. Even though you do hear the song that plays over and over again, because I think there are 2 new original songs, I guess 2 songs that play in the movie entirely, that just repeat a couple times. One of them's really slow and boring. It's like I guess you could say like an ominous feel. It's like, it's really boring. And, I mean, no offense to anyone who likes that song. I just don't like it. But the military march is pretty good. I have to say, that military march is a close second to Ifukube's Godzilla march in terms of Japanese military marches that were used in kaiju movies. It really is a close second. I really do like it. But thank God they used it multiple times, because that helped fill in some of the gap and helped make it as memorable as it is, even though I don't think anything from this movie is really that memorable. So the music is good for what's there. Now the special effects, I already talked about this. They undercrank the camera, which turns what would be good special effects into terrible special effects. That and the lighting that they use in this movie really works against it also. Gojira had a dark tone to it the whole time. This movie's more bright, more exposed, shows some of the weaknesses in it, and I really dislike it. I'm telling you, someone out there, please, take this footage of them fighting, slow it down, maybe put a darker filter over it, and it will be so much better. It honestly will, because that would clear up both the problems that I have with the special effects. Not that they look cheap, but they come off as cheap because they really screwed up with the camera. It works against this movie so much. The fight would be cool if it didn't, suck. Now, the pacing of the movie is the biggest problem with the movie. It starts out okay. We get introduced to Godzilla pretty quick in the movie, and then he disappears for a little bit. It's okay. He comes back, and that's good. Alright. He's back at 30 minutes. They're fighting at 30 minutes. Anguirus is dead at 40 minutes, and then all of a sudden we slow way down. And I don't know if the rumors are true. The movie is still a couple months out, but there have been rumors that Shin Gojira might have pacing issues. I wouldn't believe them too much, but from what I've heard, there are supposedly pacing issues. But once again, we can't really take that for the truth because the movie, I don't think anyone's seen it yet, so I don't know where these rumors are coming from. That's why I haven't talked about them in any videos or anything, but if it does, hopefully it's not like this where we get a big action scene and then all of a sudden everything just dies out for a long extended period of time before a kind of crappy payoff at the end. Hopefully that's not how it goes, but who knows. Now, the characters in this movie are okay. There's only 3 that I'm going to talk about, really. There's only 3, because there's only 3 who I find that integral to the plot. Those characters are I think I'm pronouncing his name right, Takashi. He is alright. He is like a happy dude. For whatever reason, he doesn't care when the best character dies, but he's like a happy dude, he's, I guess you could say, likable. He's just not very well developed. He's kind of on the surface, just kind of bland, honestly. And I wish they did something more with these characters. I wish they had some subplots or something that was not like random cut to prisoners. It was more like developed characters. The character development is something that this movie really lacked, even though it tried. That's when the pacing slows down. It tries, but it doesn't work. Now, Kobayashi, by far my favorite character of the movie. He's the funniest. He's the most likable. And sadly, he dies. But, my favorite character of Gojira dies, Serizawa, even though I wouldn't say that Kobayashi's sacrifice is anywhere near as close as Serizawa's. But, he's still a likable character. Hidemi, really, she's just there. She's just there to kind of help move the plot. Radios in, tells Takashi where Kobayashi is so he can go save him. Is there for a tool at the end to try and gain some extra sympathy for Kobayashi with the love triangle and all that stuff. I wouldn't say she does that much to help the movie go on. And she is the 3rd most important character of the movie. Now, my favorite character of the movie is Yamane. He has a really good cameo. I'm glad that they threw that in there, and I like how dark and just how he is the one who still carries the tone from the original, and that is lost when he's lost. Sadly, he's not in this movie really at all, but when he's on screen, you do feel like, okay, Godzilla is a threat. The world is threatened. Something needs to be done. And when he's gone, you feel like, okay, this is a cheap monster movie that I'm watching. And it really does not help the movie at all. Now, let's get into the characterization of Godzilla here, because this is the Godzilla we will stick with for the rest of the Showa series. So, Godzilla in this movie is almost the same characterization as he was in Gojira. I would say he's less angry with the world. Gojira, he, comes on land, kills everybody. This one more comes on land because he's curious, it seems like. He sees the fire, he's like, hey, what's that? He heads towards it, and he doesn't destroy anything, really. He does, in the crossfire of him and Anguirus fighting, he destroys stuff, and then he heads out into the ocean, which, the less destructive nature of this Godzilla that we will see carry over, even though he is super destructive, super awesome in Mothra vs. Godzilla. The destructive nature of Godzilla is almost lost, and that kind of helps play into the fact later on when he turns into a hero why you can buy that change. That and the fact that, Ghidorah is such a great movie. But anyways, Godzilla's characterization, he's still this kind of force of nature-esque thing. He's a walking, I wouldn't say he's a walking nuclear bomb in this movie, but he's a walking force of nature. And that's really it. He has a lot of anger towards Anguirus, and we get some sympathy with him with, them talking about how, oh, the nuclear bombs have scarred him. Look at the way he responds to light. It must remember, that kind of stuff. But, he's not as developed as he was in Gojira, which is interesting, because in Gojira, he was just a nuclear bomb. Now, Anguirus. He's also just kind of there. He shows up, and he gets into a fight with Godzilla, falls into the ocean, shows up, gets into a fight with Godzilla, and dies. He doesn't really have any characterization at all. He's also kind of a bland kaiju. All he can do is bite and scratch and claw, and he's not even used that well in this movie, considering they kill him off pretty close to the start. With a neck bite, too, of all things. Godzilla's atomic breath. Godzilla could have stomped on it. Something could have happened way cooler than just, Anguirus crawls up to him, knocks him over, then gets his neck bit out. But, if it worked for Rick Grimes, I guess it could work for Godzilla. Now, the allegory in this movie, completely lost. Only slight mention to the nuclear bomb, and it's used in the same way it's used in a B movie, to exploit people's fears of nuclear bombs, and at the same time keep it in continuity with Gojira, where it's like, hey, Godzilla was created by a nuclear bomb, this Godzilla is a new Godzilla, that's something they bring up when Yamane is there, it's a new Godzilla, it's not the same one, is also created by a nuclear bomb, and that's why he doesn't like light, that's why he's aggravated by light. Now, okay, I guess you could call that nuclear allegory. Nothing else in the movie has any sort of allegorical meanings. I wouldn't read into anything. Even the love triangle, where you could say in Gojira that's showing how Japan is changing because it's being westernized. In this movie, only thing you can draw from that is, okay, they really needed some sort of subplot to make us care. That's it. And that really is the problem with this movie. It lacks so much, and it was rushed. This is my final point for the review. This movie was so rushed in the background. It was put out 1 year later, pretty much months, maybe weeks after Gojira came out. They were like, alright, make a sequel. Honda didn't come back, Ifukube didn't come back, Nakajima came back, Kayama sort of came back. He wrote some, wrote, I guess you could, I don't know what to call it, the original screenplay, is that what you call it? No. He wrote the storyboard pretty much. He wrote the outline. And then, who else came back? Tsuburaya came back, but like I mentioned earlier, he messed up this one. He accidentally filmed too slowly. He undercranked camera, which ruins all the special effects scenes. And that's it. That's the problem. It lost its big two players. Ifukube made Gojira. Alright? I know the movie would be a masterpiece, pretty much, no matter what score. I wouldn't say that. But I know the movie is just a perfect movie, and so by taking out the music, inserting different music, it would lose quite a bit, but I wouldn't say the movie would be a ruin. I wouldn't say that it's done. But I've said this a ton of times before. Music can really make or break a movie. Go back and watch the original Jaws. Go back and watch the original Halloween. Gojira, that's a good example. Music can make or break a movie. This movie underutilized the music, breaking the movie. Now, had Ifukube come back, I guarantee they would have had so much more music in here, a lot better of music in here, even though, his King Kong vs. Godzilla score wasn't amazing, but it would have had a lot better music in here. Completely gone. That's all gone. Even though I do like Masaru Sato later, not in this movie, but later, I like what he does with the music. But Ifukube was really missed in this movie, and so was Honda. Honda was the one who pushed the subplots. Honda was the one who pushed the allegory. It's very obvious when you watch Honda movies. This movie had none of that, which is why the characters fell flat, which is why the monsters fell flat, which is why the movie falls flat. I really do think this movie fails because it doesn't have Honda. Now, not to say that I am against whoever directed this movie. I don't even know who directed this movie. That's how I'm not against him. But he messed up. He really did. This movie, the reason I hate it, I'll get into this right now. The reason I hate this movie is because I waited so long to see it, and it was such a disappointment. I waited years because I only had the VHS of Gigantis, and when I'd watch it, it says Gigantis the fire monster. They call him Gigantis. Yamane shows up, but they don't even refer to him as like the same character. Godzilla's seen in there from the 54 footage, but they call him Gigantis. All this stuff, when I was a kid, I was like, what is going on? I've seen King of the Monsters enough times to know that this is the same dude from that movie. I've seen King of the Monsters enough time to know that this is the same footage from that movie. Why does no one know what's going on here? And it took me a long time until I was older to realize, they changed up the movie because they were trying to market it as a different movie. But I was waiting this whole, like my whole life pretty much to see the Japanese cut of this movie because I expected it to be good. I expected, the original, the Gojira, blew King of the Monsters out of the water. Gojira was amazing. That movie is the best movie ever made. And I expected this movie to be pretty much on par with that. I was like, yeah, I get it. The American dub sucks. That's typical for Godzilla movies. Even as a kid, I knew that. So when I finally watched the Japanese cut, which was last year, it was the biggest disappointment, pretty much. I could not believe when I was watching it how boring it was, how dull it was, how much better the English cut was. I was so disappointed, and that's why I hate this movie. So I guess you could say, hey, I'm being biased against this movie just because I had a salty taste in my mouth when watching it. That's exactly right, This is my review. This is my opinion. My opinion is that this movie sucks. Now, I'm sorry if that offends anyone, but that's my opinion. And if you don't like it, then make your own review on it. Thank you guys all for watching. Really quick, I'll give this movie a rating. 1 out of 5. I don't recommend this. Go watch Gigantis. Just pretend they're saying Godzilla. That's what I do. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you can understand why I hate this movie. D-Man out. Hello and welcome to my re-review, or re-recording review, of the Godzilla movie known as Gigantis the Fire Monster. This was the second Godzilla movie released in America right after King of the Monsters, and it certainly is interesting. It has a pretty interesting backstory behind it also, which is actually the reason I'm redoing this recording for the review, is because the original I didn't talk about the backstory because at the time I didn't know. Now that I know, I will talk about it. So, hopefully this Gigantis review isn't too long. I know I said I didn't want the Godzilla VS Gigan review to be long, and then it wound up being 40 minutes, so who knows? Without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? So, funnily enough, this movie wasn't even billed as a Godzilla movie, which is actually a lot of the problems people seem to have with it, and that's certainly my biggest problem with it, is that it isn't a Godzilla movie. It's a movie with Godzilla in it, in everything but name and roar, kind of. So, the history behind this movie, it was released in America in 1959, and the reason it was released so late, because of course it was made in 55 in Japan, the reason it was released so late is because a company known as ABPT Productions bought the rights to the movie, but they wanted to make their own version called the Volcano Monsters. So what they did, they actually had Toho ship them the suits for the Godzilla used in the movie and Anguirus used in the movie, and they were going to create their new movie. It was going to just use the suit. It was going to be a new monster movie, completely different from Godzilla VS Gigan, but it was going to use the same suits. Now, personally, I think that was a really cool idea. Sadly, it didn't go through. Things fell through. I'm assuming the studio didn't get enough money to make the movie, so unfortunately they had to, stop production. They had to shut everything down. I'm sure they probably returned the suits to Toho. If they didn't, that would make a lot of sense as to why Toho never reused the suits, because you'd think they use them in water shots or something like that, because that's what Toho does. They don't like to get their suits dirty. or wet or whatever, so oftentimes they'll reuse suits for water shots, things like that. That way the new suits that is featured in the movie doesn't get dirty or anything like that. So it does make sense if they never did return the suits, why they've never been seen again, but who knows. So I'm actually sure there's probably an answer out there, I just don't know it. So what happened is Warner Brothers actually took over the movie. They redubbed it and then released it. They added new music to it, and they added some different dialogue. I mean, they had a narrator. They changed up some dialogue. They did all this stuff. They added new music, new roars, just all this stuff. So they really did just take the original movie and Frankenstein it almost into their own creation. And I think it works. One thing that you guys are going to find out in this review is that I actually like this movie. Now, personally, do I think it's a good Godzilla movie? No, it's a terrible Godzilla movie. But I do like it on the cheesy B-movie level. Kind of the same way I have to get into that B-movie cheese mindset in order to enjoy the Godzilla 98 film. I have to get into more of the popcorn movie, just dumb, mindless, trying to be entertainment kind of feel in order to find any sense of enjoyment in that movie. But when it comes to Godzilla Raids Again, when it comes to Gigantis the Fire Monster, they are two completely different things. Gigantis the Fire Monster is a mindless B-movie. It is just trying to exploit the fears of nuclear bombs, just trying to be a monster movie, whereas Godzilla Raids Again is trying to be a sequel to Godzilla 54, and it fails entirely because everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. If you guys want to know more on my thoughts on that, go check out Godzilla-Thon episode 3. But that's not the topic for today. So, I actually enjoy this movie because it's an entertaining movie, whereas Gigantis has music and has narration, Godzilla Raids Again has silence. And it's little things like that that turn a boring stretch of silence, a boring stretch of the movie into something good, something you want to watch. So, well, you don't necessarily want to watch this, but, you know, it's more entertaining for the viewer. So, the movie starts out very cliche for 50 movies, 50 monster movies, with some H-bomb test footage. We have some narration going over it about man's wanting to create bigger, better bombs. They talk about rocket ships going to space. They talk about pushing the boundaries of science, and soon science will push back. That is really what this movie is about, and I mean, I think it works. I think it's good for a B-movie. So, I was taken aback when watching this film for multiple reasons. Number one, because I haven't seen Godzilla Raids Again in a long time. I haven't seen Gigantis the Fire Monster, I mean. I've been watching the Japanese Cup mainly for the past 2 years. So, watching Gigantis really took me back on that level because I haven't seen it for a couple years. I haven't seen it since I was much younger. And then number two, in fact, actually, guys, the last time I have seen Gigantis the Fire Monster was in my Welcome to My Channel video from back in 2014. Was the last time I watched the English cut of this movie. And then the other reason I was taken aback is because the VHS that I watch it on, that I used to watch it on, broke sadly last year. Yeah, I do find my VHS is breaking sad. So I replaced it on DVD last year, which is when I got the Japanese cut, and I haven't watched the English cut since. And I was completely taken off guard by the new credits. I was expecting to see that grainy Gigantis the Fire Monster font come up in front of the screen, but instead I was completely caught off guard when Godzilla Raids Again popped up on screen, which at the first time when I very noticed that, the first thing I thought was, whoa, did someone go back in and redub this so it says Godzilla? But no, they did not redub it. They still say Gigantis in the movie. They were only able to, I guess, restore the titles and the opening credits, which, you know, that makes sense. They're not going to be able to go back and redub a movie from the 50s, or at least they wouldn't. It's not like they don't have the capability of it, but they wouldn't. But, you know, getting back on track with the plot, and I'm not going to go too in-depth with the plot because I talked about it for 40 minutes previous episode, but The plot of Godzilla Raids Again, Gigantis the Fire Monster, is the exact same plot of Godzilla Raids Again, the Japanese cut. It's two fishing buddies, Takashi Kobayashi, Hidemi's engaged to Takashi. Takashi and Kobayashi wind up on an island where Godzilla shows up and Geras shows up. And the movie is the exact same movie, but what makes it better is that it starts out, we get narration immediately. Right after we get the stock footage of bombs going off, we jump straight into narration, which immediately gives it, first of all, a cheesy B-movie feel, and I love it. Not that narration is like a trope of B-movies, just that the way this narration is presented gives it a very cheap B-movie feel, and I love B-movies. So we get that, and then we also get some new music, which is a huge addition to the movie. Something very, very good. Just new music. Keeps that silence out of there, keeps me engaged in the movie more. So we start out with those two things, so the movie was already off on a good start. So Takashi and Tademi are engaged. Kobayashi crashes his fishing plane. Takashi goes down to the island to help. Godzilla shows up, has a fight with Anguirus. The two plunge into the ocean. They go talk to Dr. Yamane, who explains about the first Gigantis that attacked Tokyo. I believe we see some new footage here of dinosaurs during that reel, which is kind of odd. Like, why would they throw dinosaurs in there? I have no idea. But they were talking about, like, the nuclear age. Funny enough, the 2014 plot took that pretty much word for word. Well, I guess not word for word, but beat for beat, they took the idea. So I found that kind of hilarious when watching this. I was like, oh my god, this is the plot of Godzilla 2014. I mean, think about it. When you really, really break it down, think about it. It is the plot of 2014. Something goes wrong, a monster is discovered. The characters prove the monster is real, which is in the 2014 movie, them going back to Jungjuda, going to the power plant, seeing the Muto. In this one, it is them going back and meeting with officials and confirming that they have actually seen some sort of creature, getting it proven by Yamane. And then the creatures, one of them winds up on shore. The other one shows up. There's a quick little scuffle. They both disappear for a while. That would be the Honolulu attack and the Godzilla vs. Anguirus fight. I mean, it really, really is the same movie when you really break it down to the bare essentials. I mean, all of the details are different. Every one of the details is different, but the bare plot of the movie and even Godzilla's origins in both are the same, where they're both just nuclear monsters from a more nuclear period that happen to reawaken now because they're ancient alpha predator beasts and they're defending their territory against other large predators. In Godzilla 2014, that's the Muto. In Gigantis, that's Anguirus or Anguillosaurus. Terror of the living, I think that's what he says. So really, I found that hilarious when watching this movie, how similar it is to Godzilla 2014. And I only noticed that with the English cut, too, because that origin story isn't explained in the Japanese cut. So they get this whole thing. Godzilla's called Gigantis. Even Yamane calls him Gigantis. That's what confused me as a kid. I knew Yamane from King of the Monsters, and I had no idea why he would forget what Godzilla is. Also, interesting thing, they gave Godzilla Anguirus' roar to differentiate him from the 54 monster even more. I guess the 56 monster for Americans. Which, why? I don't know. The original Godzilla roar's in there a few times, and I have to say, it's the same thing I feel when I watch Jason Goes to Hell. When Jason's on screen, you really feel it because you're deprived of him for so long in that freaking movie. And in this one, when I hear that real Godzilla roar, there is some weight to it. There is a powerful weight to it, and it is epic every time you hear it. Whereas in the Japanese cut, he always has it so you don't feel like you earn it as much as when you watch this one. That would be like if, for whatever reason, someone discovered that this is Godzilla and then they call him Godzilla through the rest of the movie. You would earn it, and it would feel so much better than just getting it straight up. Even though I would prefer him to have his original roar all through the movie, even though I'd prefer him to be called Godzilla all through the movie, you really feel like you earn it when you hear that roar because it just is epic. There's a great bass to it. It is awesome every time you hear it. That 54 roar is amazing. It is probably my favorite Godzilla roar, even more than the standard Godzilla roar. I love it. I can't wait to hear it in Shin Gojira. But, getting back to Godzilla Raids Again, or Gigantis the Fire Monster, we get the best line in Godzilla history, right up there with what's happening to our planet, and that is banana oil. This is my favorite thing of this movie. The weird dub. I have no idea why they chose to make him say this. I'm sure it was to try and make it fit the Japanese lips, but wow, it comes out of nowhere. So, the scene when Takashi and Hidemi are talking to each other about how she says something about like you're so brave now that it's so eerie and stiff. So it's the Japanese version. It's when some planes fly over that are going to combat Godzilla, who's been spotted. The two of them are talking, and she's saying, "How are you so brave? I wish I was brave like you." In this one, instead of him responding with, "I'm not brave," or anything like that he does in the Japanese cut, he just kind of looks at her and he says, "Whole banana oil." And it's like the most random, it doesn't make any sense, like, why they put it in there, but it's hilarious. I love that line. That is actually, I think, like my third video I've ever made was just me sitting there filming him saying banana oil, because it makes no sense, but, you know, I think that line's hilarious. And then Godzilla shows up. We get that prisoner drawback sub-storyline, which I actually find a lot better in this version, because we have narration over it, so it doesn't feel as out of place. It doesn't feel as, you know, slow and still, and it actually seems to work into the main story a little better. Even though it is like a really weird subplot that comes out of left field. So then we get the Godzilla vs. Anguirus fight. That one sucks. It sucks in the Japanese cut. It really sucks in this cut because Godzilla has Anguirus' roar, so you're hearing the same roar over itself, and it's really awkward. Then we get all that filler crap, when they all get drunk for whatever reason, when they're just fishing, flying planes, just garbage plot stuff. And then we get the Godzilla Island fight at the end, where Godzilla's buried, and that's the movie. So, yeah, I mean, I like it. I do. I like this movie quite a bit. And and the thing that really, really took me back, I have it here written in my notes, the thing that really amazed me with this movie, the dubbing is really, really good. And that shocks me. It is, honestly, it is some of the best dubbing for you know, early Godzilla movie I've seen. And I didn't really notice it, because when I was watching the movie, I wasn't trying to pay too much attention to the lip movements. I mean, later on in the movie, it feels like they get a little bit sloppier later in the movie, but I especially noticed it towards the beginning of the movie, that they do a really good job dubbing this movie. I mean, the lip movement lines up pretty accurately, even if they have to change lines into banana oil to get it to work. You know, they actually do a good job at getting the lips to match up, and that's something that a lot of people give Godzilla crap for, is that, oh, why would I want to sit there and watch some people who talk and then their mouth doesn't move to what they're saying in a cheesy monster movie? They do a good job in this one. To be honest, they do a really good job. I mean, it's the Heisei series. The Heisei series sucks when it comes to dubbing. That's the complete, honest truth. And I know a lot of people love the Heisei series. I love the Heisei series, but the English versions of the Heisei movies I find hard to watch because the dubbing is so god-awful. And then there are some later Showa movies that aren't as good. Even, to be honest, some early Showa movies, such as, I believe it's Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster, has one of the worst dubs in the world. We'll get to that one later, but you know, so there are hit or miss dubbing movies, but this one I think is a hit. I think for the most part in this movie, it is on point and it is good. So that's really it for Gigantis. I don't have a lot to say about this movie because it is Godzilla Raids Again, but better. And I know that might make a lot of people mad. I realize that a lot of you guys seem to actually like Gigantis, or I mean, Godzilla Raids Again, the Japanese cut, or at least you're not paying attention to my review, because a lot of you guys have mentioned on my Godzilla-Thon episode 3 in the comments section that you guys really like Godzilla Raids Again and you didn't understand why I didn't. And then I also saw a lot of confusion of people saying, yeah, I love this movie, I just don't get why they call him Gigantis. Different movies. That one I was talking about the Japanese cut, which sucks. This one I'm talking about the English cut, which isn't that bad. I would much prefer to watch the English cut. And at the end of the day, guys, whereas I give Godzilla Raids Again, I think like a 2 out of 5. I don't remember. I gave it a low rating. This one I have to give like a 3.5 out of 5. I have more childhood nostalgia for it. Even though as a child I always didn't like this movie. I thought it was kind of boring. But I like this movie a lot more than I like the Japanese cut. I feel like when I watch it, it takes me to that mindset. I'm watching a cheesy B movie. I'm going to enjoy this. It takes me to almost like the MST3K mindset, where it's like I can enjoy this movie because it is kind of laughable. It is kind of bad, but at the same time, I think it's good. So I hope you guys understand that. I mean, I know it got a little bit confusing, but I do like this movie. I do like Gigantis the Fire Monster. I don't like Godzilla Raids Again. So that does it for our review of Gigantis the Fire Monster. Luckily, it was a bit shorter this time. Tune in next time, which should be tomorrow, for the greatest movie of all times, where tomorrow we're going to be reviewing 1962's King Kong vs. Godzilla. My favorite movie ever. My first Godzilla movie. My first movie I'd ever seen. King Kong vs. Godzilla. So tune in tomorrow for that one, and then after tomorrow we'll be getting back to our weekly schedule of Godzilla-thons. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you guys understand a little bit more about where I'm coming from on this movie. D-Man out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back, and welcome to the third or whatever episode. What is this? Fifth episode of Godzilla-Thon? I've done multiple recordings of this freaking episode, as well as many other episodes, so don't be surprised if I'm a lot quicker and a lot more, to the point with this one, because I have done it before, so it's not like I'm going to have to sit here and gather my thoughts on recording like I've done previously, because I've already given my thoughts on this movie before, but like I've talked about before on this channel, all those reviews are gone, sadly, and so I have to restart and re-record them all. Now, today we are going to be talking about my favorite movie of all times, King Kong vs. Godzilla. I freaking love this movie. It's just so much fun, and I mean, why wait? Just get into the plot synopsis like usual. But, actually first, the plot that I'm going to be getting into is the US cut of this movie. I'm not going to be going into the Japanese cut because I'm not very familiar with it. Now, the US cut, we start out with this reporter named Eric Carter. He is basically our character that we cut to every once in a while because he delivers plot. He helps move the plot forward because he tells us what's going on. It's a cool plot device that they use in this version. They don't have him in the Japanese cut, so I like the addition of him. I think, whoever does the acting for him is all right. And, those scenes, sure, they add exposition, so they're necessary, and I don't really have a problem with it. I don't think it takes away from anything too much. In fact, I think it just adds to the story because it helps make the movie feel like it's still moving. Now we have our main head of business dude named Tako, and he sends Haru and Sakurai to Faro Island to look for this ancient island god. Now, Tako, or however his name is actually pronounced, is this Japanese. He's like a crazy eccentric guy. He runs this company called Pacific Pharmaceuticals. He is really jarring in this movie because this is still an early Showa movie for Godzilla, which means it's still a movie that takes itself seriously, and he is just this total goofy campy character that comes out of nowhere and is just messing about the whole movie. That really is what he does, and most people have a problem with this. Although for me, because this is my first Godzilla film as well as my favorite, and I love everything about it, and I don't even have a problem with him. A lot of people really hate this guy. I think he's fun. I like seeing him on screen. I think he's funny later on with the coin flip, and so I do like this character. I don't have a problem with him like most people do. Now, before Haru and Sakurai get sent to Faro Island, because that happens a little bit later, the idea of it's introduced here at the start. Before they get sent there, we are introduced to another subplot, which is the submarine Seahawk. Now, the submarine Seahawk is a U.S. submarine. It's a nuclear submarine that discovers an iceberg out in the north, and this iceberg is flashing different lights, and there's noise coming from it, radiation coming from it. They're all confused about what this is. They wind up crashing into it. They spew out some distress signals, and then the roof of that submarine gets set on fire. Well, this scene used to freak me out as a kid. I used to love this so much because it was the introduction of Godzilla. This was when he was starting to show up into the plot. You hear his roar. It's clearly him who sets the sub on fire. And that just used to terrify me. Like, what if I was in a submarine? I get stuck somewhere. Now Godzilla's going to kill me. I'm screwed. Although I've only been in a submarine once, so it's not like that's a common thing that's going to happen to me. I still used to be terrified of it. So I find that kind of funny. That's just a little insight on me as a kid. Now we are introduced to a new character, Fujita, and he has some invisible super wire. Now this super wire is used for his company in some sort of way, shape, or form. I don't quite remember the excuse they make up for having it, but this wire does come back later in the plot, so just remember that. Now, Haru and Sakurai actually are now sent to Faro Island. So the submarine Seahawk is completely gone, and a helicopter flies over. Now there's two people in the helicopter. They look out and they see Godzilla digging his way out of this iceberg. That's awesome. I mean, it is such a cool way for this movie to connect back to Godzilla Raids Again. Now, I know the English cuts of Godzilla Raids Again is Gigantis the Fire Monster, and the English cut of King Kong vs. Godzilla makes no reference to that movie. But if you're not an idiot, or if you're not an idiot and you're familiar with the other Godzilla films, or you watch the Japanese cut of this movie, it is explained that, yeah, that is Godzilla from Godzilla Raids Again. He was blown up into this ice castle, pretty much. He was completely engulfed in ice, and now it just has melted to the point where he got out. So I think this scene's really cool with him digging through, and then we cut to Godzilla coming on land in one of the coolest destruction scenes from the movie. Probably my favorite Godzilla scene in the movie, maybe even more than the King Kong vs. Godzilla fight later on, just because I think it's really well done. I think it's awesome. Godzilla comes on land in the north of Japan, and it is like this icy community. You get tanks firing at him. It's a really cool tank assault. He raids this military base, essentially. There's a great shot of his tail swinging over a guard tower. The tail actually slaps the guard tower and knocks the top half off. I think this whole scene is absolutely awesome. I don't know why. I really like it because Godzilla's awesome. That's the simplest way to put it. Godzilla's awesome, and this helps show off how cool he is. This is one of the first major assaults we see Godzilla ever do. Other than the 54 movie, he didn't really have that major of an assault in Godzilla Raids Again. So this is one of our first big tank battles that we have with Godzilla, and I think it was really well done. Special effects are pretty good. The tanks look really fake, but you can't discredit them for that. This was their first attempt in color at that, so I don't know. I think this scene's really good. Godzilla sets everything on fire with his atomic breath, and then we cut to Faro Island, where our crew, Haru, Sakurai, and some others are actually, people are hostile towards them on Faro Island. The natives are hostile towards them, but they soon open up to them, and it's a big, happy, welcome to our island kind of thing after they show them this music box that plays some sort of crazy Japanese song, and then, our main characters, Haru and Sakurai, wind up giving a whole bunch of people, including some little kids, cigarettes, so that's weird. But, you know, it's 1962. We're not going to be too hard on them. They didn't know about smoking back then. They didn't know that, yeah, they probably just gave that little kid cancer. Now we are reintroduced to the Fujita subplot, where his plane reportedly crashes, the plane that he was supposed to take for some sort of business meeting, and his girlfriend, Haru's sister, actually winds up heading out to Hokkaido to find him because she wants to know if he's one of the survivors of the plane crash or if he did indeed die. Now we cut to Eric Carter and some other news reporters reporting on "Do not go to Hokkaido. Godzilla is headed there right now." And I really like this Godzilla scene coming up. Back on Faroe Island, Haru is attacked by some sort of giant lizard, and he throws it down before he shoots it. Now, this used to bother me so much as a little kid, and I'm not quite sure why. It's just I used to really like reptiles as a little kid, so seeing one of the characters in my favorite movie swing and throw a reptile and then shoot it used to really make me mad. I had a lizard as a kid, so it's just kind of funny. This comedy scene, this comedical scene used to make me all mad at the movie when I saw it. And actually, I think I made a mistake earlier when I said it was Haru's sister. It's actually Sakurai's sister who is the one who goes out looking for Fujita. So just know that. I messed up. Just know that. Skito, this little native kid, goes out looking for berry juice, red berry juice, to help with Haru's corns because his corns hurt after their big adventures in the mountains. Now, he claims his corns hurt because they always hurt when a giant monster's near around. So, you know... I didn't understand that as a kid. I still don't quite get it. It's weird. It's a good enough reason for this little kid to go out looking for berry juice because as he's out looking for berry juice, all of a sudden a giant octopus attacks out of nowhere, and this scene is incredible. So the giant octopus attacks this little hut. Really great. You see the hut just completely get destroyed. Now the little kid, Skito, and his mom actually make it out of the... They make it out. They don't die in the hut. They don't get the berry juice though. Now all the natives and Sakurai come and they start attacking this octopus, throwing torches at it, shooting it, firing things at it, throwing spears at it. Really great. Now, the special effects on this scene are especially commendable because of how it was done. Now, how it was done is really cool. It was a real octopus. It was a real octopus that they laid down on this miniature. It went to town on the thing, on this little hut. Now then they filmed it and they projected it and they had these actors throwing like, you know, spears at the octopus and stuff at this projection. Really cool stuff. So now this octopus scene was so influential that Toho recreated it in multiple movies to come, such as Frankenstein Conquers the World. There was some scenes in War of the Gargantuas that were very reminiscent of this. As the octopus is destroying things, things look grim for our characters. They're not really able to fight this giant octopus up until King Kong shows up in a super grand appearance. I mean, I've been saying it the whole time. I love this. I find this really fun. You know, this is my favorite movie ever, so you got to give me this review to just gush all over this movie. So King Kong comes out, pounding his chest behind this mountain. He walks out, destroys this really flimsy gate. That's one of the things that I always question was, how is that like stick gate ever supposed to keep Kong out of the village? It wasn't. It just... that was always weird to me. But Kong comes, he crumples it up, he chucks it at this octopus, he goes over there, he beats up the octopus. Really cool. Kong looks interesting. There's a lot, most people hate him. Most people hate him. I only hate the close-up shots of like the animatronic puppet face. I don't know if it's an animatronic, it might just be a straight-up puppet, but it looks terrible. Like, it's really off-putting. It doesn't look like the actual suit. I think the suit looks fine. I don't have a problem with it. The eyes are blacked out and it looks all menacing and awesome, but most people hate this. Like I keep saying, don't have a problem with it. Now, what is cool, though, is that King Kong fights this octopus, wins, gets the thing to retreat after picking it up. It, like, latches onto his face. He hucks it at the ground. It runs away. He drinks some berry juice, which knocks him out. This is cool because it is our real good reference to the 33 movie, and I really like that. I like the way that this movie pays so much homage to the original King Kong movie, especially because this is Kong's third movie ever, including Son of Kong. Now, this is also his first colored appearance, as well as Godzilla's first colored appearance, you know, so there's some cool background there. But King Kong in this movie, this whole Faroe Islands subplot really is a lot like the 33 movie if you think about it. You got people going to this mysterious island in search of something. They hear word of this island god, they have contact with it. It fights giant monsters. Now it gets knocked out by one way or another. In 33, they threw some gas bombs at Kong. In this one, he drinks some red berry juice and passes out. Really cool stuff here, and then as well as taking Kong back to Tokyo, which happens a little later, that's also just like this. So King Kong gets knocked out. We have a weird musical number. I think the song is kind of catchy. I don't know about you guys. I think it's kind of catchy, one of the more catchy songs of the movie, because although the Japanese music is really good, especially Godzilla's theme is a solid Godzilla theme, and I really appreciate the reuse of it and the reworking of it for Shin Godzilla, which came out in 2016. I do really like the theme for Godzilla in this movie. The music in the English cut mostly cuts out Ifukube's music due to how out of place it was. Now, I don't speak from 100% experience here, but from what I have heard, the music in the Japanese cut for this movie is really off-putting, doesn't really fit where it goes, like you get music here and there. This is one of the only songs retained from the Japanese cut, this weird musical number that they sing, that the natives sing to Kong. So the English cut actually inserts a ton of old stock music from Universal, such as the Creature from the Black Lagoon theme. So the music in the English cut is very different than the Japanese cut. I like the fact that they retain this musical number just because I think the song is catchy, and I think all of Ifukube's music is good in general, so hearing any of it slip into the English cut is a welcome addition. Now Kong is taken on a raft to Tokyo, to Japan. He is asleep on this raft. Don't know how they got him on it. Don't know where the raft came from. They don't really answer this stuff. You're not supposed to question it. It's a fun, silly movie, although it is an early Showa film, so it doesn't necessarily fit the genre or the time period, but it is honestly just a fun, silly movie. Don't question it too much and you'll enjoy it. That is my biggest word of advice. So Kong wakes up on this massive raft. He's tied down. They got dynamite all over him just in case he tries to fight his way out. Taco actually winds up joining on to the voyage. He gets a heli drop and lands on the ship, and he's all proud that, oh, thank you guys for rescuing and bringing me Kong. This will help great for Pacific Pharmaceuticals. One thing I don't think I mentioned on earlier, the reason they're going to get Kong is because it's for their ad campaign for Pacific Pharmaceuticals. Once again, as a kid, I had no idea, why is this important? I don't get it. Now I'm old enough to realize that the allegory of this movie, although it is weak allegory, is there to point out the flaws in marketing and capitalizing on things and all this stuff. So that is the purpose of it. It is an exaggerated, it's almost like a commentary, like a parody of how absurd marketing campaigns and stuff like that are. It's weird for a Godzilla movie. It doesn't necessarily work, but this movie is just, it's awesome. There's nothing about it. I just love this movie. So Kong wakes up on this raft. Taco joins on. He's all proud. He's like, Kong's awesome. Thank you guys for getting him for me. This is going to help Pacific Pharmaceuticals. And then another ship kind of stops them and boards them, and it is, I think it's the Coast Guard, and they basically explain, yo, you can't take Kong to Tokyo. We already got Godzilla to deal with. You got to send this thing back. It is going to cause trouble. Now, that is a problem because Taco doesn't want to give up Kong, and so what actually happens is Kong gets too riled up, so they have to blow him up. They have to blow up the TNT. Now they push the switch. Taco accidentally pushes the switch. Doesn't work, so they fire guns. They hit the TNT. Everything explodes. Raft explodes, and bam, Kong is freed. None of the explosives do any damage to him, showing how powerful this Kong is, how resilient he is, how much he can take. Somehow he swims his way all the way back to Tokyo following that boat. You'd think the Coast Guard would be like, yo, turn yourself around. This gorilla's clearly following you, but whatever, don't question it. So Fumiko, who is Sakurai and Sakurai's brother or sister and Fujita's girlfriend, she boards a train and is taking the train to go meet up with Fujita to see if he is still alive. Fujita actually goes back to her apartment and finds out she went to find him in Hokkaido. Now he knows Godzilla's headed there, so he goes in Jeep to try and rescue her from Godzilla, who meets up with Fumiko. He actually, heads straight for the train that she's on. I think this is awesome. I mean, the special effects here are pretty cool. This train smashes into his foot, gets derailed. Now Godzilla's there and everyone's running away. They're all freaked out. Everyone's terrified. This giant monster's coming for them. There is some continuity errors here that happen with this train scene, because it is explained that Godzilla is attracted to light and technology. Now, that actually does match up really well with Godzilla Raids Again, where he was attracted to fire and light. But this movie also explains that Godzilla doesn't like electricity, which was clearly not the case in the 54 movie when he powered straight through those high-tension wires, no problem. This movie, he is affected by electricity, and it hurts him right here. It comes into play later in the movie. Godzilla, attacks this train. Everyone's running away. Everyone's freaking out. Fumiko's left behind. She nearly dies. Now Fujita gets there just in time to help her out, saves her, and then they are on their merry way. Godzilla is on his way to somewhere. It's not 100% specified at this point. They just say that him and Kong are on a beeline towards each other. Now we meet General Shinzo, who is a really awesome character in the Godzilla movies. I don't think he's reoccurring. For whatever reason, I thought he was, but after watching some of the other ones again for Godzilla-Thon in the upcoming weeks, I realized that this character doesn't actually show up again, which just means that I think this one-time character is cool enough to write down his name, so, that's important. He's not a main character, doesn't really do a ton for the plot, but he's just a straight down-to-business, awesome, general-type character, really cool, gets things done, lays out a trap for Godzilla that Godzilla falls for, by the way. So the trap is high tension wires are everywhere. They lead Godzilla away from this area. He's actually following fire and light to get there. So he gets to this little pit where he steps on. They dug a big hole and then laid some big leaves over it, pretty much. Essentially what happened. They dug a big pit and then laid something over it so that he wouldn't realize it was a big pit. He actually steps on it, gets collapsed into it, and there you go, Godzilla's dead. I'm just kidding. Godzilla rises up from the ground in one of the coolest Godzilla reveals in the early Showa films. I mean, he always has cool reveals. I think his reveal in 54 was great. When he comes over that mountain, his reveal in Mothra vs. Godzilla is really cool, but then I don't think he really has any great reveals up until Terror of Mechagodzilla, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. Some later on down the road he has really cool reveals, but this is one of the coolest ones straight off the bat in Godzilla movies, where you see his head just slowly rising above this barrier that they knocked him down into. He roars, everyone freaks out. And now Godzilla's back on his way. The high-tension wires do hurt him in this scene, so I'm a bit confused as to, once again, the continuity here, because Ishiro Honda directed this film as well as the 54 film, so you'd think he'd be yeah, you know what, that was a major plot point in the 54 movies that Godzilla, just didn't care, and now we're totally stepping on our own continuity here, but I don't think that was really on their minds. Anyways, the high-tension wire thing, it does come back into play later, so, they had to make Godzilla weak and vulnerable to something, that way they could make Kong, better at something than Godzilla. It's a weird thing just to get Kong more powerful than Godzilla in one instance, and it works later on, but at this point it is just weird that the high-tension wires would hurt him. Now, I actually think I missed a plot point here. See, when I did these notes, I did them months ago when I originally did this recording, so the movie was fresher on my mind then, and I was able to just go from memory pretty much there. Now I'm having to rely on my notes because I haven't watched the movie in a week or so. I did miss a part. King Kong and Godzilla have one minor battle earlier in the movie where Kong runs up on Godzilla and Godzilla's on this hill. This is right after Kong gets to Japan. Runs up on Godzilla. Godzilla's standing up on this hill, just firing the atomic breath at him and kicking rocks at Kong. Kong's freaks out, gets burnt on his chest, and then retreats. Now, this is cool. It just shows how, awesome Godzilla is. They compare it to, a man fighting a flamethrower. Of course, the flamethrower is going to win. This is also that scene I talked about earlier where we get Tako doing that little coin flip for heads, Kong wins, and then it's tails, and he's all bummed. Now, that's a cool fight here, but that doesn't really matter once you see the end of the film, because that is the coolest fight in Godzilla history. It's awesome. So, back into the current point of the story, Kong grabs Fumiko, and it's another 33 reference where he knocks down a train. He gets the girl, so recreating the 33 scene when Kong gets that train, and then this whole subplot with this girl is mirroring Ann's plot in the original King Kong. So Kong grabs this girl and is on his way with her because, he's Kong. He's in love with her. He actually winds up going on a little rampage through Tokyo, and he climbs the Capitol building. Now, the berry juice is weaponized in a really cool way. They put it into a gas form and load it into missile heads, fire off the missiles above King Kong's head. Now the berry juice gas, falls on him. The vapors put him to sleep. The girl's put to sleep. Kong falls over. Fumiko is rescued. The only problem with this scene is Fumiko seems to grow in size, like a ridiculous amount. Even as a little kid, I noticed this, but as a little kid, I didn't question it because, when you're a little kid, you just see what's on screen. You don't really question it. But now, I appreciate the reference, the 33 thing going on here, but they did have to scale up Fumiko to make it look like she was sitting in Kong's hand. This is a problem because now she grows from being 5 feet, which is what she is, and now all of a sudden King Kong, who's Godzilla-sized, picks her up, and all of a sudden she's got to be 30 to 50 feet in order to fit in his hand that way. It doesn't make sense. It's really clunky, but the movie doesn't address it, so it's not like they draw tons of attention to that fact. It is noticeable if you watch it, though. Now, Kong is put to sleep. She is saved. So the plan worked. They put some of Fujita's super wire from earlier. Told you it would come back. They put some of that. They string Kong up to it. Use a couple weather balloons to carry Kong to Mount Fuji where Godzilla is doing something. He's just kind of walking up Mount Fuji on his own, minding his own business. Now they realize the only way for King Kong and Godzilla to die is if they kill each other. So naturally, they drop Kong right onto Mount Fuji. He slides straight down into Godzilla, knocking Godzilla over, gets up, and then he's like, oh, what the hell? And he books it. He takes off, goes up the mountain, and hides away in this little cavern. Godzilla heads up the mountain. Really, really awesome. Godzilla heads up the mountain looking for Kong. Kong's hiding underneath this little thing. Kong strikes first, goes for Godzilla, grabs his tail, gets thrown across the floor. It's awesome. I mean, this whole battle scene is so cool. I used to try and reenact this whole battle scene with Kong on my own as a weird little kid. There was a big a sand pile outside of an apartment that I used to live in. And I used to go play around in that sand pile as if I was King Kong, and I would always act like I was attacking Godzilla. I don't know why I'd play as Kong personally. Godzilla's way cooler, and he beats Kong through most of the fight. But yeah, whatever. Maybe it was just easier for me to play as Kong because he's more like a human. So Kong attacks Godzilla, gets the crap kicked out of him. Godzilla's kicking rocks at him, throwing stuff at him with his tail. Every time Kong gets up, Godzilla will knock him straight down. Godzilla is just a force to be reckoned with, and Kong is getting it handed to him the whole time. So now the fight is being taken from Mount Fuji closer to a city. As they are working their way there, Kong is smacked in the face after he does a dropkick. He tries to dropkick Godzilla, or Godzilla dropkicks him. I don't quite remember who dropkicks who. It might be Godzilla dropkicks Kong. And Kong goes rolling down a mountain, smashes his face straight into this rock. He passes out. He tries to get back up. Godzilla whacks him with his tail, knocks him straight down. Kong is out of the fight. So Godzilla, he wins at this point up until a lightning storm comes out of nowhere for plot convenience and starts striking Kong with lightning. Earlier in the movie it was explained that lightning and electricity actually powers Kong, makes him more powerful. If anyone was wondering why this is the case, that's because this movie was originally written as a King Kong movie that was worked into a Godzilla movie that was worked into Godzilla vs. Frankenstein that was worked into King Kong vs. Godzilla. Frankenstein was worked into Frankenstein Conquers the World, which was a prequel, or not necessarily a prequel because it did come first, but it was the movie that came before War of the Gargantuas, which was its direct sequel, where at the same time the Kong idea from original was still used as King Kong Escapes. So this movie really did help form like 5 other movies that are pretty solid entries in the Showa series of Japanese and Toho films. So anyways, Kong is woken back up by the lightning. Now he has lightning punches and he goes after Godzilla. He beats the crap out of Godzilla. Every time he grabs him, like lightning bolts shoot up Godzilla wherever he grabs him, like electricity sparking everywhere. This is because Godzilla is vulnerable to electricity in this movie. Once again, continuity doesn't make sense here, but I'm willing to excuse it on the grounds of it makes it an even match. Now, Kong and Godzilla duke it out. They work their way into a city. Sadly, we don't get really any cool city fights where they like destroy a city fighting each other, but they do wind up at this pagoda where each of them stand on one side of the pagoda and just go at it, like tearing the thing apart. This is my favorite scene in the movie, honestly. I love this. It's so cool. When Godzilla's ripping through the thing, Kong's ripping through the thing, they're trying to get to each other, they're trying to beat each other, they're trying to kill each other. Godzilla's firing the atomic breath off, Kong's just coming at him. Then they eventually destroy the thing, Kong tackles Godzilla into the ocean, and the movie pretty much ends. I love this King Kong vs. Godzilla fight. Like I said earlier, it is my favorite fight in Godzilla history. It is King Kong vs. Godzilla, my 2 favorite things in cinema history fighting each other. It is so epic. I love it. Words cannot express. Like, a lot of people hyped up that Shin Godzilla, atomic breath reveal, which granted was an amazing scene. It was the most visually stunning thing in a Godzilla movie to date, but this scene it takes the cake for like cool factor, wow factor, and just fun for me. So I love it. Kong and Godzilla, they fight each other to the point where they are thrown into this ocean together. Now, this is odd because Godzilla doesn't come up out of the water. Kong does. Kong comes up out of the water after an earthquake that happens. He swims away, presumably to Faroe Island, and we never see him again. Now, we do see Kong in a follow-up movie, King Kong Escapes, although that one doesn't ever make reference to this movie, so we can assume that that is a different King Kong. It is also, he's a different size, looks different, acts pretty different, so, presumably these are 2 different unrelated King Kongs within this Showa Godzilla universe. Godzilla, on the one hand, doesn't come up out of the water. He swims away. We can only assume he swims away and goes and, stays safe underwater up until he's washed on shore in the next movie. Now, Godzilla, like I said, we don't see him. Kong is actually the official victor of this fight. It has been confirmed by Toho Studios. King Kong won this fight only because he was a more popular character at the time in Japan. Now, Godzilla, yeah, he is Japanese character. He's a Japanese monster. Keep in mind, though, this was only his 3rd film. The first one was extremely successful. The second one was pretty good in terms of, how well it was received. Although everyone just thought it did not compare to the original, and so Godzilla went on hiatus up until now. Whereas Kong, on the other hand, in 1933 was released. Super successful movie, got a sequel, then was re-released in the 50s, I believe, and was even more successful, and people just loved Kong. They couldn't get enough of him, so Kong was the much more popular character at the time in Japan. Pretty much in the world, he was more popular, so Kong won the fight to basically make people happy. Now, in the rematch 2020 movie, who do I think will win? Godzilla. I mean, think about it. Kong from Skull Island is going to guaranteed be smaller than Godzilla. Godzilla's just a massive lumbering force in the 2014 movie. He's going to win. Keep in mind, though, guys, I am recording this. This will even be posted before Skull Island comes out, so who's really to say? I just personally think Godzilla's going to win. He's also more popular in the pop culture world nowadays, so there's that, which is the main factor for who won this movie. And I'm just so hyped that there's going to be another King Kong vs. Godzilla. I know this doesn't have to do with the original, and I'm getting off topic here, but not really. It's a remake of this movie, so it still counts as fair ground. I can't wait. This is just my favorite movie in the world. I mean, if you couldn't tell, I don't know. Everything about it works for me. The music is awesome, even if it is stock music. The Ifukube music is really great with or without context. King Kong vs. Godzilla special effects are good. Godzilla's awesome in the movie. Characterization of Kong is pretty spot on. The human characters, aren't too distracting from the monster stuff to the point where they get annoying like they do in some later Godzilla films. Godzilla, the whole thing works for me, and I absolutely love this movie. My voice just kind of quit on me right here for no reason. I just love this movie. I do want to lay this to bed, though. In the Japanese cut, there is no double ending. A lot of people have talked about there being a double ending where Godzilla wins in the Japanese cut. Don't believe it. It's not true. I, in fact, have a book that I got for Christmas. It was bought from a library that states specifically there is a double ending. Japanese cut, Godzilla wins. English cut, Kong wins. That's not true at all. Don't believe that. That's been proven false tons of times by now. The internet's around, guys. If you didn't know that by now, then I'm surprised you even heard the rumors in the first place. So overall, what would I give this movie? I would give this movie a 10 out of 10. I freaking love this movie. Or if I do my ratings out of 5 on Godzilla-Thon, I can't quite remember. It doesn't really matter. It's a 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10. It's a perfect score. Everything about this movie lands for me. I think it's funny. I think it's entertaining. I think it's lighthearted enough to the point where I don't get bored for a single second. The pacing's great. The music's awesome. Godzilla, King Kong fighting each other. What's not to love? Honestly, this is just my definition of the perfect, goofy, fun movie. And like I've said before, it's not the best Godzilla movie ever. No. The original 54 movie is the best movie ever. This movie is my favorite. There is a difference. I make the distinction in my own mind. I don't know if you guys do, but personally for me, I prefer this movie. I will watch this one before I'll watch any other movie in the world, pretty much. Unless it's like a new movie and I want to see it, because new things are always cool to see for the first time. For the most part, this movie is amazing, and what do you guys think about it? So, welcome back to Godzilla-Thon. I know this was kind of unorganized, a little bit. I try to be more like upbeat and entertaining this video than I have been in the past, where I just kind of crapped on Godzilla Raids again for an hour, but that does come with the fact that I absolutely love this movie, and the fact that I have done these reviews before, so it's kind of boring if I just sit here and give you a straight-up plot synopsis followed up with, yeah, I think that was done well. The allegory is nice and developed here. It just is more entertaining for me to re-record if I'm a lot more upbeat with it. So, what do you guys think about this movie? Do you guys love it as much as me? Do you hate it like most people on Earth do? Tell me below, and see you guys next week for my review of the 1964 film Mothra vs. Godzilla. This one is also just a fantastic film in the Showa series. One of the best. Maybe even the third best of the Showa series. It is an amazing film. Can't wait to see you guys there. Thank you all for watching. D-Man out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back, and welcome to the 6th episode of Godzilla-Thon. This time we're going to be talking about 1964's Mothra vs. Godzilla. Now, this movie is absolutely amazing, and I just want to say right off the bat that this movie is one of the most loved Godzilla movies universally by all fans out of the entire Showa series, and mostly the entire series in general. It definitely deserves that praise because it is just that good. So this movie is very nostalgic for me. I have a deep love for this movie. It was one of the first ones I owned. I owned it on VHS. I used to watch it all the time when I was sick. I just really liked it a lot. And, that was mostly amplified by the music in the movie, which we'll talk about towards the end. It is some of the best Godzilla music ever. So the movie starts out, and it feels very nostalgic for me for this reason as well, is the Toho Scope logo. Something that didn't happen in the 54 movie because Toho Scope didn't exist in 54 or 55 when Raids Again was made. And also the Universal cut of King Kong vs. Godzilla, the English cut, I don't believe it has the Toho Scope logo, or if it does, it wasn't a standout feature at the start. But in this movie, you see it at the start in all its glory, and you really get the sense that Toho Scope really does make the difference. And, Toho Scope rotoscope's just a different aspect ratio. It was specific to Toho, and it was really good. And, you know, I love the logo. It's very classic, and that's one of the things that helps this movie's nostalgia level for me. Okay, so really fast before we begin, I'm going to be reviewing the Japanese cut and only mentioning the English cut at the very end. So the movie starts out with a typhoon washing up a giant egg. Now we find out what this egg is later, but at this point it's knocked off an island and is washed away in the ocean. Ichi is our news journalist. He is investigating this giant egg, which is found by our scientist Mirai. Kayama, our movie's villain, stops them, and he explains that he bought the egg, which is pretty funny because the egg rolled off into this fishing territory, and so the fishermen were able to lay claim on it, and so they sold the egg to him. So because they thought that they had the rights to it. Now he explains that the egg is going to be open for all to view, but he's going to profit off of it because, you know, he's a sleazebag. Now, I want to talk about these three characters. Okay, so Ichi he's a pretty likable character in general. A lot of the criticism that comes with Godzilla movies is with the human characters. People saying that they're standard and boring and blah, which is not the case. I think he's a great character. And him, as well as Mirai, who's one of the very few recurring characters in the Godzilla series. He'll show up next movie as well. He's a pretty great character. He's kind of a bitter scientist, which is what's great about him. And then you have the awesome villain Kayama, who, you know, he's one of those villains who's not really that over-the-top evil. He's just kind of a scumbag, which is what's great about him, is there are people like him in real life, which is one of the things about this movie is it ties in with the allegory towards the end, is there are a lot of these characters do exist in the real world, which is why it's one of the reasons it's cool. So Kayama explains to them that he's going to plan to profit off the egg, and Torahata and Kayama, they are the two who are running this operation. So Ichi and Mirai and our main human characters, they are investigating what's going on. They're kind of done. They don't want this. They are opposed to this idea 100%. So when they're investigating what's going on, trying to find out that who's in charge of Kayama's plan, when they find out it's Torahata, it's because Torahata and Kayama attempt to kidnap Mothra's fairies because, once again, they're sleazebags and they want to profit off them. So Ichi's assistant Yoka and Mirai find Mothra's fairies as well as Mothra. So this is a cool sequence because one thing that's really great about this movie is how ambitious the special effects were. One thing that I think a lot of people overlook when talking about this movie is specifically the way they handle the fairies. So the way they handle the fairies, they have them in shots alongside of our human characters when they are shrunken down to like 1/16 the scale of a normal human. It is very impressive special effects for the time, and a lot of people just focus on the suitmation, the miniatures, the action scenes. They don't focus on the little details like this. The fact that you see them running around this apartment when, or I guess it's a hotel, when Kayama and Torahata, Torahata's awesome. When Kayama and Torahata are attempting to kidnap them, they're running around, they're interacting with their environment. Really ambitious stuff, and then, you know, it all comes together in the next movie. I think does it better with them, with Ghidorah the three-headed monster. I think does it better, but you know, just amazing special effects in this movie. So they find Mothra's fairies and they explain to them what's going on. This is Mothra's egg and you guys need to get it back to us, otherwise things are going to go bad. So they also get to see Mothra, who in the American cut is referred to as the Thing through a lot of it, I think. I don't watch the American cut as much anymore because I don't think the music is as standout in the American cut. It's the same music, but I don't think all of it makes it in. So Torahata and Kayama build up this big cage. Mothra's egg is contained, and they're going to use it as an attraction. They're going to make like a theme park kind of thing out of it, make it a big, huge event, so people from all over the world will come see it, pay to see it, and they'll make tons of money off of it. And then they also, when they find out it's Mothra's egg, they decide it'll be a good idea if they start heating the egg to incubate it to try and get it to hatch faster and to also keep Mothra's babies alive. So, you know, they are not up to any good, but at the same time, it's not like Kayama's really the bad guy here, because he's just kind of going with it. He's just kind of going with Torahata's plan, trying to like, he realizes it's a money-making opportunity. He's not there to get anyone hurt, whereas Torahata is a much more unlikable character. He's a much more just straight-up villain. He's also still just a businessman at the end of the day, but he's much more of a villain character than Kayama, I would argue. So the fairies are just fed up with it. They're done with everything. They head off to Infinite Island. Now's when Yoka and Ichi find out that at the beginning of the movie, when they were investigating the typhoon flooding, they find out that the land that they were on is highly radioactive. So they have to go to Mirai, get decontaminated, and then they head back out to the field to try and figure out what the heck's going on there. So at the field, they're searching around with Geiger counters. The Geiger counters are spiking. There's radiation everywhere, but they're being kicked out by the landowner. The landowner doesn't really like Ichi, and he doesn't like Yoka because they are news journalists, and they wrote a bad article about him, saying that, he wasn't thinking realistically, and his deadline to clean the water wasn't going to happen, which it does, and he cleans all the water out. One thing that he doesn't clean out is what's under the ground. So Godzilla appears in one of his most odd yet iconic entrances ever into a movie. This is an awesome entrance. I mean, I love it. So a lot of people are confused. How does Godzilla wind up here? I don't think it's specifically stated. I think it's just implied that he was washed ashore in the typhoon and just buried in the dirt. Now, why was he washed ashore? Because he was sitting in Tokyo Bay due to his fight with King Kong. He was knocked down there and he stayed there, and then he got washed on shore, presumably. So now he rises up out of the ground. He's covered in dirt. 1964 Godzilla suit for this movie specifically, not next movie, which is also made in 64, but this suit. Obviously, you guys who have been watching my channel for a while now, you know how much I love this suit. I absolutely love this suit. It is one of my favorite suits ever. My favorite suit of the early Showa series. It's only rivaled by one other suit in the Showa series, which I think this one's the coolest, and I think this one's the most menacing, but I just have a nostalgia for the 75 suit. Whereas this suit is just an awesome Godzilla. He is menacing in this movie. And one thing that I really love about this is a mistake. So Godzilla's cheeks and jaw, that is a mistake. The way they're so big and they're so heavy that they flop around, that wasn't meant to happen. That's because the suit gets damaged during filming, and they damage the mouth, so the upper jaw wiggles around, and it just gives him more weight in the movie. It gives it a more realistic kind of feel, whereas, yeah, he would be shaking around because he is that heavy. I absolutely love it, and it was a mistake, and I'm glad they left it in there. Anyways, I realize I'm not talking quite about Godzilla's entrance himself, so he rises up out of the dirt, everyone's freaked out, which is an amazing scene, and I have to credit the movie for this once again. Is one thing that King Kong vs. Godzilla doesn't do very well is no one really cares that it's Godzilla. So in Godzilla Raids Again, people at least care that it's Godzilla because they're like, oh crap, that thing destroyed Tokyo in 1954. Now it's 1955, there's another one, and there's also an Anguirus running around. We're screwed. Whereas in King Kong vs. Godzilla, they're more of just like, it's a giant monster, run away and be scared. King Kong, ooh. But in this one, they're like, oh, that's Godzilla and we're all gonna die. And that's one thing I absolutely love, is just how menacing this movie makes Godzilla. This is one of those Showa films that doesn't take the camp too much. This is one of the ones that, sure, it has some campiness. It's got the Mothra song, which I absolutely love the Mothra song. But this one is one of those ones where it is just down to business, a serious movie, and I love it. You also have some comedy with some of the human characters, but still, once again, this movie is one of those down-to-business Showa films. This is what it is to be a true Godzilla film. I love it. So, Godzilla has a really impressive destruction scene. He destroys some factories where you see human characters who are real humans in the front running around, looking at him, being freaked out. You see him in the background walking through this factory. You see him get into the factory, blow stuff up with his atomic breath, and I mentioned this in my War of the Gargantuas review, how impressive some of those double projection shots were and how impressive some of those compositions were. This movie is just the same. This movie has, and it's 1964, so it's even more impressive because it's earlier. So this movie has some absolutely amazing visuals. We'll talk more about the special effects at the end, but this movie, if you couldn't tell, guys, this is one of my favorite Godzilla movies ever. I just the special effects are so good and so well handled. It's awesome. Specifically, the way Godzilla is handled in this movie makes him awesome, and the way the special effects were done complement that perfectly. If this Godzilla looked worse, if the suit was worse, if it was if they didn't film right like they filmed in Godzilla Raids Again, where he moves all quickly, it wouldn't work. But in this one, he is just a slow, lumbering tank, and anything in his path is going to be destroyed. There's no question about it. I absolutely love it. So he has a really impressive destruction scene. He walks around destroying everything. This is the scene that breaks his upper jaw, is when he falls. So what happened is the suit actor was supposed to go destroy the pagoda, presumably, and he actually slipped. Haruo Nakajima slipped, slammed the head of Godzilla into the pagoda. You can see it happen in the movie. Slams the head into the pagoda, and the top jaw is knocked loose, and it flops around for, I believe, the rest of the film. They might have fixed it at one point or another. But I love that. And then the pagoda destruction scene itself is really impressive because he tears the whole thing down and it falls on top of him. He just walks away. He has some other cool moments where his tail gets stuck inside of some sort of radio tower and he pulls it down as he's trying to get his tail out. Really cool stuff. So our main crew head to Infant Island to negotiate with Mothra's fairies to try and get Mothra to help fight Godzilla. The people on Infant Island 100% just, they say, no, you guys got to get out of here. You're not welcome here. The reason for this ties into the allegory is because Infant Island was this beautiful land. It was an amazing, this is what we're told, it was an amazing, just exotic place. And then there was some nuclear bomb tests, and the island only has one patch of green spot left. The rest of it is just a boneyard. And this also has the infamous Turtle Man kaiju in the background. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a scene when Mirai, Ichi, and Yoka are walking around on Infant Island looking for the fairies and the natives. They walk past this like odd looking turtle in the background. I don't know why people, it's very like most kaiju fans, like most hardcore Godzilla fans know what this is. I recognize it. I don't know the name of it. It's got a name, but it's just one of those weird things that was put in the Godzilla movies that people have always been like, hey, what was the deal with that? Because I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. So our main crew, they find the natives. The natives take them back to the green spot on the island. They say this is the only inhabitable part of the island. Pretty much, that's what they tell them. Then they say, you're not getting Mothra. We're not going to help you because you didn't help us. In fact, you bombed us, and then you bombed us. And when we asked you to help us get our egg back, you denied us, and you tried to kidnap our fairies. Why would we ever help you? And this is when the movie gets a little bit preachy for a minute, when I believe it's Yoka goes on a little bit of a, she goes off and she says, basically the main gist of her story is people are all equal regardless of one thing or another. We are all people of the same planet. You don't get the right to choose who lives and who dies. You don't get the right to choose if good people die with the bad, because good people are dying just as well as the bad. And that's awesome because, first of all, Ashiro Honda was great at giving his female characters really strong voices in his movies. You saw it in the original 54 movie with the reporter in the press conference. You see it in this movie. You see it pretty much consistently throughout his movies. Katsura in Terror of Mechagodzilla. And she, Yoka is a really strong female character, and she's not one of those in-your-face, this is a female character, you gotta love it, kind of shoved down your throat kind of thing that current movies do. This was just subtle. She is the one who gets things to happen. I also forgot Emiko from the original 1954 movie. She is the one who gets stuff to happen. She's the one who gets Ogata to get Serizawa to use the Oxygen Destroyer. Honda using the female characters like this is a really welcome addition, because this is how you do female characters right. People nowadays are very worried about how to handle it, because if you don't handle them well, then you're seen as a sexist. Whereas if you handle them too much, then it's just shoved down your throat, and it's a very obvious attempt to try and cash in on the success of this, new kind of everyone wants, the spotlight in the movie kind of thing. And this was a much better way to do it, where it's more subtler, they don't throw it in your face, they don't cramp it down your throat, it's just there, it just happens. Other than this, her speech basically doesn't work. It gets through to the fairies, but not to the islanders yet. So the fairies start singing to Mothra, and our crew head over to talk to them. After the fairies' song, Mothra agrees to help fight Godzilla, but Mothra knows she's gonna die. This is one thing that is really great, is Mothra's characterization. Now, I still have yet to see the original Mothra. I now own it, but I haven't had time to watch it yet. But Mothra's character is one of the most complex of any kaiju ever, which is kind of funny to say because it's a puppet. So it is one of the most complex. It's up there with Sonda and Ghidorah, where she, in the first Mothra movie, I know the general story is she only destroys things because the fairies are kidnapped and endangered. In this movie, not only is she on her deathbed, but now her children are endangered, and she knows that if she dies, her children's egg, the egg is destroyed, that's it, there's no more Mothra. So she agrees to go help fight Godzilla, and she knows that she's going to die, which is a very, it's a very cool thing, just to have a kaiju knowingly sacrifice itself like this. This is amplified by the fact that the fairies, they have that deep connection with Mothra, and they can speak for her, and they, that whole deal. So the military plans a high-voltage lightning rod wire trap to fight Godzilla. It's really weird, like, the specifics of it. There are these big towers that shoot lightning bolts. They're like high-voltage towers, and then they were planned to drop nets on Godzilla and use the lightning on him. This is presumably because it worked on him in King Kong vs. Godzilla. Once again, it's a continuity error because it didn't work on the 54 Godzilla, yet it will eventually work in this movie. So it's a continuity error. Once again, I have to mention the fact this is a different Godzilla than the one in 54. Maybe the one in 54 was a little more resistant to that, but you should think that this Godzilla, based off how much he tanks throughout the series, you would think that he would be able to stand up to it. He's not, though. So during all this, Kayama is approached by the fishermen who he bought the egg from, who are basically saying, yo, you said you were going to pay for this egg, and you didn't. We need our money, and he doesn't have the money. So he calls in Torhata to help. Torhata has tons of extra cash, and he basically just says, nah, screw that, you're on your own. Sorry, bud. So, Kayama goes to Torhata's hotel and beats the snot out of him, tries to take some money from him. Kayama is shot and killed by Torhata. Now, you'd think, oh, yay, one of the villains is dead, but once again, like I said, Torhata's the real villain of the movie. He's the mastermind behind it all. So, he gets away with the money. As he's leaving the hotel, this is where that thing from earlier of the bad people will die along with the good and the innocent will die along with the guilty comes into play again, where as Torhata's leaving this hotel, Godzilla shows up and he destroys the thing. You see his tail go through it, you see inside, pillars are falling down, the walls are caving in, the ceilings are falling down. Torhata is killed. So he's killed, but at the same time, you also see some innocent civilians trying to leave the hotel, and they are also killed. Once again, menacing Godzilla. I love it. One of my favorite things, if you guys also have watched my channel for a while, you know one of my favorite things is when Godzilla is the villain. So this one does that really well. So Godzilla decides he's going to destroy Mothra's egg. There's no reason for it. He just kind of shows up in the area, sees it, and is like, that looks like a thing I could step on. So he walks over to it. Mothra shows up just in time, saves the egg, basically. Mothra vs. Godzilla. So this fight's pretty cool. Mothra kicks around. Mothra doesn't have very many attacks against Godzilla. You wouldn't think she would. She's a flying moth, and a giant one, though. She has very few attacks. So she has the pollen that she can spit out of her mouth. I don't believe she does that in this fight. She has this deadly pollen that she can spray out of her wings. It's poisonous, and it hurts Godzilla quite a bit, but mostly she just uses her wings to use massive wind power to throw Godzilla around. She also grabs onto his tail a lot, and it throws him off balance, and he's getting knocked all over the place, not knowing quite what to do with such a fast opponent. He's using his atomic breath and blasting the crap out of her. She's not handling it very well. She's going to die. She's already on her deathbed. This is just solidifying her fate. She starts using that pollen, and the fairies explain this is the last thing she'll ever do. She's going to die. So Mothra uses her pollen, and then she dies. She does. She flies over to the egg, lands on it, puts her wing over the egg, and then she dies. And Godzilla, you'd think he'd destroy the egg, but instead he just kind of walks away. He just doesn't really care. This is a really cool scene. So the military attack Godzilla. Godzilla, you just see the scene of him lumbering around a corner, this big corner, and then there's their trap, their high tension wire trap. So they put it into effect. There is one continuity error with this scene actually. Is the movie switches from day and night kind of drastically. The Mothra vs. Godzilla fight is during the day. This scene takes place during the night, and then the next scene takes place during the day. Don't know what the deal was. Maybe the directors just thought this shot looked cooler in the nighttime. I don't know what the deal was, but it's a continuity error. It's noticeable. So the electric net trap itself has very little effect against Godzilla. They do blast him with the high tension wires, these electric things, and then they knock him down with the netting, which is what I was saying. It does work. It gets him. He gets knocked down, and they blow him up with a whole bunch of planes. But this movie does a really good job at showing just how invincible Godzilla really is. So he stands up afterward. He's just done. He's done. His head, the actor's head, the suit actor's head as well, was set on fire in this scene. Godzilla doesn't care. He just kind of brushes it off, which you have to think. Haruo Nakajima got the Godzilla head was on fire. He had to brush it off and keep acting as Godzilla. He couldn't do anything about it. Really impressive dedication here. The suit actors in these movies, credit to them because they deserve it. They should win awards. I mean, they should have been winning all the awards back then. They did way more than real actors do. I really believe that. They were put through so much more. So Godzilla eventually, he defeats these traps, he gets up, and then he eventually, once he overpowers the military, overpowers these high tension wires, he heads off in his own direction. He goes over to a different island. So when he's on his way over to the island, once again, lots of really great double projection shots of him coming around the corner when you have policemen escorting people out of the city in the foreground. There's this one dude who's basically explaining, hey, you guys got to go back to that island, get people off that island. There's a teacher and her students on that island. Godzilla's going to wind up killing them. You got to go save them. So the police, as well as our main characters, get on this boat. They head over there, along with Mothra's fairies, and Mothra's egg is hatched at this point, I believe. Mothra's egg just hatched by this point. There's two larvas that come out, and then they're like these brown caterpillars. Then they head off to the island after Godzilla. They chase him down. They're much faster than he is because they're much smaller, so that's their advantage over him that they'll come into play later in their fight. So the two larvae head off towards Godzilla. So once Godzilla makes landfall on the island, he is very quickly stopped by Mothra's babies, who show up pretty fast afterward and distract him. So the teacher and the students are rescued. Our main human characters are safe for the rest of the movie. Now, Godzilla and Mothra's twins. So Godzilla and Mothra's twins have the rematch, Mothra vs. Godzilla 2.0. Godzilla won the first round. The second round goes a little bit differently. So the rematch is really cool because the way that it's handled, you know that Godzilla can kill these two fairies. You know that Godzilla can kill these two caterpillars if he gets the chance. But the thing is, he's such a slow, lumbering brute that he just can't catch up to them. They are so much smarter than him, too. Well, not necessarily even just smarter. They're just more agile. They're quicker. They know how to outrun him. So they just go different directions. He's fighting one. He's trying to stop one. Once he catches the one, the other one will come up from behind him and spit the pollen out of its mouth. It'll get all over him. He'll turn around, go after that one. The other one will get away. They shoot this pollen that's like a spider web. He is completely encased in the spider web, and then so they win. They win the fight just because he's so slow that he is able to. He's not able to outmaneuver them, and they get him. They win. So once he's completely wrapped up in this web, he's knocked into the ocean. He falls back into the ocean, and we don't see him until next movie. Now, Mothra's two fairies swim away in the ocean. Mothra's two caterpillars swim away in the ocean. Mothra's fairies ride them, and they go off into the sunset. That's the end of the movie, and it is awesome. So the way that, like I said, the way that the end fight is handled, you know Godzilla can win. But he doesn't get to just because the two Mothra larvae outsmart him, which is a really cool way to do it. Brains versus bronze, that's what the fight is, and I love it. Because the first fight is a terminal Mothra versus Godzilla. It's obvious who's going to win. Even if Mothra was able to stop him briefly, she's going to wind up dying anyways. So it's a cool way to show that Mothra's fairies it's a cool way to show that Mothra is still a force to be reckoned with, even when fighting Godzilla. It's also important to note that this is Godzilla's third fight, and at this point he's lost 2 of the 3 fights that he's been in, and he is lost in every movie he's been in by this point. He is killed in the first movie, he is taken out in the ice fortress in the second movie, he is beaten by King Kong in the third movie, now he rolls around the fourth movie and he's killed, or he's defeated by two larvae, which just shows Godzilla at the time, people weren't rooting for him. He was the bad guy. The good guys typically win over the bad guys. Godzilla wasn't winning anytime soon. Up until next movie, so, I guess I shouldn't say anytime soon, because the next movie comes out the same year as this one, but it comes out later. And I mean, when Godzilla's the villain, he's not winning anytime soon. So, well, up until the Heisei series. But that's a long time away, so that one technically works with what I said a minute ago. Anyways, this movie is so great. I love it so much. I want to talk about the Japanese cut. I want to finish off the Japanese cut before I get into the English cut. So, the Japanese cut, it has very deep allegory. Once again, Ishiro Honda back in director's chair, he's going to throw in some allegory. In 54, that was only allegory. That movie was allegory. It was just so deep on every single level imaginable. I mean, it was a post-war reflection. It was a new era. It was criticizing the old ways of Japanese politics. It was criticizing the new ways of Japanese politics. It was criticizing the way World War II ended with the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was so many different levels working together to create that film. King Kong vs. Godzilla was a little bit different. That was more of a satire on marketing, as well as just kind of the television boom in Japan. Kind of a weird thing to do in a Godzilla movie. Like I said last review, it didn't work very well. This movie, however, gets back to more of the roots, gets into more of the deep, nitty-gritty kind of allegory kind of stuff. This is a very, very allegory-rich movie. Kind of piggybacks off what I've heard Mothra does, which is a very apparently religious allegory movie. This one has slight tones of religion in there with the natives on Infinite Island, but for the most part, that's left out of this movie and kept in Mothra. But at the same time, it is an anti-nuclear movie, especially with Infinite Island being as the state that it's in, with half of it being blown up, the other half of it being so radiated you can't live there, and then only a tiny little chunk of it being inhabitable. You have Godzilla showing up, who is he's menacing, and he is once again the embodiment of a atomic bomb, which is awesome to see, especially with the way the atomic breath is once again handled, just completely devastating. And the rest of it, it's just, you have so much deep stuff with especially Yoka's character. There is still good in this world. One of the very few, I feel, hopeful Ishiro Honda movies, he did not seem to be a very hopeful person. He seemed to be the kind of person who looked at the world and went, we're on a bad path and we are screwed. He was kind of the anti-Gene Roddenberry, who was like, look to the future, it's going to be great. Ishiro Honda was like, oof, we are going down a bad path and we're going to kill ourselves. This is one of the very few hopeful endings to one of his movies with there is still good in the world. Mothra agrees to help against the fight of Godzilla because there is still good in the world. The line, I think the line is there, you don't have the right to choose if innocent people die alongside non-innocent people, if they die with the guilty, if the good die with the bad. You don't have the right to choose that. That right is sacred. So this movie, it shows there is still hope. And that's one thing that I really like, because you don't get that a lot with these movies. They're a lot of the time a lot darker. So it was nice to see. Now, the thing that I have to talk about is, even with Mothra vs. Godzilla itself, the fighting itself, Mothra is the good guy, Godzilla is the bad guy. She loses the first fight. The good guys don't always win. But then at the end of the movie, her babies go and they avenge her. The good guy gets to win after all. There may have been a sacrifice, but in the end, the good still prevails over evil. Very hopeful ending for Ishiro Honda. Very different than most of his movies, especially Terror of Mechagodzilla, which was pretty much the opposite ending of saying, yeah, no, things aren't good. So, I don't know if it was just like the year he was like, you know what, we'll do some happy stuff. Because, the next movie also ends on a kind of happy note. So, interesting stuff here. Now I want to talk about the US cut. it is a little bit different. There's a lot of scenes cut out, certain characters are cut out, certain subplots are gone, or at least hardly still there. Most of the stuff with, I feel like Mirai got kind of shortchanged in the English cut. He's a very complex character in the Japanese cut, not really featured in the American cut. So the other thing that the American cut does that I think it does better, it has an epic beach sequence. And this scene, for those of you who have seen it, there's a longer version of it than the one that's in the DVD or VHS. I just happened to see it online the other day. It's very interesting. So you have these generals meet, these American generals meet with these Japanese generals, and they talk about, what are we going to do about Godzilla? Because he's an international threat at this point. He's just that dangerous. Something that Shin Godzilla does very well. So they have this conversation. They're like, yeah, no, you guys should lure him to the beach, and then we'll blow him up with our army ships. Really cool sequence here where they get Godzilla on the beach. He's walking around. They are firing missiles upon missiles on him, and he is just walking straight through them. They're hitting him. He's blown up. They're blowing up the ground all around him. Everything's exploding all around him. He's just walking. He doesn't really notice at all, showing how indestructible he is. It's one of the best scenes of the movie. I can't believe they cut it out of the Japanese cut. I think I read online Ishiro Honda thought that it was kind of too out of nowhere. He didn't really, I think I read like he didn't really want the US participation in the movie or something like that. I don't quite know what the deal was, but they reinserted it in the English cut because they wanted it to be a more international appealing movie. And I think it's an awesome scene. I really wish they didn't cut it because it's really cool. Now, this scene also has a continuity error. It is still at nighttime, whereas the scene following and the scene beforehand would have been in daytime. Or technically, the scene beforehand would have most likely, I believe the scene right before this is the scene with the high tension wires, so that would have been nighttime. But it's surrounded by two daytime scenes that are supposed to be happening at the same time. It's very clunky. But it is such a cool scene. I really wish they didn't cut it. So now, finally, in conclusion, what are my thoughts on the special effects? If you couldn't tell already, they're incredible. The wire work on Mothra is so impressive. The way they had Mothra fighting Godzilla, the way Mothra and Godzilla's wires with the tail didn't get all tangled up and didn't get ruined in the shots, that's impressive on its own hand. Whereas with the Mothra babies as well being puppets, that's also impressive. With the suit acting, with the head catching on fire, with the malfunctions, with the mouth breaking, really good stuff. In the result, it is amazing how well this turned out. I mean, this movie kind of had quite a bit of things stacked against it, and it worked with the Mothra fairies being handled as well as they were, as well as just the pyrotechnics on set. It's a very impressive movie. Very, very good. Double projection shots are amazing in here. I love it. So, the effects, Agent Tsuburaya, very good. The human story, I'm going to not do the characters one by one anymore. I'm just going to talk about specifically human stories alone. Human story's good. Alright, a lot of people don't give the Godzilla movies credit. They're like, monster scenes, human stories, you could cut that out and it wouldn't be any different. Not true. Especially not in movies like this. The humans progress the plot. Even though there is a subplot with them being reporters and investigating what's going on here and trying to figure out this stuff and that stuff, at the end of the day, they are the one who get Mothra to go fight Godzilla. So they do move the story a lot and they do progress things and they are needed. I like the human story. I like the human characters. I like the human villains. I don't think any of it needs to be cut out. Let's talk about my favorite part of the movie. The music is so incredible. Now, King Kong vs. Godzilla and Godzilla 1954, they both had great music. Akira Ifukube, there's no doubting he is a very talented person. But this is where he got his game on. Alright? The 54 movie has some very classic music that you can't go wrong with. But it was prototype. He was just composing it. He didn't perfect it yet. Now, King Kong vs. Godzilla, he changed it a little bit. He messed with it, he tweaked it, he tried to make it different. And King Kong vs. Godzilla has a couple standout songs. It has about 3 standout songs. Specifically, Godzilla Resurrection is a good one. That was also used in Shin Godzilla. But this is the movie where he hits his stride. From here on out, his music is perfect pretty much. There are movies that are misses, but then most of the movies from here on out are hits. This one I think is one of the best ones he's ever done. In fact, I might even say it's the best one he's ever done. I'll have to listen to him. I listened to all the soundtracks before doing the Godzilla-Thons. I'll have to listen to them again, but this is my favorite one in the early Showa series. Pretty much this is my favorite one in the Showa series. It is so good, and especially with the main theme of this movie, Godzilla's main theme, it's amazing. I love it so much. If you guys couldn't tell, this movie is just, it's one of those ones that works on almost every level for me. So, honestly, guys, go check out the soundtrack alone. It is so epic. This is where Akira Ifukube, like I keep saying, this is where he gets it right. And from here on out, he gets it right. So, in conclusion, guys, Mothra vs. Godzilla. Japanese cut, well, what do I give it? I'm going to give it a 9.5 out of 10. English cut, I'm going to give it an 8.5 out of 10. I wish it kept that extra stuff in there, but it also has that amazing scene on the beach. So, go check this movie out. If you have not seen it, I can't recommend it enough. It is one of the movies, I think this is one of the best movies a Godzilla fan, like a newcomer, could start on. If you want to introduce someone to Godzilla, start them on this one, because it is so good. It is just, it's not going to bog them down like the 54 movie might, where they're going to be like, oh, black and white, boring, no fighting, just kind of, there's a lot of people like that. I'm not like that. You guys can clearly tell from my review of that movie, but there are a lot of people like that. Whereas this one, it's a colored movie, it's entertaining, it's fun, it's got, comedy, it's got all this different stuff. It works. It works on so many different levels. I absolutely love this movie. So, see you guys next time for my review of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster in 1964. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you all for watching. D-Man out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back, and welcome to the 7th episode of Godzilla-Thon. Today we're going to be reviewing Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. This is a great movie. Now, really quick, I'll start out by giving my personal connection to this movie. So, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster was actually one of the last Showa films I ever saw. So I bought Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, and I watched the English cut, immediately followed with the Japanese cut, and I kind of fell in love with the Japanese cut. I don't really watch the English cut of this movie, rarely ever. But I don't have a deep nostalgia level for it like I have with some of the other movies like Mothra vs. Godzilla and King Kong vs. Godzilla. I mostly just enjoy this movie. The thing with this one, though, is that it's one of those movies that I really like that I just don't have a lot to say about, so I don't expect this review to be very long. Probably my biggest connection to this movie is, if you guys have seen that bookshelf in the background of all my videos, I built that bookshelf while watching this movie, so that's probably my biggest connection to this movie from last year, was watching this movie and building a bookshelf. Other than that, I don't really have a deep connection with it. So, getting into the plot, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, this came out in 1964 along with Godzilla vs. Mothra, or Mothra vs. Godzilla. So there are strange things going on Earth. It's the middle of the winter, but they're in this deep heat wave and they don't quite know why. Then all of a sudden meteors start raining from the sky. A princess is nearly assassinated. She's on a plane, but she jumps out the plane last minute because she gets possessed by some outside force that we find out later. She jumps out of this plane, and the plane explodes where she was going to get killed in it. These people tried to assassinate her. She jumps out and somehow survives. The explanation is really convoluted and kind of a dumb explanation, so we're not going to get into it. But a meteor crashes, and Professor Mirai, one of our very, very few carryover characters from Godzilla movies, for at least of the Showa series, Professor Mirai from Mothra vs. Godzilla, he shows back up, and he goes to check out that meteor, which is awesome. I love the connection here. This movie really does feel like one of the very few direct sequels of one Godzilla movie leading into the other. This one feels like one of the most direct sequels, and I love it. So, the inclusion of him is a great inclusion. His characterization is pretty much the exact same, and mostly because the movies came out 1 year, within the 1 year period together, and it was done, I believe, by the same writer, which is, so you'd expect him to have the same characterization as last time, which is great. So he's investigating this meteor. The meteor actually possesses strange magnetic properties, and it will sometimes turn magnetized, and things will come to it, and then sometimes it won't. This is actually, as we find out later, Ghidorah's kind of stasis chamber. This is what he's growing in. So Neko, I don't quite remember the pronunciation of her name. The Japanese news reporter, yeah, another news reporter. This is a lot of them so far. A lot of the Godzilla films have had news reporters. It's a good plot device. It makes sense why a news reporter would be there every time the monsters show up. So she's investigating the mystery in the 20th century, which is first of all the meteor, second of all, which is also how she connects to Mirai is through the meteor. But also, she's investigating this prophet that kind of just showed up out of nowhere, claiming to be from Venus and basically predicting the resurrection of Rodan. This girl is sitting there predicting the resurrection of Rodan. If you don't know, Rodan actually dies at the end of his solo movie. Well, it's not really a solo movie because there's two Rodans in the movie. But Rodan dies in a volcano, and in this movie it's explained that the volcano preserved him and kind of revived him, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but whatever. It's cool to get Rodan back in the movie. Um, so she predicts the awakening of Rodan. She is revealed to be the princess that was nearly assassinated. Now, like I said, she claims she's from Venus because the thing that possessed her is actually her Venusian past. As it's explained later in the movie, people from Venus, the Venusians, came down and kind of procreated on Earth, and she just happens to be one of the descendants of them, which means she has some of their future predicting capabilities. So she predicts the resurrection of Rodan. It is revealed by the fairies of Infant Island on TV at this point that one of the Mothra babies has died. It's a really weird scene because the fairies seem to be on TV. It's almost like they're promoting Mothra, kind of. So these little boys on this show ask to see Mothra. The fairies show up and they're like, yeah, we'll hook you up. So basically what they do is they sing a song that allows all the listeners and viewers to see Mothra on the island. It's weird. And there's only one of the Mothras because one of them died from last movie. Also, another great connection, played by the Peanuts again, the fairies. Great connection to the previous movie because it's another one of those few carryovers we get throughout the series. So, Rodan wakes up now when the dude from King Kong vs. Godzilla, it's not the same character, but it's one of those, it's that actor who's that, I don't remember his name, he's that goofy guy. He's the goofy guy from from King Kong vs. Godzilla, the goofy native, the one who could speak to the natives. He actually goes down into this volcano. It's weird. He goes down into the volcano to get a hat for money. Someone's hat flew off, and he goes down there to get it for money. And then all of a sudden, Rodan comes out of the mountain, comes out of the side of the volcano, and takes off into the air. So the Venusian girl correctly predicts Godzilla's resurgence as well. See what I did there? She says that she says basically, don't go on this boat. You're going to die if you do, and most of the people don't listen to her. However, the twin fairies who were headed back to Mothra Island, as they call it, Infant Island, they got off because they didn't want to get killed. They understood what the Venusian was saying, which you'd think they have some credibility. They should be like, yo, wait, she's telling the truth. Don't go on that boat, but whatever. So Godzilla shows up in the ocean and kills everyone on the boat. And then Godzilla and Rodan kind of destroy some cities. Not really a ton of destruction scenes with these two. They destroy cities and they basically head on their way. Godzilla's suit in this movie is alright. It's the same suit from Mothra vs. Godzilla, but they changed up the one part of it that I liked. They changed the head. I really loved that menacing head with that big upper jaw that flopped around. I loved that suit so much, and I love the face so much. Whereas in this movie, they toned down the face. They made it smaller, made the mouth a lot smaller. The main reason they did this was presumably because they wanted to humanize Godzilla, because this is the movie where he starts to gear towards being a hero. He doesn't become a hero in this movie, but he gears towards that, and they wanted to humanize him by giving him some more nicer looking qualities instead of this blank dead face, which is what he had in the last movie. So the princess So then the princess is examined, and as she's being examined, it's to figure out why she believes she's from Venus. During all of this, during the whole movie up to this point, including now and until the end, the assassins from the beginning of the movie have been consistently trying to kill her. They have been consistently trying to do things to kill her. There's one point they break into a hotel room with her in it. They have a gun to her, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna kill you if you don't admit that if you don't admit that you're the princess, we'll kill you." And then they don't get the chance to because the Mothra fairies are running around there, and then it spooks them off. And then our main character, he busts in there and basically gets them out also. His name's Shindo. So she's being investigated on, and Mothra's fairies are hanging around with them. They're with Shindo. He's a cop in Japan who has basically taken it as his job to protect the Venusian until she realizes she's the princess, because he doesn't want her to die. His job was originally he was going to protect her from the assassins, but as everyone thought she was assassinated, he still decided, alright, this Venusian has to be the princess. I'm going to protect her anyways. He's a really heroic character like that. So the assassinators still continue to try to kill her in new and creative ways, I admit. It's not just like, oh, we're going to shoot you every time. There's one point when they turn up the electricity. So when they're testing the Venusian to try and find out why she thinks she's a Venusian, they turn up the electricity, the electric shocks that they were going to give her all the way, so that Shindo flips the switch, it's going to fry and kill her. So they don't actually get to do that because Rodan and Godzilla are fighting at this point, which is an awesome fight. It's a fight that is consistently broken up throughout the movie to make it feel, throughout this portion of the movie to make it feel like there's still monster things going on. So Rodan picks up Godzilla and drops him crotch first onto an electric tower, and the electric tower explodes. Now all the power goes down, so the princess isn't killed. Then a big gunfight comes out underway inside of this little area. The assassinators are sent on their way. They basically have to flee. Godzilla and Rodan are still fighting at this point. It's an awesome fight until Ghidorah awakens. Now, Ghidorah's rampage and destroying cities is pretty cool, but I don't think it's as good as it could have been. I think it would have been cooler if we actually got to see him just wipe out a full city, and then he continued on his way. We don't really see that. We see him flying over some cities and some pagodas falling apart, and, every time he flaps his wings, everything will fall down. And then he has lightning that comes out of each of his mouths, and the lightning, he has 3 heads, as the title suggests. You guys have all seen the movie. So he has lightning that comes out of each mouth. It's destroying everything. It's cool. I just think it wasn't as much as they kind of hyped it up to be in the start of the movie. They kind of hyped Ghidorah up, and they're like, he destroys planets. He killed out Venus. He's a monster. He is a force to be reckoned with. And then, as we see in this movie, as well as especially next movie, he's not really all that he's made out to be. So don't get me wrong, though, I think he's cool. So Ghidorah is awakened. He's on a rampage. Mothra is called in by the fairies to help convince Godzilla and Rodan to fight Ghidorah. So Mothra shows up. She stops the fight between Godzilla and Rodan. She gets their attention by shooting them each in the face with her pollen. This is still a caterpillar Mothra, keep in mind. So she shoots them in the face with the pollen. First of all, it's like, why would Godzilla want to help her? Because last movie, she basically they beat Godzilla last movie. The two Mothra babies beat Godzilla in the fight. So why would he want to help her? He doesn't want to help her. I don't know why anyone thought that he would, but it is a cool little reference here. And then Rodan and Godzilla and Mothra, they have a debate, which is really interesting. Something that I don't really like is the monsters talking. I think it's cool that they can communicate to each other. I just don't think we necessarily needed the fairies to translate every word they said, because that kind of takes away from it. I think it, show, don't tell kind of thing. If you had them roaring at each other, and Mothra would, chirp up, and then Godzilla and Rodan would get all mad, that might have been better. I think it's alright, the monster talk is alright. We get to hear what they're saying, because the twin fairies translate, and they basically say, Godzilla and Rodan don't want to help out because they don't want to kill Ghidorah, because why would they? He's destroying humanity, and humanity has done nothing but hurt Rodan and Godzilla. They, with the testing of atomic weapons, we turned Godzilla into Godzilla, and he does not want to be Godzilla. He wants to be dead. Same thing with Rodan. We messed up Rodan pretty bad too in his solo film. So why would any of these monsters want to help the humans that don't like them? It's an interesting thing that they play around with, and then Mothra is basically like, well, this didn't work, and goes off to fight Ghidorah on her own. There's one addition in the English cut that a lot of people love, which is the inclusion of the line, "Oh Godzilla, what terrible language," when he is having monster talk and the fairies are trying to translate, and then they have that line. I believe in the Japanese cut you actually get to hear what he says, and it's not that bad, but you get to hear what he says. So then Mothra basically heads out to fight Ghidorah on her own. Now, Ghidorah basically wipes the floor with Mothra. She doesn't stand a chance. She's thrown through the air. After this point, after Godzilla and Rodan watch Mothra get her butt beat, then they all three team up on Ghidorah. It's a great monster brawl. I think this is the first time we had more than one monster fighting each other in these films. It's definitely the first time in the Godzilla franchise. I'm not sure if other franchises did it first. I believe this one does it first. So this huge monster fight comes out, and it is awesome. So it's a very tooth and claw kind of fight, as some people have described it. It is not much of beams going back and forth like it is in the Heisei series when you have things like Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. That's much more of a beam battle as opposed to this one where Godzilla's getting down and gritty, punching Ghidorah. Rodan's flying into him. I think at one point they drop Mothra onto him. Mothra bites his tail and is thrown around. It's awesome. There's some great scenes where Mothra rides up a hill on Godzilla. It's a really great fight sequence. Really awesome. I love it. I love this movie so much. Especially this end fight really makes it all worth it. I think the human drama in this movie is actually pretty good. I just think it sometimes detracts from the monster stuff. It kind of makes it feel a bit crowded. You know, this human plot is very crowded because you have a investigation subplot with Mirai and all this stuff, and our news reporter. Then we have Shindo trying to protect the Venusian princess and all this stuff going on with the assassins, and it's a very crowded movie. So actually, the assassin and Shindo wind up in another gun battle when the Venusian is basically like, yeah, I told you you'd all die. They wind up in another gun battle. Shindo, I believe he gets shot at one point. The Venusian falls off, and she falls off a cliff and kind of goes into shock. She doesn't die. So Shindo protects her, gets shot in the process. She goes into shock. The assassin is killed by Ghidorah, which is awesome because, you know, Ghidorah, we'll talk about the allegory later, but Ghidorah kind of proves the point of the allegory, which is you all got to work together, otherwise you're going to die. And he does not work together, so he winds up dying. Like I said, we'll get into the allegory in a minute here. So the Great Monster Mash is born. It's an epic fight. Ghidorah actually retreats because the princess is saved. Ghidorah retreats because he cannot handle all three of these monsters at once coming at him with Godzilla's atomic breath. He can't handle all of this at once, which is funny. 3 heads, 3 monsters, and he still can't do it. So he flies off. I love how they don't kill him because that means that they can use him later and have it make sense. Things like, you know, Anguirus will show back up in this series, and it's like, whoa, we watched him die, but they don't explain it. And then Rodan, kind of too, we watched him die, now he gets resurrected. I guess that's a good enough explanation, sure, but it's a little bit clunky. So I do like the fact that they don't kill Ghidorah. He flies away into space where he came from, which is awesome, because the thing that I really love about this Ghidorah, I'll talk about his characterization here. The thing that I love about Ghidorah is he is just a straight stone-cold killer. I love it. He comes from outer space, which is something that I absolutely love. I love the idea of a space monster. They don't do enough with it in this movie. Next movie, they do a lot with it. But they don't do enough with it in this movie to make it really justified. The thing that I just absolutely love, though, is just the fact that we have a space monster come to Earth, and the monsters of Earth have to defend against him. I think the space thing is a way better explanation than the Dorads from the Heisei series. I can't stand that explanation, but I think this is a way cooler one. Rodan as well in this movie. He has a great characterization. Him and Godzilla pretty much have the same characterization, where they're like, they start the movie out killers, they start the movie out evil, and then they realize we have to protect humanity because we have to protect Earth. So they're not necessarily protecting humanity, they're just protecting themselves and Earth. Mothra herself has the same characterization of last movie, but Ghidorah himself, he doesn't have much of a characterization at all, which is one thing that I love. I love the fact that Ghidorah is basically on the same playing field as Godzilla from 1954, where he is just emotionless. He'll kill anything in his path. He doesn't care. He'll just go for it, kill it, and he won't give a second thought to it. Whereas this Godzilla starts out the movie, destroys a little bit of stuff, and then kind of realizes the error of his ways. So I love that little thing going on with these guys. So that's the end of the Japanese cut. So we'll get into final kind of thoughts here. The English cut itself is alright. We have some missing human scenes. And then we also have the weird, they changed it up. So the Venusian, I believe in the English cut, she's called a Martian. Now, I could be wrong because I don't watch the English cuts of these movies, or specifically of this movie is one that I just prefer the Japanese cut to the point where it's like, the English cut, it's alright. I'm not going to watch it because I have the Japanese cut. I do that with Mothra vs. Godzilla now. I still love the English cut of Mothra vs. Godzilla, and I still watch that one, but if I had to choose, I would watch the Japanese cut. So I believe they said she's from Mars. I know they changed the planet that she's from for the English cut. I don't know why, but they did. I believe they say she's from Mars. The human plot is good in this movie, in the Japanese cut and the English cut. The human plot is good. Like I said, it's just a bit too busy at times. Like, there's the scene when Godzilla and Rodan are fighting outside of this science laboratory, and inside the whole time is this whole thing going on with testing the princess, finding out what's going on with her, why does she think she's from Venus, as well as this whole assassination plot. It's a lot of stuff happening at once. Feels a bit crowded at times, although I don't quite mind it because I do like the human plot of this movie. Like I said, the Venusian explanation is that because she has Venus ancestors, she can tap into that in her time of need, but it makes her lose her identity. It's really, really weird, but whatever, it's alright. I still don't understand quite how she survived falling out of that airplane. Something about, like, falling through dimensions or something really weird that I don't quite like. Other than that, the movie, the human plot is fine. The monster stuff is great. The special effects are really, really good. And for how little kind of straight action there is in this movie, like, the end fight is great, but other than that, we don't have a lot of straight monster brawling. Like I said, Godzilla and Rodan fight, but it's not a ton of fighting. It's more like puppets kind of bashing into each other for a little bit. This whole suit fight at the end here is amazing, just because you have to think about the wire work and how incredible it is. The fact that they didn't have Rodan tripping up on Ghidorah's 3 heads as well as his 2 tails and Godzilla's tail, the fact that they had none of this tripping up over each other, the wire working of this movie, really incredible. Wire working will play a huge factor in Destroy All Monsters. What makes it so great is how well they work those wires to make these, like Godzilla's tail, it's a puppet. It's controlled by a wire. It's not controlled by the suit actor. How is he going to control it? He doesn't have a tail. Ghidorah's heads, the dude had to literally sit there. He was a big, bulky dude. It's a great documentary, The Art of Suit Acting. It's not a documentary. It's like a 10-15 minute special, but it's this big dude who had to sit in there and hold a metal bar to hold up the frame of Ghidorah. He could not make the slightest movements without tripping up the wires, so he had to move perfectly on cue, otherwise things would go bad. And then Mothra herself, I don't quite know how they control Mothra. I think it's just like a little puppet. I know later on I believe they have like animatronics in the Millennium series, but at this point I'm sure it's just wires as well and puppetry work. But other than this, guys, like, other than how impressive it is, the fights themselves are really great. I feel like later movies in this series will try and replicate this to little success, where it's a down and gritty monster fight. Godzilla vs. Gigan comes to mind, where they try and replicate the down and gritty kind of tooth and claw kind of fisticuffs kind of fighting style. But Godzilla vs. Gigan was much more closely choreographed, so it didn't feel as raw as this one does. So I don't think they all worked to the success of this one. Destroy All Monsters, however, I think amplifies this kind of down and gritty kind of fighting style. Like, really, Destroy All Monsters, especially that end fight, is absolutely amazing. I can't wait to get there because I really just want to rewatch that movie. I mean, I don't really watch these movies out of sequence when I'm doing Godzilla-Thons, and I do a Godzilla-Thon every year, so I can't wait to get to this one and watch Destroy All Monsters, because that is an amazing movie. So, getting into the allegory, there's a lot of the same allegory from Mothra vs. Godzilla with no nuclear bombs, which is kind of it's kind of Honda's thing. He was very anti A-bomb, understandably so. In hydrogen bomb, we bombed Japan. We as Americans bombed Japan, and so him being a Japanese person, he's going to be against that stuff. There's a lot of that kind of anti-nuclear weapons thing going on here, as well as we are all people of the same planet who need to work together, which is a great thing, because here's what I was talking about earlier. You have all of our human characters working together for the common good. They are working together to help this princess, help out the world by getting Mothra to fight Godzilla, or not fight Godzilla, but getting her to convince Godzilla to fight Ghidorah. Everyone's working together in this movie, and then you have the assassins who are on their own plan. They're doing their own thing. They don't give a crap about the monsters. They don't give a crap about this or that. They just want to kill this princess for political reasons. Also, I believe that's Honda criticizing politics, which, I don't think any movie criticizes politics as well as Shin Godzilla, but that comes out like 60 years later. So, or 50 something years later. So, Godzilla and Mothra and Rodan all have to work together to fight Ghidorah. It's a really good message from last movie of we're all people of the same planet who need to work together, and in this one, just like in the last movie, they actually do work together and they achieve their common goal. There's also some other analyzations I've recently heard, which are some Cold War analyzations of Godzilla equaling America and Rodan equaling Russia, and they're fighting on their own terms against, their own battle, and Mothra, who represents Japan, just happens to be caught in the middle, and then Ghidorah represents the fears of China having their huge nuclear arsenal and possibly rivaling both of them. I don't think that quite happens in the Cold War. Nothing to that effect happened. We didn't all team up against China, obviously, otherwise things wouldn't be as they are today. So, I don't quite think this Cold War allegory lands, but a lot of people have been saying it's true. I was reading up online about this stuff. A lot of people say it's true. I guess if that's what you want to take away from it, is that Ghidorah represents the fear people had of China. Sure, I guess. But the music itself, Akira Ifukube, he kills it. He always kills it. So this movie is really great music. Not as good as last time. Mothra vs. Godzilla has some phenomenal music. This one is good. It's not as good as last time, though. Like I said, the special effects are great, minus Godzilla's face. Godzilla's sculpt doesn't really get better up until Destroy All Monsters. The overall Japanese cut, my rating for it would have to be an 8.5 out of 10. Not that I don't like this movie. Obviously, that's a good score. I like this movie a lot. I don't like it as much as any of the others so far, other than Godzilla Raids Again is an awful movie. Can't stand that movie at all. So, this one, an 8.5 out of 5. It's a really good movie, really great Godzilla movie. It's a great starter, I feel like. Another great starter if you want to get someone into more of the superhero kind of Godzilla, start them with this one, because he's not a superhero. This is his transformation from villain into anti-hero. He'll become a superhero later. Start them with this one so they can see where it all goes down and why he changes sides. The English movie, the English dub, I'm going to give it an 8. Sometimes the voice acting is alright. And then the English dubs are never really as good as the Japanese cut, so still, it's not a bad movie, the English cut. If you want to watch the English cut, go ahead and watch it. I'm not going to be a Godzilla purist and say you have to see the Japanese cut, otherwise you're a phony fan. That's just BS, but thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. D-Man, out. See you guys next time for Invasion of the Astro-Monster. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to the 8th episode. I was about to say 7th. Welcome to the 8th episode of Godzilla-Thon. This week we are going to be reviewing Invasion of the Astro-Monster, or Invasion of Astro-Monster, or Godzilla vs. Monster Zero, or Monster Zero, from 1965. So this was the movie that immediately followed Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, or Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. This one's a really good one. This one's one of those classic Showa Godzilla films that most people seem to remember. I have some pretty fond childhood memories of it myself, because when I used to be sick from school, I would always see, for whatever reason, I don't quite know why, I would always pop this one in. I used to have it on VHS. I'd pop it in, and I'd just sit back and watch it when I'd lay in bed, and I'd be sick. Once again, I don't quite know why this was one of my go-to movies for when I was sick, but for the longest time it was, to the point where if I wasn't sick and I'd watch this, I'd want to be sick just so I could have a need to watch this. It was weird. I'm not as big of a fan of this movie now as I was back then, and I'm confused currently how I was as big of a fan of this movie back then as I was, because let's be honest, when we get into this review, this is not a good Godzilla movie. And I know, before anyone freaks out on me, get through the review, you'll see what I mean. I love this movie, but it's not a good Godzilla movie. You'll see what I mean by that here in however long it takes me to get to that explanation. So, Invasion of the Astro-Monster, this was my first time watching the Japanese cut, and that's the cut that I'm going to be reviewing mainly. So, first of all, it looks great on DVD. This is the first time I've watched it on DVD. Looks amazing on DVD, and the VHS is put away in the basement now. It's put away for most likely for good, unless my DVD breaks, which would suck. And then I'll have to go back to the VHS. But it looks great on DVD, and at the beginning it plays the Monster Zero March, the famous Ifukube Godzilla March. He uses it in Battle in Outer Space. Used it in Godzilla 1954, used it here, will continue to use it all the way up until the Heisei era. He'll still be using it then. So, well, this is one of Ifukube's main pieces right here. It's always tweaked, but it's the main piece of this is always used and carried over the Japanese military march. So this is one of those American co-productions as well. So we have Nick Adams in there as astronaut Glenn. We also have Akira Takarada as Fuji, so that's really cool to see him returning. He, of course, played Ogata in the original Gojira from 1954. So let's get into the plot. Glenn and Fuji are astronauts. They are on a spaceship headed to a new planet discovered by Jupiter. The planet is called Planet X. This takes place in the year I think it said like 1960X or 1970X, one of the two. It's some point in the quote-unquote future of when the movie was made. It was just an unspecified date. So they're headed to Planet X. Convenient that it's called Planet X by the Earthlings and then also called their Planet X, whatever. Fuji's he's an overprotective brother of his sister, which is a great dynamic they have between the two. It's really great when the sister's boyfriend is introduced. So his sister is dating he's an inventor. His name is Tetsuo. He's kind of a failure in the eyes of Fuji. He hasn't really amounted to anything. He's working on this annoying contraption that comes in handy, but it's a really annoying contraption. He seems to be going nowhere in life. He hasn't accomplished anything yet. Fuji is just trying to look out for his sister's best financial interests. It seems like he's trying to set her up with someone successful. He wants her to live a happy, prosperous life, whereas she just wants to live a happy life with Tetsuo. So Tetsuo is developing this noise transmitter. It comes in handy at the end, like I said. Also, another funny story, or another story, because now that I'm getting into Godzilla movies that I have a deep emotional connection with from my childhood, I can start telling these stories. Next one, I'll have very few stories because I freaking hate Godzilla vs. Sea Monster. So, Tetsuo's he's making this noise transmitter. So, when I used to watch this movie, because I do a Godzilla-Thon every year, this year I kind of failed at it, but every year up until this year, for the past while now, I've done a Godzilla-Thon where I'll watch all the Godzilla movies that I own. Now that I own all of them, I've watched all of them. Where I used to watch all the Godzilla movies that I owned in order. Every week I'd watch a new one, and that was just how I did things. So, I would always watch them when going to sleep. I'd always fall asleep really quickly. I don't know how, but for whatever reason, this movie specifically, I'd fall asleep really quickly. And Tetsuo's noise, his noise transmitter, it gets a name later. I think the name is the Lady Guard. So Tetsuo's noise transmitter, when it first goes off, makes this super high-pitched, loud, buzzing noise, and it just goes on for like 30 seconds before someone runs up and yells, "Telephone!" Every single time that scene would come on. And I don't know why I never figured out, oh wait, I should probably just turn the TV off. But I would fall asleep watching this movie. The stupid thing would go off. I'd freak out every single time, panic, try and find my phone, find out what's going on here, find the remote and turn the TV, like pause it. I'd freak out because this stupid noise was so loud, and it'd terrify me. Every night I was sleeping, this noise goes off, and I'd always wake up to her going, "Telephone!" every single time. And I would watch, I know, this gets annoying for most people, not for me. I can do it, clearly, because I'm the one who did it. But every week of Godzilla-Thon, typically, I watch the movie every single night. I pop it in every single night when going to sleep, and that gets annoying for some people. Some people can't watch the same movie 7 days in a row. I personally can. I love these Godzilla movies. The only one that I'd make some exceptions, like Godzilla vs. Sea Monster. Watch that one once, one full sitting in 1 week, and then I never watch it again until next year. So you guys will look forward to next week. I hate that movie. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it here. So every time I'd wake up during that scene, I'd also wake up at the end when they implement it against the Planet X spaceships, and the spaceships are being shot at. I'd wake up at the end, and that's when I'd turn the TV off, and I'd be like, I cannot watch the rest of this movie. I'm tired. So, just funny story there, I guess, because I gotta fill out the runtime of this episode because I don't have a ton to say about the plot, even though it's a very crowded plot. So Planet X is putting out advanced radio waves. The P-1 spaceship is headed on its way to Planet X. Planet X is revealed to be a satellite of Jupiter. For those of you who are too young to know what a real satellite is, that's not something that people built and put in space. That is a natural body, or just any sort of large object in space is referred to as a satellite in science. Miss Namikawa, one of our main characters, comes to see Hiroka, whatever that chick's name is, Fuji, and Hiroka Fuji. She is our main guy Fuji's sister, as well as Tetsuo, about the invention. So the P-1 lands on Planet X. Glenn and Fuji investigate it. So I love this too. Me and my dad just watched this movie. There's strange lightning on the planet. Lightning, but no clouds. Then mysterious footsteps show up as some of our people go missing. Sound familiar? This setup at the start of this scene of Planet X reminds me so much of Planet of the Apes, the original. It's ridiculous. There's just the same kind of stuff going on. Mysterious footsteps, lightning, no thunder. This kind of like dark, mysterious setup leading up to what's happening. This very ominous tone. It's like really, there's a lack of music, so it kind of makes it more intense. It's really weird how similar some of these scenes are. Me and my dad kind of chuckled over it. So Glenn and Fuji are investigating the planet. The P-1 as well as Glenn disappear. Fuji kind of freaks out, and then the people of Planet X show up, and they're like, yo, we got you. So they take Fuji underground in this tube. It's like a weird cylinder tube. The people of Planet X are interesting to say the least, just based off the way they dress. They're pretty sweet characters. I mean, the main dude, there is no sympathy and no remorse. They're like Terminators. They will not bargain with you. They will not reason with you. They will not stop till you're dead. So, they're pretty awesome characters because, especially this main guy, the commander, or the commandant, I think he's referred to in the Japanese cut. They're really sweet characters just because of how emotionless they are. Later on, they'll gun down one of our main characters, no problem. So here they take him under, and they're kind of they're deceiving our people from Earth. They explain that this Monster Zero, is attacking their planet. That's why they have to live underground. Then all of a sudden, Monster Zero shows up. So Monster Zero shows up. This is King Ghidorah, it's revealed to be. King Ghidorah is, how he got on this Planet X is not explained, but it doesn't really matter. He just kind of shows up and is destroying stuff, and then they're like, there he is, the mighty Ghidorah, as you know him. He also has the title King Ghidorah in this movie, which he did not have in the last movie. So the people of Planet X wish to use Godzilla and Rodan to fight King Ghidorah. This should be our first hint that they're not telling the full truth, because if they have the technology to get Godzilla and Rodan to Planet X, then they would have the technology to get King Ghidorah off of Planet X. So the reason they don't take him off is revealed towards the end of the movie. In return, Earth gets the cure for cancer in the Japanese cut. And so, in the words of Kyoko and Patterson from Shin Godzilla, it is a win-win situation for Earth. You get rid of two monsters that will destroy stuff. You also get the cure for cancer. Or in the English cut, it's the cure for all disease. So the person who bought the Lady Guard, which is Tetsuo's invention, this is actually kind of a mysterious thing going on through the whole thing of like, because we know Miss Namikawa bought it, but we don't know like why. She says it's for a toy company, but they're not making the toy. It's also, it'd be a terrible toy. And then we also see some strange scenes of them sitting there, and they're obviously the people from Planet X who are in charge here. Fuji, there's a great scene where Fuji and Tetsuo have to sit there at a dinner table together, and it's really awkward silence while Fuji's sister and Glenn, who were also there, they walk away for a minute because Glenn's going out on a date with Namikawa. So there's a great scene when Fuji and Tetsuo just have to sit there in awkward silence for a while, and both of them just stare at each other. It's really funny. So Glenn goes out on a date with Namikawa. They stay in a bungalow for the night, as it's referred to in the English cut. Glenn sees the commander from Planet X on Earth. He starts questioning why was he here. All of a sudden, Godzilla's found in this lake. The people from Planet X predicted Godzilla to be in that lake. They also predicted Rodan to be inside of this mountain. For whatever reason, Rodan seems to like hanging out in mountains. Then, all of a sudden, the people from Planet X show up in this lake with their spaceships. They take Godzilla and Rodan to Planet X. They also take Glenn, Fuji, as well as a military dude to Planet X. The ships from Planet X are controlled by brainwaves. Something weird that keeps coming up within these past two movies is brainwaves. You also got that as a big major theme last movie with the brainwaves at the start of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster being what was driving the Martian outside alien forces or whatever they were trying to figure out the mystery in the 20th century. At the start of the movie with all those strange goings-ons and the UFOs, everything going on there. So it's interesting that the fact that brainwaves would seem to be brought up multiple times in these movies. So now Ghidorah shows up on Planet X with Godzilla and Rodan there. They whoop his butt. There's a great scene when Godzilla's hiding behind some rocks. Ghidorah's he's shooting lightning at the rocks. Godzilla pops up, kicks a rock, and nails Ghidorah in one of his faces. And then all of a sudden, Rodan picks up this boulder, drops it straight onto Ghidorah's back. He's knocked nearly down. And then Godzilla jumps out, blasts him with the atomic breath. So he hits him with the atomic breath. Then he does this flying jump all the way over to Ghidorah, knocks him over, and just starts beating down on him to the point where Ghidorah has to retreat. He seems to retreat a lot in these movies, doesn't he? So he's retreated last time, and then he retreats now. He flies away. Godzilla and Rodan are victorious, and Godzilla does the iconic and infamous he does the victory dance, which everyone seems to know and make fun of. I think it's awesome. As it's referred to in the English cut, it is a happy moment. So, there are many Namikawas discovered on Planet X. And what I mean by that is there's many clones of the same girl on Planet X. Glenn saying that, beauty's not just skin deep. It's what's on the inside that matters. It's found that Planet X has a water shortage. There's also a really great scene set up earlier. This is especially noticeable in the English cut, where during Ghidorah's first attack, you see him fly on the mount. You see him fly over this mountain and start blasting stuff, and then you hear one of the commanders say something like, "Oh, our hydrogen oxide." Which, technically isn't an element that exists. You can have dihydrogen monoxide, but hydrogen oxide isn't really, unless you're having, that's a different thing. OH is also a different element. Hydroxide's a different element. But they say, I'm in chemistry, so I know this stuff. I'm in advanced chemistry, so I know this stuff. So Ghidorah flies over this mountain, he blasts something, and they're like, oh, our hydrogen oxide is being depleted, we won't be able to maintain control of and then it cuts off right there, and we don't hear what he says. He was most likely going to say, we can't maintain control of Ghidorah because they were controlling him. Spoiler alert. They were controlling him. So there's great setup there. So it's found that Planet X actually has a water shortage. Water's less valuable than gold there, as they keep saying. So after this goes down, Godzilla and Rodan are left on Planet X. Planet X takes Earth hostage, saying it may only exist as a colony of Planet X. One thing that I think is really interesting, because in most alien invasion plots, you just get them being like, oh, we're going to destroy, take over Earth, and humans will be extinct. In this one, they're like, no, you guys can be here, we're not going to kill you all. You guys will just work for us. They're like Negan. They may kill some of you to prove a point, but once the lesson is learned, once the price is paid, you earned your keep. You just gotta provide for them, and they will take half your stuff, and then there you go. Well, it's not specified to half their stuff. It was just implied that they were going to take their water in this movie. Something that us humans seem to need a lot. So Namikawa is killed because she's revealed to be a Planet X person, obviously. She's a Planet X spy, but she fell in love with Glenn. This goes against her protocol because everyone on Planet X is dictated by a computer. There is no individuality. It is just a central law. So she's killed. This is what I meant earlier. The commander has no problem gunning her down, killing her immediately. There is no hesitation, no surrender, no hesitation, no man left behind. Get it? Anyone? Thundergun Express, anyone? Always Sunny. So, the kaiju are let loose on Earth. This means that Godzilla, Rodan, and Ghidorah are all destroying stuff. There's a great action scene where Godzilla and Rodan are destroying stuff. Really cool shots of Godzilla's foot going through buildings. They made a big foot to destroy some of these miniatures. It's really sweet. Really great effects, really ambitious with this movie. Same thing with the set pieces on Planet X, look amazing. So the Lady Guard transmits a sound that is too much to handle for the people of Planet X, which winds up killing them. Well, it doesn't necessarily kill them, it just forces them to go into a state where they cannot react. It basically puts them into a seizure. So once Tetsuo and Glenn discover this, they just start using it on these people. Fuji works out a way to break the people from Planet X's magnetic waves, which are controlling the monsters. So they figure out a way to turn the monsters from destroying the cities. They figure out a way to turn that system off. So Godzilla and Rodan are destroying everything. There's great action sequences here. The military's fighting back. That amazing military march is going on during this whole setup scene where they're trying to get stuff done. Ghidorah starts destroying cities with Godzilla and Rodan. Really cool to see Ghidorah destroy a city. We don't see that really ever in the series other than this and Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. We see some scenes, but not like this where he's like walking through buildings, smashing stuff. The Lady Guard starts being transmitted all across Japan. It sets the people from Planet X into ruins. Their spaceships start blowing up. All this stuff starts happening. They can't control it. Tanks are firing down at the bungalow, which the people from Planet X had taken over. The bungalow is destroyed. Everyone inside of there is dying very slowly and brutally. One thing that's weird about this movie is that the deaths of the bad guys are so slow and brutal. Mothra vs. Godzilla, you don't see the deaths. You see Godzilla walk up to the building that you know our bad guys are in, and then you cut to the building falling down with him destroying it. This one, you watch the people die very slowly and brutally, so it's very odd how that happens. I love it, though. I think it works great. So the Lady Guard's being transmitted across Japan. The monster controller is broken using Fuji's invention. The people of Planet X self-destruct in an attempt to get out of having to listen to this crippling noise to them. Godzilla Godzilla and Rodan verse Ghidorah. Round 2 from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. It's the fight again. This is also round 2 from in this movie. So the two of them wind up whooping his butt. Ghidorah, he's awesome, right? Showa Ghidorah doesn't really have anything going for him, though, because he loses every battle he's in. He's just talked up a lot. So Godzilla and Rodan wind up kicking his butt. He gets annihilated, which is what makes Destroy All Monsters so great. We'll get there. But that's awesome, the fact that they just completely annihilate him. It's another tooth and claw fight, although Godzilla is using the atomic breath more here. In fact, he didn't even use it last time. I made the mistake of saying that. Someone caught me in the comments. Thank you for watching the video at that point. So there's a very tooth and claw fight here as well. This is what I was meaning last time. I feel like they always try to replicate that fight, but not to the same excess. This one doesn't feel as successful as last time, where it just really seemed awesome and epic last time. This one doesn't seem as good. Ghidorah retreats, flying away. Godzilla and Ghidorah kind of tackle each other down a mountain, just like King Kong vs. Godzilla style. Plummet into the water. Ghidorah retreats, flying away, and it's basically announced that no, Godzilla was down there. He's alive. He won. The English cut of this movie, called Monster Zero, this is a Henry G. Saperstein, or Saperstein, however you're going to pronounce it. This is one of his co-productions with Toho, as well as War of the Gargantuas, Frankenstein Conquers the World, so on and so on. This one, I think King Kong Escapes is also. This is another one of those, which is why the set pieces look so good. We'll get to the effects here in a minute. I want to talk about this really fast. The fact that the stock footage in this movie, because I don't really have anything different to say about the English cut other than the fact that watch it for Nick Adams' performance only. He's a great actor, and you can really see that in this American cut. You know, it's really cut out of the Japanese cut, because one thing that's interesting is the fact that they dub Nick Adams' lines in Japanese, so no matter what version of this movie, you're going to be watching a dubbed performance, which kind of takes away from the chemistry that Glenn and Fuji have. I want to see them play it off the way it was meant to be played off, which is them speaking their native languages to each other, just having a good time. So this is a really interesting one, because either way you're watching a dubbed performance. In the original, you're seeing Akira Takarada's performance, which is amazing. This one, you're seeing Nick Adams' performance, which is also really good. There's some great scenes. You can see the actor Nick Adams getting down and dirty, throwing some punches. You know, he's not like taking any blows. He's not like one of those actors who does their own stunts, obviously, but he might. I don't think he does, or did, I should say. But he did get down and dirty. You can see some scenes. He's like really giving it his all. He's a great Adam. I don't know why I said that. A great Adam. He is a great Adam. A great Nick Adam. He's a great actor. And I think it's a shame what happened, how it turned out. But he really gives it his all in these movies, and so it's great to see his performance. He was a really nice addition to these movies. One thing I want to talk about, though, one thing that I don't like about this movie, this is the first one that I can think of that uses stock footage to overwhelming effect. This is actually the first one that I think uses stock footage that, unlike Godzilla Raids Again, which used stock footage from the 54 attack, that was used in a video clip showing Godzilla's attack in 54. This is just inserted into the movie. Works terribly, because you're getting shots of Rodan's attack from Rodan. The suit looks completely different. It's really jarring. There's some mistakes there with the stock footage, and that will continue and only get worse throughout the rest of this series. Big problem. Stock footage is real. The effects are good, alright? The effects are really good, because the set pieces are amazing. Like, these are the biggest set pieces in any Godzilla film in the Showa era, and that is why it really feels so grand. It really feels different, and the sci-fi is so ambitious in this movie because they had that American co-production funding, so they could do a lot more with it. The problem is, as Adam Noyce often says, or as he quotes, I'm not going to say it directly, I'm going to paraphrase here. The more money you have, the less you are creative in hiding the mistakes. So, pretty much, when a movie has a bigger budget, it doesn't get creative to hide the little mistakes. This movie does not hide the little mistakes at all. You can see the wires holding Ghidorah up most of the time he's there. Same with Rodan. It's clunky. It takes you out of the experience because it is a big mistake, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's gonna always be there. And as movies age, the effects will age with it. So it's just one of those things that happens. It's disappointing, but there's nothing that anyone on Earth can ever do about it. And I think it is a result of this movie having such a big budget, because the solo Toho films, such as Mothra vs. Godzilla, the effects were done a lot better. I think a lot more convincingly in that movie, which is a big problem. It's kind of disappointing. But like I said, the set pieces make this really great for special effects. Now, the music is great. It's not as good as the previous two scores. I think this is the weakest ever since... the weakest score ever since Godzilla Raids Again, which means King Kong vs. Godzilla, Mothra vs. Godzilla, as well as Ghidorah were all better than this one, which is also sad, even though this one has one of the greatest themes ever to be composed by Akira Ifukube. The human plot is also really good. It's just really crowded. There's a lot going on here. You have to really follow what's going on to get it. You can't just kind of show up like an hour into the movie and expect to know what's going on. It's not one of those movies. You can't do that. You have to be involved with this human plot because there's so much going on so quickly. It's a very crowded plot. And that's not a bad thing. That just adds to it because the sci-fi elements are so great. We don't see enough of that in Ifukube, or I don't know why I said that. He's not a... Ifukube is not a director. We don't see that enough in Honda's films with really out there sci-fi aspects, which makes this one really stand out as an individual piece and makes it, stand on its own. So it's really good. Speaking of individuals, let's get into the themes and allegory, which is the need for individuality. Something that I found really weird. There seems to be an emphasis on the need for individuality. Honda may have been worried about the future of Earth, I think, because when you watch this movie, he's obviously... This really seems like a paranoid dude going on about, like, oof, watch out for technology, one day it'll kill us all. That kind of thing, because, like... The people from Planet X are governed by a singular computer system which tells them how to live their lives. That might be his fear of technology coming out, as well as the fact that space travel unleashes these people who try and kill us all. So it might be his fears of future advancements coming out. I don't know. I could be drawing too much from that. The other thing that I found kind of as for the allegory here is the need for individuality especially with Namikawa's characterization of her wanting to break free from that. She wants to break free from having to obey the people of Planet X, while at the same time still being loyal to them, which is ultimately why she gets killed, because she tries to convert Glenn into a Planet X person and he won't take it. So she basically says, let's get married, you'll have to become a citizen of Planet X and that'll happen, you won't die, just follow our rules, you'll be fine. He says, people are going to fight to the end, baby, something like that. That's not a mistake. He literally says something like baby or something like that. So there seems to be an emphasis on that. He seems to be worried that individuality and a singular government are not the right thing, or a lack of individuality and a singular government are going to lead to the downfall of people. We need unity. We need all to work together, but not to be that close to the point where we're all dictated by the same one law. That seems to be the biggest thing going on throughout this movie. Overall, it's a pretty great movie in terms of sci-fi. Now, wow, it took us to the very end of this, 39 minutes for us to finally get here. I don't know why I said 39. It's 30 minutes, and then it was 39 seconds. Okay, so this movie is a really great sci-fi movie. It is not a great Godzilla movie, because here's the thing, Godzilla's in 3 scenes of this movie. He is asleep in a bubble every other time you see him on screen. So that is a huge problem, because this is a Godzilla movie. Yeah, Godzilla's name isn't in the title, which actually makes this a lot better. Otherwise, I would come down on this hard and be like, you're going to give me a Godzilla movie with 3 scenes of Godzilla. This is awful, because 2014 also had that going on, but 2014 also has more screen time for Godzilla than this movie does. So there you can also put that into perspective, anyone who hates 2014 because Godzilla didn't get a ton of screen time, this one has even less. Godzilla's screen time in this movie is very limited. He shows up 3 times doing stuff, which is once on Planet X, fights Ghidorah, wins, once on Earth destroying stuff, and once fighting Ghidorah and then going away. The rest of his scenes, he's either asleep or standing around on Planet X waiting to be left behind, seemingly. There you go. This is not a great Godzilla movie because Godzilla's hardly in the movie. He gets very little screen time. Ghidorah is the main feature of this movie in terms of monsters, and he's hardly even in it. The main The main reason you watch this movie is for the sci-fi stuff, because it's an out there, wild sci-fi movie. I have a feeling Battle in Outer Space is going to be something similar to this, not like this a lot, because there's no giant monsters in it, from what I can tell. But I can't wait to watch that movie. I got it for Christmas, so that one should be interesting. I hope it's a lot like this. In fact, or in the terms of it's like a sci-fi Earth defending against aliens kind of movie, because I want to see more of those from Toho. These are kind of really interesting movies. So final points here. One thing that I forgot to mention is the fact that Glenn winds up becoming a Planet X ambassador, which is also Ifukube saying we need foreign relations. Or I don't know why I keep saying Ifukube. I'm giving him credit where credit is not due. That was Honda. Honda's theme's an allegory. So Glenn becomes an ambassador of Planet X, showing the fact that we need international relationships, something that is still a big problem nowadays. So this is a very great movie for that reason as well. Overall, I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. It's not a perfect Godzilla movie by any means. It's actually one of the worst. I'm going to have to word this weird to make it actually fit what I want to say here. This is one of the worst movies to watch for Godzilla, but it is one of the better sci-fi movies to watch. It is not a bad movie. 8 out of 10 is still a good score. It's one of the lower scores from Godzilla-Thon up to this point, but it's still a good score, right? So go check out this movie if you want to see a sci-fi movie. Hold off on it if you're wanting a just straight up Godzilla movie. Go watch Mothra vs. Godzilla for that one. So thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. See you guys next time for Ebirah, Horror of the Deep, aka Godzilla vs. Sea Monster, aka I hate my life in that movie. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. D-Man out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video. This one sucks, alright? So, Godzilla-Thon, I get it. Godzilla-Thon, I have to review every Godzilla movie. That includes the garbage ones, and, I already touched up on Godzilla Raids Again. I think in that one I was like, yeah, that one might be my least favorite. No, I absolutely hate this movie. I hate everything about it. You can even see, it bleeds over into the title card here. I could not even take the time to put a ton of effort into it, because looking at that dumb Godzilla design when having to draw this picture, that already made me mad enough. And then when I got to myself, I was like, you know what, screw this. I'm not going to put the same amount of time that I usually put into those little me's at the bottom of every, picture. So, as you guys can see, it doesn't resemble me all that well, because at this point, I hate this movie to the point where I can't even draw the title card properly, so get ready for the review. Strap in. It should be a fun one. Let's just get into it, right? I don't have a ton to say about this movie, so I guess maybe me rushing the intro is not going to help the runtime of this video, but whatever. Let's get into Ebirah, Horror of the Deep, aka Godzilla vs. Sea Monster from 1966. Most important thing for me to note here is I've never seen the Japanese cut. I will be reviewing the English cut because that's the only one I own. I own it on VHS. Never seen the Japanese cut. So, maybe if someone's like, oh, the Japanese cut is so good, I'm not going to believe you because I've heard from other people that it's not. But maybe I'll be like, it could be better than this cut. I don't know, though, because this movie is awful. This English cut is so bad. I don't know how it could be that salvageable. You might be like, well, maybe it's just the dub of the English cut you have. I don't think so. I just think it's a bad movie in general. So, let's get into the review, shall we? A ship is sunken. That was terrible English. A ship is sunken by a giant claw. Ooh, it's like a big storm sequence. This boat's sailing away. A big, huge claw comes out of the water. The ship goes overboard, or the passengers go overboard. The ship is sunken. We cut to like this weird narration 2 months later, and we meet a character. Oh, I guess we actually hear of the character who was lost on the ship. His name is Yatta. He was lost at sea. He is known not to be dead by some. I'm assuming she's like a gypsy lady. Is like, oh, I've searched the land of the dead and I didn't find him. Ooh, and so they're like, he's alive. Let's find him because you always trust gypsies. She actually turns out to be true though. He's not dead, as we'll find out later. So this movie is very 60s. With the worst part of this movie gotta be is it was, for the time it was made, I'm sure this was very normal, but this is the dumbest scene in the movie. So our main characters, they need a boat because they're trying to go sail out and find Yatta, who's gone missing. They enter a dance competition, this weird dance competition, because if they can last the longest dancing, then they win a boat. Um, so they're going on, they're dancing. It's a very 60s, all right. This was 66. Obviously, it's gonna have that kind of influence. Duh, it's the time period. But like the dancing is all ridiculous. The music is so similar to that 66 Batman theme. It's incredible. That Adam West Batman theme. Very very similar to that. It's goofy scene. It drags on too long. Our characters, they lose, so they head out. They sneak onto this ship, who the ship is actually owned by, I'm going to mess up his name because they pronounce it like once in the English cut, and I wrote it down, trying to figure out what they said. Like Yashimara, I think his name is. So they sneak onto Yashimara's boat. Well, it's not his boat, but he's on the boat. They sneak onto this boat. Yashimara's there, and he's like, "Oh, you guys sneaking onto my boat? I don't know. I gave him a British accent, but I'm gonna keep it that way." So he says, like, "You sneak onto my boat," or that's Australian. He says, "You sneak onto my boat. This is breaking and entering, you know." And they're like, "Oh yeah, we know." I don't know what that accent was. That was supposed to be a Japanese accent, but it did not come out that way. So they basically, he's like, "Hey, this is illegal," and they're like, "Oh, we know." And then he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna tell on you. You guys can sleep here the night," which is weird. It turns out later why we find out why he let them sleep there, but whatever. So he lets them sleep there, I guess. And then he wakes up and the boat is sailing. They set sail while he's asleep. So the boat. So the radio comes on. It informs our characters that there's been a boat that went missing in the middle of the night. It's been stolen, and at the same time, there's been a recent, like a huge theft at a bank that's happened. So our characters, being the smarties that they are, they go, "Oh, wait a minute, we stole a boat last night. That was us. Our bad." They can't turn around though because they are looking for Yatta. So they're like, "Oh, that's our bad. We stole this boat, right?" But then they find out that, oh, this other guy on the ship with us, this guy who pretended to be, he pretended that it was his boat, Yashimara, or Yashimura. Akira Takarada, by the way, from Ogata. He was also in the last movie as Fuji. They're like, "Oh, he must be the bank robber, so yeah, we're stuck on a stolen ship with a robber. That's not very good." But they brush it under the rug because, they're reasonable people, and they realize, on this boat in the middle of nowhere, if they threaten him because of the implications of him being a criminal, they are gonna wind up dead. So they're like, we'll sweep this one under the rug, man. It's cool. You go about doing what you do. And he's like, "Oh, all right, I will." So he like sharpens, he like makes this master key or whatever that can unlock anything, and they're like, "Oh, you are the bank robber," and he's like, "Yeah, whatever." So Rata sails out looking for Yatta, or Rota sails out looking for Yatta. That's his lost brother. So that's the reason they're going out looking for Yatta, is because Rota's his brother. Rata is his brother. I think the names are like rhyme or whatever. Rata. And it's funny, I just watched this movie literally minutes before starting this recording. It's just that forgettable that I'm already starting to forget the characters' names. So he sets sail looking for his brother. That's why they're doing it. That's the influence. The weather starts getting rough. The tiny ship is tossed. If not for the courage of the fearless crew, the minnow would be lost. They wind up in this big, huge storm. The claw appears again. It destroys the ship. They are washed on shore the next morning. And Gilligan's so happy he could kiss the ground. Then they explore the island. They find a giant ship just like sailing in the water, this big huge military ship spraying some sort of yellow mist into the water. They're like, "Hey, what's that?" So they go down to investigate. It turns out the island is inhabited by these scientific military organization officers. They wind up being a terrorist group. The natives, who are from Infant Island, are being held as slaves. So that's kind of messed up. Some of them try to escape. They try to make a run for it. They wind up getting shot down. Other ones sail away, and in the water, Ebirah, our movie's main villain monster, is the giant crawfish, aka the sea monster, aka what everyone thinks is a big huge crab slash lobster, which isn't. He comes up and he eats them, which is a really weird scene. We don't really see much of monsters eating people in these Godzilla movies outside of Ghidorah from War of the Gargantuas. So Deo escapes. She's our main female character. She was also a slave. She escapes, and then Commander Yatimoa, or Yatomo, I don't know his name. So Commander Yamato, or however that name is pronounced, basically evil Serizawa, evil Dr. Serizawa, has the eye patch and everything, played by the same actor, Akihiko, I don't know why I butchered that pronunciation, played by the same actor, Akihiko Hirata. He is, basically he's sent after her to capture her because they can't let any slaves get away, so there's this search party that heads out basically looking for her, hunting her down. Our gang is chased off this cliff by the Red Bamboo, this terrorist organization. They're the bad guys. They're chased off this cliff. Pretty much. They wind up climbing down on this lower ledge. They go into this cave because they need to seek refuge there. They soon find a sleeping Godzilla there. How he got in this random cave on this random island, who knows? Very convenient, never explained. I guess the movie was just like, you know what, this wasn't even supposed to be a Godzilla movie, let's just move on. I'll explain that now, I guess, because I brought it up. So this movie was initially supposed to be a King Kong movie, following up with I guess it would be a Toho Kong trilogy with King Kong vs. Godzilla, King Kong Escapes, and then King Kong vs. the Sea Monster, presumably. I think that's what it was supposed to be. It was something like Operation Robinson Crusoe, something like that. It was supposed to be a King Kong movie, King Kong vs. Ebirah. So that wound up getting scrapped. I believe I remember reading the reason for that was because it wasn't close enough in line with the Rankin Bass cartoon at the time, whereas King Kong Escapes was very in line with that cartoon, and then Rankin Bass cartoon was like, yeah, no, you guys aren't really doing anything at all similar to what we're doing, so please don't do this. And then they were like, you know what, we gotta make this movie, just stick Godzilla in Kong's place. So, you know, that's the only reason that Godzilla would be on a random island, is because Kong is typically found on random islands. So, I guess, right? It's never explained. Godzilla's just in this mountain sleeping out of nowhere. Deos, or whatever her name is, she's revealed to be, see, I clearly don't like this movie. I can't even remember the characters' names. I've already said that, but it is so forgettable. Literally, 11 minutes into the video, I'm already forgetting their names because they're that forgettable. So, Deos, or whatever, she's revealed to be from Infant Island. She starts praying to Mothra. All the natives are revealed to be from Infant Island. They all pray to Mothra. Mothra's new song... Okay, so Mothra has a new song. They sing it way too often, which is the problem, because other than that, it's a pretty good song, Mothra's songs are always hit or miss. This one's one of the ones that is, like, kind of a... I guess I shouldn't actually say that, because it's not hit or miss, because this one's an exception, where it's, like, kind of a hit, but it's so overplayed that it just gets annoying. I think it's really good because it's kind of heavy on the bass. It feels like when you listen to it, it's heavy on the bass. I really like that when the music's heavy on the bass. That's one reason I love Ifukube's stuff, kind of really heavy on the bass. Same thing with Persecution of the Masses. One of the reasons I love that song from Shin Godzilla is because it's so heavy on the bass. I think that makes the songs always a lot more epic. And this one's a good one because it's also got that same kind of bum, 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 really heavy on the bass. I like it. I don't know how many times I have to say the phrase heavy on the bass in order for you guys to get the point. Probably only one. So, the new song's alright. The only reason I think I really like is because I have one of the personal connections I have to this movie, surprisingly. Even as a little kid, I was like, yeah, this movie sucks, and I would never watch it. But one of the personal connections I have to it is a couple years ago, 2 years ago, I was doing my Godzilla-Thon. That was my second time ever doing Godzilla-Thon. I got to this movie, watched it every night. I just met a lot of new friends that year. As talked about in my 1 year later update on the channel. Just met a lot of new friends that year. They were pretty good friends. And, there was these girls that, for whatever reason, decided to call me that night. They never explained it to me. Still to this day, 2 years later, I don't know why they called me, but they called me, just started screaming my name into the phone. And then, I guess, from what I've heard, I wasn't there, obviously, because they were calling me. From what I've heard, like, one of them attacked the other one, and so it was just a lot of screaming going on in this phone. I was super confused at the time, but for whatever reason, I was, like, really embarrassed because I was watching this movie at the exact time they called. I was too lazy to get up and pause the movie. Obviously, if you guys have seen my first video on the channel, this was keep in mind, this was that kid. Alright, this was that little fat guy who was running the channel back then. That was me. This is what I was like back then. I couldn't even get up to turn off Godzilla Raids Again during my first video. I didn't even pause that. I just let that play straight through the video. So that, that's how I used to operate. So I didn't want to pause the movie when they called me, and because it just got to this scene where they sing Mothra's song for the first time, I was like really embarrassed because it wasn't like I could own it. I couldn't own up to it, right? If they heard this weird Japanese song playing, these girls singing Mothra, they would have questioned what that was, like they would have cared. I wouldn't have been able to own up to it. Whereas if it was the Ifukube Mothra song, the Mothra vs. Godzilla theme, I would own that. I would be like, no, this is Mothra's song, alright? This is awesome. Whereas with this one, I was like, oh, shit, I hope they don't hear this, because it's embarrassing. Whereas nowadays, I'd just be like, what are you watching? It's Godzilla vs. E-Monster. It's a crappy movie. I'm doing a review on it, just basically hating on it for 15 minutes now. But back then, I was a lot weirder and a lot more socially awkward. So I couldn't own up to it. Luckily, they didn't hear it, I guess. Not luckily, because it wouldn't have mattered, but I guess luckily for me back then, they didn't hear it because they were too busy screaming into the phone. I was just so, it was like I walked out of the room to try and get as far away from the TV as I could, and yet I couldn't pause it. I guess maybe because it's a VHS, I would have had to stop it, and I would have had to reset the VHS player to get it to start playing. I guess, because I used to have an old VHS player back then. I don't think that was the reason, because I would never pause the movies. I was just that kind of person. So I don't know what the reason was why I didn't do it, but I guess that's my personal connection, is anytime I see this movie, I think about these girls calling me up and screaming in my ear for 15 minutes, because it was a long call of just, and there was me sitting there like, oh my god, what is happening? So you guys are probably thinking the same thing, like, wow, this was really derailed. I guess I had to pad out the runtime somehow, so give me a break here. I hate this movie. I've said it a million times here if you couldn't figure that out. Our crew breaks into the Red Bamboo Lab. They're spotted. They're chased around. There's a really great scene. One of the best scenes of this movie is awesome. So, we have our Yashimara. He has one of these canisters with this yellow gas liquid that's contained in it. He turns around and he's deceiving the Red Bamboo, and he's like, oh, we've been caught. We have to retreat. We have to... He doesn't really say retreat. He basically says we have to surrender and let them take us prisoner. He turns around to face our other characters when he's saying it, and he grabs one of these bottles, puts it like in his shirt, and then he turns around, pops it open, throws it in the air. It's an awesome scene. This is one of the best scenes in the movie. Pops it off in the air. The whole room is just filled with this yellow, like thick yellow gas. You can't see through it. All our characters bolt out of there. Gives me some very Walking Dead feelings or vibes of the assault on Woodbury in season 3 when Glenn and Maggie are about to be executed, and then all of a sudden they throw in They throw in flashbangs and a couple smoke grenades into this room with Merle and everyone else. They blow up. Glenn and Maggie are taken out of there. And then when they're leaving the town Woodbury, they throw off more smoke grenades. Gives me one of those kind of epic feels to it. These kind of action-packed awesome sequences. Gives me one of those feels, which is why I like it so much, is just because, and it's really clever too, the way he turns around, opens his canister, pops it off, and then throws it in the air. Everything goes up in yellow fog. It's a great scene. So they escape. I really like that scene. They escape after they broke into the bamboo lab. They were trying to find a way off the island. That's why they broke in. I should have specified that. So they're spotted, and then they're chased out. I believe his name's like Mickey or something like that. He is taken hostage. See, I'm telling you, this movie's so forgettable. The names are so forgettable. I couldn't even hardly hear it, too. It's an old VHS, really hard to hear what they say, and the IMDb page doesn't have any of the actors' faces shown, so I couldn't look it up and find out what their names were there, because the only ones that were shown were, like, our main three, and the rest of them don't have profile pictures, so it was really hard for me to tell who was who on the IMDb, so that's why I didn't do that this week. In the past weeks, whenever I was like, oh, well, wait, what was that guy's name? I do that. Whereas here, I have the old VHS, really kind of hard to hear there. Some of the words are hard to hear. The video quality is not good, which also adds to me hating this movie. The video quality is not that good, and the IMDb doesn't have their faces shown, so I could not find out these actor names, so I apologize for that. Really, I didn't want to put too much time and research into this video because I think you guys can figure out by now, I've said it a million times, I hate this movie. So let's continue. So Mickey, or whatever his name is, one of our main three male characters who got on the boat with Yashimara. He is taken hostage, used as a slave. Rota escapes on a weather balloon, of all things. He gets strapped up to this weather balloon that just very conveniently is pushed right along Dinfin Island where his brother is. The slaves are forced to produce this yellow mist liquid and put it in these canisters, the same mist that got blown up earlier in that awesome scene. So they're the ones making that. It is actually revealed to be a monster repellent used by the Red Bamboo. It deters Ebirah, helps them control him. So Rota and Yatta are reunited on Infant Island. It's weird. So then the characters start devising plots on how are we going to get out of this, which is also great because we have pretty smart characters. I mean, there is some stupid things they're doing. Also, I forgot to mention earlier, if you were like, wait, you left us on a loose end here, why did Yatimara, or whatever his name is, why'd he let them sleep on that boat with him? It's because it wasn't his boat. He was stealing it, and he didn't want to be caught, so he didn't want them to leave and go tell anyone, so that's the reason. So here, we have some pretty smart characters, I guess. So they devise this plan. We're going to produce this fake yellow liquid gas. That way, when these terrorists try and use it on the monsters, they wind up getting killed. It works. A storm hits, waking up Godzilla. The lightning strikes the sword, sending like a lightning bolt down onto Godzilla. The electricity wakes him up, showing some of that King Kong influence from the original story, because Kong was amplified by electricity in King Kong vs. Godzilla, which also goes back to Frankenstein, because that was originally Frankenstein's role. So basically, this is a Frankenstein movie with Godzilla in the place, if you really think about it. Lightning strikes, wakes up Godzilla. Disappointing because he wakes up 40 minutes into the movie? Somewhere late in the movie. 2014 also has a pretty late entrance of Godzilla, but at least when Godzilla's there, you feel it. Here you don't. He just kind of is there, and you're like, alright, whatever. Lightning strikes, Godzilla's woken up, he breaks out of this cave, goes down into the water, fights a sea monster. That really stupid scene that's made famous by Godzilla's Revenge of the rock game where they kind of play volleyball with the rocks. That's in this this is where it comes from, where they're knocking the rocks back and forth to each other. Godzilla's smacking them over with his head and his hand. Ebirah's catching it with his claw and flinging him over there. It's stupid. So they have this weird little game with the rock, like a pass the ball kind of game with the rock. Godzilla gets in the water, gets down and dirty, shoots Ebirah with the atomic breath a couple times, which really works, and then Ebirah knocks Godzilla under the water. Really dark underwater sea fight. Can't see it very well in this movie. Godzilla's Revenge does it better when it amplifies the light, so there's this really weird underwater sea fight. Godzilla wins the first battle. There you go. Ebirah kind of swims away. Godzilla goes on land. He has some sort of weird attraction to Dale. Because of Kong. Kong always has a female attraction. So they had this. I don't know why they didn't write it out, because it's really awkward, where Godzilla just kind of follows this chick around, and then he sits there and looks at her for a while. Then the random giant condor flies out of nowhere. attacks Godzilla's head. You can't see a thing that goes on. It's the most jump cutty fight. It's the most cliche, awful Godzilla fight that there is. Everyone talks about this. You can't tell what goes on. This condor just attacks his head. He shoots it with the atomic breath or something, and it flies away, or it dies. I can't tell. And then they use it in Godzilla's Revenge, which is, you should think they'd be like, yeah, that was a dumb fight. Let's not do that again. But they do. Whatever. We'll get there. No, I can't wait to get there, honestly, because actually the next movies that follow this, all the way up until Hedorah, I really like. So we'll get there. Okay, so Godzilla has a weird attraction to her, giant condor fight. Jets show up out of nowhere, red bamboo jets. They fire down on Godzilla. He's he's invincible, so they don't really affect him. He kind of claps a couple together, which is pretty cool. This scene's actually pretty well done. Godzilla fighting these jets is pretty sweet. Always seeing Godzilla throw down with the military or whatever is awesome. Godzilla attacks the red bamboo forces. He fights the jets off. He goes and destroys the towers and all their infrastructure. I don't know what goes on here, because the Godzilla suit is so inconsistent in this movie between the suit used in Monster Zero, or better known as Invasion of the Astro-Monster. Pretty okay suit. I don't like the face sculpt. It's not anywhere near on the level of Mothra vs. Godzilla, but it's better than this, where his face, in some scenes, it's obviously that suit, but in other scenes has this dumb, blank expression with these big old clayed-on eyes that look awful. He looks so ridiculous and stupid and ugly. I hate it. And they keep using this suit throughout the movie. He looks so bad. I don't know why, but he looks so bad. Alright, so this is basically like the Godzilla vs. Sea Monster rant. Sea Monster rant. So I'm gonna leave this unedited too, just because you guys, well, for the most part, unedited, because you guys get to hear my angry rambling. So all right, Godzilla. He has a stupid face expression. Really takes you out of the movie when watching it, or at least it really takes me out of the movie when I'm watching it. Other than that, it's pretty cool seeing him knock down these towers, step on these buildings, blow everything up, seeing Godzilla be the BA that he is. Really awesome as always. Then they set this thing so that a nuke's gonna go off on the island. Meanwhile, Ebirah shows back up. The slaves escape. They get out of the red bamboo fortress because Godzilla destroyed it. The red bamboo is defeated. The monster repellent doesn't work. Ebirah winds up killing them, who are trying to escape on the boat. Godzilla fights he already fought the red bamboo. Godzilla fights Ebirah again. This is an alright scene where he's in the water fighting, and the only reason I say it's alright is because of the finishing blows to Ebirah are pretty dang sweet. Seeing the smarts that Godzilla has in some of these movies is awesome. So what he does is he actually winds up biting Ebirah's little hand right off, clean off, which is awesome. Then he turns, grabs the big claw hand, and just rips right up. The hand tears right off of Ebirah. He throws it to the side, or he actually doesn't. He kind of clicks it together and taunts him before throwing it to the side. Blasts him with the atomic breath. Ebirah is either killed or sent away. I can't tell. I didn't pay that much attention because I hate this movie. So Ebirah's, he's defeated. Let's leave it at that. Ebirah's defeated, and Godzilla's the victor. And then Godzilla goes back on land because at this point Mothra shows up. Mothra finally wakes up. It takes the whole movie, a lot of setup towards Mothra's appearance. It's not even a good appearance. She kind of just wakes up, flies away, goes to this island, picks up these people in this net, and then flies away again. This Mothra vs. Godzilla fight is so brief, and it doesn't make any sense. So, last time we left off was Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster with Mothra and Godzilla. Godzilla was like, yeah, you beat me last time we fought. You beat me, alright? You bested me. I don't like you, but I respect you for trying to take on Ghidorah. This is pretty much, they do have conversation in the movie and all this stuff, so I'm not stretching that much when I'm coming up with all this stuff. He's basically like, you beat me, you bested me, I respect you for taking on Ghidorah and getting your butt whooped, and then I came and saved you. But let's move on from that, and let's not interfere with each other anymore. So then Mothra shows up on this island, and what does this Godzilla do? Is he's like, oh yeah, continuity doesn't matter here, and then he goes and attacks her out of nowhere. So he walks over, tries to fight her. She pretty much is like, yeah, no, picks up these Infant Islanders and flies away. All our main crew is included in there. All the good guys, I should really say. So Mothra is pretty much his friend, and he still fights her. It makes more sense than when Anguirus is claimed to be Godzilla's friend later on, when Godzilla clearly killed him. So we'll get there too. Mothra takes the good guys off, they fly away, and then the good guys, for whatever reason, are like, Godzilla helped us. He definitely wasn't trying to kill us right there, even though he was obviously trying to kill us. I feel so bad for him. That nuke's gonna go off on the island. Well, no matter what they say, they're like, run away, Godzilla, run away, and then he does. He gets in the water and runs away. He jumps in the water, which is also the only reason I like that scene is because it used in the Godzilla Revenge opening. So Godzilla jumps into the water, swims away. Alright, whatever. He still definitely got blown up by that nuke. There's no getting out of that one. So the nuke goes off, explodes. The island is completely wiped away, completely obliterated. There's not a trace of it left. Everything's gone. Everything's dead. And then the movie ends just like that. So our characters are like, what a great send-off. Godzilla swims away after saving us, sort of. And then the island blows up. Haha, we win. Yay. That's the movie. It's over. I think you guys can figure it out by now. I'm not even going to say it again. What do I feel about this movie? You guys can figure it out. So, the human story is okay. It is not one of the better human stories. It's not terrible, so I'm not going to be like, oh, this human story sucks and I hate everything about it. But at the same time, it's not one of the ones that is like, if I think of a Godzilla human story, I'm not thinking of this one. This is one of the last ones I'm ever going to think of. Like, if you tell me top worst Godzilla human stories, yeah, this one will be on the list because it's so forgettable. The characters are so forgettable. And that's one thing that I really want to make clear here. I don't have that much of a problem with the lack of the giant monsters in the movie. That's not the big issue. The movie's official title doesn't even have Godzilla in the name. Ebirah, Horror of the Deep. Just like Invasion of the Astro-Monster. And just like Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, none of these titles have had Godzilla's name in the title. So I'm not expecting to see tons of Godzilla screen time. At the same time, it's like, it's a giant monster movie, sure, but I do appreciate the human stories. I mean, Shin Godzilla is one of my favorite movies of all times. Godzilla is not in that movie a ton either. Godzilla 2014 has a really fine human story. A lot of people give that human story crap. I'll defend it. When I get there, that'll be a defense video. When I get there to 2014, that is not a bad human story at all. This one, however, there's just nothing to remember about it. I'm not bagging on this movie because there's not a lot of giant monster action. That is a problem, but I'm not going to bag on the movie for that because ultimately, one of my biggest criticisms with Godzilla fans is when they're like, it's a good movie and all, great action, but the human scenes really drag on. Well, what do you want? Do you want Godzilla's revenge or not? Because clearly not. When they put a clip show of Godzilla's best moments, aka when they give Godzilla a ton of screen time, people complain. Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 from the Heisei series is a great example of this. I believe that one has the most screen time for Godzilla out of any movie ever. People still complain, Godzilla's scenes kind of drag on too much in this movie. What do you want? There is no balance that is going to please you, alright? When it comes to Godzilla fans complaining, I really don't like the human scenes. You need the human scenes because they're what carry the story. Other than that, you're just going to have some giant monsters beating down on each other for, 2 hours? You really want that? No one on Earth wants that. Alright, so here's the thing. This movie, I'm not bagging on it because of the lack of the giant monsters. That's an issue. It's not the only issue, which is why I'm coming down so hard on it. Because the human story is incredibly forgettable. Alright, there's no, you guys saw, I struggled to remember any of the characters' names. I have them written down here. Too bad I put the actual writing down here. I didn't spell it phonetically. I spelled it actually. I can't tell what the words are. I don't know what the names are because I can't remember them because they're so forgettable. Alright, so the human story is alright. It is not terrible. It's the only redeeming factor of this movie is some of the characters are awesome. Alright? Some of the characters are pretty good. Our bank robber character and our red bamboo leader, they're pretty sweet. Other than that, no one else matters. Even the Mothra fairies are really bad in this movie, played by different actors, not the Peanuts. It's a shame. They do nothing. They just sit there the whole time and they're like, "Oh, you should have faith in Mothra. You shouldn't say that." Who are you? You're not the same characters we left off with. Get out of here. Get the Peanuts back. They did good. So the monster stuff is just flat out bad, and it's not because of how little it is. All right, I want to make this clear. The lack of monster stuff is bad, and the pacing issues are terrible. Okay, the pacing goes like this: the first hour of this movie drags on so much, and then the last like 20 minutes feel like you just zip right through them. I feel like there's so little Godzilla in this movie because he shows up at the very end. Once he's in it, the movie just ends. It feels like, you should get more. You just don't. The movie just is so paced terribly that when Godzilla shows up, it becomes a normally paced movie, which a normally paced movie in this context feels like you're moving a million miles an hour, so you get so little time to spend on anything that the movie just ends that abruptly, and it feels really bad. It feels really unfinished. I feel like there should have been a lot more. There should have been a lot more with Mothra. There was a lot of setup to her showing up, not a lot of payoff, which is a huge problem. So the monster stuff is flat out bad. That is also amplified by the awful special effects. I feel really bad about this because usually the special effects in these movies are a home run, Tsuburaya does such a good job at the special effects with these movies. He was kind of a perfectionist, which I'm sure he was not a fan of this movie because the special effects are flat out bad in this movie, alright? The direction, the special effects direction, especially in the scenes with Godzilla vs. Ebirah, is so all over the place, you can never get a feel for what's going on. So there's some water fight sequences, the camera's all shaky around, you can't really tell what's happening. Underwater fight is so dark, you can't really see what's happening. It cuts all over the place. The Condor fight, a great example of terrible editing during one of these fights. You can't tell at all what happens in that one. Then there's some other bad cutting throughout this movie with the monster stuff. The face of Godzilla looks so awful that it takes me so out of the movie that I almost just want to turn it off because I just can't look at Godzilla because he looks so ugly and dumb. They took an awesome looking character and made him look dumb. I don't know how you do that, but they did it. Well, I do know how you do that. Kamata-kun's kind of a good example of making a good character look dumb. Kamata-kun, let's face it, as awesome as I think he is, and I do think he's awesome, he's a dumb-looking guy, alright? He looks very silly. This Godzilla, though, this one, Sea Monster's Godzilla, just looks stupid. Like, flat out just looks stupid. Like, he doesn't look like he has a lick of intelligence. He clearly does, though, because he does some cool stuff. So, whatever. The music is okay. Some of the music's pretty good. Mothra's song, like I said, good but overused, alright? Some of the other music, like the sailing music, feels okay, only because it feels so prototype to some of the music we get during Mechagodzilla. I really like that. Masaru Sato does the music for this movie. I know I pronounced that name wrong, but he does the music for this movie. He's like one of the bigger Godzilla composers. He did Raids Again, which that score sucked. He does this one, which this score is an improvement over Raids Again because there's actually music that plays this time, but it is still kind of bad. Ifukube's music is severely missed here. Masaru Sato does next movie, Son of Godzilla. This movie also feels pretty prototype Son of Godzilla. Son of Godzilla, however, you guys are going to see, I split away from the norm with that movie. I absolutely love that movie, and I cannot wait to get to that one. So the music in that one is good. This music is, it's not terrible, it's not good. The movie as a whole, how does it come together as a whole? It doesn't. It just feels like a lot of unconnected things. The Godzilla story and the human story should be two separate movies. Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster could have been its own movie. Terrorist organization kidnapping people on this island, that's its own movie as well. Because the two, when they come together, one obviously is going to overshadow the other. The human story obviously overshadows the Godzilla story, and there's so little Godzilla story here, it could have been cut out almost entirely. You could have had the ending explained with, our heroes find a bomb, blow up the Red Bamboo's base, you wind up with the exact same outcome. You wind up with no different. If they steal a boat to get off the island, take the slaves, get off the island, blow it up themselves, you have the exact same movie. Whereas you could have done a lot with Godzilla fighting this giant sea monster that's being used by a terrorist organization. It goes nowhere. It goes nowhere. It goes so little places. I hate it. So like I said just now, the movie comes together awfully. The editing's pretty terrible in this movie, alright? The special effects, sorry, but they're not good. And then the music is iffy. It is hit or miss, and I know I said Mothra's theme is never hit or miss. That was a contradiction. Sorry, I nerf-manned it. I shouldn't have. The movie as a whole, what am I going to give it? I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10, which is not that good. I was considering putting it lower, but just because it's a Godzilla movie, I can't put it that low. Like, if this movie was the movie I was talking about, where I said they could have done a lot with Godzilla versus a terrorist organization using giant monsters, that would probably be a really good movie. If this was the Red Bamboo storyline on its own, that could also be a fine movie on its own, but the two together really just suck. So, 6 out of 10 is not a good movie. This is a 60%. What is that, like a D or an F? I don't know. That is a not good score. You don't want a 60%. So, this movie has so little going for it. I can't stand it. I hate this movie so much. The thing is, with Godzilla movies, is I feel like rating it as a Godzilla movie, I would rate it like a 3 out of 10, because it's one of the worst Godzilla, it's the worst Godzilla movie ever made. I hate this movie so much. I didn't even hate on Raids Again this much, and that was a rant video in and of itself. This one, there's so little to enjoy. I cannot watch this movie. This is one of the last times I'm going to watch it for a very long time. Alright, I'm not going to go back to this movie until I really have to. Maybe next year during my Godzilla-Thon I'll go back to it, but usually during Godzilla-Thon I turn it on and then I leave. Alright, it just plays and I'm just kind of there in the area when it plays. I never watch this movie, so it was incredibly painful for me to have to sit there and try and watch it. I was having more fun doing my homework during the movie than I was watching the movie. So, this movie sucks. 6 out of 10. As a Godzilla movie, that's 6 out of 10 as a movie in general. Like, I shouldn't even say that. As an old movie, it's a 6 out of 10. As an old movie, it's a 6 out of 10. As a modern movie, this is like a 1. As a Godzilla movie, this is like a 3, because it's not, it's the worst Godzilla movie ever made. I don't know what to rate this movie, guys. Obviously, I'm very indifferent on this, and I'm going back and forth through my opinion. You guys can take the information I've said throughout this video. I hate this movie. You can guess whatever rating you want. You can be like, oh, I think you should rate it this based off the information you've given, because I'm obviously indecisive. I hate this movie so much I can't even decide on what to give it. The only reason I want to give it a 6 out of 10 is because Godzilla's in it, and I love Godzilla so much. But whatever, this movie, it leads to one of the better Godzilla movies, which also I differ from fans on entirely. Godzilla's Revenge is probably the most universally hated Godzilla movie ever. I love that movie so much. Can't wait to get there. You guys are going to be very confused about that one. So, can't wait to get there. And I know this movie has its own fan base. I'm not trying to make anyone mad. This is just my opinion. I personally hate this movie. So, if you like the movie, like Kaiju Noir, Andres Perez, and Gorazard, who recently did a review of this movie due to, on accident, my request. They posted, Gorazard posted their review of that movie. Like I said, that I didn't mean to force his hand, but I accidentally did. Yikes, guys, this movie sucks. If you like it, leave your defense down below. Explain to me why you like it. I want to know why more people like it. Because after hearing Kaiju Noir's explanation, he basically just says the Red Bamboo stuff is pretty good. He basically says the island stuff, the human stuff is pretty good. Well, I'm not denying that, but in a Godzilla movie, it's out of place and it sucks. So, alright, guys. I'm going to give it a question mark out of 10 because I can't decide on what to give this movie. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. See you guys next time for a movie I actually really like. Some Godzilla. Can't wait to get there. I really love that movie. I'm probably going to pop that one right after this. So, see you guys there. Thank you all for watching. This was a very long rant video. I didn't expect it to take this much time. This was a pretty long rant video on Godzilla versus the Sea Monster, aka Ebirah, Horror of the Deep. See you guys next time. Said that like 20 times. D-Man out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video. This is the 10th episode of Godzilla-Thon. This one is going to be doing my review for 1967's Son of Godzilla. Now, this one is one of those ones that is very divided amongst the fan base. Some people love it, some people hate it, some people just really remain neutral on this movie because it is kind of odd. Me personally, as you guys might find out through this video, I'm one of the people that loves this movie, which is a very drastic change from last movie, my least favorite Godzilla movie ever. This one is one of the ones that I have a lot of nostalgia for, and I really like this movie. So, getting into this plot synopsis, this is going to be for the Japanese cut. We'll mention the English cut at the end. I have some different thoughts on the English cut that we'll get into, but getting into the Japanese cut, so there is the new Toho logo is first introduced in this movie. This logo is, I know it's been in most of their movies ever since this point on, but for me, it will always have a connection to Shin Godzilla just because that's, first of all, the only Toho movie that I've seen in theaters from Godzilla, or from any Toho movie that I've ever seen in theaters, and Shin Godzilla is also the one that I had the most connection to leading up to the release of the movie, so I was very connected to that, seeing that logo through all the trailers. It was, it's a pretty cool thing, so seeing it back here where it very first shows up is awesome. Originally, they had that old school Toho scope logo, which I prefer more. I think that's like a more classic logo, but I'm not going to get into the logos too much here. That's worthless knowledge for me. The movie starts with a plane in a storm, and it's having interference with its radars. Then they mention that it's brain waves, which doesn't make any sense at all. But the reason I mentioned brain waves being such a big point is because I mentioned it back, I think in the Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster review. I mentioned the fact that they keep bringing up brain waves for no reason. They just kind of bring them up. I think they do in multiple movies. They bring up brainwaves where it doesn't really make any sense, and now it's happening again where they mention brainwaves, and it's like never explained what is the brainwave that they're kind of going off of here. What do they think these brainwaves are? And that one, they're like, you're sending negative vibes with your brainwaves. You got to stop that. Back at the start of that movie. Now here they're like, Godzilla's brainwaves are throwing off our search patterns. It's really weird. I have no idea why. So, just kind of thought I'd mention that. The brainwaves show back up. Godzilla shows up within this first, 2 seconds of the movie. He shows up. They find out that he's on his way to a small island. It's called Solgale Island. Later on, we'll find out what's going on there. So Godzilla's heading towards this island for no real reason. We just can't quite tell. And then they mention the fact that the interference is coming from Solgale Island. Once we cut to Solgale Island, we get some really lighthearted, upbeat, Gilligan's Island reminiscent music. We have lots of intro shots where there's great pictures of the island. Very tropical, pretty island. It reminds me so much of the end credits of Gilligan's Island. It's pretty insane. So if you guys have seen that show, shout out to Godzilla 154. He's the only person who got my Gilligan's Island reference and commented about it last video. I said in the description of last Godzilla-Thon, if you know what show I'm referring to, comment down below and I'll give you a shout out. He did, so he earned that shout out. There you go, man. Good job. Gilligan's Island's a great show. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's one of the best classic shows you'll ever see. Very reminiscent of that show's outro. I really feel like it's more reminiscent of the end credit sequence than the intro sequence. And then we see the science. There's a science investigation going down on this island. It's headed by Professor Kusami. He is a scientist. He's a very respected scientist. They refer to him as the Old Man, which is kind of funny because the actor is obviously not that old, but they refer to him as the Old Man. He's kind of like a hardened scientist. They say he's encouraged by failing, so he's just going to keep going for it, which is really great. And then him and our main character later on have a little interaction about that coming up. So we learn they've been on this island for a very long time. All of a sudden they're getting more brainwave or whatever. They're getting more of this interference with their systems. They're wondering what's going on. All of a sudden the radar kicks on. Something big is headed towards the island. They start to freak out a little bit, run outside, and then all of a sudden they just see this big huge plane fly over. They question whether it could be for the UN or what's going on. All of a sudden, a reporter, Goro Maki, is dropped out of there. Yes, that is Goro Maki from, not from Shin Godzilla, but the name was used in Shin Godzilla. Originally, this kind of took me by surprise, because originally, I knew that the character in Son of Godzilla's name was Goro, but I had forgotten that his full name was legit Goro Maki. So when I was watching this movie again the other day, they say his name, and I just was like, whoa, nice, I get that reference, that's a good one. That went over my head. I thought that Goro, when everyone was like, oh, he has the same name as the guy from Son of Godzilla, I was like, well, yeah, sure, but Goro seems like it might be a common name in Japan. Plus, they've reused names in this series before. I really don't think the name Goro is that big of a deal. Goro Maki, though, they just took the straight name. They just took his, they just ripped the name right out of this movie, so that's pretty cool. So after a little bit of third grade styled pouting, Goro's welcomed onto the island. He becomes a main member there. He's not necessarily a scientist, but he's helping out with what he can because he's there. He's a journalist, a reporter. He's trying to find a good story on the island, and they let him stay because they can't really send him home. So he gets to kind of hang out on the island and help out. So at some point, a giant man-sized, like a 6-foot tall praying mantis just kind of wanders through the forest walking by their camp. Goro Maki is the only one who freaks out and is like, whoa, 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 what is that? And everyone else is just like, yeah, no, it's a big mantis. You've seen those before, as if it's like a totally normal thing. I guess in this world that makes sense. Godzilla's showing up, Ghidorah's showing up, all this crazy stuff's gone down. Of course they're not going to be that thrown off by one of these guys, but you know, they really seem to take everything just like for what it is throughout this whole movie. As we'll find out later when other giant monsters show up, they're not freaked out by it. They're not like, oh man, giant monsters on the same spot we're at, we're gonna die. They're more like, oh well, this kind of puts a little bit of a wrench in our plan. Well, that's a bummer. Guess we'll just move on. And they don't really question it, so it's kind of weird there. So we meet one of our scientists. I think his name's like Senchan in the English version, something like that. His name might be like Furukawa or something like this in the Japanese. I know they changed up a lot of the names. I didn't quite follow which names corresponded to which characters. I was, I get, when I'm trying to read the subtitles, write notes at the exact same time for Godzilla-Thon, it gets a little bit confusing here and there, especially when there's so many characters. This is a big cast of characters for this movie, so I kind of got lost in who each character was, like their names. They're all memorable characters. Like, I remember them. Like, I see their faces. I remember which character they are. Like, I know what their role in the movie is. But as for names, I don't quite remember hardly any of their names other than, of course, Goro Maki. And then we have one of our female characters. She's the only female character coming up. I know her name from the English cut, but not the Japanese cut. So we'll get there in a few minutes. So we meet this guy, Senchan or Furukawa, whatever his name is. He's a man who just he basically hates this island. He really wants to get off of it. He tries throughout the whole movie to try and convince everyone else to let him and everyone else off the island because he's done with this experiment. He just wants to go home. He kind of starts the movie out in a crazy place where he's just already on edge all the time. So then it makes complete sense when he kind of goes mad a little bit later in the movie, and that's also aided by the fact that he gets sick. So Goro leads out into the jungle to find some fresh food and veggies. He sees a mysterious girl swimming around. As he goes to take a picture of her, she disappears. It turns out the tests that are being ran on the island by these scientists are to control the weather. They're trying to make all land on Earth fertile land so that there will be no food shortage in the near future. Really cool plan. I mean, it makes sense from a scientific standpoint. If you can turn these climates into climates that will be able to support life and food, then there you go. There is going to be no food shortage. So it's a good plan. It just kind of falls apart here once they run the second test. So the first test is ran. The cooling test, it works as planned, but then they try to reheat the island. This one fails. They lose control of the weather balloon that they send up there. They don't have the proper, they lose signal to it basically, and it explodes. I think at too low of a temperature, or at too low of an altitude, they say it explodes. Creates a nuclear storm up in the sky. This triggers intense heat at the same time as a typhoon. So there's this kind of opposite reaction going on here where the rain is coming down, but it's so hot that the rain is disintegrating right as it hits the ground. It just evaporates immediately. It's a really cool effect scene. I really like the effects in this movie. Is great. So this whole storm's going on, then the intense heat kind of takes over the island. Everyone's really, really hot. They're at the point of basically like heat sickness where it's too much, they can't take it. Due to the radiation from the test, the giant mantis grew to Godzilla's size. There's some really good special effects as these giant mantises giant mantis. What do they call him? Gigantis in the English cut, aka Kamacuras. There's really great scenes as Kamacuras chases around our characters. So, like, the effects in this movie, like I said, most of the time they are spot on. They are really good, especially for the year 1967. They are amazing. Keep in mind, this is Japan we're talking about. So, they do a really great job with the special effects. Really good. It's revealed there are 3 Gigantises or Kamacuras. They're all headed to this random hill. They start knocking down the hill. They undig this big old egg. The radio that they were going to originally call home on, the scientists were originally going to call home on and basically get a pickup from, it's been destroyed. I believe one of our characters, who's played by Akihiko Hirata, I think he plays him. So, this character, he kind of breaks the radio, and then he has to spend the rest of the movie trying to fix it. So, the radio is, regardless of what broke it, the radio is broken, so they can't radio home and get off this island when the tests have all gone bad. Plus, the professor wants to continue the investigation and continue the experiments. There's just now giant monsters there. So this mysterious girl shows up. She steals the men's clothes, and she runs off into the jungle. And then they're all confused, like, "Whoa, there is a woman here." Because there's this ongoing debate throughout the movie of, is Goro seeing a girl or not? Because all the characters don't believe him. We clearly, the audience, we know that he is seeing this girl, but everyone else is like, "Nah, there's no girl here. We mapped the island, and we know for a fact." Even though, we clearly have seen her, and Goro's seen her. I don't know why they wouldn't believe him. They're like, "You're hallucinating." Then they changed the "you're hallucinating" line in the English cut to make it even more ridiculous, where he's like, "I don't believe in ghosts either." So, there's some weird stuff here where it's like they should believe him, but they don't. It's kind of, it's a little bit of forced conflict here. But eventually she shows up. They see her. One of them tries to shoot her. Sunshine, I think, tries to shoot her, and then she gets away. It's actually only at this point in the movie that Goro names the giant mantises Kamacuras. So then the Kamacuras break open this egg, revealing baby Godzilla on the inside. They plan to eat him. Minya, they don't actually give him the name Minya in this movie, but the character is called Minya, so I'm going to refer to him as that. Minya looks absolutely terrible through this movie, especially right as he hatches. They use a different puppet than the suit throughout the movie. He looks god-awful. I'm so glad that they changed the design. They somewhat switch it up towards the end of this movie, and then I believe they give him a bit more of an updated design in Destroy All Monsters and Godzilla's Revenge. But I could be wrong. It might just be the same suit. God, it's so terrible. I hate looking at it. He looks really ugly. He looks really creepy. Like, any little kid would be terrified of this. As a little kid, I'm sure I was, like, I'm talking like a really little kid, not like a 7-year-old, but like a really little, like a 2-year-old or 3-year-old. I'm sure I was probably scared of this because he looks terrifying in some shots. Like, he looks like a freaky guy. So, whoever designed this and was trying to go for the cute factor, they failed at their job. Anyways, Minya, he just looks absolutely terrible. I hate the design. Most people do. Everyone else, everyone in the world pretty much agrees that the only good Godzilla Sun design that they ever came up with was in the Heisei series. But we'll get there. In a long time we'll get there. Quite a few months, actually, I'm sure. It would have to be a few months to get there. So, Minya looks awful. Then Furukawa, or whatever his name is, Sanchan, goes crazy, running off and screaming. Godzilla makes landfall as he's trying to run into the ocean. Godzilla stomps through the science lab. He basically destroys everything. I've never had a problem with Godzilla's design in this movie until I watched it this time. So, Godzilla's head looks too compacted. A lot of people make jokes saying he looks like a frog. I always thought, yeah, sure, he looks a bit more froggish than he usually does. He usually looks more dinosaurian and crocodilian. But in this movie, he looks very frog-like, and it kind of is odd. So, Godzilla in this movie, I don't like the design. I've never had a problem with the design until I watched the movie this time around. Usually I was just like, yeah, people over-exaggerate. It's not that bad. This time I watched it and I was like, hey, it actually, to be honest, it kind of is that bad. It's not a good design. Really glad they changed it because the design we get after this, I love that design. We'll get there. Next movie, Destroy All Monsters, is going to be great. Love that movie. So, Anyways, Godzilla's design is pretty stupid. He shows up, he stomps his way through the scientific lab. It's a short destruction scene, but it's a cool one. Sadly, it's short because we don't really get any other destruction scenes from Godzilla. He kind of just sleeps through most of the rest of the movie, which is disappointing. So Godzilla heads off towards his adopted son. Yes, Minya is adopted. If you want to know more on my thoughts on this, there is a video if you want the explanation. If you're like, no, he's not. He's obviously Godzilla's son. Go watch the video in the channel, Is Minya Adopted? It's kind of a parody video, but it is true. It's true points in that video. So Godzilla kills the Kamacuras in defense of Minya, and then he takes off. He leaves Minya there alone. Goro meets Seiko, I don't know what her name is in the Japanese cut, but in the English cut, it's Reiko, so I'm going to call her Reiko because that's the one I'm familiar with. So, because I don't know if I mentioned this at the start or not, this is my first time watching the Japanese cut, which is why I'm familiar with the names like Spiga, Gigantis, Reiko. I'm not quite familiar with the Japanese names at all. So, Reiko just she's feeding Godzilla's son. She has like a nice relationship with him until Godzilla shows up and then she runs off. She goes into her cage where Goro is. He's knocked out and then she throws a knife at him and he kind of knocks some sense into her. He doesn't hit her or anything like that. I was going to say he kind of knocks her out, but that doesn't happen. He knocks some sense into her, gets her to stop, gets her back to the main camp and shows everyone, introduces her to everyone so that they can all be friends. Kamacuras attacks the people at the science base. It's a really cool scene where they're all shooting at him and he's there. I don't remember this scene in the English cut. It might be in the English cut. It's been about a year since I've seen the English cut. I was going to watch it again, but I kind of ran out of time and I just had time to see the Japanese cut. I know the English cut is cut a little bit differently than this cut, so this part might have come at a different point if it came at all. I just don't remember this scene at all. When I was watching this movie, it took me by surprise because I did not remember this scene where Kamacuras, one of them who got away from the Godzilla attack because the other two are dead, he winds up attacking the humans at their science lab and he flies away and that's how it goes. So then all our crew, other than I think 4 characters, Reiko, our 2 main scientists, and Goro, everyone else falls under this sickness, so they have to go retrieve some. It's weird. It's like a red-hot burning. It's literally red. It is a red-hot burning sort of water that is right next to where Godzilla and Minya are hanging out, where they're sleeping. Minya's doing some jump rope. And then Kumonga's also in the area, but we don't get to see him for a while. They just mention the fact that he's there. So Minya's doing some jump rope with Godzilla's tail. He's hopping over it. He keeps tripping on it. It's a goofy little scene. I loved that when I was a kid. Currently, it's what it is. Godzilla, he teaches Minya how to use the atomic breath. This is a great sequence no matter what age you are because it's great to see Minya get hurt because he's just gross looking. So Godzilla's trying to teach Minya how to use the atomic breath. He blasts it once. Minya freaks out, which is, it's sad. The characterization of Minya in this movie, it could have been something BA where it could have been like, oh, this is the next Godzilla? Ooh, the world is screwed. He is awesome. But instead, they went for a much more sympathetic type character where he's a wimp, he's a coward, he's definitely a coward as the whole point of Godzilla's revenge. But, even though destroy all monsters, he's not. But we'll get there. So, in this movie, he's a coward, until the very end. So he freaks out by Godzilla's atomic breath. Godzilla tries to get him to do it. He can only puff some smoke rings. Godzilla stamps on his tail, and then he breathes the atomic breath. Then Godzilla goes back to sleep, and he breathes the atomic breath again without any assistance. He kind of turns around like, did you see that? And Godzilla's asleep, and he's like, god dang it. So then he goes back to bed with Godzilla. It's a cute scene when he's holding his arm. So that's nice. They wind up retrieving the red liquid and getting it back to our crew. Kumonga's not woken up despite multiple scares thinking that he would be. Our crew actually winds up being healed by this liquid. It winds up curing their sickness, so there you go. Furukawa, or whatever his name is, Senshan, I don't know what his name is. You guys could tell I keep messing it up. The red liquid is given to our scientists and it cures them. They are done with their sickness and they can now be back to being productive and, helpful. So after this, Kamacuras attacks Minya. The final Kamacuras attacks Minya. It's kind of a weird fight. Nothing really goes down in it. Kamacuras just kind of smacks Minya around for a little bit. Minya falls over, knocking over some rocks. The fight wakes up Kumonga. The rocks wake up Kumonga. contact rescue after the radio is fixed, and then they decide to implement a new freezing plan. Minya is caught in Kumonga's web when Godzilla shows up finally after the freezing test is began. They fire off the weather balloon, it explodes, the freezing test starts. Godzilla wakes up, shows up at this fight. Kamacuras winds up being there. Kumonga winds up killing Kamacuras, webbing up Minya, and is about to kill Minya when Godzilla shows up, saves them. Godzilla and Minya tag team Kumonga. So you'd think that Kumonga would have, he'd have no chance, and Godzilla and Minya would destroy him really easily, which is my biggest problem with Godzilla in this movie, is that we've seen Godzilla do amazing, really awesome things throughout the whole series up till this point. He has taken on Ghidorah, he has taken on King Kong, he has done all this stuff and had very little problems. Well, I mean, he did lose to Kong and Mothra, but other than that, he has a pretty good track record in this series at this point. And then all of a sudden, these monsters kind of hold him back, and they're able to hold their own, unless it's explained that, which it isn't, and it never will be, but unless it was Godzilla was pulling his punches to try and teach Minya that it was you gotta pull your punches sometimes. But that is clearly not the case. Godzilla's just kind of not having as easy of a time fighting these monsters as he should, which does not make any sense, and I don't understand why. He should have easily wiped out Ebirah last movie. He should have easily wiped out the Kamacuras in this movie. Well, he did. He easily wiped out Kamacuras in this movie. But then Kumonga shows up, and all of a sudden, it's like an even fight. It doesn't make any sense, especially because Minya and Godzilla tag team Kumonga. Minya even has the atomic breath throughout this sequence, which doesn't make any sense because you'd think the two of them would kill him so easily, but they don't. I don't know, as a little kid I always just took it as spiders are scary to humans and they're that small. Could you imagine a human-sized spider? A human would definitely be so afraid of that thing that they would most likely lose just out of fear. So as a little kid, I always justified it like that, as Godzilla and Minya were probably just afraid of this spider because people are afraid of spiders, and so therefore they were going to lose because of fear. Doesn't make any sense. I know, it was a little kid logic, so you just have to go with it sometimes. Now looking back on it, it's just cheap writing to try and get some conflict in there. I think it would have been cooler if we had a more formidable foe for Godzilla to fight, or if Minya had to fight him all by himself and Minya wind up winning while Godzilla was out fighting some other monster. I think it would be cool if two fights were happening simultaneously. If all of a sudden a swarm of Kamacuras attack Godzilla, he's busy with that, trying to just wipe them all out one by one. And then Minya has to take on Kumonga on his own, and he winds up winning. I think that would be a much more convincing sequence. It'd give Minya's story arc a lot of weight, because then Minya would be taken from a coward into an awesome character, whereas in this movie his arc is a coward to a guy that helped fight with Godzilla but still got his butt kicked to, the end scene, which is a really touching scene considering it's two people in rubber monster suits or latex or whatever you're going to go with. It's a really touching scene. We'll get there. I love that scene. So, the weather plan goes into full effect. It starts snowing on this fight with Godzilla and Kumonga. They're getting covered in snow. Then all of a sudden Godzilla uses the atomic breath during this really freezing weather where it's snowing on the island. Uses the atomic breath, and all of a sudden, now of all times, it sets Kumonga on fire. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It'd make more sense if the fire was started beforehand, and then I don't know. And then so the test works on the island. Snow is going on. Our human characters head out on a raft, are picked up by a submarine. They survive the events of the movie. It's a happy ending for them. But Godzilla and Minya are stuck on this island. It looks like Minya's going to freeze to death. He falls over. This is the touching scene. He falls over. He looks like he's going to freeze to death. Godzilla's just walking away. He doesn't really care. And then you find out that deep down he does, because Godzilla turns back around, walks over, and holds Minya until they're covered in snow. It is revealed that they are going to be hibernating until the snow melts, which apparently isn't that long because they show back up for... Technically only Godzilla would show back up after this for a long time, so maybe Minya's stuck frozen there up until the events of Destroy All Monsters, but technically they show back up for, Godzilla shows back up for Hedorah in a couple years, because Godzilla's revenge does not take place in this continuity, and Destroy All Monsters takes place in the future of all the other movies. So I guess I've been talking about Destroy All Monsters and the other movies a lot this video. That's because this movie really is it is a good movie, but it kind of fails compared to the ones that follow it because and the ones that come before it. This movie is in one of those weird places where I feel like we get a block of three kind of odd bad Godzilla movies where we get obviously, I hate Godzilla vs. Sea Monster. That's an awful movie. And, you know, people defended it in the comments last video. I thank you for that because I'm always open to hear multiple opinions just as long as you're polite, which you guys were. So I thank you for that. I understand where a lot of people are coming from with that movie where they're like, it's a cool jungle theme movie, James Bond-esque plot. But here's the problem is, first of all, if I want a jungle-themed Godzilla movie, I'm going to watch Son of Godzilla. If I want a James Bond Godzilla movie, I'm watching Mechagodzilla all the way. I don't want to see the 2-in-1 movie because I honestly, as you guys could tell, I hate that movie. I hate Godzilla vs. Sea Monster. I think there's other movies that do that stuff better. Jungle, Island, Tropical movie, that's the Son of Godzilla is your go-to for that one, in my opinion. It's a great movie, really good for kids. It's a good kid movie. I feel like if I watched this with my little brother, he would have gotten a kick out of it. It's a fun movie for kids. I loved it as a little kid, which is my personal connection to it, why I like it so much. And I specifically like the English cut. I like the English cut a lot better than the Japanese cut. I don't know, it feels a lot more fast-paced. I feel like it must be cut differently, because when I was watching this movie with the Japanese subs, I felt like it was dragging quite a bit, whereas when I watch the English cut, I'm constantly entertained, and it just feels a lot more fun to me. It could be the voice acting is just a lot more goofy. I don't quite know. I just have a lot more fun with the English cut, and I honestly think that it has to be cut differently, because there's scenes that I remember happening in a different order from the English cut. There's also scenes that I don't remember being in the English cut that are in the Japanese cut, but I won't really know up until probably tonight after Godzilla-Thon. When I'm going to sleep, I'll pop in the English cut of Son of Godzilla, which is, I planned to do it before this, but I just didn't have the time to get this one up in time and still be able to do the video on this week and also be able to watch the movie. So I ran out of time. I didn't time manage very well. I'll be sure to watch Destroy All Monsters beforehand. Plus, I only have the English cut of that one, so it'll go by a lot faster. And I really love that movie, even the human stuff, which a lot of people don't. I got to stop talking about that movie. It's we'll get there. We'll get there next week. So there you go. The human plot of this movie... Oh, I gotta go back to that thought that I totally abandoned. So, this is kind of in a weird block of Godzilla movies that aren't great, but aren't bad, where I feel like what happens is we go from the original 1954, amazing, go to Godzilla Rides Again, which is a huge dip. That movie's awful. Then we go to, and if you guys want to know why I think that movie's awful, it's not necessarily an awful movie. It's a cool premise and everything like that. The execution wasn't that great, and it was. The movie that came before is just so good that it really failed in comparison. Anyways, the 54 movie's great. Godzilla Rides Again is terrible in my opinion. Then we get King Kong vs. Godzilla, my favorite movie of all times. Mothra vs. Godzilla is one of my favorite movies of all times. It's really amazing. Ghidorah is a great one. Then we get Invasion of the Astro-Monster is awesome. And then we take a huge dive with Sea Monster, and then we get Son of Godzilla. Personally, I like it. You know, I like the campy Godzilla movies, not on the same level as the horror Godzilla movies or the serious ones, but I like the campy ones because it gives me a lot of a childhood feel for me. It takes me back to being really young, and I love that. I loved this movie as a little kid. I still love it now, especially because of that connection I have to it. And then after this, we get one of my favorite Godzilla movies, Destroy All Monsters, followed by another block of 2 crappy movies. I know I said a block of 3 crappy movies. It's because I forgot about Destroy All Monsters coming in between Godzilla's Revenge and this movie. So there's only a block of 2. So we kind of go from, and I know I'm rambling here, I get it, but we go from a block of good ones from King Kong vs. Godzilla to Invasion of the Astro-Monster. We take a dive here with these 2, which is Sea Monster is terrible. And then we go a little bit up out of that dive with this one. Personally, I like it just because it's so fun. Then we take a huge incline with the Destroy All Monsters. We'll get there. And then we go back somewhat down with Revenge. A lot of people hate that movie. I don't. I really like that movie. We go way down with Hedorah. I still hate that movie. I know it's made a comeback in the Godzilla community recently. I still hate it. And then we go up from there, and then the series pretty much just is on an upward rise for a while. So I know I'm kind of giving away my thoughts on the rest of the Godzilla series here, but whatever. It's fine. It's my review. I can do what I want. I can ramble if I want to. So the human plot in this movie is alright. It is not bad. It is, it's not the best one. These characters aren't like your best Godzilla characters, but it's a pretty fun plot. It's a entertaining movie, and these human characters really help that. They don't feel terrible, they don't feel boring or anything like that. They feel fun, and I really like that. This movie is just, the best way to describe it is goofy fun, whereas King Kong vs. Godzilla is just awesome and fun, which I said, this movie's fun a lot in that movie, in that review, but this one is a different type of fun. It's goofy fun, and I really enjoy that. The monster stuff is the same way. I mean, the effects are really good, except for the suits. Godzilla and Minya look so dumb in this movie. I get it, they try to bulk up Godzilla to make him look physically bigger than Minya, but in doing that, they also sacrificed Godzilla's awesomeness, and they kind of made him look really dumb. And like I said, I never had a problem with this design up until watching it this time, so that was interesting. Anyways, the monster stuff is pretty good. The monster fighting is awesome, and then, except for the fact that, for whatever reason, Kumonga is able to hold his own. And then, the only thing that I don't like is the fact that Godzilla really does fall asleep through a large portion of this movie. And it's not like in a interesting Shin Godzilla way when he goes into shutdown in the middle of the city. This one's like in a, I'm going to take a nap here on this rock for over 30 minutes of the movie kind of way, which is pretty dumb. Overall, like I keep saying, it's a pretty fun movie. I enjoy this movie a lot. Very goofy. Don't go watch this if you're looking for a serious Godzilla movie. If you're trying to introduce someone to Godzilla, unless they're a little kid, don't show them this one. Show them some other Godzilla movie like Mothra vs. Godzilla and King Kong vs. Godzilla, depending on which version you're watching. I'm going to say English cut for that movie. And then the original 54, obviously, is a go-to for introducing people to Godzilla. They really need to see that one to know where it all starts. The English cut, like I keep saying, is better than the Japanese cut in my opinion. The music is not great, but it is upbeat, and I do love it. So, I know I just said it's not great, but I also love it. So, it's a contradiction, I know. Anyways, here's the thing, is with this music, it's not like awesome music. It's not like you're going to go to it like an Ifukube score and just listen to it, I listen to Godzilla music almost non-stop. But with this music, when I listen to it, and I don't listen to it often, which is what helps, it gets me in a good mood. It gets me happy because it is an upbeat score, and it is, like I keep saying, it's very energetic, very fun. So the music is not great. It's not on the level of Ifukube, and Masaru Sato does this score as well. He does better in the next couple movies he does. So I really love his work in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. That's going to be a long ways down the line, a few weeks from now, so, just wait for that one. The effects in this movie are pretty decent, except sometimes the wires are exposed, which is often the problem. I think on Kumonga it's most noticeable when you see all the wires puppeteering his legs. Kamacuras I don't really have a problem with. I never see that. Godzilla's tail, I don't really ever see that. Minya's first form, I think you see it, and I know I just said first form as if he, evolves like Shin Godzilla, but Minya's first design in the movie, he doesn't really, I don't think a human sat in that suit. It looks like a little puppet that they kind of dragged along. I think there's a couple shots when you see some wires operating that little guy, and then once he gets into the normal Minya that's played by that little dwarf guy. And yeah, I'm allowed to say dwarf because that was part of his name, was something, the dwarf was the actor's name, it was his stage name, so I'm allowed to say that. If anyone's like, oh, that's offensive, no, it's not. So, the English cut, I would give it overall an 8.5 out of 10. I think it's like I keep saying, an upbeat, happy movie. It is one of those movies that just takes me on a nostalgia fest pretty much, especially the English cut. So I didn't really have that connection with the Japanese cut, which is why, one of the other reasons why I found myself more bored watching the Japanese cut than I expected. Other than that, I would give probably a 7.5 to 8 to the Japanese cut, because although I don't think it's as good as the English cut, I still do think this is a pretty fun movie, whereas a lot of people rate this one as a low score, where they're like, I don't like this movie, it's too cheesy and I don't like it. I appreciate the campy factor. I think it goes a little bit overboard in some movies, Hedorah, but I do appreciate it in this movie, and I really like the upbeat Gilligan's Island feel to this movie. It makes it very different from the other ones in the series. This is also one of the first ones where we get some real hard character development for Godzilla, taking him from the villain that he was, and then he turned into more of an anti-hero up until this point when he starts, keep in mind starts, he doesn't ever complete it in this movie. I really don't know. I feel like he probably would ever complete it in, all the way in Hedorah, so it's going to take another 2 movies for him to finally get to that point of being a straight superhero. Obviously, he's a straight superhero in that movie. I'm trying to think, though, if they characterize him as a superhero in Godzilla's Revenge, which I don't think they do, because if I remember, there's a point when he chases around Ichiro. Anyways, guys, this is when Godzilla's characterization is shifted more towards the superhero factor of him going from more evil to, in this movie, he messes stuff up on accident. He doesn't mean to walk through that science laboratory. He just does on accident. He's on his way to save his son. And then he kind of helps out through the rest of this movie. He shows up and kicks some butt. And then his characterization goes from being cold-hearted to a loving father at the end of this movie. And even though Minnie is adopted, he becomes a loving father by the end of this movie. And then from there, I think because he has that human trait of love and affection, and he can care about something, I think from that point on is what kind of really gets the gears moving to get him into that superhero form that we really love him in. If I'm remembering correctly, I think it was Adam Noyce of Ant Productions did an amazing video characterization of Showa Godzilla, and I've listened to that one multiple times, and I know I have to think about it, but it's been a while since I've seen it. If it was him who did this video, it's a really good video. Go check it out. He basically breaks down Godzilla's characterization from villain to hero in the Showa series. Go check that one out. If it is him, then you'll be hearing this, because if it's not him, I'll edit this out of the video. If it is him, go down, link below, check out that video. It was a great video, and Adam, if you're watching this, good job on that. I love all your Godzilla videos, and I love most of your videos, so keep up the good work, man. And that's pretty much it for today, 10th episode of Godzilla-Thon. This one felt a lot more rambly than I wanted it to. It's just because I was really unfamiliar with this version of the movie, so kind of took me off guard, and then I went straight into doing this Godzilla-Thon after filming Never Cloudy in Colorado, so it's been a busy day. So anyways, guys, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. D-Man, out. What's up, everybody? Demon back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we are doing the 11th episode of Godzilla-Thon. This one is going to be for Destroy All Monsters. So this movie is, first of all, absolutely amazing. Second of all, both at the same time, and I know this is kind of a weird concept, at the same time, overrated and underrated, but that doesn't change my opinion on it at all. I have my own opinion on it. Mine is somewhat different from a lot of other people's. Now there is one thing I'd like to mention here. I was just gonna not mention it at all, but I feel like it is pretty obvious. I did not have a ton of time to work on this title card, despite the fact that there is quite a bit of monsters here. Obviously, there's quite a bit missing. I, of course, don't appear in this title card at all like I usually do. And I think it's most noticeable with Baragon, Ghidorah, and Rodan that I just kind of ran out of time when trying to make it. So it's kind of really quickly put together, but at the same time, I spent so much time on, you know, you have to spend a lot of time on each individual monster, so I think I get a pass for the fact that 3 of them don't look as good as the other ones. Anyways, getting into this review for Destroy All Monsters. Actually, technically, we're not yet, because I have one other thing to say. But mostly getting into the review for Destroy All Monsters. This is the final Godzilla movie, or it was originally intended to be the final Godzilla movie, so this is where me and a lot of other people consider the early Showa era to end, is right here, 1968's Destroy All Monsters. This was supposed to be the final Godzilla movie. Of course, that is not the case, but at the time, Toho was basically like, you know what, this is going to be our last science fiction giant monster movie, and we're going to call it there. We're not going to make any more of these. So they put all of their best-selling monsters into one movie, and they just made an amazing movie with it. We have tons of monsters who had their own solo films joining in here, monsters to cross over from other movie series into here, such as Rodan, Godzilla, Varan, Mothra, all had their own solo movies before this point. And then there were other monsters who crossed over into this series, such as I believe Manda was a crossover from another series, and so on. So, and Baragon also crossed over from another series, which was Frankenstein Conquers the World, was his first appearance. There is some continuity errors in this movie if you're considering them all to be in one continuity, which they really should be considered one continuity, considering the fact that you have crossovers like this, and sometimes they'll make references to the other movies, so you really should consider them all to be in one continuity. But there are some errors with that, such as, and I'll bring them up now so I don't have to get into it later. How is Baragon Anguirus, and Mothra in the stages that they're at. So what I mean is, Baragon and Anguirus both died in their original appearance. Baragon was killed by Frankenstein. Anguirus was killed by Godzilla back in Godzilla Raids Again. Of course, you could say, you know what, this movie takes place in the future, so these could be the son of those two monsters. They could be like the kids, as well as, I don't know, I've never seen the original Varan the Unbelievable, but I don't know if he makes it out of that movie alive either. So he might or he might not. But there could be a continuity issue there too with Varan. However, like I just said, I have not seen the original Varan. Despite me trying to find it, I haven't been able to find it. I found the soundtrack. That soundtrack is incredible. It's absolutely amazing. So is this one. We'll get into the soundtrack at the end of the video, like always. But with this movie, how are the only two that I know for a fact are dead up to this point? How are Baragon and Anguirus alive? Is, you could say these are the kids of the previous monsters, or these are just relatives. You could also explain that pretty easily by saying, you know what, if we are able to accept the fact that Rodan was resurrected by a volcano and Ghidorah the three-headed monster, he died in his original movie, of course, as well. So if we're going to say that, then I guess we could just assume that Baragon and Anguirus both were revived, or somehow came back to life one way or another, rebirthed, whatever you want to make it. Or you could just not think about it at all and just go, you know, it's a fun movie that didn't really think about continuity, and that's the truth. But it's fun to overanalyze things and make them make sense. So the other issue is Mothra. Mothra is a pretty big issue because Mothra went from Mothra, the movie, where she, of course, started as a child, turned into an adult, died in Mothra vs. Godzilla. Her baby was a baby in Mothra vs. Godzilla. Ghidorah the three-headed monster was an adult in Sea Monster. Now here, way, way, way down the line, generations later, we have another baby Mothra. So this one's definitely the kid of the previous ones, or like grandchild of the previous ones. But there's an issue here when you think about it like this, is what is the deal with Mothra being on Monster Island? Because Monster Island is a place where all the monsters are controlled together, and why is Mothra there? I don't know. Mothra was the god of Infant Island, and why she got taken off Infant Island and placed on Monster Island is never explained. What happened to Infant Island? Where's her fairies? Never explained. I guess we're just supposed to assume that maybe they died. I don't know. It is never even touched up on, so we don't know what's going on with Mothra and why she's here. Getting into the VHS trailers, which is a funny place for me to start. First of all, actually, with the VHS itself, I want to give a shout out to Hollywood Video for the VHS, because Hollywood Video used to be one of my favorite places. I used to go there, rent movies from there, and I got my VHS from there. I still have it, or I didn't necessarily buy it from Hollywood Video, but Hollywood Video shut down, and then I bought this from someone who used to go to Hollywood Videos. I think I bought Destroy All Monsters at a garage sale. It was one of the last Godzilla movies I ever got. I think it was the last Godzilla movie I ever got from the Showa era. Godzilla vs. Hedorah was the last one I ever got from the Showa era. However, this one was the last one I ever saw from the Showa era. So I do have a cool connection with it for that, as well as Hollywood Video, which of course played a big role in my young childhood. If you want to know more about that, go check out my Who's Better, Godzilla or King Kong video that I did, who do I like more, is a really old video on the channel, and you're going to have to scroll for a while to find it, or you could just type it into the search bar on the channel and find it. So, getting into the VHS trailers, there was always a VHS, there's always a trailer in this. It's the second trailer to play right after Gunhead and right before some sort of random anime commercial. There was always this one that played, and every time I would pop in this VHS, like I've been saying in all my Godzilla-Thons, this is not the first year I've done a Godzilla-Thon. This is the first year I've ever reviewed the Godzilla movies. But I've been doing a Godzilla marathon every year consistently for the past many years. So every time I pop in Destroy All Monsters, which is very often, I never skip the commercials because I always like to see this one. It's for an anime. And I was always super curious, what is this anime, because it looks amazing. This most recent time I popped it in the other day, I think 2 days ago I was watching it, and the VHS, I knew that this cool commercial was coming up, and so I let the VHS play. The second commercial on there, this is the one that I really liked. it turns out it is for something that obviously plays a big role in all of our lives, all of our Godzilla fan lives currently, which is Neon Genesis Evangelion, the trailer for the old one. I guess back in the 90s, I'm assuming, because this is when the VHS came out. So I guess there was I guess Evangelion's been around for a lot longer than I realized, which is also really cool because I want to start getting into Evangelion just because everyone's been telling me it is so good. Everyone's just been telling me it's an amazing series. Of course, I want to get into it because of Anno, who he obviously is a big part in that show. I don't know if he's creator or if he's just like kind of the showrunner director of it or whatever. I think he might be the creator of it. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But he is also the director of Shin Godzilla, which is why I really wanted to get into Evangelion this year, is because I want to check out where his stuff starts, or where his introduction, I guess, to kaiju starts. I know they're called angels in that show, but I want to start getting into that show because I've heard if you watch that and then you go check out Shin Godzilla, you'll appreciate Shin Godzilla even more. And I already love that movie, so I really want to get into Avan. I just haven't been able to get it for cheap yet. So, anyways, just the trailer plays, and I always thought it was really cool. Now knowing that it is actually something that played a role in my life in 2016 is really cool. Of course, we did a lot of news updates about Shin Godzilla where we mentioned Evangelion, so I think that's really awesome. Now getting into the actual movie, yeah, figures it's about time. We're 10 minutes into this review and I still haven't talked about it. So getting into the movie, in the future, the distant year of 1999. I know that's a played out joke, but it's true. It's the future for when it was made, 1968, but it's the past for us, like Back to the Future too. So in the future, 1999, there's regular rockets missions to the moon. Space travel's just like an everyday thing. Skype exists pretty much, although you have to hold you have to hold a telephone to your ear when you talk into the video call. We see our very first time we ever see it. I don't think it's ever specifically called this in the movie, but Monster Island makes an appearance finally. So Monster Island shows up in this movie. All the monsters are there. It's really awesome. We meet our main two players. I'm going to say they're the main two players. I know technically one of them isn't, but we meet Katsuo and Kyoko Munabe. She is going to wind up playing a big role later, but it's not going to technically be her. So they have a little FaceTime, a little face call from Earth to the Moon. We find out that Ketsuo is he's stationed on the moon. He flies around in this spaceship called the SY-3, which was obviously a big role in this movie. And I guess the production crew just thought, you know what, this is an awesome spaceship. We're going to use it to our full advantage. There's evidence to support that there's a space monster or some sort of spaceship near the moon. That comes into play towards the end of the movie. The humans and kaiju on Monster Island are all knocked out by some strange yellow gas. Rodan attacks Moscow. Paris is attacked by Gorosaurus. Beijing is attacked by Mothra. London is attacked by Manda. However, we don't really see... Oh, and Paris is attacked by Baragon. However, we don't really see a lot of these attacks. We just see kind of like little clips of them on TVs. The attack that we see the most of, and we still see very little of it, is Godzilla's attack on New York. I would have loved a full sequence with this Showa Godzilla destroying New York. I think that would have been incredible to see him knock down the Empire State Building, to see him do all this crazy stuff in New York. However, I realized the budget and the time constraints wouldn't allow for that, even though it would be incredible. And I just have to say, this one scene of Godzilla in New York feels, and it's like 2 seconds, and it feels way more like anything Godzilla related than the 98 movie did. And that was a full movie of what was supposed to be Godzilla in New York. So, Destroy All Monsters really takes the cake on Godzilla New York action, doesn't it? We see our spaceship, the SY-3. As I said, it plays a big role throughout this movie. We see it spots a UFO in space, and then they head back to Earth. They're going to investigate what happened on Monster Island. The Monster Island crew and monsters are under the Keelak control. The Keelaks are they're our antagonists for the movie. They are aliens who are just kind of there. We'll get into their motivations here in a minute. They're just kind of there messing up stuff. They're the ones controlling the monsters. Even though I just said that, I felt the need to restate it, I guess. Our astronauts are taken prisoner. However, they soon escape. The Keelaks actually make a professor kill himself. He was a professor who was kind of hyped up throughout the first act of this movie. They make him jump out a window and kill himself. Then they attempt to capture Ketsuo. The police show up and rescue him before anything can happen. The professor is operated on. His mind control device is found. The police start searching for the mind control devices as Kyoko Munabe is walking around. She's also being controlled by the Kilax by this point of the movie. She's kind of our main antagonist other than the Kilax leader. She's going around. She's in a subway tunnel. I really like this scene. She's in like a subway. She's in a train. Then you hear a news bulletin basically warning, watch out for this girl, she's extremely dangerous. So she hops off the subway, goes upstairs. Once she gets to the top, they start checking her, looking for this incision on her neck where the mind control device would be. However, hers are disguised as earrings, so they don't find it. They send her on her way. Soon afterward, you just hear these sirens start going off in Tokyo. She looks right towards the camera and smiles. Cut to Rodan flying over Tokyo. This is an amazing scene. This whole sequence is absolutely incredible. So, Rodan is flying over Tokyo, destroying stuff. Shortly afterward, Godzilla makes landfall in one of the districts. He starts blowing stuff up. Manda shows up out of nowhere, and there's one of the most iconic shots of the whole series. My favorite shot of the movie, other than all the monsters lined up in front of Mount Fuji at the end of the movie. This scene is Manda, and a lot of people really love this because the wire work is incredible. I don't know how they pulled off this special effect, but having Manda wrap around this bridge and then destroy it with Godzilla standing there blowing up a building in the background is so amazing and well done. Everyone who gives this scene props, it deserves it. I mean, this is one of those scenes that, although I said the movie is over and underhyped, we'll talk about why here at the end of the review. But during this whole scene, it is just so incredible. The music, the special effects, everything is so dang great. You just have to love it. So the military launches their attack on Tokyo. They basically wind up demolishing more than the monsters do. All of a sudden, Mothra bursts out of a train station. Basically, we cut to Tokyo after the attack. It is completely leveled. Nothing is left. There's like remnants of what were buildings. Our main crew, I believe, is underground at this point just because of how bad everything got. The Kilax build a base in Izu. That's basically their cover-up base. Then Ketsuo, he uses the SY-3 to find the Kilax. When he's on his way, he actually discovers their other base. The mind control on Kyoko Munabe is broken by Ketsuo. He rips her earrings right out of her ear, and it breaks the mind control. It's kind of a brutal scene because if you think about how painful that would be, he rips it straight down, so it had to tear right out of her ear, and then she starts bleeding everywhere, and then she freaks out. So the mind control on her is broken. Her memory of what things were like when she was mind controlled is lost. Godzilla starts defending the Kilax base, and Garrus joins in to defend it as well. They start fighting the military, which is pretty cool. The SY-3 discovers the other base. This is what I was referring to a second ago. The SY-3 discovers the actual Kilax base, which is on Mount Fuji, before Rodan chases them off, which is weird because later on they'll be lured into the base, so I don't know why they weren't just lured into the base right there. Godzilla continues to defend the Kilax base before the Kilax leader lures the SY-3 crew into their base so she can explain their peace treaty that she wants with Earth. Basically, she says as long as Earth... It's kind of like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. Or not Ghidorah. It was kind of like Invasion of the Astro-Monster, where the spaceman explained, you know what, we're not going to kill you or anything. You're just going to obey everything we say, and then you'll be cool, right? So in this movie, it's actually... They just want to colonize Earth. They just want to like have their own little place on Earth under Mount Fuji, and then they want Earth to obey their laws, basically obey their wishes, and everything will be cool. They won't use the monsters against them, but they will always have the monsters as a trump card just in case. Of course, our crew denies this offer. Monster Island is turned into an HQ, and it is used to break the mind control on the kaiju. However, this doesn't go through up until they discover a base on the moon. It turns out that the moon the Kilax has a base on the moon where the moon transmits the radio waves down to Earth that control the monsters. I know there's a lot of stuff going on. So the moon transmits radio waves down to Earth that control the monsters. The SY-3 goes to the moon and starts searching around for what could be going on. They are soon attacked, however. This was a double play because the SY-3 soon launches their attack. They were ready for the battle, and so they were ready for the attack. This starts a series of space wars, a battle in outer space, so to speak. The humans win, the monster's mind control is lost, and the moon base is destroyed. The Kilax have to live in high temperatures, it's revealed, or they will turn into these little space worms. The humans get the monsters to go to Mount Fuji, where they all line up, and this is my favorite shot of the movie, when Godzilla's quote-unquote leading them in mortal combat. When they all go line up in front of Mount Fuji and Godzilla's ready to lead them in battle, the Kilax unleash King Ghidorah, which is, King Ghidorah gets his butt whooped. They unleash him. If you think about it, he would, so I don't know why they would just unleash him on his own. They unleash him on the monsters. This is a 10-on-1 fight. It is really unfair, even though some of the monsters only cameo and they don't actually do anything in the fight. Like Varan shows up once. You see him kind of jump over a mountain, and then he's not in the fight at all. So the Kilax unleash an attack with Ghidorah. It's a 10-on-1 fight. Ghidorah actually holds his own for like the first 10 seconds of the fight before Godzilla comes up behind him and knocks him out in the back. Godzilla beats down on his back. It is pretty cool to see all the monsters' individual attacks on King Ghidorah. Anguirus bites his neck at one point, and then Ghidorah lifts him up into the air. Mothra and Kumonga, they start shooting webs on Ghidorah, trying to knock him down. Minya has a really great kill shot at the end of the fight. Gorosaurus has some pretty sweet moments where he drops kicks King Ghidorah, jumps up and nails him in the back, knocks him over. There's a great scene when King Ghidorah actually tries to retreat. Godzilla grabs onto his leg and won't let him leave. Ghidorah almost lifts Godzilla off the ground, but then Godzilla looks up, atomic blasts him to the face. Godzilla brings Ghidorah down to the ground, knocks him onto the ground, and they basically curb stomp him. Godzilla kicks one of his heads into the floor. Anguirus comes over and bites one of his other heads to death. One of his middle heads, he only has 3. His middle head lifts up in the air. This is one of the best Minya moment of the whole series. Minya blasts a little smoke ring, and it winds up choking Ghidorah's middle head to death, and then it falls on the ground. Ghidorah's twitching there. He can't get up. It's like Glenn when he gets his head bashed in and his hand's still twitching. Pretty cool. So Ghidorah is basically just completely killed at this point, and Ghidorah tried to retreat. Godzilla wouldn't let him. They stomp him into the floor. He's dead. A spaceship shows up out of nowhere and starts blowing stuff up. It burns through a building in Tokyo, and it sets Rodan's back on fire a couple times. Godzilla kills the Kilax. He finds their base in the side of Mount Fuji. He kicks this big bubble in, and he kicks into the base and destroys everything, killing everyone. They all turn into those space worms. The SY-3 finds the spaceship and destroys it, and that's the movie. That is Destroy All Monsters right there. I know it's a very convoluted plot if you think about it. So much is going on in this movie, and one thing, now that we're done with the plot, one thing that I have to say is I don't understand the hatred towards this movie. So, like I said, it is overrated and underrated at the same time. It is overrated because people say, just watch it for the end fight. It is so incredible. It'll put all the other Godzilla fights to shame. I disagree with that. I think the end fight, although it is absolutely amazing, I think there are a lot better moments throughout the whole series that are a lot better. And I feel like there are some moments that are more necessary to watch a movie for than this, certainly. That Shin Godzilla Atomic Breath scene is that Who Will Know Tragedy scene. That one is one of the ones that I would say, you know what, that's one of the things that really made that movie. I would say that scene is probably, in my opinion, cooler than this whole battle at the end of this movie. There are some other things other moments that I think are more worth watching than this. King Kong vs. Godzilla, their battle at the end of the movie. But this battle is still absolutely incredible. However, the underrated portion of this is everyone saying that the only good stuff is the monster stuff, and the movie drags, has really bad pacing issues. Everyone says, the Destroy All Monsters is only worth it for that end fight. I disagree entirely. I really love the sci-fi stuff in this movie. I know there's other movies like Invasion of the Astro-Monster that do it better. Well, that depends on your opinion. I personally actually think that this movie does it better, only because I really feel like this one, the Kilax have more weight to what they're saying. We see the monsters destroying stuff all over Earth. We see different cities in different countries being just completely leveled. And so we really do feel a lot more of a threat from the Kilax than we ever did from the people from the Planet X. And then the other thing that I think a lot of people overlook in this movie is when they just say, oh, it's only good for that end fight. Every special effect scene in this movie is incredible, except one. The one scene that I really hate of this movie that's a special effects scene is Godzilla comes up and chases off these soldiers, these foot soldiers. He chases them off, but Godzilla's only like 50 feet in that scene, and it's really awkward because he shows up out of nowhere, and he's like King Kong size, and then he kind of like waves them off, and then they leave. Really weird. I hate that. I think it would have been like a lot cooler, if they... I know they didn't really have a sense of scale, like how big is Godzilla? They didn't really understand. But he would be a way bigger compared to those soldiers than it's presented in this movie. Either that, or I'm just so used to seeing a 200 to 400 foot Godzilla that seeing a Godzilla that's only about 150 feet maybe just kind of throws me off. I don't know. I'm going to stick with the first option here. I'm going to assume that what is actually going on is they just didn't have a sense of scale, didn't understand how big he actually was, and therefore Godzilla comes off a lot smaller than he really is, and that's a big problem. But other than that, every special effects scene in this movie, whether it's the SY-3 in the space battles, or whether it is that incredible Tokyo destruction scene, every special effects sequence of this movie is so well done that you have to give the movie so much props for that. And a lot of people say, you know what, you're right. The special effects in this movie is the only thing we're seeing. That is also wrong, because the alien invasion plot is, at the same time, unoriginal. At the same time, it's a new spin on it. I mean, we've never gotten the aliens that have destroyed everywhere on Earth or have attacked major cities all over Earth, unleashed this many monsters on things. Yes, this whole alien invasion plot where the aliens come down, have monsters under their control, and use them to fight the humans, that has been done in Godzilla movies. It's been done, in Invasion of the Astro-Monster, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. It will be done to death towards the end of the Showa series, but this one does it, I think, one of the best, if not the best, because you feel a sense of threat from the monsters all the way up until Ghidorah shows up. And then if you're like, wait a minute, I remember Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, or especially I remember Invasion of the Astro-Monster when Ghidorah lost to Rodan and Godzilla alone. You see Ghidorah show up at this end scene and you're like, oh, well, he's done. So, everything in this movie. I think the human plot is really good. I think it's interesting. I like the human characters, even though there's only one standout, and that's Ketsuo. And I feel like I'm pronouncing his name wrong because I feel like it's really similar to Tetsuo from Invasion of the Astro-Monster. And I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying his name differently or not. I don't know. But I feel like the human characters in this movie are likable. It's the actor who played Goro Maki from Son of Godzilla, and same voice actor as well, which is pretty funny. I'm assuming that the VHS that I have and that English dub for Son of Godzilla that I have are done by the same people. Anyways, I think the human characters are likable enough. I think it's a very interesting sci-fi plot. I feel like this movie is not just worth watching for the action scenes and for the monster scenes. I think it's worth watching for everything. I think this is just a great movie. And now getting into everything else, because we've already touched up on how amazing the effects are, the monster scenes themselves are awesome. The only problem I have with the monsters themselves is that none of them are under their own free will all the way up until the very last scene of the movie when Godzilla kills the Kilax. Because other than that, the humans... I don't know if it's 100% stated that the humans have control of the monsters necessarily. They are just able to use the mind control device to get the monsters into the Fuji area. It's not really stated that they have them and they're weaponizing them and they're using the monsters and they have all the control over the monsters. It's kind of assumed that the monsters have free will. It's just that they were put in this area by these humans. The humans lose control at the very end of the movie, and the monsters go back under their own 100% control, and that's when Godzilla kills the Kilax, and it's basically stated they realize we're not the threat anymore, they're not the threats to each other, they need to take out the larger threat, and there you go. That's the only problem I have with the monsters. Other than that, the only thing that I don't like with them is, like I said, they're under someone else's control the majority of this movie. They're basically, all of them are used as big guns by the Kilax throughout the whole movie, and then at the end of the movie, the humans get control, and they're big guns for the humans up until, like I said, that last scene Godzilla kills the Kilax. So, other than that, though, the monster stuff, the monster action, everything they do on screen is so cool. I love it. And, yeah, the human stuff, like I said, is good. The music. Let's talk about the music, because, first of all, the theme for this movie, really, really great. I love the theme for this movie, and a lot of people do. Second of all, this has some introductions to some very classic Godzilla music, such as... And I don't know if that's ever been used before up till this point. It might have been, but I feel like this is where it gets its introduction. This is a good place to start. I like this song too. That's pretty much everything with this movie. The only last thing that I have to say is that, of course, I reviewed the English cut, which is pretty obvious based off me saying that I only have the VHS. I only reviewed the English cut for this movie. I've never seen the Japanese cut for this movie. I would really, really like to, but I never have up until whenever I get it on Blu-ray or DVD, hopefully Blu-ray. So whenever that happens, I'll find out what the Japanese cut is like. Up until then, I've only seen the English cut of this movie, so if you were expecting a review of the Japanese cut, I'm sorry I didn't specify sooner. I forgot to write it down up until the very last second, which also meant that I forgot to announce it until the very last second. So yeah, this is the review for the English cut of Destroy All Monsters. That's everything I have to say for the movie. What would I rate it? I would rate it a 9 out of 10 because, like I said, it is a major hit for me. I love this movie. The only thing it's missing is, like, really, really interesting human stuff, such as we had in, movies like Godzilla, the original 1954 movie, Shin Godzilla, some really interesting like allegory and commentary and satire on that one. This one doesn't necessarily have any of that stuff, so I do have to knock it for that. That's the only point that it loses. Other than that, special effects, music, human story, monster action, everything is so good. Go check this movie out if you haven't seen it. It's a great place to start if you're getting someone into being a Godzilla fan. This is also one of the ones that I would recommend. Like go show them this one if you want to show them. This one's kind of a campy movie. It's not really. I think this one takes itself serious enough, but it is kind of just such an over-the-top premise that you're not going to be able to take it 100% seriously. However, like I said, they do take everything serious enough in this movie to get the point across that this is a real threat. So go show this one to newcomers. I'm planning on showing this to my little brother over the weekend, so I wonder if he'll like it. I'm sure he will. Other than that, guys, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. D-Man, out. What's up, everybody? Demon back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we are doing the 12th episode of Godzilla-Thon. Now, this one is where me and Godzilla fans really diverge from our opinions on the movie. So, All Monsters Attack, aka 1969's Godzilla's Revenge, is one of the most universally hated Godzilla movies of all times. Almost everyone agrees that the movie is just really bad, way too cheesy, human characters are just dumb, and then the kaiju stuff, it is so much stock footage that it's just unenjoyable. And then comes along me. So let's get into this review. Now, first off, we're doing the Japanese cut first, and then we'll talk about the English cut. First off, the Japanese cut has the weirdest opening song. It tops the American song for how weird it is. The American one's the one that's, it's heavy on the blues kind of stuff, like all these saxophones, everything like that. The Japanese one's just got, like, the creepiest smoker-voiced singer that you'll ever hear, and she's singing about kaiju and stuff. Really weird. The American one even has, like, moaning at random points, but this one's just worse, I think. Like, even more weird. Okay, so Ichiro, our main character, he's a pretty awesome dude. He's kind of like a loner. He's got, like, a sick yellow hat and some tan shorts. He's got a blue jacket. He's, like, a really cool guy. Everyone loves him, which is not true. So, Ichiro, he's alright, but he's kind of bullied. His dad's a train operator. Everyone bullies him. No one really likes him. I never understood why. He seems like a nice guy. So he gets bullied. His mom is just like a really busy worker, and so he really doesn't have a lot of friends. He doesn't have a lot of people to talk to other than his toy maker friend Mayani, or, you know, whatever his full name is. Shinpei, the toy maker. That's his best friend and his next door neighbor. It's important to note that this movie takes place in an alternate universe from the rest of the Showa series. This one takes place in the quote-unquote real world, where the entire Showa series from Godzilla the 54 movie all the way up until Destroy All Monsters, those are all fictional movies taking place, and this movie takes place in a world where they're all fictional movies, and then the events of this movie happen. So it doesn't take place it is not in continuity with any other Godzilla movie. We hear about these bank robbers that pulled off this big score. They got 50 million yen. Ichiro imagines he takes a plane to Monster Island. Once he's there, he watches highlights from Godzilla vs. Kamacuras from Godzilla, Son of Godzilla, before he spots Gorosaurus, Manda, Anguirus, and then the giant condor attacks Godzilla. Godzilla fights the condor. Kamacuras chases Ichiro into a hole. Minya saves him from the hole, lifts him up with a rope. This is where we learn Minya's name, by the way. Minya, up to this point in the series, is unnamed. Just like how Monster Island, up till this point in the series, is called Monster Land, Minya is just called the Son of Godzilla, meaning Ichiro made up the names Monster Island as well as Minya, and I guess Toho just stuck with those, even though they would take place in a different continuity, but, we're not going to blame him for that. So Ichiro, he names Minya pretty much. So Minya is human size and can speak. Now, the Japanese voice for Minya sounds like an old smoking woman, like a girl who's done lots of smoking, yelling into a funnel, and she's standing on the opposite side of a tunnel from where the microphone recording her is. It's the weirdest, most messed up sound. I don't like it at all. Even the American voice is just awful, but this one's just really weird. And she's trying to do a little boy's voice. It's super awkward. So a new kaiju appears. His name is Gabra. He shows up. The design is very weird. Okay, so I never realized how weird the design of Gabra was till I had to draw him for Godzilla-Thon. So he's this big green monster that's got these cancerous warts all over his body. He's got this weird hair. He's got this spike on his head. Yeah, he's just a weirdo. But the face itself, I believe the face is ripped from another Godzilla suit, which is interesting. They ripped the face from another Godzilla suit, turned it into Gabra. Gabra himself, he just looks super awkward. He moves, he's I don't know how to describe it. He's a really weird kaiju, really long neck. I don't know. I don't like Gabra's design at all. I don't have a problem with Gabra the monster. I just don't like the design at all. Ichiro snoops around an old warehouse after waking up. In the warehouse, he finds a headset and takes a wallet that was dropped by some criminals. Ichiro goes to sleep, and Gabra chases him around. Minya and Ichiro watch highlights from Godzilla vs. Ebirah with light correction, actually. So that's one of the good things that this movie does, is it actually corrects a lot of the lighting from that scene in Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster, where Godzilla fights Ebirah with the rock, and then they go underwater. It does a lot of color correction with that to try and make it visible of what's happening. It's especially amplified on my VHS, how confusing what's going on in that Godzilla vs. Sea Monster is, just because of how dark it is. Then Godzilla fights Kumonga a lot faster than he does in Son of Godzilla. Gabra beats up Minya. Then Godzilla fights the Red Bamboo Jets. They never specify that they're from the Red Bamboo in this movie, but that's the stock footage they took from Godzilla vs. Sea Monster, was Godzilla fighting the Red Bamboo in their jets. New footage of Godzilla teaching Minya how to use the atomic breath, but it's the same things happening. Minya fails to do it. Godzilla threatens to hit him. Minya attempts to, and Godzilla stamps on his tail, forcing him to do the atomic breath. It's just set up for later on when Ichiro throws the rock on Minya's tail. I don't know why they decided to refilm this. I think it would have been easy enough to just film the Ichiro scenes at nighttime, but they didn't. They just decided to refilm it entirely, which, I don't have a problem with it, because this movie has so little new footage that it's nice to get as little as we do. Ichiro's kidnapped by two bank robbers whose wallet he stole and he was in possession of. He didn't really steal it. He just found it because they dropped it through a hole in a warehouse and he came across it. While the criminals they're making Ichiro cry, Shinpei's out getting drunk, as a responsible adult would do. Ichiro tries to Home Alone one of the criminals. I don't remember this scene in the American cut. In fact, I watched the American cut specifically looking for this scene, and I didn't see it. He sets this Home Alone trap where he has this hole in the ground, and he moves some newspapers over it so that the criminals will fall down the hole. It doesn't work right away, but it works later on in the movie. So he sets some Home Alone traps through the building, pretty much. He's kind of crying in the seat while he does it. Gabra is double teamed by Ichiro and Minya, who use Minya's atomic breath and the rock to their advantage. Minya goes down to lower level. Ichiro pushes a rock on his tail and he fires off the atomic breath. Okay, so now Godzilla shows up. He does a touch of fighting. He doesn't really do a lot. He kind of just like knocks Gabra away from him, or blows atomic breath at his feet to get Gabra back from fighting Minya for a second, so that Minya won't die. So Godzilla shows up, saves Minya for a second. Gabra chases off Minya. Ichiro Home Alone's Gabra with Minya's help, sending Gabra flying through the air. They have this weird platform on the ground that they take advantage of. Gabra stands on one half. Minya drops and grows to kaiju size on the other half, launching Gabra through the air. And then after that, Gabra seems to be defeated. This is before Gabra attacks Godzilla. Then there's Godzilla vs. Gabra. They have a fight. It's the only bit of new fighting in the movie that we get, other than Minya vs. Gabra. So it's pretty good. The fight is alright. So Godzilla's blasting atomic breath at Gabra. Gabra's using his electric shocks on Godzilla. Godzilla's not really, he's not affected by it too much. Then they fight it out a little bit, and Gabra goes running, limping off into the woods on his own. Ichiro is nearly kidnapped before he escapes with Minya's wisdom, which is pretty funny. Minya keeps showing up on this little bubble next to him, and then they keep flickering Minya onto the screen, or reflecting Godzilla's fight with Gabra, showing that Minya and Ichiro have some, I guess he has some reflections or connections with Minya from his dream. So Shinpei shows up after he was drunk. He calls the cops because he finds his car out and running, which was going to be the criminal's getaway car. One of the men falls through the whole trap in the floor with the newspaper over it. Ichiro blasts the other one with his atomic breath, aka a fire extinguisher that he finds on the ground. And then Minya runs outside, leading the criminals to the cops. Then we have the weirdest line in the movie from Shinpei, who just says because Ichiro, when he's being interviewed by reporters, he says I wasn't alone, I had Minya with me. And all the reporters are well, who's that? Probably because Minya wasn't the name of Godzilla's son, it was just called the son of Godzilla, so how would they know what Minya is if Minya is just the name Ichiro gave him? Anyways, Shinpei shows up and he basically says you know how people have God? Well, this kid has Minya. Minya is the children's god. Minya the god. It's super weird. I like the American one better when he's just people look up to heroes. This is a little kid's hero. It's a superhero kind of deal, and it's his imagination that he really likes the son of Godzilla. Anyways, Ichiro names Minya Monster Island and all that stuff. We already talked about that, which possibly leads to the confusion with the reporters. I don't think the writers thought that far into it. I think I'm just trying to make connections here, and the connection I make actually explains the false writing. So Ichiro beats up his Gabra, which is just a little kid who supposedly bullies Ichiro. We don't really see him do anything bully-like. He pushes Ichiro to the side when he's running up some stairs, and then he basically is just hey, give me your vacuum tube at one point in the movie, and Ichiro's oh, well, I guess I have to give him my vacuum tube. So he gives him the vacuum tube, and then they kind of laugh at him and call him Shorty or something at one point in the movie, or they call him a crybaby for being a little wimp. And Ichiro comes and beats him up for no reason, knocks him over. Really weird strobe fighting. It's just a bunch of pictures, freeze frame pictures of them fighting. I guess it's because they didn't want to film two little kids beating each other up for the movie, so they just did it that way. Then and then Ichiro goes and knocks some dude who's just painting a sign, knocks him off his ladder, makes him fall headfirst into the paint bucket, and then Ichiro runs away, joins up with the bullies that he just beat up, and is now one of their crew. Weird morals, weird moral ending where it's yeah, you should be the bad guy kind of thing, which is odd. English cut differs in a couple ways. The theme at the start is very different, where you have that creepy Japanese girl singing in the Japanese cut, obviously, which is the song that plays at the start of this review. You have this weird jazzy, bluesy theme, which is the song that'll play at the end of this review. And Minya's voice is different. He has a man's voice in this one, but it's like a dopey kind of. There's no way to describe it other than a dopey man voice. So he's Godzilla says I should learn to fight my own battles, It's weird. So it's cut a little bit differently. The dialogue's changed a little bit. I feel like the interactions in the English cut are a lot less genuine. They feel a lot more realistic, and they feel like interactions that people would actually have in the Japanese cut. Ultimately, I do prefer the Japanese cut better, just for that reason, which is the human characters seem a lot more likable and a lot more real and a lot more relatable, whereas in the English cut, they are just a bunch of idiots, pretty much. So, overall, I think the movie's pretty good. So let's get into let's break down each section here like we usually do. So I'm going to mess this name up. Kunio Mayachi. Yeah, like I said, I messed that up. He does the music for this movie. It's not one of our main Godzilla composers, to what I know. It's not like Ifukube or Sato or anything like that. But the music is pretty decent in this movie. I like the music in this movie. It's got a very upbeat, fun tone to it. Really fits this movie. Obviously, if you got Ifukube to do this music, the movie would not work at all. I think it works pretty well in this movie. I actually like the soundtrack for this movie. Like I said, it's very fun, very goofy, kind of heavy on the brass. I like that, as you guys should know. So I think it's pretty good. The music as well, at least. So the effects themselves, they're not good. So the reason they're not good is because they kind of did the best of the worst. And what I mean by that is they took like the best fights from some of the worst Godzilla movies, and the worst Godzilla movies don't typically have the best special effects. Godzilla vs. Sea Monster, as well as Son of Godzilla, didn't really have the best special effects. Well, Godzilla vs. Son of Godzilla by itself, pretty decent effects. Like, they are some pretty good effects in my opinion, as you guys should know from a couple reviews ago. So Son of Godzilla's effects aren't bad on their own, but when you just have Godzilla walk off screen as the Son of Godzilla suit, and then come on screen as the Sea Monster suit, and then all of a sudden it's the Ghidorah the three-headed monster / Invasion of Astro-Monster suit, because that's the one they used in Son of Godzilla, or not Son of Godzilla, in Godzilla vs. Sea Monster's water battles. So you have a total of like 3 suits being used, and, sort of, 3 stock suits being used. So you have, there's like the scene that I'm specifically referring to, which is the worst, it's the most noticeable. Godzilla walks on screen as the Sea Monster suit, starts doing the rock battle with Ebirah, and then he jumps into the water. All of a sudden, he is the Invasion of Astro-Monster suit. He has the little fight with Ebirah, comes on land, heads to this like little village, or not like a village, but kind of heads into the woods area where he comes across, technically there was a village there in Son of Godzilla, but it wasn't here in this movie, where he comes across Kamunga. He comes across Kamunga. All of a sudden it's the Son of Godzilla suit, and now he has a fight with Kamunga. Next thing you know, he's teaching Minya how to use the atomic breath as the Destroy All Monsters suit. Really, really noticeable, really bad. It's very jarring. Takes you out of the experience for sure, or at least it took me out of the experience. Just seeing like all these random Godzilla suits appear on screen it's pretty odd. I don't like that. A lot of people don't like that, which is one of the main complaints with this movie that a lot of people have, and it's one of the only ones that I can understand. So the human story, I think, is good. A lot of people don't. I think it's very fun for children, and I loved this human story as a children. You hear a lot of people say, ugh, when I was a kid, I didn't want to watch a monster movie and see someone else going on the adventure for me, because that made me feel like I would never go on the adventure because someone else was already doing it for me. And, when I was a little kid, I never wanted to see a little kid in the position like this. I disagree. When I was a little kid and I saw Ichiro doing all these adventures, I, first of all, wanted to be Ichiro and go on adventures on Monster Island and everything like that. Second of all, I also wanted to go on adventures with Ichiro. So, a lot of people who just say, like, no little kid is ever going to want to watch these movies and be like, oh, there's a kid that I wish I could be like him. I disagree. I was that way. I always thought it would have been really cool as a little kid if me and Ichiro had adventures on Monster Island. So there you go. The story can work for little kids as it worked for me, the human story anyways. As well, it was always really cool for a little kid to see another little kid beat up some kidnappers. That's the whole reason Home Alone's entertaining. That's a funny movie in general, but that aspect of it is pretty funny, is pretty entertaining as well, and so in this movie it's also entertaining and fun. The kaiju stuff is the best of the bad, which really helps, because if someone said, like, you have your choice, you will never be able to watch the other two again in your life, Son of Godzilla, Sea Monster, or Godzilla's Revenge. Which one do you pick of the three? Gun to my head, I pick Godzilla's Revenge. Without a gun to my head, I still pick Godzilla's Revenge. Because, here's the thing. Godzilla's Revenge takes the best of the Sea Monster, which is a terrible movie, takes the best portion of that, which is Godzilla fighting the jets, Godzilla fighting Ebirah, and then they, for whatever reason, they put that frickin' Condor back in this movie, which I could do without. But they take the best two aspects of Sea Monster, throw them into this movie. Then they take the best aspects of Son of Godzilla, put it into this movie. And Son of Godzilla is not a bad movie by any means. If go watch my review, I really like Son of Godzilla. But the thing is, they take the best aspects of that, they take the greatest fight scenes from that, and then they edit it so it's a lot more fast-paced and a lot more entertaining. You're always engaged when watching this, and or at least I am. And so I really like it, and I don't have a problem with the kaiju stuff. I don't have a problem with the stock footage, and I definitely don't have a problem with Godzilla fighting Ghidorah, because, let's face it, Ghidorah's a weirdo, and it's fun to see him get beat up. Now, moving on for the reasons this movie was made, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, why did they make this movie? Now, the reasons this movie was made adds to the reasons that I love it, because it's Toho in a totally desperate place, being like, well, we're getting shut down, we are going bankrupt. So what happened is, Toho was basically on the verge of going bankrupt, none of their movies were working, like, all their franchises were failing, everything like this. They were really in a panic here in the 70s, because all movie studios were. I think this is when Daiei actually went out of business and they lost Gamera. So what happened is Toho was basically like, well, shoot, we're facing bankruptcy here. Let's put the lowest budget movie together that we can. And then they got Honda back, sadly. I feel like Honda and Tsuburaya were really not meant for this movie. But they got those two back, and they were like, oh, we need you guys to do something. So what they actually had to do was they just had to steal fights from other movies, put it into this, and, you know, the rest is history, as they say. They did not have a lot of time or budget or anything like that. I believe Tsuburaya was even on his, like, deathbed, or at least he was very sick during the filming of this movie, so he could not show up and, like, overview the special effects or anything like that. He showed up, I think, a couple times on set and basically could not do a lot. Honda had to take over for the special effects directing, if I'm correct, and, you know, they really did not have a ton of ability to do things in this movie, just because of how low budget it was made and how tight of a situation they were in. And that's one of the things that I think adds to it, is knowing the history of a movie and knowing the fact that this was their last attempt and being like, we gotta save our company, and it worked. I think that adds a whole nother level to the movie, and I really like that. And when I say it worked, now Toho didn't really get out of its pickle for another couple of years here, but it did prove that Godzilla can still sell. And so what they did was they created the next couple Godzilla movies. Now, the next couple Godzilla movies aren't good, in my opinion. Well, the next Godzilla movie is not good, in my opinion. Then I think we start to go uphill. So, I'm glad that this movie came out, because it restarted Godzilla's franchise after like 2 years of it being gone from Destroy All Monsters till now, which is funny because that was supposed to be the last one, and then like 2 years later, here's another one. Anyways, I think knowing the history of this movie really adds to my enjoyment of it, and also, I just think this is a fun movie in general. It's very entertaining, very goofy. I always feel like something's happening. Every time I watch this movie, I'm always surprised at how fast-paced it feels. Even when there's human scenes, I feel like nothing drags. Like, yeah, there's a little bit of setup, but then you just jump to Monster Island. A little bit more human stuff, straight back to Monster Island. A little bit more kidnapper, interesting stuff, back to Monster Island. Now you have a final confrontation, and then the movie ends. I feel like it's a super fast-paced movie, considering, especially considering the ones that came before it. So, I don't know. A lot of people don't like this movie. Obviously, I do. I think it's super fun, and I don't know why more people don't feel the way about it I do. Well, I do understand why a lot of people don't like this movie, okay? I get it. Stock footage, no one wants to see that. They want to see new stuff. Really cheesy. A lot of people want to see more serious Godzilla, but I think this is the best of the campy Godzilla movies, even though a lot of people consider this to be the worst of the campy Godzilla movies. Also, you have to keep in mind, I don't consider movies like Invasion of Astro-Monster, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, I don't consider movies like those to be campy. Yeah, there's campy aspects to them, but I don't feel like all around they're campy movies. I feel like to be a campy movie, you really have to be a very goofy movie all around, and those movies have very serious aspects to them, epic aspects to them, and then they just have a little bit of cheesiness thrown in there. So this is my opinion, the best of the cheesy, campy Godzilla movies, and I think it's great. So overall, I'm going to rate this one an 8.5 out of 10. I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me here. If I was going to objectively rate this movie, I would probably give it a 5 out of 10. Because half of the things about this movie work. And that half of the things about this movie is the kidnapper aspect as well as the new monster stuff. I think that really works for a little kid. The thing about it, if I'm being objective, that really is awful, and this is what everyone fixates on, is the stock footage. The fact that they just reuse so much stock footage, it takes away from people's enjoyment of the movie. Not me. I don't care. I really like this. It's like a best of Godzilla movie, just with only access to the worst of, or not necessarily, I don't know. Guys, I want to call it the best of the worst, but at the same time, I keep remembering I like Son of Godzilla, so I would consider this to be the best of Godzilla with access to only previous, like a couple previous Godzilla movies, if that makes any sense. There you go, guys. That's my review for All Monsters Attack. For whatever reason, this is my shortest Godzilla-Thon that I can think of. I mean, I may have done a shorter one in terms of, like, King of the Monsters, or at the very least, I believe Gigantis the Fire Monster was shorter, but for the full-out review of a Godzilla movie, this is the shortest one that I've done so far. I apologize for that. Like, if any of you guys really wanted to hear me go on for like an hour about how great this movie is, not a ton happens in this movie that I haven't talked about in previous videos. You know, that's a problem for some people. I don't mind. So not a lot of problems that I have with this movie overall. Sorry this wasn't a full-out, you know, like, hour-long of me praising how great Godzilla's Revenge is, because although a lot of people hate it, I think it's great, and I'm just repeating myself so much in this review. Anyways, guys, I always do that. I always repeat myself. Anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoyed. D-Man, out. What's up, everybody? Demon back, and welcome to a brand new Godzilla-Thon. I am bursting with enthusiasm for this review. I cannot wait to get into this. If you could tell, I am not happy. Yeah, no, man, I didn't realize how bad this movie was up until I had to rewatch it for Godzilla-Thon. So, let's get into it. This is going to be, I think it's like the 13th Godzilla-Thon for Godzilla vs. Hedorah, Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster, 1971. Let's get into it. This isn't even really a movie. This isn't even a movie. There's no plot. It's just a bunch of scenes put in a random order. Nothing makes sense. It is absolutely awful. It is so incredibly bad. Oh my god, man. I went on the whole time of that Sea Monster review talking about how that was my least favorite movie. Ebirah, Horror of the Deep. I hated that Godzilla movie. It was my least favorite Godzilla movie. This one gives it a run for its money. It might even win because I remembered this one to be at the very least decent. I remembered it being not good. I knew it wasn't good, but I remembered it to be decent. And I sat down. I've never been that bored watching a movie in my life. This movie is so bad. And I even have good childhood memories of it too, which is the weird thing. I used to love this movie. I would rent it from Blockbuster. Like, every time I went to Blockbuster, I'd rent this one. I remember the old DVD case. I used to love it. I didn't own this one. This was actually one of the most recent ones I ever got. I have it on. It's one of the only ones I have on Blu-ray, funny enough. But yeah, when I just remember I used to love this movie, and I don't know how. Probably because when you're a child, you know, everything in your brain, it feels like you're just constantly recovering from a bad acid trip. So now that I'm older and my brain can comprehend things, and now I realize this movie just is a bad acid trip, right? And everyone makes that joke, but it's true. Like, as a little kid, you don't realize it. You just accept it as like, oh yeah, this is a normal thing. When you watch this movie older, it is is so freaking bad. It's so bizarre. I hate this movie so much. Let's get into the best thing I could ever do for a plot synopsis. Like I said, there's no plot. It is just scenes put in a random order. Like certain events, they could happen in whatever order you please. This movie would not be affected if you changed the order at all. Like nothing flows at all. The pacing is so damn slow. I'm reviewing the Japanese cut, by the way. The English cut, I prefer the English cut over the Japanese cut. Nothing different about it. It's just, that's the one I watched as a kid. So at least there I'm like, oh, I remember this as a child. And when I watch the Japanese cut, it's somewhat like that. It's like, oh, yeah, I remember this scene of Godzilla flying as a child. But now it's more like, oh, God, damn, how did I like this movie? It's so bad. So let's get into the review. We start out with the James Bond style intro, just a girl singing over the screen, like a painted green girl singing, and lots of shots of pollution. It's the song's called "Save the Earth," I think, something like that. And the song basically sings about pollution, the danger of it. It's actually a pretty catchy song. That's one of the good things about this movie, and it's also one of the bad things about this movie. It's a pretty catchy song, so I'll get into why it's a bad thing at the end, I guess. I enjoy it when they sing it at the start, and then we cut to some shots of pollution. The music slows down. The James Bond intro is over. Music slow down. Now we meet our main character, a little kid, Ken. Now, Kenny is not that bad because, no one in this movie's good. So you can't really single him out as being an awful character like you can in Gamera movies because there are no good characters in this movie. So everyone is terrible. Everyone is so bad to watch. You're bored during all of it. And even Godzilla vs. Monster does better than this. You have interesting characters. Granted, I could never remember or pronounce their names, but they're better than these idiots. So, oh god, man. And if you could tell, I'm a bit more aggressive this review than I was in my Sea Monster review because I knew I hated Sea Monster going into that. I do Godzilla-Thon every year. I don't watch Godzilla vs. Hedorah every year. It's not like I watch Sea Monster every year. It's not like I intentionally just didn't watch Hedorah every year. It's that I didn't really have a Blu-ray player up until recently at the house that I usually do Godzilla-Thon at. So, I never had the ability to watch this for Godzilla-Thon. I just was always like, oh, I remember this from a child. It's not that bad. I'll watch, like, Cinemassacre's Monster Madness review of it, and that'll be good. So, oh, man. Anyways, this is my first time watching it in about 2 years, but back a couple years ago when I very first got the Blu-ray, I watched it, like, a ton. I watched it that summer that I got it. I got it for Christmas. That summer that I got it, I watched it a ton, and I don't know how. It is awful. Mostly because back at the time it was one of the only Godzilla movies I had at my dad's house. Now that I have it over at my mom's house, I have every Godzilla movie over here. Oh, Jesus Christ. So it's just like in a pile. Like in the movie shelf of my movie shelves, which is just the kaiju movies that I have and then some Walking Dead. In this movie shelf, it's got to be the worst thing there. And, Sea Monster's also there. This movie, I don't know which one's worse, honestly, though. Sea Monster, I had some enjoyment in it, alright? There was that one scene in particular when, who is it? Akira Takarada blasts that dude in the face with that smoke bomb. That was really awesome. And, Godzilla is not terrible in that movie despite looking retarded. This movie is so bleak and unfun. It is ridiculous. I don't know how they pulled that off. Alright, where were we? So we meet Ken. Ken is attacked by a man-sized Hedorah. Also, before this, okay, no. So we meet Ken. He's playing with Godzilla toys, right? Doesn't make a lot of sense. We're not in the Godzilla's Revenge universe where they're all movies. Now we're back in the traditional Showa Toho universe, which Godzilla's a real thing. He's a threat. He's killed people. The last exposure to Godzilla people had in continuity, the last wide-scale exposure in public people had to Godzilla, he wasn't necessarily a superhero. It was Invasion of Astro-Monster, where, yeah, he fought Ghidorah, but they also put him under mind control. He also wiped out, like, a whole village and a city, and he killed lots of people that movie. So, I'm thinking in this Showa universe, it doesn't make a lot of sense that they're making Godzilla toys, and they also have a Ghidorah toy in the background. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why would this little kid love Godzilla the way he does when in this universe Godzilla has done some okay things up to this point, but for the most part, he's generally not a good guy. This movie is where his character really changes, and we'll get into that when we talk about Godzilla at the end, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. He's playing with his Godzilla toys, sending them down the slide of all things. What little kid gets Godzilla toys and like pushes them down the slide instead of making them fight? Even the kid from what movie is it? Final Wars, I think. Yeah, it's definitely Final Wars. Even that kid plays with like his Godzilla toys. He throws Anguirus in the fire because you don't have them just like slide down a slide. You have them fight. This kid's just even the way he plays with toys makes me hate him. So a tadpole is found. It's a tiny little black squirm. It's Hedorah. So this big monster, a big version of this tadpole, sinks some ship. It's a cool tie-in to 54. We'll get into the 54 parallels here towards the end. So he pushes this guy down the ship. Or what am I even talking about now? I hate this movie so much. Anyways, okay, so Hedorah sinks the ship, alright? Hedorah sinks the ship, it's on the news. That's kind of cool, actually. I do like the public reaction in this movie. It is very relevant, and we do see lots of news reports about all this stuff. Lots of ways that people will start taking advantage of it in advertising campaigns with these Hedorah gas masks. Really cool ideas, just an awful movie. So, Ken is attacked by a man-sized Hedorah. He's playing on a beach. It jumps out of the water. He cuts it open with his knife. It lands in the water, attacks Ken's dad, who also happens to be a professor. Ken's dad's face gets burnt off, and his body's all ripped up. There are multiple forms of Hedorah. That's where all the Shin Gojira joke starts from. Multiple forms, multiple monsters, too. There's not just one Hedorah at the start of the movie. There's many of them. And the movie implies at the very end that there are still many of them. So, there's multiple Hedorah monsters. That's how there's one that was able to attack Kenny, one was able to sink a ship, and then they have one tiny one in captivity. Ships are being wrecked all over the place. Cut to Godzilla roaring in front of the sun. Cut back to pollution. Then all of a sudden Godzilla shows up, although it's a different Godzilla suit and it's really noticeable. Shows up, sets the pollution on fire with his atomic breath. That's where a lot of people thought that he has fire breath because it sets everything on fire in the Showa universe. Even I used to think that as a little kid. So all Hedorahs can morph into one monster, make them all really big. Maybe that's where the inspiration from Destroya came from. Destroya also has multiple forms, multiple monsters that can turn into one big thing. Kong's... Yeah, okay, so... I know you're like, what are you talking about, Kong? This is legit. So a Kong-sized Hedorah, and Kong size not being like Kong Skull, it could be close to Kong Skull, like 100 feet. That might make sense. He's probably in between 50 to 100 feet sized Hedorah, maybe around 75 foot sized Hedorah, shows up on land, smokes some factory. Yeah, that sounds weird, but he like legit goes up to the smokestacks and then inhales in this factory. Breathes in some pollution. Godzilla shows up, atomic breaths him, and then they get into like a little skirmish. Nothing really happens at this point. It's just such a long fight, too, and it just doesn't stop. So, Fish heads in a bar. You can't really make sense of that. The dude just starts hallucinating fish masked head people. Godzilla and Hedorah continue to fight. It lasts way too long. Nothing happens throughout the fight. Really uninteresting. Then each monster leaves. Hedorah is an alien, it's revealed. Godzilla is maybe spotted by some kid on by Kenny on a roller coaster. He just sees the blob of Godzilla in the distance, possibly. Hedorah destroys some stuff, including him forcing someone to commit suicide and then knocking down a building in slow motion. Hedorah evolves, eats some cars, flies away. That could be the inspiration for Kamate-kun's landing. Some of the visuals are very parallel to that. That'd be a really cool reference. Because Shin Gojira is a way better movie, and I hate this movie so much. I've been doing it for the past couple of Godzilla-thons now. I even forgot to put Shin Godzilla into this thumbnail. I usually have the title Shin Godzilla written in Japanese in each thumbnail. This one's the first one for a while now that I haven't done it. So if you've been able to spot them all for the past couple weeks ever since Ebirah Horror of the Deep. Good for you. This week there's not going to be one. I'll see if I can remember to put one in all the rest of them though. Godzilla, and it's not because that's my favorite. It's just because that's the most relevant at the time I'm making this. So this Godzilla-Thon. Godzilla fights him again. Hedorah flies off. Some people are disintegrated. That scene used to scare the crap out of me as a little kid. When Hedorah flies over those people and they disintegrate into bones, oh, I used to watch that as a kid. I'd freak out. That was terrifying. I'd always think, there was like a little creek down by my house, or it wasn't terribly close to my house at the time. I now live right next door to it, but at the time it was near a park that I used to go to often, and it was a little bit of a drive back then. So, but that's not important. Anyways, there was this creek, and there was this mud in the creek, but the mud looked like black tar, and so as a little kid, I'd always imagine, oh, shoot, that's Hedorah, and then in my head, my imagination would run with it, and then it'd freak me out, because I was like, oh, wait, that is Hedorah, and I might get disintegrated, and I'd always not want to be in that area, yet at the same time, I'd always want to be in that area, because I'd always pretend I was Godzilla, and I'd want to fight it, but at the same time, I'd never want to get dirty, and I would always think that it might actually be Hedorah and disintegrate me. Little kids' brains works weird, alright? Like I said, a little kid is always on an acid trip. It takes till you're older to realize why this movie sucks. So, we get a lot of downtime, Hedorah killing people here and there, anti-Hedorah oxygen masks, one of the only interesting ideas in this movie, and it's very briefly touched up upon. We only see it in one TV cartoon ad. Also, the cartoons come out of nowhere in this movie. They just kind of happen, and then we're just supposed to accept that now we're just watching a cartoon for a little bit. Super weird. Oh, man. So, explanation from people that from the professor, that Hedorah will keep growing from, what am I even trying to say here? I just literally wrote down the subtitles and I can't even understand it. So I guess the gist of it is, because there's so much pollution, Hedorah will keep growing from it. He'll get to a massive size, potentially bigger than Godzilla. Some little kid just comes up with the idea, oh man, he's going to climb Mount Fuji. Ken comes up with that idea. He's like, oh, I know, Hedorah's going to climb Mount Fuji. And everyone just goes, oh yeah, that makes sense. And then Hedorah does. Like, where does he get this information? Why does it happen? I don't know. There is no plot to this movie. Things just happen for no reason, no explanation. I hate this movie so much, guys. Hedorah will keep growing from pollution. This is also where it's finally, even though the audience should have figured it out by now, it's spoon-fed to you that he's evolving throughout the movie. So now we have a rock party. It starts out in this, like, for whatever reason, they're like, oh, we're going to be all artsy-fartsy with it and just have it be like some black and white, little thing of some dude playing an acoustic guitar in a meadow on Mount Fuji, and then all of a sudden it just, like, they're all like, oh, we're gonna die, rock on! And they break into this rock party in the meadows of Mount Fuji. Hedorah and Godzilla show up there. They're still fighting. Yeah, their fight lasts the whole goddamn movie, and nothing happens until the last 5 minutes. So, Godzilla crashes the band party. There's a bonfire there as well. That's used to the humans' disadvantage here later, even though they try to make it work for them. Godzilla loses an eye, one of the only interesting ideas throughout the whole movie. Godzilla getting shot in the eye with this acid, sulfuric acid that Hedorah contains, loses an eye from it. It'd be really cool if that scar from Hedorah carried over into the next movies, although suddenly his eye is just grown back by the next movie. So, he loses an eye or something, maybe, because, like I said, it shows back up next movie. Maybe it's just patched over for some reason. Then Hedorah maybe loses an eye or something, because Godzilla punches into his eye. And maybe Ken, his brother, is probably killed. Unknown, his brother, it could be his brother. I don't know what their relation is. The older guy throughout the movie, who was hallucinating the people with fish heads, decided, oh, everyone attack Hedorah with the bonfire, and then they run up to Hedorah throwing fire torches at him. He shoots this guy in the body with some sulfuric acid, and the guy kind of, like, maybe melts away, maybe doesn't. It doesn't look like he melts, but at the same time, everyone else is steaming around him. But that actor is never seen again. That character is never seen again throughout the rest of the movie. So presumably he died, and Ken was just like, that was gonna happen anyway. So he's not even sad. There's no emotional connection to any of the characters here. Ken, the character doesn't even care when his own family gets killed right in front of him. He's more of just like, oh, that would suck if that was me, wouldn't it, lady who I'm with? And I don't know our relation either. I don't know that chick's relation. I'm that band singer chick who sings "Save the Earth" in the bar. Godzilla is dropped into a ditch after Hedorah picks him up, drops him there, pours some sludge all over him, as Cinemassacre put it, the best way he could. Dumps some dookie slime on him, which is not incorrect. That is exactly what happens. Hedorah shoots down some choppers with his eye laser, not in a cool Kong Skull Island style way, taking out the choppers, more of in a let's pad out the runtime of this movie even more for some reason kind of way. Some electric anti-units for Hedorah are put up against Hedorah to try and kill him, however they're not used for a really long time. Godzilla finally wakes his butt up again. Everyone panics because Hedorah is gonna intrude on their setting up of these electric units. Godzilla and Hedorah fight a little more. Hedorah blows up some choppers after Godzilla is once again knocked out or something. I don't remember because, this movie's very unmemorable. Alright, so Hedorah blows up some more choppers. Godzilla, I'm skipping way far in here because there's literally 10 whole minutes dedicated to close-up shots of Hedorah slowly walking his butt in front of these electric units while these headlights on these cars are flickering in his face. So much time is dedicated to showing him lumber over there at an incredibly slow pace after we see him fly around all over Tokyo moving really fast. Now we have to spend 10 minutes seeing him take one step at a time towards these headlights. So Godzilla wakes up again or something, shows back up in the fight at the very least. He activates these electric grids by blowing his atomic breath on them. They seem to work to kill Hedorah because they start shooting electricity on him and he's getting all injured by it. Godzilla pulls out some balls from inside Hedorah. Doesn't explain what they are or where they came from. He just rips out two white orbs from inside Hedorah and then just holds them and disintegrates them. Hedorah flies away. Godzilla flies after him. Everyone who knows this movie talks about how awful this scene is or how weird it is. Yeah, it is, everything they say about it's true. Godzilla gets into this odd position, then he lifts off on the ground, he blasts his atomic breath into the ground, uses it to fly through the air, flies after Hedorah, catches up with him, and then grabs Hedorah, flies him back to the area where the electric units are. Godzilla disintegrates Hedorah with the electric panels. Godzilla rips apart Hedorah's dead body. That's the thing that I always used to recreate with that mud puddle outside that park, is I'd take a stick and I'd just fling that stuff everywhere, thinking if it was Hedorah I was going to tear him apart just like Godzilla. Godzilla wins. The human wins. That's when the movie ends. Way too long after it should have ended right after the song Save the Earth plays, because that was the only good part of the movie. And, okay, so the movie drags way too much. There is no pacing issues because there is no pacing. It is a slow crawl all the way through. Yeah, that's pacing, D-man. Get out of here. Stop watching my review. If you're going to talk back to me right now, oh, man, you're in for it. So, I get it. Some people like this movie. I don't know why, but they do. It made a comeback in the Godzilla community just because everyone says it's so ahead of its time. Oh, look at Shin Godzilla. It's pretty much the same movie. No, it's not. It is not. The only reason you're saying that is because there's a multiple formed evolving creature and it's in a Godzilla series. They're not the same movie. Shin Godzilla is a political satire. This movie's like don't pollute, it's gonna kill us all because it'll spawn in a giant space monster that'll dump dookie slime on your cat in Godzilla. God, dude, they're not the same movie. This movie, I get it. The ideas are ahead of its time with some of the dark visuals, the very grounded, realistic take on everything. Even though this movie is anything but realistic, it does approach it from a realistic standpoint. God, man. So the music, alright, so like I said, there's no plot, just a whole bunch of scenes in a random order. The music, it is alright, alright? There's 3 good songs in here, okay? There's Godzilla's reveal song, there's Godzilla's song when he flies, Save the Earth. The only 3 good songs in this movie, and they're played to death. And they start out bearable, and then they overplay them to the point where I can't stand to listen to them anymore. And it irritates me when they play them. And that's about it. There's like 4 new songs for the movie. 3 of them are good. They replay those 4 songs constantly. Then we get huge time gaps where there's no music at all. It is worse than Godzilla Raids Again on that aspect of just the long, awkward silence. There's scenes of this movie with no audio. A scene where a dude jumps off a building, killing himself. Hedorah passes through the building, and then we watch it fall to pieces slowly. This scene has no audio. It is silent. There are some other scenes like this, just silent. Oh my god, maybe if the music was better, this movie wouldn't suck as bad. I don't think that's the case. I think this is just an awful movie, and there's no getting around that. But I hate this movie so much. I think I hate it worse than Sea-Monster, probably. So, the music, it is not terrible up until they overplay it, and then at this point, the music sucks. The humans are boring, unlikable. You don't know any of their names other than Ken, just because it's funny to make fun of Kennys, just because of Mystery Science Theater 3000. So that's the only reason the character name Kenny is rememberable. Every other character, you don't care about them. You don't care what happens to them. In fact, I'm rooting for most of them to die. When they do die, there's no emotional impact because you feel nothing for them. Way too much time is spent on these guys, and this is the epitome of a bad monster movie. And this is the kind of movie that gives Godzilla a bad rep, because everyone's like, oh, this is Godzilla, there's a bunch of cheesy people in rubber suits beating each other up. Well, you have boring human characters. Yeah, this is where it comes from, movies like this. Alright, that is... oh my god. What else? Human characters are awesome. Yeah, they're awesome, guys. They're the best ones we've ever had. Kenny's a real kind of likable, relatable character that you can root for. The professor in this movie easily tops Serizawa for how great he is, because this movie is just so good. You gotta go see it. Anyways, back to the actual stuff. So, human characters, they suck. Alright, Godzilla, he gets random character development and random powers. Let's get into that. Okay, so throughout the whole series up to this point, Godzilla has not been a good guy. A lot of people think Ghidorah is where he becomes a good guy. It's not. He's not a good guy in Ghidorah. He's doing it for himself. He fights Ghidorah just to save his own skin. Then, Invasion of Astro-Monster, he fights Ghidorah because he has to, alright? He doesn't have any choice, he just has to. Then, he wakes up right next to the thing he just had to get off Earth like a year before. He's gonna have to fight this guy. And he also is put on Planet X where he has to fight him either way. So, then, Son of Godzilla, he's definitely not a good guy. He tramples through the humans' base, he terrifies the people. He leaves his son to die throughout the majority of the movie up until the last scene. He's not a good guy. He's just doing his own thing. Same thing with Sea-Monster. He's not a good guy, even though they try and make it like Godzilla saved us at the end of the movie. He's not a good guy. He didn't save anyone. He more of just showed up. He woke up. He wakes up on the island for some reason, destroys the red bamboo base, knocks out some jets out of the sky, fights off Mothra, and then kills Ebirah. That's all that he does. He's not been a good guy up to this point, and then all of a sudden he's just a really good guy. Now, people like Adam Noyce have overanalyzed this, and that's not a bad thing, because I love his video talking about this. The characterization of Showa Godzilla, he goes into it. Basically, he breaks down like this. This is what I was talking about with the 54 throwbacks, is the movie is very similar to 54, just I think it's a bad version of it. So you get mysterious ship sinking, lots of mystery leading up to what's going on there with Hedorah sinking ships, Godzilla sinking ships, Hedorah being just this emotionless, gonna kill you all for turning me into this creature kind of monster, the same way Godzilla was back in 54. That's where Adam says Godzilla's character development comes in, is because he sees what he used to be or what his ancestor was, and he realizes, oh man, this used to be me, which is also why he's constantly trying to bargain with Hedorah throughout the movie. They're constantly just roaring at one another and spending no time fighting when they're roaring at one another. The same way Sonda bargains with Ghidorah to get them to stop fighting, they do in this movie with Godzilla and Hedorah. It doesn't work here. And you know, if you want to read it like that, you can. I read it as Godzilla just is a good guy for the sake of being a good guy. He's a good guy before he even meets Hedorah in this movie, or at least the public views him as that. At the very least, Kenny does. You know, the character development comes out of nowhere. Where does he get the flying power? He's never had it before. He never has it again. It doesn't make any sense. This is like the same kind of way Superman used to just make up powers that Godzilla just does. So it comes out of nowhere. I don't like it. I don't like the new powers. I don't like him being a good guy. I hate him being the superhero. Every shot lasts too long. It's very confusing. It's just a drug trip of scenes. There's random life lessons about pollution and nebulas and stars and how industries work. There's random cartoon cutaways that we spend too much time on, and they come out of nowhere. And then, oh yeah, Godzilla's thrown in just for the sake of it being a Godzilla movie. Did I mention the pollution stuff yet? Because it is all over in this movie. Way too on the nose, way too in your face. There's no subtlety to it. 54 is a very subtle movie. You know, it's not like flat out stated, oh my, this is a walking atomic bomb. In this movie, it is flat out stated, oh my, this is walking pollution and it's gonna kill us. We need to stop polluting or it will keep killing us. Yeah, thanks guys for spelling it out for us. Like we couldn't figure that out on our own. This movie sucks. 4 out of 10. Worse than Sea Monster after rewatching it. Mostly just because I remembered it to be halfway decent. I knew it made a comeback in the community. I figured that was for a reason. It wasn't. This movie sucks. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I certainly didn't. D-Man out. I feel like the chick from the start of Godzilla 2014, like, alright, let's make this quick. So, what's up everybody, D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video. This week, we're doing Godzilla-Thon number, 14 for Godzilla vs. Gigan. The reason I say let's make this quick is because although I like this movie, I don't have anything to say about it. I know you're like, oh, you say this every single time and then you rant about the movie, or you go on about the movie for an hour. So I don't think that's going to actually happen this time, just because I found myself, although I do like this movie, kind of uninterested in it. Like, nothing really happens in it. It's a very basic movie. You know, this is one of those movies that really earns the bad reputation for Godzilla movies. Human characters are terribly unmemorable. I don't know any of their names off the top of my head. And even in my notes, I mean, I only wrote down like one dude's name. I don't even know how to pronounce it. And that's unlike Godzilla vs. Sea Monster, where they're just so unlikable and forgettable. This one they're forgettable, but it's not because they're unlikable. It's just because it's a bad script, you know? The human characters aren't great. Alien invasion plots done to death by this point in the series. We've had it many times. We will still have it many times. It's a very basic Godzilla movie. Nothing really happens in it that's outside of the very small boundaries. So I don't really have a ton to say about this, just because I feel like I've already talked about a lot of my thoughts on a lot of this stuff, and also because this movie really does use so much stock footage. It's not like where it is in Godzilla's Revenge, to the point where it's just laughably bad, so much stock footage. This one, there's just enough of it to just kind of like The fight seems redundant. Seems like we've been here, done this before. Yet at the same time, there's decent new additions, I guess. It's a very unusual movie just because it's pretty forgettable, and I don't quite know why. I mean, it's not bad. It isn't. I like this movie. So let's get into the review for it. So Godzilla vs. Gigan, 1972. It's, like I said, it's not good, but I love it. So we have the character. His name's like Genoa or something like that. He's a comic book artist. He's hired by some people who are planning to build a Godzilla tower, which is an interesting idea for a theme park, amusement park ride. It's a life-size Godzilla tower. I feel like that would just be more of a hassle than it's worth. Practically, I feel like, and especially because their plan is just to kill the monsters on Monster Island, I feel like however much time they spent on just the construction of that tower alone just feels very impractical. So they're planning to build out a Godzilla tower, a big theme park. They're planning to wipe out the monsters on Monster Island. There's this tape that's discovered. We don't really quite know what it does. The people building the Godzilla tower want the tape. They're from the Space Hunter M Nebula, or Space Hunter Nebula M. They are aliens, but that's not 100% flat out said yet. The tape is played so our human characters can find out what it does. It doesn't really do anything very, unusual. It just kind of attracts monsters. And Godzilla gets really mad, and Ghidorah gets really mad. They're trying to figure out what the heck that noise is. Both of them have a conversation. Yeah, it's awful. So both of them just flat out speak in English. Japanese cut, supposedly they speak in text bubbles. It's really dumb. I think even Ghidorah was pushing it with having the monster talk with the fairies translating. This one is just flat out, no, we don't need to hear them talk. I don't like that at all. So they legitimately have a conversation, and then they both head out to find out what it is, or at this point, Ghidorah heads out to find out what it is. It's found out that Genoa's bosses have been dead for over 10 years. Dun dun dun. That scene's actually really cool. I do like that scene where they're investigating his bosses. They go to their friend's house, or maybe it's family members of these bosses, and they find out that the actual people who he's working for died about 10 years before. They went on a hiking trip, and they both never returned from it. They are dead. So it's really cool, the mystery on how they're still alive. It's pretty dark when you find out that actually these cockroach aliens skinned them and used their skin. It's almost like the Whisperers from Walking Dead. They use their skin as a human disguise. It's pretty dark when you know what's going on. So Anguirus and Godzilla head for base camp. And by base camp, I mean the aliens' base camp, because they're trying to find out where that tape is coming from. So Anguirus shows up in Shigami Bay. The military launches an attack on him. Because he's the good guy, Anguirus turns around and leaves at this point. Our human cast continues to investigate the Godzilla conspiracy at the tower. They discover a prisoner there named Shamia or something like that. So our human cast is kidnapped almost. They make it out just in time of this Godzilla tower. And Godzilla and Anguirus, they break out of Monster Island, which is another addition that I really like. The fact that, although it's never showed or anything like that, how they get off Monster Island, it's stated the fact that because we can assume the technology that they had in Destroy All Monsters, this kind of very centralized place where none of the monsters can leave because there's boundaries specific to each monster in place. We can assume, because this takes place before the 90s, when that takes place, this is the 70s or whatever, we can assume they don't have that technology yet, so they would not have been able to hold back on the monsters. They would not have been able to keep them on the island as well. And I do like the fact that they mentioned the fact that Godzilla and Anguirus broke off the island, meaning that even though the technology isn't as sophisticated in this point, there is still technology in place, or at least a military guard in place to keep all the monsters on Monster Island. I think that's a neat touch. So the Godzilla Tower is infiltrated by our human cast, but they're captured during their raid. Only a couple of them are left uncaptured outside the tower. They're captured by aliens. It's revealed now that the aliens wish to kill humans in order to save Earth from pollution. They want to kill people so that they can live on the planet without fear of dying of the pollution. They want to inhabit Earth, and they don't want the humans to ruin it for them, like some human-like creatures ruined it for them on their home planet. So they are giant cockroach people, and they want to they want to move over to Earth. That's pretty much the point of what they want to do. Unlike their planet, which got completely wiped out by pollution, everything like that, they want to move to Earth where it's still in a decent place to be saved. Obviously, they're pushing for this pollution message in Godzilla vs. Gigan as well as Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster. They're really going for that. So, it's interesting for that, like the carryover of this whole anti-pollution message in Godzilla movies. Ghidorah and a new monster, Gigan, head towards Earth. I like the scene when there's a couple, I'm assuming Americans, monitoring these sounds in space, and they're listening to these two different roars, and one of the guys immediately goes, whoa, wait, space monster, I've heard this roar before. Oh man, Ghidorah's headed right for us. I really like that scene. It's really cool. And then he says, there's another one. I can't tell what that is. I've never heard that sound before. Because you would think in a world with giant monsters, you would think that, people would recognize them almost instantly. It's like in Mothra vs. Godzilla, when Godzilla sits up from underneath the dirt and everyone's just like, that's Godzilla. Like, you would know these things. Like, if giant monsters existed in our world, you would know what they look like, what they sound like. You would be in constant fear of them attacking. So I think that's a really neat touch that he instantly hears this and he goes, oh, that's Ghidorah. I like that a lot. So the monsters arrive on Earth. And they kind of hover around the Godzilla Tower for a little while. We'll get into the special effects here at the end, but the special effects of these guys flying doesn't look good at all. They then launch a full-out attack against Tokyo. This is a really awesome attack scene. I love it. So Gigan's got so many neat abilities. He's got head lasers. He's got this buzzsaw, grenades that come out of his mouth, these giant claws that just destroy everything. Ghidorah's got his lightning breath, his wings. They are destroying house. It is awesome to see two giant monsters as villains tearing stuff up. It is so cool. I think this is one of the best sequences of the movie, even though we get a lot of stock footage of Ghidorah's destruction. If I remember correctly, we've seen it before, because a lot of it does feels like I just watched it in previous Godzilla-Thons. So maybe it's all new footage, and I'm just assuming it's stock footage because of the overuse of stock footage in the end of the movie. But I am going to assume that, we got some stock footage from potentially Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, as well as Invasion of Astro-Monster for sure. So after they destroy Tokyo for a little while, and we see all sorts of Gigan's cool weapons, and then he actually attacks a lot of planes and everything like that. It's really interesting. So to see Gigan fight. So then Ghidorah. So here's what I mean. Ghidorah's stock footage is all amazing special effects done by Agent Ebirah, so it looks amazing. Then we switch to the new footage, the new filmed footage. And, you can really tell that there's a huge lack, because the original footage with Subaraya, the wings move on Ghidorah. And it's very noticeable, the fact that this new Ghidorah, this lower budget, post-Subaraya era, where I believe he's dead by this point. I know he was very sick last time for Godzilla's Revenge. He didn't return for Hedorah. So I think he's dead by this point. So, yeah, so his footage looks incredible, and then you switch to this new footage where Ghidorah is really stiff, doesn't move at all, just kind of like is almost like he's dragged across the screen with no life to him. It's very noticeable, and it doesn't look good. Godzilla makes landfall in Tokyo while it's being destroyed. It's awesome. Godzilla's really cool in this movie. Although the suit is from Son of Godzilla, and it looks terrible. As a little kid, I used to always question, like, why does Godzilla always look so much dumber when he's in the water? Now that I'm older, I realize it's because Toho didn't like to get their Godzilla suits wet, so they would reuse old Godzilla suits and get those wet. So that's actually the suit from Son of Godzilla in the water. It's because, like I said, they reuse old suits so their new ones don't fall apart. Even though this Godzilla suit in this movie has been used so many times, a lot of people like to make fun of the fact that the arms are falling apart. The arms are falling apart, the legs are falling apart, the tail's falling apart. It was like that last movie. It's like that even worse in this movie. It just, Toho was in a pickle here. And it doesn't get better until, I think, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. 2 movies later, the suit just looks absolutely god-awful. Godzilla gets really ticked off, and he goes straight for Ghidorah. Oh, that's a great scene. So Godzilla, Ghidorah, Gigan, and Anguirus all line up and they're looking at each other. It's like a 2v2. They're staring at each other from opposite ends of the battlefield. It's so cool because Godzilla is so done with Ghidorah by this point. In the series, Godzilla has fought Ghidorah in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, in Invasion of the Astro-Monster. Here is his third time in continuity in the storyline fighting Ghidorah. He hates this guy. It's his mortal enemy. He has fought him multiple times in previous movies. He wants him dead. And I think it's awesome the way he does not even look at Gigan. He goes straight for Ghidorah, straight for the kill shot. It's so cool. And then Gigan will later on take on Godzilla, and it's pretty sweet. But I just think that's really awesome. It's like the same way that when you watch Invasion of Astro-Monster, the second all of the monsters lose control, all the monsters' mind control gets lost, they all look at each other for a minute like, what the hell's going on? And then immediately Godzilla attacks Ghidorah. I think it's awesome because it just shows how much these two hate each other. So he goes straight for Ghidorah, attacks him, and Anguirus shows up in the fight. He fights Gigan, and Anguirus is trampled on. Godzilla's double teamed. Godzilla bleeds a lot, so does Anguirus. Anguirus runs head first into the buzzsaw. Godzilla gets his neck cut open, his shoulder cut open. He gets his head beat in at one point. Really, really cool. I also think it's really sweet to see a monster that can show the physical damage on Godzilla. I know Tsuburaya didn't like to show the blood or anything like that, but I think it's really cool to see just how menacing Gigan is if he can make Godzilla bleed. Mechagodzilla does the same thing in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, just blood everywhere in that movie as well. I think it's awesome. So, now, after Godzilla and Anguirus bleed quite a bit, we have lots of stock footage from previous fights. Godzilla vs. Ghidorah, none of the footage there seems new at all. It just seems like it's all reused from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, Destroy All Monsters, Invasion of Astro-Monster. Anguirus beats up Godzilla, and for a while, Anguirus and Ghidorah actually win. Godzilla comes back. He comes back to face the Godzilla Tower. This is another cool scene. So Godzilla falls over. He stands up and he's looking straight at the Godzilla Tower. He has a great moment because he rubs his eyes to try and figure out what the heck's going on, and then he gets blasted by some lasers from the Godzilla Tower. This is where Godzilla's actually taken out of the fight. He loses here because the lasers from the Godzilla Tower are too powerful for him. The Godzilla Tower is eventually destroyed. You'd think that Godzilla would intentionally destroy that thing. He's actually more kind of knocked into it, and it destroys, and then he kind of tramples on it a little bit more. So, the Godzilla Tower is destroyed. The alien cockroaches die. They revert to their cockroach form. The aliens lose control of Gigan and Ghidorah, obviously. So this is where stuff gets real. Godzilla gets up out of nowhere. He kind of gets all his energy back out of nowhere. It's not instant either. So what happens is the Godzilla Tower is destroyed. The alien control of the monsters is lost. Gigan and Ghidorah both kind of look at each other like, oh, why are we here? And then Godzilla and Anguirus are kind of there, and they're like, oh, we gotta kill these guys. And then King Ghidorah as well as Gigan are like, well, that's not gonna happen. Let's just finish these two off. So then they beat them up for a little bit longer. This is where Godzilla's head's beat in with Gigan's giant claws. So then after a little bit, Godzilla winds up getting all his energy back out of nowhere. Even as a little kid, I would question, why does Godzilla get all his energy back out of nowhere? It doesn't make a lot of sense. He more of just gets back up out of nowhere and is like, yeah, I'm ready to fight, let's do it. So Godzilla gets up out of nowhere. Gigan tries to retreat so many times. Godzilla blasts him out of the sky time after time as he's trying to fly away. Eventually, Ghidorah and Gigan are forced to retreat and leave Earth when Godzilla and Anguirus both team up on them. That's this movie. There's nothing, like I said, it's very basic. The best part of this movie, obviously, is this end fight, although you've seen a lot of the footage before. So the reason that the fight is so cool is because you have two fights happening simultaneously. You have Godzilla and Ghidorah, Anguirus and Gigan. It's really cool to see these two different fights happening at the same time. Very chaotic. It's awesome. I love that when they have multiple fights going on at once. We get the same kind of thing whenever we have these double team battles. I think it's so cool. I always love that. So, yeah, guys, the movie, like I said, it's kind of basic. Nothing really incredible happens. It's not going to be one of the standouts of the Showa series, that's for sure. It does kind of get swept under the rug. I always liked it as a kid. I still like it. I find it very entertaining. It doesn't drag a lot. It is a very different in tone kind of movie to the previous ones, so the series kind of went down a more childlike direction. This one takes it more to a darker direction, and then the next movie is going to be very jarring because it jumps straight back to the child stuff, and it does feel very uneven in this later half of the Showa series, that's for sure. The original Showa series is more of a progression from very, very dark and serious. We slowly get into that kind of campy area towards Destroy All Monsters and Son of Godzilla, with only one hiccup in between being King Kong vs. Godzilla. And the later half of the Showa series just is all over the frickin' place. Then you have Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, just this crazy action movie, very fun and entertaining. And then you go to just Terror of Mechagodzilla, which is just so bleak and sad, and it's all over the place. This whole second half of the Showa series did not know what it wanted to do with itself. So let's talk about the music. The music is amazing in this movie, but none of it's new. I feel like we've heard it all before, tons of stock music. Frankenstein Conquers the World, after seeing that movie, I realized how much of that movie's music is used in this movie, and I personally love the Frankenstein Conquers the World soundtrack. It's so heavy on the bass and the brass. I think it's awesome. I think it's very epic. So I love the fact that it's used in this movie. You have a lot of Destroy All Monsters music used in this movie, and then you have some other Godzilla themes used in throughout. There is some original music for this movie, which is also awesome. In particular, Godzilla's March, the one that has the Japanese words. I think that march, it plays at the start of this video. I think it's so good. I listen to that thing over and over again. I love it. It's a lot of fun. At one point or another, I knew all the words. I still knew some of them. I still know some of them. I know the actual translation for them, but I used to know the Japanese. I don't know it as well anymore, just because now that I have more of a variety of music, I don't have to listen to that one over and over and over again. But I do know some of it. So I think the music in this movie is great, even though, a lot of people might just say, oh, it's stock music. So the effects, they're not bad. I mean, none of the effects in this movie are bad. The only thing that stands out is Ghidorah and Gigan's flying is really jarring compared to the stock footage, which, that's not bad. I mean, the new footage isn't terrible. It's just the fact that Tsuburaya does such a good job, it's hard to top him, and, they don't. They can't. I think they will. The pyrotechnics, at the very least, put up a fight 2 movies down the line, but this movie, they don't hold it. They don't have a chance. So the effects aren't bad in this movie. The stock footage gets annoying, though. There's way too much of it. Now, the human stuff, it's nothing. It's not terrible. It's not good. It's so unmemorable, but that's not bad. I mean, when you're watching the movie, you're not just sitting there like, oh, when will these guys die, like I am in Godzilla vs. Sea Monster. This movie's just kind of a nothing kind of human story. So, and a lot of people consider that about Skull Island. Those people are what you'd call idiots. Now, the monster stuff in this movie is good. I like it. I think it's very entertaining. So, guys, if you couldn't tell, I really don't have a solid opinion on this movie. I like it, but I don't quite know why. There's nothing really to love about it. It doesn't do anything new for the franchise. It doesn't put us in anywhere that we've never been before, any new waters. The newest thing that we see in this movie, other than Gigan, which is, he's an okay monster. He's got a really cool concept, pretty cool execution, but he doesn't have a lot of time to shine in this movie. The coolest thing that we get outside of that is seeing some actual damage inflicted on our monsters with them bleeding. Honestly, I really feel very indecisive about this film. I remember loving it as a little kid, and then watching it again recently for Godzilla-Thon, I found it to be only alright, and that's not bad. That just means that it is kind of forgettable in the grand scheme of things. There's so many Godzilla movies, some of them are bound to be not great, and this is just one of those ones. So overall, I'm going to give this movie a 6.5 to 7 out of 10. I know that's not a very high rating, but I can't really give it a high rating. It's not an amazing movie. I still like it, but I don't feel very strongly for it. So I'm going to have to kind of go in the middle-ish of the good zone. It's not just good enough to get a 6, and it's not just bad enough to get a 4, and it's not nothing enough to get a 5. It is just kind of there, and it's somewhat enjoyable. You'll not have a bad time watching it, but you also won't walk away from it remembering it in however many days. A week down the line, you're not going to sit there and be like, oh man, I'm still held up on that on that last scene of Godzilla's tail. You're not going to be like that with this movie. You're just going to be there like, it's a fun time when you watch it, but afterward it is pretty forgettable. That's pretty much my overall feelings for the movie, guys. So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I cannot wait for the next one because that is a huge mess. So thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. D-Man out. And if my voice sounds weird, it's allergies. I'm sorry about that. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to the brand new Godzilla-Thon. This one is going to be very difficult for me to do. For the main reason is just because this is one of those movies that everyone loves to make fun of. Then you watch it and you're like, it's kind of a nothing movie. Like, there's nothing to make fun of. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's a lot to make fun of with this movie. But when you watch it, you're like, there's nothing, like, crazy going on in here to make fun of. Like, it's just a very dumb movie, a very childish movie. And there's nothing terribly wrong with that. It's just, man, how do we get here from the first Godzilla movie from 1954? How did we wind up with this? So this is the review for 1973's Godzilla vs. Megalon. I really am going to have a hard time reviewing this movie. Mostly, like I said, it's just kind of a nothing movie. That's the main reason. Mostly because, I don't know, I feel like most of the time I watched this movie, I did not watch this movie. It was on, I was playing it, I kind of just drifted off staring at the ceiling a lot of the time. You know why? Because this movie is so boring, and it is just stupid and dumb, but it's not so dumb that it's good, but it's not so awful I can rant about it for so long as like I do with Godzilla vs. Hedorah. This one's just kind of straight down the point where you don't want it to be, where it's bad, but it's not bad enough to be great, and it's not bad enough to be terrible. It's just bad. Like, there's nothing goes on in this movie. So, the plot synopsis for this one gonna be kind of all over the place. Like I said, I kind of, most of the time it was on, I was not anywhere in a state of mind of watching a movie. I know some of you guys are gonna be like, why didn't you just, pop back in, watch a second time, there's Godzilla-Thon, you gotta do your reviews legit, you gotta know what you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. You try watching this movie twice in a row. It's mind-numbing. Like, it's a dumb movie. Nothing happens. The only good stuff that happens is the stuff that everyone makes fun of. Jet Jaguar, Godzilla's tail slide. The only stuff that happens in this movie worthy of talking about is the stuff that everyone talks about. So it is going to be incredibly difficult for me to review this. And like I said, I did not follow the plot at all. I was not paying attention. So, let's get into it. We have some nuke tests on an island in the South Pacific. Make some people who are living under the ground mad. They live in this place called, I don't know. I have the name written down here. We'll get to it. I always want to call it Oceania. I just read the book 1984. The place in that book's called Oceania, and I always wanted to call this one Oceania, but it's not. Yeah, so there's like this underground thing that, like, some people underground are getting really mad. These nukes are going off. They say like, people are dying, like, why are they blowing up nukes on us? Like, how are we supposed to know they're down there if they don't ever, like, first of all, how do they even live underground? Like, that's never explained. They're humans, they're normal humans that live underground. How is that possible? I don't know. I guess Hollow Earth from Kong Skull Island, you have to apply that theory here too, I guess. Even though that technically wouldn't work, because that's just for, like, things to go hibernate in and not get killed. I don't know, this is a dumb movie. So, let's see. So these nukes, they piss off some stock footage from Destroy All Monsters, and by that I mean, when the nukes are going off, we play some stock footage from the monsters getting gas bombed in Destroy All Monsters. We play that stock footage again and make it look like it's nuke footage this time, I guess. Why a nuke going off way out of reach of this island would affect the monsters on Monster Island in a negative way. I don't know. You'd think that, like, Godzilla being an atomic dinosaur, he'd be like, yeah, this is a good power boost. I feel ready for the day. But, it makes him mad too, I think. He's the good guy, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, so that all happens. Like, there's some earthquake under a lake. So, like, something's under the water. It's the Seatopia, I think that's what they're called. The Seatopians or something. They're under the water, like, blue lights going off and lots of bubbles and stuff. The movie is way too dark after this point. Like, I don't really know what happens in the nighttime stuff. Mostly for lack of paying attention, but also because my VHS is really dark. Speaking of my VHS, I got it from Hollywood Videos. It's a double feature, so it's called the Good Times double feature. So you're not going to have good times watching it, just because both movies on this double feature are not very good. I get it. It contradicts the name of the thing. So we have Godzilla vs. Megalon on here, and then we have The Snow Creature, 2 full-length motion pictures. I've never actually watched The Snow Creature. It's in black and white. As a little kid, I used to fall asleep watching Godzilla vs. Megalon, and I'd wake up and The Snow Creature would be on, and I'd be like, yeah, what is this? I don't really know, man. It's weird. So, it's way too dark. Can't really tell what happens. Like, there's a car chase or something. Like, so some people break in and they destroy this science lab our human characters work at. So, the little kid, his dad and his dad's friend, I think that's their relationship to each other. They are, like, work in this laboratory. They're scientists or something, and I think Seatopians maybe break in, destroy the thing, destroy the place. Something like that. And a car chase breaks out or something. Our human cast, their lab is wrecked, and they go back to find it. And they find some sort of like weird red rock or something. And then after that they build this robot called Jet Jaguar. Maybe they use the red rock. I don't quite know. Like I said, I wasn't paying attention. It's not like the movie does a very good job at explaining what's going on. So the Seatopians or whatever, they are supported by this monster called Megalon. They get this monster basically to go on ground, above ground, and throw a fit. This doesn't quite happen yet. They just kind of like, arise, Megalon, and do our dirty work, because we're angry these people blew up nukes on top of us when they had no idea we're down there. How could we? How could they? It's stupid. So something like that happens or something. And so they want Megalon to go kill people above ground. They live in a place, it's called Seatopia. So the place is called Seatopia. It's explained that it's been getting bombed by the nukes. They've lost like 1 to 2/3 of their population. Megalon, this massive beetle creature, comes above ground. He doesn't start messing stuff up quite yet, but he's going to start messing some stuff up. Human cast is kidnapped. Jet Jaguar takes action. By takes action, I mean he gets kidnapped or something, and the Seatopians gain control of him or something, and he flies off in the air or something. If you couldn't tell, I did not pay attention to this movie, and even if you do pay attention to this movie, you're still going to be almost equally as lost as I am, because things just kind of happen in this movie, and it's not to the extent of Hedorah, where it's like, one thing will happen in one scene that just won't relate to what happens the following scene. Like, things will just randomly occur in this movie. They all somewhat relate to one another. Like, Jet takes off in the air, and these people are kidnapped in the back of this truck, and Jet kind of flies around for a little while, and the people are in the back of the truck for a little while, and then they eventually escape the truck. In this movie, it feels like things are just more happening for no reason, where in that movie, it's just like scenes are placed randomly together. There's no purpose for it, and the scenes do not need to exist. Like that scene in the bar with the fish heads in Hedorah does not need to exist, doesn't relate to anything else going on. The campfire or whatever up on Mount Fuji doesn't relate to anything. Like, we could have seen those characters attack Hedorah there, and we didn't have to have that whole like black and white campfire. That movie's awful. If you want to hear my thoughts on that, go watch that Godzilla-Thon. It's more of a rant than it is a review. This video, I can't really rant on this movie. It's just so stupid. Like, there's just like, if you rant on it, you're basically just doing what MST3K did, but worse. Like, I don't know how to proceed with this review. So, where were we? So, like, they're kidnapped or something, and Jet Jaguar flies up in the air for a little bit. More car chases or something. Jet is chased around by Megalon. Oh, that's a weird scene. So, Jet Jaguar comes across Megalon, and Megalon starts bouncing after him, and it's really awkward to watch. Like, Jet Jaguar is human-sized by this point of the movie. He hasn't grown yet. So he's flying away, and Megalon is literally, like, bouncing through the air like a rabbit trying to catch up to him. It's so awkward. And that continues for quite a while, actually. So, Jet's chased around by Megalon. Megalon, this is one of the only good scenes in the movie. So Megalon actually destroys this dam at one point. Like, the special effects are pretty sweet here. So he destroys this dam, and although he does like shrink and grow accordingly, just like if you have seen King Kong 1976, like Kong just shrinks and grows randomly throughout that movie. It doesn't really make any sense. It just happens because they didn't really decide to scale him the way that, let's say, Toho scales their kaiju. And I know, what are you talking about? This is a Toho movie, you idiot. I'm talking about like Godzilla 1954, the way every building was in scale to Godzilla. Shin Godzilla, the way he was in scale to every building. This kind of thing. Whereas this movie is a terrible example of that. But this movie is a lot like Kong 1976 in the fact that the monsters just kind of grow and shrink depending on where they are. Oh, King Kong vs. Godzilla is also an example of this, where Kong is 100-something feet, 150-ish feet, and he picks this girl up, and then she's like, like 25 feet in his hand, and when he puts her down, then she's like back to being human size. And it's just an error. Like, they just effed up, and it's not supposed to be like, whoa, when Kong touches humans, they grow. Like, if that were to happen in a movie nowadays, everyone would overanalyze it and be like, did you see that? There is a face in the tail, and, it just go on forever. But, so Megalon breaks this dam, and then the water is actually, like, the pressure of the water when it starts flooding through the bottom half of this dam, like the backside where there was no water. It's a great scene because it carries him away and it almost drowns him. It's awesome. So then he gets up and he's all mad and he destroys some cars or planes or something. So then Jet Jaguar is chased around by Megalon some more before Jet Jaguar is... He goes and gets Godzilla. So he goes and gets Godzilla to join the fight against Megalon because he knows that Megalon's a big giant monster who's going to destroy stuff. Godzilla's the good guy by this point in the series, so he goes and gets Godzilla. Megalon and some stock footage destroy Tokyo. So Megalon is really just, we kind of see him open his mouth and then like a ball will fly out of his mouth every once in a while, and we'll see that thing on the top of his head. He's got some cool abilities, like the thing on the top of his head shoots some lightning out of it, but that was just an excuse so that they could reuse footage from last movie. And so the balls that come out of his mouth, these grenades that come out of his mouth, we cut to stock footage from Godzilla vs. Gigan, where we see Gigan destroying the city, shooting his grenades out of his mouth. We also, Megalon will like swing his giant drill hands, and then we'll just cut abruptly to Gigan's claw hand, like smashing into things. It's awful. So then we also have, every time lightning shoots from Megalon's head, then we see Ghidorah's lightning bolts destroying the city because they didn't want to film new footage, or they couldn't. They didn't have the budget for it. I get it. These movies, these late Showa series movies, I have to commend them, and at the same time, I have to condemn them. And here's why. Is because on the one hand, I get it. They were out of budget, going bankrupt. This was their saving grace. On the other hand, they're awful movies. Like, the late Showa series is so inconsistent. I'm in the minority here. I freaking love Godzilla's Revenge. Then we get Hedorah, hate that movie. Gigan, love that movie. Megalon, hate this movie. Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, that movie is one of my favorites of all times. That movie is incredible. And then Terror of Mechagodzilla, everyone will give that movie such high praise, and that one's just kind of a meh movie for me. And you'll, when we get there, you'll hear why. It's not like I just have, like, I am against one of the most loved late Showa Godzilla movies for no reason. The most loved late Showa Godzilla movie. I'm not against it for no reason. I'm not even technically against it. I just don't think it deserves the praise that it gets. So, we'll get there. 2 weeks from now, we'll get there. Now, yeah, so this movie, so it's almost out of budget, I get it, but the movie's bad, so you can't really be like, oh, why'd you make such a terrible movie? Well, they made it to save their company. If they didn't make this movie, we would have never gotten the Heisei series. We would have never gotten the Millennium series, never gotten the Legendary series, we would have never gotten Kong Skull Island. Oh, that'd be a shame. We would have never gotten Shin Godzilla. So we have to respect what these movies did in saving Toho. Alright, back to this movie. I feel like most of this review has been me talking about other stuff, just because I have nothing to say about this movie. So we see some stock footage destroying the city. Godzilla is... So all the footage of Godzilla here is basically stock footage. Jet Jaguar flies up to new footage of Godzilla, and Godzilla's like, yeah, I'll join the fight or whatever. And then he follows Jet, and then he turns into stock footage from Sea Monster and Godzilla vs Gigan. He swims to join the fight. Also, most of Godzilla's screen time in this movie is him swimming, so it's really disappointing for that reason. It's just like really bad too. It's like the top of his head sticking out of some water, just moving quickly. It looks awful. What else is there to bash? And, what else? What little plot is there? So, some bad guys, probably from Seatopia or Oceania or whatever. What do they do? Are they beat up? That's what my notes say. So some bad guys are beat up, I guess. Oh, they are. So they throw a model plane. Also, that's a cool Easter egg. The model plane that the little boy in this movie buys is actually one of the planes that fights Godzilla, and fights all these other kaiju. It's one of their little actual prop planes that they use to fight the people in the suits. So it's really cool that he actually gets a hold of one of these at one point in the movie. He throws it at this dude and decks him in the face or something like that with it. He nails him right in the head and then he attacks her, something like that. So they do beat up these people who are breaking back into the laboratory. Gigan is sent to Earth. He is asked to join the fight and help Megalon out, which is really weird. They're like, yo, people from Space Hunter Nebula 3 or whatever, they're like, can you send us Gigan? They're like, yeah, sure, we'll let you borrow Gigan. First of all, how'd they get those guys' phone numbers? Second of all, did they, I think they do, legitimately use a phone, if I remember correctly, or something like that. How did they get in contact with these people is my question. It doesn't make any sense, and why would they just be like, you know what, after all the trouble we went through last movie, here's our giant monster again. I don't know, it's how'd they get a hold of Gigan? Alright. I hate this movie. How'd they get a hold of Gigan? Because it doesn't make any sense if you think about it. Gigan retreats. Mind control is lost on Gigan in the last movie. He retreats, flies up into space. He's on his own free will now. He flies away with Ghidorah. You'd think, if the Space Hunter or Nebula M or whatever, they could get a hold of Gigan again. Why couldn't they get a hold of Ghidorah again? So, my theory, there's no point in theorizing about the Showa series, or at least the late Showa series. It's done, it's over with, we're never going to get confirmation of this crap, and we're just making things up to explain the plot holes. But here's what I'm going to make up to explain this plot hole. Let's just say that there's multiple Gigans, multiple identical Gigans. The one from last movie gets away, and then they just send a different Gigan. And, that at least makes everything make sense, I guess. Alright, what else is there to talk about? So, yes, Gigan to join the fight with Megalon. Jet gains some AI for some reason. They don't explain that either. He's like, I programmed the ability for Jet Jaguar to reprogram himself in order to combat anything and make sure he never dies. It's like, well, then why doesn't he just be like, you know what? I'm going to program myself to grow 3,000 feet and squash Megalon. Like he's a legitimate beetle to a normal-sized human. Why doesn't he scale himself up that much? Why is Jet Jaguar like, I got a pretty good idea. What if I just turn into Megalon's size and then I could get kicked around until Godzilla shows up? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. This stupid movie here. Jet Jaguar is actually a pretty awesome character in Godzilla Rulers of Earth, to be honest, though. But that's unrelated. I'm all over the place. Jet Jaguar versus Megalon. Megalon wins. Gigan shows up to join the fight. Jet definitely loses at this point. He's getting thrown up in the air, kicked around. Yeah, they are bullying Jet Jaguar for sure. Godzilla shows up to lend a hand. It's a 2v2. Godzilla fights like a freaking boxer. He punches and kicks and does all this weird stuff we've never seen him do before. There are some good moments in the fight. So the good moments being when Godzilla and Jet Jaguar are completely surrounded by fire and they're both back to back looking at each other or looking at Megalon and Gigan. What are we gonna do? There's also some great moments where Godzilla or Jet Jaguar is someone's throwing one of the other ones up in the air, and then Godzilla will blast them down out of the air with his atomic breath or something like that. That's a pretty sweet scene. And clearly it's not that sweet because I don't even quite know exactly what happens. Maybe I should have watched this movie again, but you guys don't understand. I wasn't even on my phone or anything. This movie's so boring, I zoned out staring at my ceiling. It is not good. So, like I said, there are some good moments in the fight. Particularly, my favorite part of the movie is, like I said, when there's fire all around them and they're back to back, and it's a pretty sweet scene. Like I said, the tide shifts a lot. It's very abrupt when the tide shifts between who's winning and who's losing. Almost as abrupt as when daytime transitions flip. So in this movie, one thing you'll notice is that day and night flip so randomly. It doesn't make any sense. Like one scene will be daytime, then the next scene will be nighttime, then the next scene will be like turning nighttime, then the next scene will be like turning daytime, then the next scene will be like high day, midday, and then the next scene will be like nighttime again. And all these scenes are like within the same fight sequence. It's so freaking weird. And you're like, these people who are watching the fight, they couldn't have just sat there like on this hill for like a week watching this fight happen. You just know that it's a continuity error. God, dude, like I said, you can't condemn this. You can't go so hard on this movie because they literally had no budget to make this movie. They legitimately had to ask people for ideas for this movie. Jet Jaguar is not their own creation. That was just them being like, well, we're screwed. Someone want to help us out here? Little kid designed the thing. It was a little kid in a competition designed Jet Jaguar, obviously. You look at the thing and you know it. Obviously, a little kid designed this. This was them trying to rival Zone Fighter, trying to rival, well, they weren't trying to rival Zone Fighter necessarily. They had Godzilla team up with them eventually. Trying to rival Ultraman specifically is what they were trying to do. They're like, Ultraman literally killed our movies. What can we do other than make our own Ultraman? And they made Jet Jaguar. There's even some sequel bait at the end of this movie where they're like, Jet Jaguar will save us again if the day ever arises. And it's like, yeah, actually, no, though, because Godzilla winds up saving you throughout the rest of the Showa series. So, yeah, maybe not. Also, Jet Jaguar and Zone Fighter never cross over either. So you're just like, you know what? Jet Jaguar just disappears. Never seen again. Whatever. It's not like it matters. God. Too long fight sequences are too long. Like I said, there are some epic moments, but overall the fight sequence lasts way longer than it should. Like even when it's just Jet Jaguar versus Megalon and Gigan, like you're just waiting for Godzilla to show up. When he eventually does show up, it's still like, you know what, this is still not necessarily worth it. So like I said, there is some great use of the atomic breath throughout this fight. We actually see the atomic breath. I feel like we see it more used here than we ever have before in the series, and that's awesome. Next movie will be a huge improvement. The atomic breath's actually used to do some awesome things next movie too with the force field and everything like that. But this one has some pretty creative uses of the atomic breath. Godzilla's tail slide of victory. So this is another great scene. So Gigan actually retreats. Gigan retreats because he comes over under his own free will again, and he flies off, never to be seen again. Well, technically he is, because Zone Fighter, but he flies off, never to be seen in the Godzilla series again. He's out of there, he retreats again, which is another great thing, because it shows that Showa Gigan's just this huge coward when he's not mind-controlled. Last movie, he tries to retreat like 8 times in a row, and Godzilla keeps shooting him out of the sky, and it eventually takes until Ghidorah retreats with him for them to both leave, but this fight, Gigan just abandons it halfway through. He's like, you know what? I'm out. We're gonna die. I don't want to die. I like life, and he leaves. So that's a really neat thing. And then Jet Jaguar restrains Megalon. Godzilla's tail slides into him. You guys all know what I'm talking about. I don't even need to go more in depth with that scene. It doesn't make any sense. It's goofy fun though. So the tail slides into him, and Godzilla and Jet Jaguar win. Megalon loses. Does Megalon die? Does he run away? I don't know. I wasn't paying enough attention. Godzilla leaves. Everyone walks away with Jet Jaguar. Jet Jaguar's theme song plays. The best part of this movie is the music, by the way. So Jet Jaguar's theme plays. The end. And, yeah. Man, it's bad. So, plot of this movie, terrible. Hardly any plot, nothing makes sense, really, really corny and cheesy, and this is just where the camp factor is taken to an all-time high. This is what gets Godzilla a bad reputation, is these movies, this later half of the Showa series gets Godzilla its bad reputation. It's a shame because, like I said, one of my favorite movies of all times is Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, and it's a shame because that's also a very campy movie. The second half of the Showa series just definitely, a lot of people discredit Godzilla because of it, and it's very disappointing. Music, not terrible, but not great. Like, this is not one of those soundtracks you're gonna remember. Other than the Jet Jaguar theme, you're not gonna remember it. Even the Go Go Godzilla song in this one. What who is it? Blue Oyster Cult who does Go Go Godzilla? What that one popular? I think it is Blue Oyster Cult. So you're like, yeah, what that song? No, it's a different song. It's a Japanese song. It's not good. Yeah, this movie is basically like they took the Godzilla vs Hedorah soundtrack and they're like, let's take a bleak, like dumb, no one can listen to this soundtrack and make it, you know what, somewhat more entertaining, make it more upbeat at the very least. That's what this movie is, and the music in this movie. And then we have Jet Jaguar's theme. It's awesome. Like, even though it is just so ridiculous and terrible, it's awesome. That's one of the things that's so good it's bad. I loved the Jaguars song. I actually listened, not a lot, but I actually have listened to that just for the sake of, you know what, why not? And that's how you know a Godzilla song is good, is if I listen to it for the sake of why not. Like, some of the music, like Shin Godzilla soundtrack, I listen to that thing like all the time. The 54 soundtrack, all the time I'm listening to that thing. This is one of those ones that it's like that song alone I'll listen to occasionally, and that's how you know it's at least not terrible. Human stuff in this movie is awful. It's terrible. Monster stuff in this movie, awful. It's terrible. Godzilla's a big gun. Very rarely is he even seen in the movie other than swimming. It's awful. Effects in this movie are terrible. Way too much stock footage. Godzilla swims for most of his screen time, like I keep saying. It's just so bad. Oh, this movie's terrible. 4 out of 10. I don't know what I rated, Hedorah or Sea Monster. Like, maybe I gave them higher ratings, like 6 out of 10, or like 1, maybe even a 1 out of 10. I don't remember my ratings for those movies. And if this is lower than those, I do enjoy this movie more than I enjoy those. It's just personally, when I was doing this rating, I was like, I cannot give it a 6 out of 10, because that means it's got at least slightly more good elements than it does bad elements, and I can't give it a 5 out of 10 because it's not so down the middle that it's a nothing, absolutely nothing movie. This movie's bad, so I give it a 4 out of 10. If I didn't give the other movies a lower rating, let's just say that, you know what, we'll give both Sea Monster and Hedorah, or we'll give a Sea Monster like a 2 out of 10. We'll give Hedorah like a 1 to a 0 out of 10. That movie's terrible. So there you have it for my review of Godzilla vs. Megalon. Don't watch this movie, guys. Save your time if you're gonna have to sit through it. For if you're like, oh, but I marathon Godzilla movies all the time, and this, I love this movie. Good for you, man. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I'm here to say that I don't like it. But if you're like, oh, I want to watch all the Godzilla movies ever, and this is one of those ones that I haven't seen, so I have to watch it at some point. You don't necessarily. I mean, if you just pop in the MST3K, you're good to go. If I watched that one instead of watching this, instead of just watching the straight-up movie, I would have probably had a lot more fun with it. I would have at least followed the plot a little bit more somehow, because I would have been more engaged. But you know what? I don't own that, so I had to sit through the original cut. It's awful. I don't like it, and yeah, 4 out of 10. After watching, so actually in the Showa universe, after the events of this movie, Godzilla and Zone Fighter. This is just a fun fact of trivia. Godzilla and Zone Fighter, which was an Ultraman rival / ripoff, they eventually would team up and kill Gigan. Godzilla and Zone Fighter also, or at least Zone Fighter alone, would eventually fight King Ghidorah again in the series Zone Fighter. Clearly they don't kill him because he shows back up and destroy all monsters, and that's when they eventually finally kill him off. So, yeah, just a fun fact of trivia. Gigan winds up getting killed, officially killed, in Zone Fighter. And if you haven't seen those, I haven't seen them in full, but they are pretty entertaining from what I've seen. Someday I'll get my hands on them, and we'll review them when I do, and however long that is. So thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. That's been my, I don't know what episode this is, like 15th episode or something like that of Godzilla-Thon. I don't remember off the top of my head. This has been one of the episodes of Godzilla-Thon, the newest episode of Godzilla-Thon. I hope you enjoyed. Cannot wait for Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. I actually really love that movie, and I love watching it, so it's a good excuse to watch it. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I feel like I say that way too much. D-Man, out. What's up, everybody? Demon back. Welcome to a brand new video, and today we're going to be doing the Godzilla-Thon. This is Godzilla-Thon episode. I literally just had the number pulled up. What's up, everybody? Demon back. Welcome to a brand new video. This is going to be doing the Godzilla-Thon. Godzilla-Thon episode 16. This one's going to be for Godzilla vs Mechagodzilla. I love this movie. I just want to say, this movie is this is the best of the late Showa series, for sure. I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me, say that Terror of Mechagodzilla is the best because it brings Godzilla back to more dark, kind of rooted, more allegorical standpoint that Honda was pushing. I disagree. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of Terror of Mechagodzilla. I'm a fan of the music, but as you guys will find out in the next few days when I post that review, I'm not really big on that movie. So, this movie, though, I freaking love this movie. Anyways, I'm not going to really waste any more of your time. I'm just going to get into this. I will be reviewing the English cut of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 1974. Let's get into it. Strange activity, including an explosion in a mountain, has Anguirus very upset. We get into our opening credits. There's a woman, a descendant of the royal family of the Azumis. She lives in Okinawa. Has a vision of King Ghidorah, of all things. I don't know why she has a vision of King Ghidorah, but she does. She pictures him blowing up a city with his lightning. This is just some stock footage from, presumably, I think it's from Invasion of Astro-Monster. Could be from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. I'm not quite sure. But she definitely has a vision of some stock footage of Ghidorah for no reason. She says the monster will kill everyone in the city, trample on the people that try to run away. Tizumi, our main character, investigates a cave, finds some sort of strange prophecy, including a mountain in the sky, two suns. Bad things will happen when all of these prophecies come true. We hear of the protector, King Caesar. He's actually... one thing that I really love about this movie, even as a little kid I liked it, is the fact that they set King Caesar up so early into the movie. So they set him up almost in like the third or second scene. They start setting up King Caesar, and although I don't think there's great payoff to it anymore, as a kid I used to love King Caesar, I do appreciate the fact that he doesn't just come out of nowhere. It's not like a third act monster where, you're getting into it and then all of a sudden Doomsday shows up and there's no setup for it. But now Batman and Superman have to fight him. Nothing like that. It's more of they definitely set up King Caesar from like scene 3. And so then throughout the whole rest of the movie, you're waiting for this guy to show up. Good on the writers, alright? They did good. Also, this is the same guy who directed Godzilla vs. Gigan. He's directed quite a few Godzilla movies up to this point. I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's probably the second best Godzilla director of the Showa series, and I know some of you guys might be like, well, freaking duh, because, there's not tons of directors for the Showa series. You basically have Honda and this guy. And I do apologize. I can't believe his name. I can't remember it, but I can't. So this is by far his best work, or at least my favorite work of his. We also have Masaru Sato coming back for the score, and this is also my favorite score of his. I'm not sure if the director of this movie ever went on to direct any more Godzilla movies, but I know, later on we'll get some really great Godzilla movies that are not directed by Honda, not directed by this guy. They're just good ones with other directors, including Shin Godzilla. So, getting back to this movie, they set King Caesar up really early on. A black mountain appears in the form of clouds. It appears in the sky. So then they say, uh-oh, the start of the prophecy is coming true. We hear that a red moon will rise and the sun will set in the west. Two monsters appear when this happens, and they will defend against the first monster that will show up at some point and start destroying things. Now we have Professor Miyajima, aka Kira, aka Akihiko Harata. So so this is the same guy who played Serizawa. Don't get the professors confused. He will also go on to play another professor in the following movie, but actually, I think this character is a decent character. I don't like what happens to him in the end of the movie, as we'll talk about, but I certainly like the actor, even though I always want to pronounce his name wrong. I certainly like the actor, and he played Sarazawa, the best character in any Godzilla movie ever. So I think it's great to see him back. He is investigating the strange space titanium. We are introduced to Professor Waruga. Oh, geez, I don't know what that name is. Wagura. Oh, geez, I just said it like the same way twice. I'm not going to bother with his name. I'll call him Professor Number 2. He is played by Hiroshi Koizumi, aka he was an actor from Godzilla Rides Again. He's been in many Godzilla movies leading up to this point. He's also another one of the Toho returning actors for this movie, which is kind of good because when you watch the second half of the Showa series, there's not many returning actors, so the ones that are there, it's really nice to see. And I think this movie does balance. You have a whole bunch of new cast, you have some old returning faces, people from, I think the main character in this movie, whatever his name is, Tamizu. He was in previous Godzilla movies as well. I can't pinpoint which ones he was in off the top of my head, but he's definitely been in other Godzilla movies before. And then I think it's great because we get to see a lot of these returning Toho actors, and we don't really get that a lot in the second half of the Showa series. We mostly get no names that just show up, are in the movie for one movie, like Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster / Godzilla vs. Hedorah. All these actors show up, you don't know who they are, you don't recognize them, and then they never show up again, whereas previously you used to have returning actors from like King Kong vs. Godzilla. They would show up in Mothra vs. Godzilla. They would show up in Ghidorah and all this stuff. There was even reoccurring characters at points with Mirai. So I definitely think it is a noticeable lack in quality in the second half of the Showa series, as we've talked about recently with these reviews. They were definitely not in the best place to be making these movies. They were going bankrupt and everything. This was their last-ditch attempt to save their company, and you can tell with the lack of quality, and that includes the lack of returning memorable faces. So it is good to see these guys return, and even as a little kid, I always loved seeing these guys back. I didn't understand why they were always being reused all the time as a little kid. You just kind of accept it, and you're like, oh, I recognize him. I used to always just think it was really cool to notice these actors from previous movies, even though I would never be able to figure out if Sarazawa was in any movies, because I couldn't recognize him without the eye patch. I could recognize him as the same actor in Sea Monster, but that's because he had an eye patch. I never was able to figure that one out as a little kid. I don't know why. So, this Professor Number 2, he's attacked during the night. Tamizu tries to beat up the attacker. Tamizu gets beaten up. They send the attacker running. The attacker was there trying to steal the statue of King Caesar that was found in the beginning of the movie. Tamizu has it. A volcano erupts. Out of it comes Godzilla. That's a great scene. So as a little kid, I was always looking forward to this one too, because this movie, I just love this movie. It is so fun. It's a kid's movie in the best kind of way. And as a little kid, like, I would be sitting there like on the edge of my seat just waiting, because I knew this volcano, Mount Fuji, is going to explode. Godzilla's going to come out of it. He'll destroy some stuff, and the movie will progress from there. So that's exactly what happens. Mountain erupts, Godzilla comes out, Ebirah shows up, fights Godzilla. It's a great fight. He's jumping around, scratching some flesh off of Godzilla, revealing some metal underneath. Obviously, as you know, this is Mechagodzilla in disguise under the human flesh, same way the Terminators are, robot underneath human flesh. So it's pretty cool to see that. I shouldn't say Mechagodzilla is a robot under human flesh. He's a robot under Godzilla flesh. That's more accurate. Now, I think it's a great fight that these two have too, because first of all, it's cool to see Ebirah back. He was in Godzilla vs. Gigan, and I love the fact that they even point out, Tamizu even points out, he's like, hey, why are these guys fighting? Last 2 movies ago, they were just best friends. I think that's great. It's a great carryover from previous films. And Ebirah and Godzilla will go on to work together again in Destroy All Monsters. So Ebirah, he shows up, he gets the crap kicked out of him, he's kicked into bridges, he's just thrown through the air. At one point, Mechagodzilla beats in his head, basically, and then rips his jaw open, King Kong style. That is a great Easter egg to King Kong in the era before Easter eggs were a big, huge thing that people did all the time. So it is awesome to see that in this movie. What else? I don't really know. Where am I in my notes? Sorry, this is like, I don't usually do this. I'm usually staring at my notes, but I'm not this time. All right. So Mechagodzilla breaks Anguirus' jaw. Space Titanium is found at the battlegrounds. Another great thing where Tamizu's investigating. He's like, hey, I know this stuff. This is Space Titanium. Godzilla destroys this factory. He has a new roar. He also has yellow atomic breath. Obviously, it's a mislead. It's not Godzilla. Suddenly, a second Godzilla shows up, bursting out of a warehouse. That always confused me as a kid. First of all, what is Godzilla doing in that warehouse? Second of all, how does he fit in there, alright? He kind of just, pops up, his head pops out, and then the whole thing breaks around him because he's so dang big. How'd he fit in there? I don't know, but I always loved this as a little kid, of having Godzilla destroy a factory, and then the real Godzilla to show up and take him on, and it's a real Godzilla vs. Godzilla fight here. They're just kind of blasting each other with atomic breath. You even have that alien leader go, I didn't expect a real Godzilla to show up so quickly. And then Mechagodzilla reveals himself as Mechagodzilla. Great reveal scene. He has all sorts of crazy weapons. He unloads on Godzilla. The two of them get into one of those beam battles that you always get in video games where the two beams hit each other and they kind of collide and they're equal out. Only one can win. Huge explosion. Mechagodzilla is damaged. Godzilla goes flying into the ocean. He's bleeding. You just see the blood just rise out of the water. So much blood in this movie. So this Godzilla is the real Godzilla. Has the original roar, standard blue atomic breath. And there you go. So as a little kid, this was my favorite scene in the movie. I personally, nowadays, I love the ending fight of this movie, but as a little kid, I always thought it was great to see this just awesome reveal of Mechagodzilla turning into Godzilla. I don't know why. It's a cool scene, but definitely the end of the movie is just so crazy. You just cannot watch that without falling in love with it. And the pyrotechnics on this movie, they must have just been like, well, we're going bankrupt anyways, I guess if we're going to pour some money into a Godzilla movie, let's pour some money into explosives. Because when you watch this movie, there's explosives going off everywhere. Mechagodzilla at one point turns his hand, he just fires off his finger missiles into the... This isn't in this scene, actually. This is in the final battle. But he's just blowing stuff up that doesn't even relate to the fight. He is just blowing everything up. It is just a crazy, crazy thing. I love it. So many explosions in this movie. It's awesome. Mechagodzilla. So he's damaged. And then he has to go in for repairs. So Tamizu and the archaeologist chick that he has at the start of the movie, that he meets her at the start of the movie, they go on a cruise to Okinawa because they're trying to avoid being tracked. Miyajima investigates a cave so he investigates the cave where the original bit of space titanium was found, because he's like, I'm sure we'll find more answers there about how there's a Mechagodzilla. So they go there and he's investigating. He's soon captured by aliens. Alright, so this is the same cave that leads to Mechagodzilla's controller, by the way. Obviously, if he's captured by aliens. So the aliens are from the third planet from the black hole. That's awesome title. Third planet from the black hole. So they use Miyajima to build a Mechagodzilla a new control, so they repair Mechagodzilla with him. When his daughter... so Miyajima agrees. When his daughter and Tamizu's brother are kidnapped, they're taken into the execution room. So Tamizu agrees to build Mechagodzilla again, which is weird, because you'd think the people who built Mechagodzilla, the aliens who built him in the first place, would be like, alright, let's just rebuild him. They do it in the next movie. But also, don't they need help in the next movie too? I haven't watched Terror of Mechagodzilla yet, but I'm pretty sure that's what they require help from, is I think they're like, oh, we need help. Professor, what's-his-face from that movie? We'll get there. Next episode, and I don't remember his name either. Jeez, I usually do. I don't know how I don't remember his name right now. I'm gonna remember it in 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, that's what his name was. But by then it'll be too late and not relevant anymore. So I just find it weird. Why do they need a human to build Mechagodzilla a new control? I don't understand that at all. I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to me. It never did. It still doesn't, and it never will. It's just weird. They're like, use that knowledge that got you the Nobel Prize. And it's like, shouldn't you know how to do this? Like, how am I supposed to do this? Like, this is space technology. Humans are not even close to this. So, like, how do you expect me to do this? That's what I'd be asking him. Anyways, he's able to do it somehow. So this is another scene that I loved as a little kid. Godzilla is struck by lightning like a ton of times. As a little kid, I don't know why I always thought it was great. It's just a really cool scene to see him just get blasted repeatedly by lightning. It's also kind of odd. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, it leads to a new ability. The new ability doesn't make any sense. We'll talk about it at the end of the video, but it does, like, at the end of the movie. Doesn't make any sense at all. Like, it just comes out of nowhere, but they set it up here by having him get struck by lightning. This Godzilla has already been established to be vulnerable to lightning. King Ghidorah works on him. Mothra vs. Godzilla, for whatever reason, it didn't work on him there, but it works on him in King Kong vs. Godzilla. Typically, this Godzilla, I know it's very inconsistent with this Godzilla, because the 54 Godzilla was not vulnerable to electricity. But then the Godzilla that shows up from Raid Gigantil, Terror of Mechagodzilla, he is resistant to electricity for the most part. Mothra vs. Godzilla, he's not hurt by it. King Kong vs. Godzilla, he's hurt by it. They use it on him a couple times. King Ghidorah, it hurts him. They definitely use it on him a couple times. And then here, all of a sudden, he's struck by lightning and he doesn't really notice it. He just kind of like roars, I guess, because he's gaining new powers or something. It's super inconsistent. It's weird. As a little kid, I just used to love seeing Godzilla get struck by lightning like this. And the way his body turns all blue as it ripples throughout him, it's great. I still find it very entertaining. It doesn't make any sense, but it's very entertaining. Like, why is he getting struck by lightning? That's what I want to know. And how does that lead to a new power? It doesn't make any sense. Don't question it. I guess it's a weird, goofy movie, so I guess we shouldn't question it. The same man from earlier who tries to steal the King Caesar statue and gets chased off shows up again to steal the King Caesar statue. This time he works. He's stabbed in the face, turned into a space ape, and then he is shot in the face or the back of the head. He falls off the cruise with the statue. Then it's revealed that the real statue was in a safe the whole time. The real statue is returned to our main characters as they make it to Okinawa from finishing their cruise. As a little kid, I also used to love that with the green-faced aliens. It was awesome to see, like, it's almost like a Planet of the Apes kind of situation. I was just used to love seeing that as a little kid. These green space apes was really cool. So the professor repairs Mechagodzilla and is thrown into the execution room. This is Professor... what's-his-face? This is Professor Miyajima. Not the other professor who showed up for a little bit and then was not seen for the rest of the movie. Now, Tamizu is captured but saved by Interpol agents, or an Interpol agent that's kind of been trailing him the whole movie. It's a great reveal when he shows up. He kills all these aliens, and then they're like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "I'm from Interpol." As a little kid, I was always like, what is Interpol? I guess as a little kid, I just accepted that it was like the Men in Black. As I got older, I kind of realized it's a lot lamer than that. It's almost like an international lame version of the police. That's really all there is to it. Like, Interpol is nothing special. So Tamizu and Interpol save everyone from the aliens. Tamizu's brother, the professor, and the Interpol agent head back into the alien base as the red moon sets. So now the prophecy is coming full circle. It's coming all true. Red moon sets. There's a reflection of the sun that's rising in the west for some reason. So it looks like there's two suns. The full prophecy comes true. King Caesar is awoken after a full song. Oh man, I hate this song. So, as a little kid, I used to always just fast forward through it. The song itself it's not terrible. It just is so dang long. It's like the words get stuck in my throat from War of the Gargantuas. If we could just end that like a good minute and a half to 2 minutes earlier, I'm fine with it. Like, you don't need the full music song. It's not a musical. This is not Beauty and the Beast or anything. You don't need to waste our time on this, but it still happens. It wastes our time on it. Full song happens. Mechagodzilla is slowly trudging his way along, trying to catch up to King Caesar. King Caesar eventually wakes up and the hype around him does not really live up to anything. Like, King Caesar's okay. He's a cool looking kaiju. He has a great power, but he is defeated so quickly by Mechagodzilla. He gets kicked around quite a bit. So King Caesar and Mechagodzilla have a little battle. The two fight for a while. The ability that I'm talking about, King Caesar has the ability to reflect Mechagodzilla's rainbow eye beams. Great ability. He's awesome whenever he's doing that, but then soon afterward, he's kind of just like, some people say maybe he's overconfident. Maybe that's what he's doing, is like Mechagodzilla will kick him around and he's kind of just screwing with Mechagodzilla because he's like, yeah, I can go all day. I like that explanation a lot more than how it comes across to me when I watch this movie. To me, it seems like he kind of retreats. He's kind of hiding back, peeking over this rock, like, oh, what are you doing? Like, Mechagodzilla's blasting at him and he's freaked out. Some people say he's overconfident. He knows he's going to win, so he's just toying with Mechagodzilla, like hiding behind the rock, playing peekaboo just to screw with him. That's a way better explanation than the way it comes across in the movie. I don't know. I don't think King Caesar really lives up to the hype. I mean, we set him up, scene 3, and then when he shows up, Mechagodzilla literally kicks him through the air quite a few times, and then shoots some rockets at him, and he can't really do anything about it because he can only reflect the rainbow eyes. So when King Caesar starts to lose, or at least it appears he starts to lose, Godzilla emerges from the ocean, emerges from the water. So this is my favorite scene. My other favorite scene as a little kid is there's a great shot when Godzilla's slowly looking over this hill and he's shaking his head back and forth, almost like he's shaking his head no. Like you're on the bottom of this hill and you slowly watch his head rise over the hill after he emerges from the water. It's a great scene and I loved it as a little kid. This Godzilla, first of all, they improved the design from last movie to make him a little bit cooler. I think they changed up the head to make it look a little bit better. So first of all, I like the design in this movie quite a bit. They're gonna make it look a little bit more menacing in the next movie, but in this movie, I just think it's a pretty cool design. It really works for me, and Godzilla's awesome in this end fight. So this crazy fight breaks out. So many explosives. Mechagodzilla has amazing powers, like finger missiles, toe missiles, knee cannons, a chest beam. There's something on he has eye beams, nose beams or something. I'm not sure if his mouth does anything, actually. He has like this little flap that opens up and shoots this red electricity thing. He has so many crazy abilities. He can fly. He's pretty strong, close combat. He has force fields. There's a great scene when he turns on his force field. Godzilla shoots the atomic breath at him, and it hits the force field and has no effect. So Godzilla runs up to attack him, like punch him, and he puts his hands on it, and then it explodes, and Godzilla goes flying. It's a great scene. So Mechagodzilla's got all sorts of crazy abilities, so many explosions. This fight will keep anyone watching this movie entertained. The whole movie's entertaining, like all this kind of intrigue going on with the King Caesar stuff, with the people trying to steal the statue, these space aliens, Mechagodzilla showing up, destroying stuff, Anguirus, King Caesar, Godzilla, all these fights that happen throughout the movie. This movie's going to keep you entertained. It's a great, fun, fast-paced, action-packed movie. I love this movie. So this amazing balls-to-the-wall fight breaks out. So much blood from Godzilla. Like, his neck's busted open. The blood just goes spraying everywhere. Eventually, Godzilla magnetizes using that ability that he gains from the lightning for some reason. So he magnetizes, brings Mechagodzilla in real close. King Caesar and Godzilla kind of double team Mechagodzilla really fast before Godzilla breaks Mechagodzilla's head clean off. That's a great way to kill Mechagodzilla, because of what they do with that next movie. Next movie, they take that and then they take it to the next level. It's really awesome, and it also shows some really cool intelligence with Godzilla. And for those of you who are very familiar with Terror of Mechagodzilla, you're going to know what I'm referring to, but for those of you who aren't, I guess just wait for an extra review, and I will definitely be talking about this, because it's an awesome scene, and great intelligence from Godzilla here. So, Godzilla eventually destroys Mechagodzilla, blows his head up, and then our heroes, who are stuck inside the alien's base, they break out and they blow up the alien base. They kill the leader, although somehow he's still alive next movie. As they're running away from the alien base, everything explodes. Mechagodzilla explodes, turns into shards of metal and nothingness. The alien base explodes. Everyone should be dead. We even our heroes who were in the alien base, they may have died. It's not made clear. Tamizu has the line like, "Oh, don't worry about your father. At the very least, he achieved a victory," or something like that, and it's implied that he died from the explosion. But you do see the professor, Tamizu's brother, as well as the Interpol agent running away from the alien base shortly before it explodes. So I like to think they made it out of there because that's a happier ending, and it doesn't really make sense that they died, I guess. It does, at least to me, it doesn't make sense. Like, we don't know they died, and we saw them running away, and it doesn't really make sense for the story because it's supposed to be a happy ending, but it's, if they die, I guess it's not that happy anyways. So, and the alien, the leader, if he's inside of there and it explodes and he somehow lives, I don't know if they ever explained that in Terror of Mechagodzilla, if it is the same leader or not. Maybe it's his brother or it's his clone or something. I'm going to have to watch that movie again, so if any of you are like, "Hey, you're wrong, idiot," wait for next review to say that, and I will clear it up there. But for this movie, at least from what my memory serves me of Terror of Mechagodzilla, the leader somehow lived. Now, if he can live, then I'm going to assume our three running away lived. And I don't think it's explained in the Japanese cut if they make it out of there either. So, everything explodes. That's the end of the movie. Great movie. I love this movie. So, human stuff, it's okay. You know, you're going to be entertained with this whole spy aspect, this whole Interpol versus these aliens, and all this mystery going on. You're going to be entertained with that. The monster stuff is great. The monster stuff's incredible in this movie. Special effects are alright. King Caesar, the special effects are actually, I shouldn't say they're alright. They're pretty dang good. Alright, being honest, they are pretty dang good. Godzilla, he's pretty sweet in this movie. He's kind of just this big gun, which is a little bit disappointing. But I think Godzilla is pretty great in this movie. Mechagodzilla is pretty great in this movie, even though he is a big gun. He is literally a weapon used by the aliens. Anguirus is alright in this movie. He doesn't have much to do, and he gets beat right away. King Caesar is a little bit overhyped, but I still like him regardless. So the monsters are all great in this movie. The story is really fun and entertaining. The music is really different. I mean, it is just... I love the music for this movie. It's very entertaining, very fast-paced, keeps you on track. It's just, it's very fun. This movie is just so much fun. So, overall, what would I rate this movie? Out of 10, this movie's going to get an 8 out of 10. I know that's not like the highest rating I've done in one of these Godzilla-Thons, but dang, I think this movie is really fun. It's super entertaining. When you talk about dumb fun, this is the kind of movie you're talking about. When people claim Kong Skull Island's like dumb fun, that movie is not. That movie's fun. It's not dumb fun. This movie is dumb fun. This is my kind of like gonna pop back, turn on a crazy action movie, and not think about it. So I don't know. I really like this movie. I would definitely recommend it, especially to first-time Godzilla fans. I would definitely recommend this one. To younger people, I would recommend this. It's a great movie, so go check this one out. Thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. See you for my next video, which will be the Terror of Mechagodzilla review. I'm not saying it'll go up tonight, but I am saying that's going to be the next video I post. Will be the Terror of Mechagodzilla review. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. D-Man, out. What's up, everybody? D-Man back. Welcome to a brand new video, and we are done. This is the last video for the Showa series. I don't necessarily love this movie like a lot of people seem to, but I at least like it. So we're ending on what I consider to be a high note. I'm pretty happy to be moving on to the Heisei series for one of two reasons. Number one, it is a huge increase in quality. Number two, I am not very familiar with the Heisei series, so watching these movies is going to be kind of going into territory I'm not as familiar with. Yes, I do a Godzilla-Thon every year where I watch all the Godzilla movies and I try to match them up to, I try every week of school, I try to watch a Godzilla movie. Now, usually about halfway through the year, there's Christmas break is around the time when I watch Godzilla 1984, which last year was the first year I ever got that movie. So before then, I would take the week off. Now, coming back from Christmas break, I would almost always give up on Godzilla-Thon, or not necessarily give up, but not stick to it, where I just kind of watch here and there throughout the later half of the series. Obviously, I'm not doing that anymore because I got to review each movie individually. But yes, I'm not going to be very familiar with the Godzilla movies moving on from here on out, especially the next two, which will be, I'm going to say this now, I'm going to break up and do these in separate weeks of Godzilla 1984 and then Godzilla 1985, the same way I broke up Gojira and Godzilla King of the Monsters. I broke those up, I'm going to break these up, and when we get there, it'll make sense, You probably can already figure out why I'm going to do that. They're different movies. I'll say that now. They're different movies. But for this week, we are doing Terror of Mechagodzilla. I actually held off on my Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla video just so that I could do back-to-back Mechagodzilla, so I don't know why. I just thought, the movies are sequels to each other. The only direct sequels we have had in the whole Godzilla series up to this point. I mean, yes, Gigantis, or not Gigantis, Godzilla Raids Again is a direct sequel to Gojira, but the difference is it doesn't follow the exact same story necessarily. We do have a lot of crossover characters, like Yamane shows up in that one, but it's not as connected, I feel, to the previous film. We also have the mid-Showa trilogy being Mothra vs. Godzilla, immediately followed with Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster and Invasion of Astro-Monster. Those had carryover characters with Mirai and Mothra's fairies. So those ones were all very connected as well, but we've never had one continuous story like we have with this. Both of those, the story is concluded completely in the other films. This one, you watch Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, they don't necessarily completely end the story. Yeah, they mostly end it. They don't necessarily completely end the story. We still don't know why the aliens were there, their motivations, or anything like that. We don't know if they're all gone or they're all dead or anything like that. Mechagodzilla is destroyed, but he is still left in pieces. Granted, I don't know how. They never explain how do they rebuild Mechagodzilla, because the pieces he's left in are tiny little fragments of this and that just go out through the world. So how he shows back up, I have no idea. But he does. They rebuild him, and we'll get into my complaints for the movie, because I do have some complaints involving the building of Mechagodzilla and some other stuff like that. But getting into the plot of this movie, it just has I should introduce this. This is the Japanese cut for Terror of Mechagodzilla, the 1975 film that concludes the Showa series. We basically have a bunch of returning cast members from the first Godzilla movie. We have Honda coming back for behind the scenes. We have Ifukube doing the music again. We have some returning actors. It's kind of the last get-together for this crew, because I don't think Honda never does another Godzilla movie, so this is his last one, if I remember correctly. Now, it's a pretty fitting send-off, because this movie's pretty dark, so that's one of the reasons why a lot of people love it. Honestly, that's one of the reasons why I don't like it as much, because there is a huge tonal disconnect when you're going back-to-back like I did. Watch Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla immediately followed with Terror of Mechagodzilla. There's a huge tonal disconnect. Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla is, it was directed by Jun Fukuda. He, like I said last review, he did a ton of other Godzilla movies. He is a very kind of upbeat, happy, goofy, fun director. Then you get Honda behind the camera for the immediate sequel. Immediately, it's just a darker, much more intellectual movie. It's a better movie on that regard, if it is more intellectual, but because of that tonal disconnect, I don't like it as much as I like the original Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. So, we intro the movie in epic recap. The theme for this movie is amazing. I love this. You guys have seen, I've done so many piano covers of it, FL Studio covers of it. I love this song. So, epic recap of what happened last movie. We start out a submarine. It's destroyed by some underwater dinosaur. They were looking for the remains of Mechagodzilla's wreckage. Really, really cool. The fact that we have a direct tie-in like that of them looking for the pieces of Mechagodzilla from the end of last movie. Interpol, once again, is on the case for this one. Of course, they were heavily connected to the aliens last movie. They were trying to take them down. This time, our main character works for Interpol. His name is Ichinose. He is a marine biologist, which means he takes a fascination to a Titanosaurus. Also, one thing you're going to notice, there's a lot more going on in this movie than there was in the previous one. The previous one, it was like, King Caesar's statue is found, the prophecy is revealed, they fly out, they meet some professors, Mechagodzilla shows up, starts wrecking stuff, Godzilla shows up, fights him, the two of them go away for a little bit, some people try and steal King Caesar's statue, Mechagodzilla shows up again, King Caesar shows up, they fight, Godzilla shows up, they fight, Mechagodzilla loses. That is that plot in a nutshell. There's way more going on in this movie than there is in that movie. So this plot synopsis is going to be a little bit more in-depth than the last one. Now, the aliens talk about how they need to go to Earth. So this is when we finally get their motivations. They need to go to Earth. We've had this motivation in previous movies with Godzilla vs. Gigan. Because their planet is going to die. They need to start working on Earth. They need to make it their new home. They say they started working with the scientist who has a past in mind-controlling animals. He discovered some giant undersea monster. No one believed him, so he was kind of shamed out of relevance. He was shamed out of the world, pretty much. He basically withdrew from everything because everyone took him as a joke, and that's actually kind of his character tragedy, is that although he was right in discovering Titanosaurus, everyone just kind of, they took away his job, they took away everything from him and left him basically to die. And so that's exactly what happens. His wife dies as a result, and he basically goes insane trying to prove his research. He eventually does, of course. His name is Dr. Mifune. He is played by the same actor who played one of the professors last movie. He is Dr. Serizawa, so it's good to see him back. I'm not going to say his name because I always wind up saying it wrong, and I always feel bad. So, Ichinose wishes to talk to Mifune to find out about the underwater monster, to find out if it's the same monster that could have destroyed the sub at the beginning of the movie. So he goes to Mifune's house. He talks to his daughter Katsura, who tells Interpol that Mifune has been dead for over 10 years. Mifune and the aliens complete the control of Titanosaurus, so he's obviously not dead. It was just trying to get the Interpol agents off their back. Katsura is also a very, very tragic character because she is used so against her will in this movie. She's basically brainwashed, and it's very tragic what happens to her. So they complete the control on Titanosaurus. It's revealed that the aliens are rebuilding Mechagodzilla. So this is one of my biggest complaints about the movie. So we see they're rebuilding Mechagodzilla super early into the movie, and Mechagodzilla doesn't show up until the end of the movie because most of the movie is focused on the building of Mechagodzilla. It is so dang slow paced. It's very disappointing. Once Mechagodzilla shows up, the movie really ramps up and gets good. Once Godzilla shows up, the movie really ramps up and gets good. But Godzilla doesn't show up till about an hour in, or maybe later. And it's only like an hour and a half movie, or an hour and a half to 2 hours. So it's a little sad. The pacing, there's some big pacing issues. First half of the movie drags on so bad. Once Godzilla shows up, it all of a sudden just picks up. And then Godzilla, once he's taken out of the fight, the movie slows way back down until he shows back up. It's very jarring, the pacing of this movie. So, an Interpol agent escapes the alien base. He is shot to death. Ichinose wants to continue researching what Mifune started. So he wants to continue looking for Titanosaurus. Katsura warns him not to because she knows that if he does go looking for Titanosaurus, then the aliens are going to kill her. Because the world turned their back on Mifune and his wife died as a result. It's revealed at this point. The Interpol agents who died earlier, so the Interpol agent who escaped the alien base who died earlier, now it's revealed through a flashback that he found this sewer worker his throat was cut apart, so he couldn't speak anymore, like Planet of the Apes. Although in that movie it was his brain, but in this one it's his throat is cut, so his vocal cords are cut, so he cannot talk anymore. Pretty dark stuff, and then he gets executed just for being a human. Pretty dark stuff. And we can assume, because the alien leader from last movie somehow didn't die when the whole base exploded, we can assume if any of those characters who were running away at the end of the last movie made it out there, maybe they got kidnapped again, and this might have been a similar fate that they suffered, where they just got tortured to death. I also love the part when the alien leader, he turns and he says, "Don't worry, no one can escape our control." And then you watch Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, people are escaping that alien base right and left in that movie, and then even in this movie someone gets out of there. So yeah, definitely they don't have the highest security, and then he goes, "No one can escape our control." So it's kind of funny for that reason. Now he comes across this sewer worker, he spells out Interpol on his hand before he's killed, and then he gives the dude some space titanium so that the guy can basically bring it to Interpol, be like, "Check this out." Also, it's good to see space titanium being brought back up from last movie, because that's another direct tie-in. He can basically be like, "Check this out, found it in this area where this Interpol agent died. I should give it to you guys because you know what to do." So Katsura tries to warn Ichinoza again about what's going on, but she is shot in the head by some blue laser that the aliens have. Now they basically mind control her, and that's basically why she's a bad guy in this movie, is because they mind control her. So it's revealed now that Katsura was actually killed while working on an experiment with Mifune, trying to prove the existence of Titanosaurus. The aliens brought her back to life and turned her into a cyborg, which is one of the tragedies of her character, is that she couldn't even die because they wouldn't let her die. Multiple times in this movie she dies, and they bring her back to life just to use her as a weapon. So they brainwash her into hating humans. Titanosaurus is discovered by this submarine. The submarine luckily has a supersonic wave transmitter, and Titanosaurus's mind control is lost. He kind of goes flailing around through the water. I also love how it's mentioned Titanosaurus is also kind of a tragic character, because it's mentioned by nature he is a docile monster. Like, he's not aggressive by nature, and so the fact that he's been weaponized the same way Katsura has gives both of them a level of tragedy that, you wouldn't necessarily have in a monster movie. So I guess with Gigan, he was weaponized as well, but Gigan is a bad guy downright, because when he's unmind controlled, he still beats the hell out of Godzilla and tries to kill him. So the mind control is lost, the submarine gets away, so the humans also get away and they live. Now they know Titanosaurus is down there. Katsura finds out that Titanosaurus is vulnerable to supersonic waves. She expresses her fear of Titanosaurus joining the rank of other killing monsters such as King Ghidorah. I love that because it also brings back previous Showa films. I think we see some stock footage from, a long time ago. It must have been Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster we see, or Invasion of Astro-Monster. She also then mentions Manda. We see some Destroy All Monsters stock footage, which technically, in continuity, doesn't make any sense, because how do they have footage of the future? That movie takes place in the 90s. This movie takes place in the 70s. How do they have footage of the future? It's unexplained, so that footage shouldn't exist unless we are to assume that maybe that's of what may happen in the future. Footage like of that, I don't know. I don't think they thought about it. I think they were just like, just throw some footage of Manda in there, and then they have one other monster. It might be Rodan. It could be wrong, but I think it's Rodan. They have some footage of Rodan destroying stuff as well. So really cool to see all these old guys brought back up. Mifune gets upset and unleashes Titanosaurus on Tokyo. They plan to have the plan is to have Godzilla show up, fight Titanosaurus, win. That's what the aliens say, is that he'll probably win. But he will be weakened. Then Mechagodzilla will launch his counterattack, which is also an alternate title for the movie, Mechagodzilla's Counterattack. Or was it Godzilla's Counterattack? I don't know. There's so many different titles for these movies. So the plan is to basically weaken Godzilla in a fight with Titanosaurus, because they're like, well, crap, Mifune screwed up. He ruined our plan. Let's just make a new one on the fly. So they're like, Godzilla will go in there, fight Titanosaurus, probably win. He's the king of the monsters. Mechagodzilla is going to show up afterward and kill Godzilla off. Now, Godzilla, he does show up. Godzilla's intro is amazing. So Titanosaurus is destroying the city. Every time Godzilla shows up in this movie, it is so awesome. So Titanosaurus destroying the city. I think it's Tokyo. They never say, they just call it the city. Destroying Tokyo. He's making his way into the heart of the city. All of a sudden, you just see this figure sit up in the background. Titanosaurus is walking. There's no music. He's just walking, stomping his way through. Blue beam comes out of nowhere, nails him in the chest. He goes flying. Titanosaurus goes flying. All of a sudden, you zoom into the dark. It's slowly revealed. The light slowly shines on Godzilla's face. The music ramps up, that epic Terror of Mechagodzilla Godzilla theme. He starts roaring, and then it's just, he goes in there and he starts to fight. It is so cool. I love Godzilla's music in this movie. Godzilla's intro, like I said, every time Godzilla shows up, is awesome. He'll have another great intro to the second fight, and then he'll have a great intro in the middle of the third fight. It is so cool, and I love the fact that Godzilla's hero theme in this movie is eventually twisted and turned into Godzilla's villain theme in Shin Godzilla, which, that's the most recent Godzilla movie, so it's going to be a long, long time since we get there in Godzilla-Thon. I just wanted to bring that up now because the fact that they turned Godzilla's hero theme from this movie into Godzilla's villain theme in that movie, so dang cool. I love that. It's awesome, and this song is just so good. So, Katsura is shot off a cliff during all the chaos. Titanosaurus retreats because of it. Katsura is repaired with a shot. It's the only shot of nudity minus Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. It's the only shot of nudity in a Godzilla movie. I say Space Godzilla because you see in Space Godzilla there's like a shot of a man's butt at some point or another. But Katsura's breasts appear in this movie. I always forget about this scene, almost always when I watch this movie. It's only the Japanese cut. It's not in any of the others, but I don't know. Like, I feel like for the 70s, like, that's pushing it, and especially for this movie, I think, was like rated G or PG at the time, or maybe it was unrated. I have no idea. But I'm surprised because I know that, like I said, I know they cut it out of the versions that aired on TV as well as the versions that aired in America. So the only version of this that has that is the DVD as well as the theatrical release, because the DVD is the theatrical release, or at least the DVD that I have. I'm just surprised that it's in this movie, and especially because the late Showa series is marketed towards children, I'm surprised they kind of got away with it. Although they're fake, like obviously it's a mannequin. It's the actress's head, but it's a mannequin's body, and then they're operating on all these wires and stuff on the inside because they're bringing her back to life. So just thought I'd warn you guys, if you haven't seen this movie, there's nudity in it, and it's not like brief either. It's like there for a minute. So Mechagodzilla's controllers are installed into Katsura, so she is a walking controller for Mechagodzilla, also adding to her tragedy. They weaponize her completely in this scene. Ichinose is captured by the aliens. Mechagodzilla and Titanosaurus attack Tokyo. So this is one of the best handled attack scenes I've ever seen in a Showa monster movie. So first, before that happens, though, some slaves are rescued from the alien base. The alien base self-destructs because they no longer need it. The only thing that's left is the control room. They blow it up because that's where they built Mechagodzilla, and they don't need that space anymore. So many explosions in this movie. So, and it also establishes Titanosaurus and Mechagodzilla and the aliens from the third planet from the black hole as a real threat. You don't necessarily feel any threat from them in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. Mechagodzilla shows up, destroys this and that, and then the end fight happens outside of a city. So he doesn't really do anything destructive. He doesn't do anything that bad. He destroys one building, to my knowledge, and one factory. Now, in this movie, he also knocks over a bridge at one point. Now, in this movie, he wipes out Tokyo. He levels Tokyo, and Titanosaurus is there with him. He helps. Titanosaurus' tail opens up, swings around, huge wind gusts, blows everything away like a typhoon. Mechagodzilla has these rotating finger missiles, his new ability for the movie. They devastate Tokyo. Mechagodzilla just demolishes everything. He is so powerful, and so many explosions. So I mentioned last movie review, one thing that made Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla so great is just the sheer amount of random explosions happening is so entertaining. This movie, the explosions just really give you a level of, wow, this is a very threatening situation. So, definitely, Titanosaurus and Mechagodzilla are established as a real threat. Titanosaurus actually kills some children at one point. They make it look like Godzilla saves them in time, but he doesn't. So these kids walk up to Titanosaurus and they're like looking at him. Titanosaurus goes, lifts his foot up, moves it right over these kids. We cut to Godzilla standing up and charging at him. Another great intro for Godzilla, another great hero moment. Godzilla charges in, trying to stop him, but you see Titanosaurus, both his feet are on the ground at this point. Those kids died. Now, Godzilla shows up to save the day. It's a great fight that breaks out. Godzilla gets some good hits, but he's eventually defeated. It's a 2v1, so it's reversed from last movie. Godzilla, King Caesar, good guys versus Mechagodzilla, the bad guy. This movie, you have Titanosaurus, Mechagodzilla, bad guys versus Godzilla, the good guy. So it's a great flip. Godzilla eventually, like I said, he does lose, or sort of. He's defeated, taken out of the fight at least. This is when the movie slows down again. So Titanosaurus, they bring out this helicopter with a new sonic ray attached to it, and they start blasting at Titanosaurus to loosen his control. Eventually, Godzilla reemerges. Great scene. Throws himself out of the ground because he gets buried at one point in the fight. Throws himself out of the ground. Blasts Mechagodzilla with the atomic breath. So many explosions at this part. Godzilla's running away from them all, trying to get out of there alive. Then he turns around, heads back for Mechagodzilla, goes in for the fight. Great battle. Godzilla kicks some butt. So the military breaks Titanosaurus' control. Ichinose kills the alien leader. He chokes him to death, and then the dude's face falls off. He doesn't turn into a space ape, but his face falls off. Really weird. Godzilla takes Mechagodzilla's head off. So this is what I was talking about last review. The fact that Godzilla has so much intelligence to be like, oh, well, I remember this. Let me just get right behind you and tear your head off again. It just shows a level of intelligence we've never had with Godzilla before, of him logically thinking out how to defeat his opponent and then acting upon it. We never see that before this. We never see Godzilla, at least to my knowledge, we never see Godzilla really think about how he's going to defeat his enemy before. Usually he just goes and fights on sheer just, I'm going to kill you kind of like anger. But this time, he uses Mechagodzilla's previous weakness again. He's like, well, you know, it worked last time, it's going to work this time. Tears his head right off. Great moment for Godzilla. It's some of the only real personality we get for Godzilla in this movie, because most of the time he shows up, he's a hero and whatever, but he doesn't really have any personality. He's more of just this weapon that, this superhero weapon that just shows up to defeat the bad guys and then goes about his business. Now, this is a great moment for Godzilla. So, Mechagodzilla's head is torn off, but he has a subhead underneath it, so he can still fight. That's the aliens, their second new addition. It fires some deadly lasers at Godzilla that really hurt him. Mifune dies, so he's used as a human shield by one of the aliens and gets killed. Again, like I said, he's a tragic character, not on the same level as like Serizawa being a tragic character. That is gold standard tragic character right there. But Mifune is tragic for the reason of he was right, and he was right to the extent of knowing Titanosaurus existed and being able to control him. He was laughed out of he was basically kicked out of existence. Like they killed the people who left him to die. That's basically what happened. They left him to die, and so his wife died, his daughter died. His daughter was turned into a weapon. He was seduced by these aliens, and so now he's getting killed by these aliens. When the Interpol agent shoots at one of the aliens who uses him as a human shield, and he dies, and the last thing he says is Katsura, and then he falls over dead. So level of tragedy with him. So Mifune dies. Now Katsura kills herself. So she remembers, she kind of snaps back to it, what's happening when she sees her father die, and then she basically remembers, well, shoot, I'm the controller for Mechagodzilla, I have to die, and Ichinose won't kill her, so she kills herself. It's very tragic. Another female character in a Honda movie taking the lead. Great character. Honda's always great with female characters. It's even a special feature on the Terror of Mechagodzilla disc, the Women of Honda's movies. He always does great with female characters. So The fact that she is the most tragic of heroes in this movie, in the fact that she kills herself to save the day, but she's been the bad guy the whole time. It's really sad, and she's been the bad guy against her will. It's really sad. So, what else happened? So she kills herself to destroy to save the Earth from Mechagodzilla. Titanosaurus retreats. Mechagodzilla is destroyed. Godzilla destroys him. After Katsura kills herself, Mechagodzilla goes into shutdown. Godzilla beats him into pieces. Then Titanosaurus he retreats or whatever, get knocked into the water. We don't know if he dies. I think he's alive. So he gets out of there. Godzilla wins. The aliens die. They all get blown up and by the atomic breath, I believe. And there you go. The last shot of the movie is Ichinose sitting on a cliff holding Katsura's dead body, watching Godzilla swim away into the ocean for the last time until 1984. This was 1975, literally 9 years later, almost a full decade. Great send-off for the hero Godzilla. Not a great send-off for Godzilla. Definitely there's better endings for the series. I definitely think Destroy All Monsters is a better way to end the series than this was. But they didn't know this was going to be the last movie, so they couldn't really do anything crazy with it. They didn't have the budget to either, so it's also sad for the fact that they did not know that it was going to be the last movie, meaning that Godzilla just wasn't profitable at this point. They were like, all right, well, screw it, right? You know, we can't really continue this series. And then thank God they kind of laid it to rest, because we'll get an amazing series to come. Now, I'm going to talk about the monsters in this one just because I kind of feel the need to. So it's the send-off, so I might as well talk about the monsters individually for this review. I'll start with Titanosaurus. He's the new guy on the block. I don't like him. I hate his cackle. He's got the annoying cackle. He's got one cool ability, which is his little tail flap, which he overuses in the movie. I don't think he's a neat design. He's just kind of a water Godzilla that doesn't have any special abilities. He's basically just a water dinosaur. That's all he is. I don't know why so many people love him. I don't. I'm not part of that camp. I don't love Titanosaurus. Mechagodzilla himself has a really neat new update. He looks a lot more menacing just because he looks a lot more battle damaged in this movie. He has those new abilities which really set him up as a real threat. Doesn't really have a personality because obviously he's being controlled by robots. He is a robot, or he's being controlled by aliens because he's a robot. Godzilla himself doesn't have a ton of personality, but Godzilla's whole arc through this the Showa series is just one amazing arc of Godzilla starting out this terrible, destructive force of nature in Godzilla Raids Again. Will kill anything that gets in his way, anything and everything, including other monsters. He just will trample on through Godzilla vs. Mothra. He is just the bad guy. Mothra vs. Godzilla just will trample on, destroying everything in his path. Ghidorah the three-headed monster, he's forced into helping people on Earth because he's forced in saving Earth so he can still survive. Moving on to Son of Godzilla, he learns how to love something with his son Minya. Then from there we get Godzilla really becoming a hero, full circle in, or at least half circle, I guess, technically. 180-degree switch from where we started in Godzilla vs. Hedorah, when he becomes a full-out superhero in order to stop this terrible force that's going to destroy everyone on Earth. Then moving on from there, he basically stays this kind of superhero level character. He gets hardened after his experiences. I'm assuming, I guess you'll just have to say he gets hardened after his experience on Zone Fighter, because once Godzilla shows up after Jet Jaguar with that movie when he's all goofy and fun, after he shows up in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, he means business. Terror of Mechagodzilla, first of all, amazing redesign for Godzilla. Same suit from last movie, same face sculpt. They just slightly tweaked it to make him look a little bit more menacing and awesome. Definitely worked. This Godzilla design is just so dang good. I love it. This is definitely in my top 3 or 4 favorite Godzilla designs for sure. I freaking love this design. So, really cool Godzilla's story, and then he's just this hardened hero at the end of the Showa series. Really great. I love it. So the music in this movie is great. I love the music. I definitely think Titanosaurus' theme is a little bit overplayed, but Godzilla's themes, all of them, are just so good. The main theme for this movie is pretty good, but Godzilla's themes, especially on their own, They're so good. The Shin Godzilla versions of these themes are so good. I love this movie's music. So the story is great for the fact of it's a return to form, a much darker Godzilla movie than we've had previously. Like I said, the only thing that I have a real problem with is the pacing's just pacing and the tonal disconnect from the previous movie. Just don't have as I don't have as good of a time with this movie as I do with the last one. So the story is pretty good. The human stuff is okay. It's actually the best stuff in the movie because the monster stuff itself, there should have been more. It should have been better. There should have been more. It's Godzilla's send-off. They should have done something more with it. Like I said, they didn't know it was going to be a send-off, so they couldn't. But there should have been more monsters in this movie. It takes about an hour into the movie, over halfway through, for this movie to really get good. Once it really gets good, it's because the monsters are on screen and they're doing awesome stuff. You really have to get to like these human characters, especially I think Katsura and Ichinose really work as characters for this movie. So those are really the only two that really stand out. So a little bit disappointing. The human stuff's the best part of this movie. The monster stuff could have been better. Overall, I'd rate it a 7.5 out of 10. If I was going to review the English cut, I would give it like a 6 out of 10 to a 5 out of 10. It's not good. At least the English cut that I have. I have two versions of it. I've not watched the second version of it just because I felt no need to. I think that's the second version starts out with this like weird recap of the previous Showa movies, but it does it in a super odd way. Tries to connect movies that aren't connected. It's like the aliens came down to Earth with their mighty space monsters and destroyed stuff, and it's like showing footage of like Son of Godzilla or whatever. It's like, what? So really bad. I don't like that intro. I haven't seen that version of the English cut. I've heard it's basically just the Japanese cut, but with that intro. Now the one that I have, or the one that I grew up with, I hated because it didn't make any sense. The ending of the movie, it's basically the same. It's got a lot of missing human scenes, that's for sure, but it's basically the same. It's a little bit more fast-paced, but then the ending of the movie just kind of happens. You have no idea what happens. You see, it's like Katsura like holds up the gun or something, and then you see like Mifune fall over bleeding. He's like, Katsura! And then you like see Katsura just, like you see a gunshot, and then she falls over or something, and then you have no idea what happens. They really re-edit it to make it look like it's a happy ending, great ending, or whatever, but no, the Japanese ending is great. This Japanese movie is just so much better than the English cut. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, it's like one of those really old Godzilla DVDs. God, I wish I could remember what it was called, but it's not good. I don't like it. I don't like the English cut of this movie. I only watch the Japanese cut from now on, and I only got the Japanese cut about a year and a half ago. I only watch that. That's the only cut I like. So we're done with the Showa series. We just finished the Showa series. Cannot wait for next review. It's going to be Godzilla 1984. I have only seen this movie a few times, once or twice, so it's going to be great to watch this movie and really focus on it. Cannot wait. So, thank you guys all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. D-Man, out.